Chapter 1. The Legendary Pirate Crew. Reina took a deep breath and patted his small arms and legs. Though it was merely menial labor, the day's toil left him feeling rather fatigued. Calculating today's wages. You have received a base salary, 10 points. Overtime pay, 1 Earth Cuisine voucher. First time clock-in successful, reward obtained, basic body technique. The mechanical system notification resonated, igniting a surge of excitement within Reina. At last, the system has been activated. My efforts to board this pirate ship have not been in vain, he thought, unable to contain his exhilaration as he clenched his fists in enthusiasm. Just a week ago, he was an ordinary human on Earth, yet inexplicably transported to the world of One Piece. After grappling with initial confusion, Reina had no choice but to accept his fate and strive for survival in this two-dimensional realm teeming with formidable beings. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Reina felt a warm sensation wash over him. The fatigue of the day seemed to dissipate, and he sensed an increase in his physical strength. Opening his character interface. Name, Reina. Position, Pirate Deckhand. Combat Power, 10. Skills, Basic Body Technique, 0-100. Points, 10. Reina clenched his fist, a slight smile gracing his lips with the acquisition of Basic Body Technique. His combat power had finally increased from 5 to 10. Though he remained a mere minor character, he firmly believed that with the system at his disposal, he would undoubtedly grow stronger over time. His system was not overly complex. It had followed him since the day he crossed over, remaining dormant until today when a fortuitous delivery opportunity aboard the pirate ship activated it and bound him to the role of a pirate. With no other options, Reina had endeavored to remain on this ship, proudly taking on the role of a dedicated pirate deckhand. According to the system's instructions, he was required to work 8 hours daily to complete his clock-in, earning his daily base salary. To unlock additional rewards, he needed to work overtime, clocking in over 12 hours each day. Moreover, the longer he maintained uninterrupted clock-ins, the greater his daily earnings would be. Besides clocking in, the system featured 3 buttons: Character, Items, and Shop. The currency in the shop was points, and while it offered a plethora of wares, the items truly beneficial for enhancing his strength were exceedingly expensive. After assessing his body, Reina also examined the Earth Cuisine voucher in his inventory, which serves solely to exchange for any dish from Earth, lacking any additional utility. Originally intending to rest due to fatigue, Reina's newfound basic body technique had alleviated his weariness, prompting him to dedicate the ensuing time to its practice. At 8 o'clock the following morning, Reina promptly seized his cleaning tools and commenced a new day's work. In truth, had it not been for the system, he would have preferred not to set sail at this hour, let alone board a pirate ship. However, his desire to grow stronger necessitated reliance on the system, which stipulated that he must become a pirate. When he boarded the ship the previous day, the crew consisted solely of a nearly inebriated captain and a few unfamiliar pirates. But by this morning's departure, the crew members began to return to the ship. "Hey kid, go fetch me a bottle of rum." A tall pirate with golden hair, clad in a kimono and armed with 2 weapons, barked at Reina. Reina stared in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Didn't you hear?" Shiki shot a sidelong glance at Reina, his tone icy. "Apologies, they'll get it right away." Reina quickly averted his gaze from the intimidating pirate and made his way to the cabin, retrieving a bottle of rum from the storage to hand it to Shiki. He recognized the man as a pirate enthusiast, despite Shiki not yet sporting the comical helm. Reina could not mistake the infamous Golden Lion Shiki. "By the way, where did you come from? How did you end up on our ship?" Shiki inquired curiously as he accepted the rum, his gaze fixed on Reina. "I'm a deckhand who boarded yesterday," Reina replied, holding up his cleaning tools. Upon hearing this, Shiki lost interest in further conversation and simply walked away with the rum. Taking a deep breath, Reina understood that Shiki looked down on him, having no desire to engage in idle chatter. Why is Golden Lion Shiki here? Once his emotions settled, Reina pondered while continuing his cleaning. Although Joel D. Roger had yet to become the Pirate King, his name had already begun to resonate throughout the world, marking him as a supernova among pirates. This indicated that the timeline in which he found himself was still several decades away from the onset of the main storyline. As for the pirate crew aboard the ship, Reina quickly pieced together their identity within mere hours. Just moments ago, he had spotted the future figures of Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido the Beasts. Thus, the name of the pirate crew became clear to him. The Rock's Pirates. Reina inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement and anxiety. It would be disingenuous to say he was not thrilled as a pirate aficionado, encountering three of the future emperors of the sea, alongside the notorious Golden Lion Shiki and the legendary pirate Roxy Zebek, nearly compelled him to rush over and ask for their autographs. However, amid his exhilaration, a sense of trepidation lingered apart from Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The others were known for their ruthless nature. Should he inadvertently provoke them, he could easily find himself in peril. Thus, despite his overwhelming desire to ingratiate himself, he remained resolute in his restraint. Boom! Suddenly, as Reina was cleaning, an explosion echoed from the front of the ship. Assuming they were under attack, Reina hesitated, but ultimately stealthily approached the source of the commotion. I want dessert now. A strikingly attractive woman, adorned with a cowboy hat, emerged from the cabin, loudly demanding sweets. Hey, Longbread, you better whip up some dessert for Linlin. Otherwise, she's really going to wreck the ship. Another burly pirate companion urged, a hint of fear in his voice. I can't help it. Linlin broke the oven. My powers can create food, but the taste is lacking. A diminutive dwarf behind Charlotte Linlin shook his head. It seems we need to notify the captain. Anyone stop Linlin. The surrounding pirates hastily distanced themselves from Charlotte Linlin, fully aware of her formidable strength and unwilling to approach her. Realizing the situation, Reina understood that Charlotte Linlin, destined to become Big Mom, had an insatiable obsession with food, particularly desserts. At this moment, it was best to steer clear of her unless one possessed the strength to contend with her. However, just as Reina was about to retreat, an idea struck him. He promptly opened his inventory and utilized the Earth Cuisine voucher he had acquired yesterday to exchange for a dessert, a rose mousse cake. After a moment's contemplation, he boldly approached the frenzied Charlotte Linlin. What is that deckhand thinking? Is he seeking death? Who brought him on board? Didn't anyone warn him not to approach Linlin when she's in frenzy? The surrounding pirates cast perplexed glances at Reina, murmuring amongst themselves. Longbread also regarded Reina with surprise, yet his faith in Linlin's strength prevented him from intervening. Longbread, I have a cake here from Miss Charlotte Linlin. Would you care to present it? Reina said, holding out the cake he had just exchanged from the system. Did you make this yourself? If it doesn't suit Linlin's taste, you know what happens next, Longbread warned, gesturing toward a pirate who lay incapacitated on the deck. Reina swallowed hard. Nodding in affirmation, he believed that the earth delicacies would undoubtedly satisfy Charlotte Linlin's cravings. It wasn't a matter of seeking the spotlight, rather. If he could win Linlin's favor, he would likely gain her protection aboard the ship, ensuring that no one would dare harm him. Sniff, sniff. Before Reina could utter a word, Linlin seemed to catch a whiff of the cake's aroma and approached him directly. Here, Lady Linlin, this is a cake I prepared. Would you care to sample it? Reina steadied his heart and placed the cake before Charlotte Linlin, feigning calmness. Wow, it looks delicious. I'm going to dig in, Charlotte Linlin exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she surveyed the rose mousse cake Reina had acquired from the system shop. Nom. While it may not be top tier in flavor, this cake possesses a truly unique taste. It's delectable. After savoring the first bite, Charlotte Linlin smacked her lips in delight, nodding in approval. It suffices to know that you are satisfied. If there are no further matters, I shall return to my duties. Reina exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding as he spoke. Charlotte Linlin, however, paid no heed to Reina. Instead, it was the Longbread who acknowledged him with a nod before gesturing for him to depart. Curiosity stirred among the pirates as they regarded Reina. Upon witnessing that the cake he had crafted genuinely pleased Charlotte Linlin, they nonchalantly resumed their activities, igniting a sense of intrigue regarding Reina. Even Edward Newgate, seated at the ship's railing gazing at the sea, cast a sidelong glance in his direction. Yet, Reina exhibited neither pride nor arrogance. He continued to wield his cleaning tools, diligently attending to his menial tasks. He understood that he currently possessed neither the authority nor the qualifications to make demands. Nevertheless, the events of the day had at least secured his safety aboard the vessel. As evening descended, the captain, Rox, awakened from his stupor and once more commenced the festivities. As a mere deckhand, Reina had no entitlement to partake, thus retreating to a corner to observe the revelry of the pirates. However, a figure soon materialized before him, causing Reina to momentarily freeze in surprise. Chapter 2. The Real World. Gazing at the pirate who stood before him, Reina felt a mix of astonishment and a sense of inevitability. "Was that cake you made today?" Longbread inquired, meeting Reina's gaze as he sat on the floor. Indeed, Longbread was a dwarf, and even though Reina was merely a youth, their heights were comparable as Reina sat on the ground. Reina nodded, replying, "Yes, it was a rather simple cake-making method, hardly worth mentioning compared to that of the head chef." This was not mere flattery. Longbread, as a chef, was undeniably far superior to Reina. Moreover, his unique ability to transform anything into food made him exceptionally suited for his culinary role. Reina felt confident asserting that he had crafted the cake, having discovered such a recipe in the system's marketplace. Beyond the one he had exchanged for during the day, numerous other varieties existed, all requiring a mere 10 points for exchange due to their status as ordinary food items. "Splendid. Since you possess the capability to create, I hope you will assist me when Linlin requires it. Of course, as long as you refrain from causing trouble, with Linlin and my protection, no one shall lay a hand on you." Longbread affirmed his desired answer, nodding in satisfaction. "Very well, thank you, chef." Reina quietly sighed with relief, realizing that with Charlotte Linlin's backing, ordinary crew members would not trouble him. As Longbread departed, the festivities on deck finally drew to a close. Thus, Reina, as a deckhand, commenced his task of cleaning the chaotic deck left in disarray by the crew. After a full day's labor, Reina was greeted once more by the system's melodious voice. "Ding! Continuous check-in for the second day. Today's salary is being calculated. You have earned a base salary, 20 points. Overtime pay, 10 points." As the announcement concluded, Reina felt a twinge of surprise. He had accrued 30 points today. His base salary had increased from 10 points yesterday to 20 points, while today's overtime pay had been awarded in points rather than food vouchers. Now, he possessed a total of 40 points. Although he still could not purchase anything substantial, the prospect of accumulating points through consecutive check-ins indicated that his path to becoming stronger might not be as prolonged as he had feared. On the third morning, after completing his duties, Reina secluded himself at the ship's stern to train his body according to the records from his basic physical training. He discovered that, despite it being merely basic training, his proficiency increased at a rather sluggish pace. Though he could only train discreetly during his free time, he devoted considerable hours to it each day. Yet, his proficiency barely advanced by even a single point daily on occasions when training did not yield favorable results. He might not see any improvement whatsoever. However, the impact of basic physical training on his combat effectiveness was quite evident thus far. Each point of proficiency corresponded to a point of combat power. If this trend continued, once his proficiency reached its zenith, his combat prowess would surpass 100. "Ha ha! What are you up to, lad? Training?" A familiar voice interrupted Reina's regimen. "Ah, Mr. Shiki, what brings you here?" Reina lifted his gaze, spotting the golden lion, Shiki, perched high above, a teasing grin adorning his face. "Is it forbidden for me to come here if there's nothing else?" Shiki quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Reina. "Reina, where has that little rascal run off to?" Just as Reina pondered how to respond, Longbread's voice echoed from ahead. "Chef Longbread, I am here," Reina quickly called out in response. The two individuals made their way to the deck ahead, and this time Charlotte Lingling did not succumb to madness. She merely sat in a chair, gazing at the sea, lost in her thoughts. "The cake is here." Longbread plopped down beside Charlotte Lingling and presented her with the cake. "Mamama, it's ready so soon." "Oh, whoa. Surprisingly, it tastes different from last time, yet the texture remains delightful." "Oh, whoa. after exclaiming in admiration. Charlotte Lingling began to devour the cake enthusiastically. Hey, what did Shiki want with you just now? Longbread, observing Lingling's satisfaction as she ate, turned his attention to Reiner and inquired, "To Tio, be honest, I'm not quite sure. I was practicing my martial arts when he suddenly appeared and startled me. Then you showed up." Reiner shrugged, feigning innocence. "Martial arts? You practice martial arts?" Longbread raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Just something I've been figuring out on my own." Reiner scratched the back of his head, displaying a foolish grin as he spoke softly. "Longbread, since I've eaten his food, why don't you give him some pointers on his martial arts?" Before Longbread could respond, Charlotte Lingling glanced at Reiner and declared after finishing her cake, "All right then. Kid, come over and attack me directly." Longbread contemplated for a moment, then moved to an empty section of the deck, gesturing for Reiner to approach. Understanding that such an opportunity was rare, Reiner wasted no time. After taking a deep breath, he launched an attack based on the offensive techniques recorded in his basic martial arts training. Too slow. What is martial arts? It's about speed and strength. Do you even consider this speed and strength to be martial arts? Don't hold back on your strikes with your current speed. You won't hit the enemy, so don't even think about follow-up attacks. Longbread easily dodged Reiner's strikes, conversing casually while evading. Yes, don't rely solely on your fists. Your feet can strike too. Pay attention to your footwork and the enemy's position. Fool. Wrong. Try again. Yes, I understand. After merely half an hour, Reiner was drenched in sweat, panting heavily as if he had just emerged from a bath. All right, that's enough for today. You have a long way to go. Practice more in your spare time. And remember what I told you today. Longbread nonchalantly sat beside Charlotte Lingling, addressing the breathless Reiner. Okay, I got it. Reiner nodded and turned to head toward the cabin. After a while, he returned with 2 cups of coffee and a cake. Enjoy. I have work to do, so I'll come back later to clean up. Reiner placed the food before Charlotte Lingling and Longbread while also collecting the plate from Lingling's earlier cake. Not bad. Charlotte Lingling nodded in satisfaction upon seeing more food. This cake was, of course, recently exchanged by Reiner, while the coffee was brewed from the coffee beans in the cabin. Although exchanging for the cake cost him 10 points, he felt it was entirely worthwhile. Remarkably, after just half an hour of Longbread's martial arts guidance, Reiner had increased his basic martial arts proficiency by 2 points, equivalent to 2 days of his own training. Moreover, during their spar, Reiner discovered he could actually see his opponent's combat power. However, it seemed Longbread's power far surpassed his own. So all he could see were question marks instead of specific values. That evening, after finishing work, Reiner indeed received a basic salary of 30 points, and today's overtime pay was a voucher for a piece of equipment specifically for martial arts training. Reiner was astonished to see this item priced at 50 points in the shop, realizing that overtime pay could yield such rewards. Initially, he thought overtime pay was optional, but now he understood its necessity. In addition, having signed in for 3 consecutive days, he was rewarded with basic swordsmanship, elevating his combat power directly to 19. Just shy of 20, something feels off. Basic martial arts increased my combat power by 5 points. And now my proficiency grants me another 5 points. Why did basic swordsmanship only provide 4 points? Is swordsmanship inferior to martial arts? Reiner pondered, bewildered as he observed his combat power rise from 15 to 19. Eventually, Reiner realized that, as his combat power increased, the same level of training yielded diminishing returns. For instance, if Whitebeard were to learn basic swordsmanship now, it likely wouldn't increase his combat power at all, as it would no longer contribute to his strength. However, basic swordsmanship would still grant a normal person a 5-point increase. Upon acquiring basic swordsmanship, Reiner refrained from practicing, as he did not even have enough time to train his basic martial arts. Thus, after receiving guidance from Longbread, he committed all his spare time to honing his martial arts skills, and with the specialized weight training equipment obtained via his voucher, his martial arts experience began to grow steadily. Just as he believed he could gradually enhance his strength, an unexpected event shattered his plans. Get ready, lads. The island ahead is our target. Let us seize their treasures. Captain Locke stood at the bow, pointing towards the distant isle and laughing heartily. That day, Reiner was reluctantly drawn into a robbery. Ultimately, he neither seized anything nor managed to fulfill the basic 8-hour work requirement, interrupting his consecutive sign-ins and forcing him to restart from day one. The reason for his empty-handedness was not due to a lack of strength, but rather his inability to act against ordinary civilians, leaving him with no spoils. Fortunately, as a mere deckhand, no one held him accountable for his lack of gains. The day's skirmish made Reina acutely aware that he was in a genuine world, not a mere anime fantasy. Chapter 3. The Navy appears since the last attack on a small town. Reina had adopted a more cautious and vigilant lifestyle aboard the ship. He deeply felt that he was not in a fictional anime world, but in a living, breathing reality, albeit one that differed somewhat from Earth. This realization intensified his desire for strength. In the afternoon, the pirates aboard the ship lounged listlessly in corners, while Reina tirelessly exercised at the stern, each punch sending beads of sweat flying. "Hey Reina, still training? Want to go fishing?" Ismail, a passing pirate, inquired with a smile. He was a combatant on the ship, and unlike Reina, he had little to do outside of battle. Of course, the hierarchy on the ship was determined by strength. Ordinary combatants like Ismail often needed to help when the deckhands were overwhelmed with tasks. Thus, since Reina's arrival, the regular combatants appreciated him, as he shouldered most of the work, leaving them to relax. "No thanks, I rarely get free time, so I want to train a bit longer." Reina wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied with a smile that "You're quite diligent. At this rate, it won't be long before you can defeat me." "Huh?" Ismail laughed heartily. Ismail, care to give it a try? I'd like to see the combatants level, as it would motivate my training even more," Reina asked with a hint of eagerness. Ismail initially intended to decline, but considering that Reina's hard work allowed him to enjoy such leisurely afternoons, he decided it wouldn't hurt to offer some guidance. "All right, I'll show you some combat techniques." Ismail set aside his fishing rod and assumed an offensive stance. Reina took a deep breath and rushed forward for an attack. Bang! As the two clashed, Reina noticed Ismail's combat power displayed above his head. 48. He has twice my strength. Reina's heart raced. Even a mere ordinary combatant possessed strength that surpassed his OW. It was clear that there were no ordinary people aboard Captain Locke's ship. The sparring session was brief, even shorter than the time Longbread had spent instructing Reina. After just a few exchanges, Reina found himself sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. How was that? Combat isn't solely about physical prowess. There are crucial techniques to learn as well. You have much to grasp. Ismail chuckled as he picked up his fishing rod. "Yes, I understand. Can I seek you out for practice during my free time?" Reina slowly rose from the ground and asked. "Of course, you're always welcome." Ismail raised an eyebrow, speaking with a hint of pride. Although the recent battle was brief and did not result in an increase in his basic martial arts proficiency, he had indeed gleaned several small techniques from Ismail during the fight, which contributed to his growth and strength. "Ding! Today marks the third day of your consecutive check-ins. Your salary is being calculated. You have received a base salary of 30 points and overtime pay, a voucher for basic proficiency in general skills." Reina exhaled deeply as he observed the credits that had been deposited. He had successfully checked in for 3 consecutive days. If it weren't for the interruption in his streak earlier, he would have already achieved a week of continuous check-ins. The mere thought of this made Reina's heart ache painfully. After gathering his emotions, he opened his inventory. The overtime pay had granted him a voucher for basic proficiency, applicable to either basic martial arts or basic swordsmanship, which could enhance his proficiency by 5 points, a rather useful item. Without hesitation, Reina used it on basic martial arts, raising his proficiency to 16 points and his combat power to 29, just a step away from breaking the 30-point mark. After stretching his body, Reina chose not to rest. Having just utilized the proficiency voucher, his understanding of martial arts had deepened, and he intended to seize this opportunity to train further. Bang! Bang! Not bad, Reina. In just a few days, you've managed to attain such strength? Ismail exclaimed, shaking his arms in astonishment as he regarded Reina. Ever since their sparring session, Reina had been punctual in seeking him out every afternoon. Yet, it was only the 3rd day, and Reina was already putting up a spirited fight against him. Unbelievable indeed. Hee, Ismail, don't underestimate me. If you do, you might just find yourself defeated. Reina grinned widely, launching another attack toward Ismail. Over these past 3 days, aside from work, Reina had devoted all his time to practicing basic martial arts. Though the pirate ship was sizable, it remained merely a ship, and many pirates had learned of Reina's challenge to Ismail on the first day. Consequently, the long-bread man had taken the time to offer Reina additional guidance, advising him not to tarnish Lingling's reputation. Naturally, he also took away 2 servings of cake, causing Reina to feel a pang of regret. Nonetheless, witnessing his growing proficiency in basic martial arts somewhat alleviated his distress. Bang! Bang! The sounds echoed simultaneously as Reina's fist struck Ismail's cheek, while Ismail's kick landed squarely on Reina's thigh, sending him sprawling to the ground. "You little rascal, that was quite a harsh blow," Ismail grumbled, rubbing the area where Reina had hit him. Reina, lying on the ground, felt indignant, massaging his own thigh from the kick that had knocked him down. "All right, we'll call it a day. In a couple of days, I might not stand a chance against you. I don't know what has come over you. You're truly a freak," Ismail muttered as he rubbed his cheek and began to depart. Seeing his proficiency in basic martial arts increase once more, Reina could not help but smile. The duration of their sparring session had been considerable, and Reina himself was nearly out of stamina. "Ding! Today marks the 6th day of your consecutive check-ins. Your salary is being calculated. You have received a base salary of 60 points and overtime pay 30 points. Today's overtime pay is once again in points." "Let me see how many points I have," Reina exclaimed, promptly accessing his character interface. Name: Reina. Position: Pirate. Deckhand. Combat Power: 37 Skills: Basic Martial Arts: 23100. Basic Swordsmanship: 1100 points: 290 items. General Weapon Voucher: Common. Gazing at his nearly 300 points, Reina finally felt a sense of satisfaction. As for the General Weapon Voucher, it was his reward for the 4th consecutive day of check-ins, with a market price of 50 points. However, Reina chose not to use it. For one, he was currently focused on martial arts, and did not require a weapon that he planned to redeem it later when he began practicing swordsmanship. Furthermore, once he exchanged it for a weapon, he would have to carry it with him, which could be inconvenient. Indeed, items in his system's inventory could only store system-generated items. Once exchanged for a weapon that manifested in reality, it could not return to the inventory. Tomorrow would be the 7th day. He wondered what kind of gift package awaited him. Filled with anticipation, Reina looked at the calendar of his check-in records, where a red gift package marked the 7th day for the 1st, 3rd, 7th, 15th, and 30th consecutive check-ins. The system would bestow a small gift package, which, once claimed, would not be available again. In the future, gifts could only be obtained in 2 ways, either purchased with points in the shop or received as a reward for maintaining perfect attendance each month. He had already claimed the packages for the 1st and 3rd days, which contained basic martial arts and basic swordsmanship rewards, so he was particularly eager for the 7th day's package. Early the next morning, Reina grabbed his tools and began to labor diligently. Today was crucial. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to fulfill the foundational 8 hours of work first, lest an unforeseen event occur. Driving him to madness. "Reina, what has gotten into you today? You're up so early cleaning," a passing pirate asked, surprised to see Reina so industriously tidying up. "Hee, as a deckhand, one must embrace the spirit of the role." "Isn't cleaning part of my job?" Reina replied with a smile. "Come on, don't play coy. I heard from Ismail yesterday that your strength is now nearly on par with his." The pirate grinned knowingly, winking at Reina. "Hee, not at all. I'm still quite far behind." Though Reina feigned modesty, he felt a swell of pride within. "Attention! Navy warships spotted." Suddenly, the lookout on the crow's nest shouted loudly. Reina's smile froze on his face. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Today was the final day of his consecutive 7-day check-in, and if another battle broke out, jeopardizing his work hours, he would have to wait another 7 days to claim his gift. These Navy folks are truly relentless. Charlotte Lingling sauntered out of the cabin, twisting her waist as she gazed at the distant naval ships, laughing heartily. "Humph, just 3 warships. Do the Navy think so little of us?" The Golden Lion Shiki descended from somewhere, his face filled with disdain. "Captain, give the order. Let me destroy those warships," Kaido proclaimed, shouldering his club as he approached Rox, who had just emerged from the cabin. Reina gulped nervously, quietly retreating to the back. This was not a situation he could handle. The pride he felt from his recent strength growth was swiftly extinguished. "Captain, what shall we do now? Fight or flee?" A nearby pirate named John inquired of Captain Rox, who stood at the forefront. "Flee? Where to? Do these mere Navy forces think they can make us run?" Crocus smirked slightly, pointing at the Navy ships and commanding. "Take them down." Surprisingly, it was not the boisterous Kaido who made the first move, but rather the female Charlotte Lingling, who leaped into action, shouting, "Zeus!" Then, a dark cloud appeared from nowhere, lifting her as she soared toward the warships. On the other side, Shiki, wielding two weapons, let out a cold snort, floating into the air and unleashing two slashes toward the left warship. "Prometheus," Lingling called out as she soared through the sky, raising one hand high. Following her command, a sun-like creature appeared in her grasp, engulfing her fist in flames. "Heavenly fire. Flame strike." Charlotte Lingling propelled her fiery fist directly toward the middle warship, unleashing a torrent of flames from her hand toward the vessel. "Since we're at it, leave that last ship to me," Edward Newgate declared, suddenly rising and swinging his naginata toward the final warship. The three naval ships, which had initially instilled terror in Reina, were swiftly sent to the depths of the sea, leaving their crew utterly oblivious to the formidable presence they had provoked. Phew! Without that perverted strength of Karp, they should refrain from provoking the Rock's pirates. Reina let out a sigh as he gazed upon the remnants of the naval warships still ablaze, while the rest of the vessel had succumbed to the depths of the sea. He mumbled softly, initially believing that the battle would spell great peril, yet here it had resolved itself, leaving him both elated and speechless. "Ha ha, my little ones. Let us continue our voyage," Cross exclaimed, observing the warship sinking slowly beneath the waves. Laughing heartily as he waved his hand for the pirate ship to press onward, the sun gradually disappeared beyond the horizon, casting darkness over the land, allowing Reina, who had toiled throughout the day, a moment of respite. However, before he could even settle down, the lookout's sharp cry of an enemy attack shattered the tranquility of the night. "Surely not at this hour," Reina exclaimed, hastening towards the deck. Not far off, a pirate ship was swiftly approaching their vessel, but due to the darkness, Reina could not discern the enemy's flag, leaving him uncertain of their identity. Boom! Before the two ships could close the distance, the enemy fired their cannons. Fortunately, luck was on their side, as the cannonball missed their ship entirely. "Who are these scoundrels daring to strike at us?" Kaido bellowed, emerging from the cabin with his spiked club. Cursing vehemently, "Over there, it's the Free Eagle pirate crew," the lookout shouted, pointing towards the pirate ship not far away. Free Eagle? Reina had never heard of this crew and was unaware of their strength. Yet their audacity to attack the cross-pirate crew suggested they were not to be underestimated. "Give me a counterattack. What audacity they have to trouble us," Kaido commanded the gunners, his face twisted with disdain. Yet, before they could retaliate, the enemy ship began to turn around, seemingly intending to flee. This perplexed Reina. Why rush in only to fire a few shots and then attempt to escape? Was there a trap ahead meant to lure them in? "Humph. Wanna run? We shall see if you possess that capability." A pirate, with a slender sword at his waist, suddenly stepped onto the deck, coldly eyeing the retreating enemy vessel. Reina knew him as Wang Ji, a formidable pirate, ranking among the elite of the crew, second only to the future emperors and the Golden Lion. He was on par with renowned pirates like Silver Axe and John.A.S. expected. No sooner had Wang Ji spoken than he unleashed a powerful slash, cleaving the enemy ship in two, sending the pirates aboard plummeting into the ocean with terrified cries. Was it truly so effortless? How could they muster the courage to attack us? Reina stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the severed vessel. Perhaps they mistook our flag in the darkness and hastily launched their assault, only to realize their error too late. Wang Ji mused, sheathing his weapon with a light chuckle. "Surely, there cannot be such reckless pirates." Reina responded, astonished. With the crisis averted, the pirates gradually returned to the cabin. Reina had noted that Edward Newgate and the ship's captain, Cross, had not made an appearance. Evidently, they were aware that the opposing crew lacked formidable foes and thus chose to remain hidden. The seventh day of continuous attendance drew to a close. The system announced the salary settlement, awarding him a base salary of 70 points and an F-grade ability voucher. Successfully completing the first week's attendance granted him a reward, a random bloodline. As the day's work concluded and the system's rewards were dispensed, Reina felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, as if he were being melted from within. After barely 3 seconds, he lost consciousness, speculating that this was due to the fusion of the random bloodline he had just acquired. The following day, when Reina awoke, the sun had risen brightly, and he found himself in the same spot where he had fainted the previous night, unnoticed by others, or perhaps ignored if they had indeed seen him. Upon opening his eyes, Reina immediately sought to assess the changes in his body, but found nothing amiss that he promptly accessed the character interface within the system. Name, Reina. Position, Pirate Deckhand Combat Power, 137 skills. Beginner Martial Arts, 23100. Beginner Swordsmanship, 1100. Genetic Bloodline. Growth Type Mutant Black King, Sebastian Shaw. Mutated Gene. Absorbs all forms of energy for release or enhancement. Points, 360 items. Universal Weapon Voucher, Common. F-Grade Ability Voucher Black King's ability, and my combat power has surged by 100 points. Reina marveled at his interface, nearly gasping in astonishment. He was well aware of the abilities associated with such powers. Having seen the widely recognized film, X-Men, where Sebastian Shaw, a prominent mutant, wielded extraordinarily formidable abilities. However, something felt amiss. If he truly possessed the Black King's powers, the increase in combat power should not be a mere 100 points. Was there an error somewhere? After the initial excitement, Reina turned his thoughts inward. Finally, he focused on the description of his genetic bloodline, realizing he had overlooked the term growth type. This led him to deduce that the Black King's abilities he had acquired were still in their infancy. He might not even be capable of absorbing a full strike from Ismail at this point. This would explain why his combat power had only increased by 100 points. Nevertheless, the potential of this ability was undeniable. One day, he could cultivate it to reach the same level of power as the Black King in the film, at which point he would fear no adversary. After regaining his composure, he turned his attention to the F-Grade Ability Voucher. F-Grade Ability Voucher allows the exchange of one F-Grade ability. Upon reviewing the options, which included skills such as chef, musician, linguist, and bartender, none of which pertained to combat, Reina contemplated briefly before selecting the musician option. Once his choice was made, a wealth of musical theory and instrumental techniques flooded his mind, though it was only a rudimentary understanding. Upon completion, Reina opened the shop to select an instrument, realizing he was now a musician and needed a suitable instrument to accompany him. He hesitated at the sight of the swona, a traditional instrument from his homeland known for its piercing sound, but refrained from redeeming it. As the saying goes, when the swona sounds, it either heralds ascension or a wedding. This national treasure was something he felt he could not yet master, compelling him to shift his gaze to other instruments. Ultimately, Reina spent 30 points to exchange for a more elegant violin. Recognizing that such an instrument, which accompanies one from birth to death, was not for everyone to wield. After placing the redeemed violin on his bed, Reina took a shower before eagerly seeking out Ismail. Eager to test the limits of his newfound ability to absorb energy. "Kid, why are you waking me up so early? I haven't had enough sleep," Ismail grumbled, yawning as he faced the impatient Reina. "Hurry, let's spar and see what we've got," Reina exclaimed, pulling Ismail onto the deck with barely contained excitement. Did you lose your mind during last night's training? You may have improved rapidly, but there's no way you could defeat me after just one night." Ismail squinted at Reina, waving his hand dismissively. "Here it comes," Reina, unwilling to explain, shouted before launching a punch at Ismail. "You little rascal. Fine. If you want a beating, I'll oblige." Ismail, startled by Reina's sudden strike, quickly regained his composure. Bang! Reina's punch was merely an attempt to provoke Ismail into action, lacking any finesse, and thus could not connect. Instead, Ismail's retaliatory kick struck Reina in the abdomen. What just happened? It was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Upon making contact, Reina showed no reaction, as if he had not been struck at all. Moreover, Ismail felt as if he had kicked a mound of cotton, exerting no force at all. Chapter 5. Rise in Strength. What on earth? I clearly kicked you. After parting ways, Ismail cast a puzzled glance at Reina, inquiring with confusion. Hee, Reina chuckled lightly, offering no explanation. Just moments prior, Ismail's full-force kick had not reached the limit of what Reina could absorb. Yet he sensed that the energy generated by that strike was already approaching half of his absorption capacity. This indicated that during combat, if he refrained from releasing the energy he had just absorbed, he could potentially absorb the equivalent of 2 such attacks over the course of a fight. Furthermore, as he attempted to harness this energy to enhance himself, he discovered that he could not digest it instantaneously like Black Emperor. Rather, it required time. What a peculiar ability you have, you little rascal. Have you secretly consumed a devil fruit? Ismail inquired curiously, his attention fixed on Reina, momentarily forgetting about the incident that had awakened him from his slumber. No, this is not the power of a devil fruit. I have no idea why, but I suddenly found myself with this ability. Reina shrugged and replied directly. How strange, let me give it another try. Ismail approached Reina with curiosity. Wait, I'm still not proficient in this, so give me a moment. Reina responded, closing his eyes and sitting down on the ground. After approximately 5 minutes of concentration, Reina finally stood up and declared, All right, unleash your full strength and give it a go. He had refrained from allowing Ismail to continue attacking earlier, wanting to gauge how long it would take him to absorb that energy. Be warned. I'm attacking. Ismail took a deep breath and stepped forward, delivering a punch aimed at Reina's chest. However, something peculiar occurred. His fist felt as though it struck cotton, and Reina remained completely still, not even flinching. Hee, splendid. That's even more powerful than your previous kick, Reina exclaimed with a strange grin. You truly are an odd one. What is this ability? It feels as if I didn't hit you at all. Ismail retracted his fist, bewildered. Nevertheless, Reina paid him no mind and continued to close his eyes, absorbing the energy. 5 minutes later, Reina opened his eyes again and stated, Let us resume our sparring. A spark of determination flickered in Ismail's eyes. And without hesitation, he engaged in combat with Reina. Through several trials, Reina discovered that his ability was triggered simply by physical contact with the opponent, and the absorbed energy could be stored as long as he did not digest or release it. This meant he could deliberately endure 2 strikes from Ismail, releasing the energy all at once, thus not only striking back at his opponent, but also emptying his own energy reserves. However, there were limitations to activating this ability. It seemed tied to his stamina. After releasing energy, he found himself significantly fatigued, and after 4 or 5 releases in one battle, he would be left gasping for breath. Yet, even so, Ismail, who had previously been slightly stronger than him a day prior, was now no longer his match. You really are a peculiar fellow. So, have you tested your abilities? Ismail, well aware that Reina sought him out for the purpose of experimenting with his newfound powers, had completely shifted to support Reina by the end. Yes, I've nearly mastered it, though my proficiency still needs improvement. Reina nodded, grinning. Your ability must be to absorb and release the damage I inflict upon you. Right? When you had your eyes closed and remained motionless earlier, were you processing the damage I dealt? Although Ismail was not particularly powerful, he had managed to deduce part of Reina's ability. Yes, I can absorb the damage inflicted by others, accumulate it, and then release it, but my current absorption limit is quite low. If I don't release it, I must actively expel the damage from my body, and I need to be extremely focused during that time. Reina nodded, speaking half-truths. He was aware that the bloodline gene of Black Emperor was the foundation of his current abilities, so even though he had a good relationship with Ismail, he refrained from divulging the full truth. That's quite an impressive ability. From now on, I won't stand a chance against you, Ismail said with a hint of resignation, waving his hand at Reina. Thank you for sparring with me during this time. Reina bowed respectfully. Without Ismail's cooperation, his progress would not have been so rapid. After parting ways, Reina resumed his work, tools in hand, mindful of the foundational reason for his growth. Shortly thereafter, news of Reina's remarkable abilities spread throughout the ship. A revelation brought to light by Ismail after his inquiry. Had Reina wished to keep it a secret, Ismail had promised to maintain confidentiality, yet Reina understood that such matters could hardly remain hidden. Thus, he opted for candor, recognizing that this world ultimately revered strength. Hey, I heard you've acquired quite an impressive ability. Show me. During lunch, Longbread approached Reina for cake, a teasing grin plastered across his face. It's not really anything special. I can only absorb a certain amount of damage and then release it as my own energy. However, if I exceed my absorption limit, it becomes ineffective. Reina scratched the back of his head, smiling. During his earlier battle with Ismail, he had absorbed and digested energy twice. Although it was not much, he realized that this energy not only altered his physique, enhancing his speed and strength, but also slightly improved his prowess related to Black Emperor's abilities. Digesting that energy allowed him to increase his total absorption capacity, and he had found a method to train this ability. How much damage can you absorb? If the limit is high, that ability is rather impressive. Longbread's eyes lit up with amusement. Currently, I can't absorb much. Ismail's full force strike is about my limit. Reina scratched the back of his head again, grinning sheepishly, striving to appear more affable. Is that so? Then let me see the results of your recent physical training. With that, Longbread set down the cake, preparing to spar with Reina. Shouldn't we deliver the cake first? What if Ling Ling gets upset for not having cake later? That would be disastrous for me. Reina chuckled awkwardly. Very well, follow me. Longbread nodded. Thus, the two made their way to Charlotte Ling Ling's cabin, delivering the cake before proceeding to the deck. Get ready. I'm about to attack. Before Longbread could finish his sentence, he was already in front of Reina, launching a punch directly toward his chest. Reina did not evade. Instead, he lifted his leg to strike back at Longbread. Longbread's eyes gleamed with determination as he did not dodge, landing a punch on Reina even as his foot simultaneously aimed a kick toward Reina's leg. Bang! The collision of their legs produced a significant sound. Longbread performed a somersault in midair before landing, retreating a few steps beyond Reina's range, his expression one of astonishment as he noticed Reina smiling at him, not pursuing the attack that it seemed his punch had struck Reina first. Yet the sensation upon retraction was peculiar, as if he had not connected at all. Indeed, Reina appeared unscathed. Furthermore, the force of their leg collision had exceeded his expectations, or else he would not have been knocked back by Reina's kick. Is this your ability? It certainly is strange. Now I shall take this seriously. After a brief adjustment, Longbread declared earnestly. Yes, I look forward to your guidance, Reina nodded. Although he now possessed the abilities of Black Emperor, he did not believe he could genuinely defeat Longbread, as the other still bore 3 question marks above his head, indicating his combat power was at least 1.5 times greater than Reina's. Over the past few days, he had discerned a pattern. As long as an opponent's combat power fell within his range, he could see their specific strength. If it exceeded that threshold, only question marks would remain. His own combat power had already surpassed 140 points, indicating Longbread's power was at least over 300 points. He felt that the combat power provided by the system bore some resemblance to the Dove value used to measure the CP9 under the world government in the anime. He recalled that even the weakest member, Khalifa, had a Dove value exceeding 600 before consuming a devil fruit, while a typical armed Navy soldier had a Dove value of 10, akin to his own when he had just begun learning basic martial arts. Is this the diligent deckhand? On the second-floor loft of the pirate ship, Captain Rox was observing below as the Penguin engaged in a duel with the Long Loaf and Reina, lacking enthusiasm as he inquired. Indeed, he was the deckhand, the one who undertook the most cleaning tasks daily. The cleanliness of our ship is largely attributed to his efforts. However, his combat prowess still leaves much to be desired. Chuckled the warrior John. Humph, the chef recommended by Ling Ling is rather unimpressive. SNTE, struggling against a mere deckhand, remarked the discontented Shiki, the Golden Lion, as he watched the battle unfold below. P.S. merely a chef. That's commendable enough. Silver Axe shot a glance at Golden Lion, speaking coolly. What do you mean by that, you scoundrel? Golden Lion Shiki unsheathed his sword, ready to engage at the slightest provocation. Silver Axe let out a cold snort. Turning his head away, disregarding Golden Lion this ability derived from a devil fruit. Rox, seated in the main position, tilted his head and asked dully. According to him, it seems he has never consumed a devil fruit. He merely awakened one day with this ability. John, standing beside Cross, responded with a smile. Whether he has or hasn't consumed a devil fruit will soon be revealed through a test. Won't he it? Suddenly, Golden Lion Shiki stood up and vanished from his spot. Below, Reina, who was exchanging blows with the Long Loaf, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest after exhausting his stored energy. Instinctively, he activated his ability. But the energy was overwhelming. Reaching the limit of what he could absorb, he had no time to retaliate, and was sent flying off the ship and into the vast sea. Chapter 6. The intern crew member splash. After Reina plummeted into the ocean, the Long Loaf cast a grim expression at the sudden appearance of Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki, are you seeking death? Charlotte Ling Ling, who had been enjoying cake while observing the sparring between the Long Loaf and Reina, stood up abruptly, staring intently at Golden Lion Shiki, her voice low and menacing. However, Golden Lion Shiki remained unfazed, smiling as he replied. Ling Ling, he is merely a deckhand. I only wish to ascertain whether he has consumed a devil fruit. I had no intention of taking his life. That does not justify your sudden attack on my crew member. Charlotte Ling Ling was evidently not one to engage in reasoned discourse. Rising, she threw a punch at Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki did not back down. Drawing his twin weapons, Sakura Ten and Muku, to block Ling Ling's fist. This is merely a warning. Should you dare to act recklessly again, I will end you. After deflecting Ling Ling's punch, she did not pursue further. Simply scoffing coldly, Golden Lion Shiki paid no heed to Charlotte Ling Ling. instead focusing on Reina, who was now swimming on the surface of the water, apparently making his way back towards the pirate ship. Humph! Seeing this, Golden Lion Shiki snorted before soaring up to the second floor. His purpose was solely to confirm whether Reina had consumed a devil fruit, and the fact that Reina could swim proved he had not. Pulled back aboard by the crew members, Reina lay on the deck, panting heavily. He had not even seen who had attacked him. He had panicked when struck unexpectedly, otherwise he could have countered the attack, leaving him quite dissatisfied with his performance. Nevertheless, this was a matter of battle awareness, which could be trained. As his combat experience increased, he would gradually improve. Learning from the long loaf that Golden Lion Shiki had attacked him merely to verify if he had consumed a devil fruit. Reina silently cursed the entire family of Golden Lion Shiki. You are quite impressive. Not only have you rapidly improved your strength, but you also work diligently. The captain has personally decreed that you are now recognized as an intern crew member, although you still bear the responsibilities of a deckhand. Seeing Reina had regained some composure, the long loaf spoke softly. I'm an intern crew member now, Reina exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Do not underestimate the status of an intern crew member. Previously, you were merely a deckhand, essentially a slave on the ship, whose life held little value. However, being an intern crew member signifies you are part of the crew. Should anyone dare to harm you indiscriminately, it would be a challenge to the captain's authority, a grave sin among pirates. Although Reina was unaware of how many members of the Cross Pirates upheld this principle, his safety was significantly enhanced compared to being merely a deckhand. Indeed, and just now, Ling Ling has already stood up for you. Henceforth, aboard the ship, you will belong to Ling Ling's faction. Do not bring shame upon us. Understood. The long loaf nodded as he spoke. Understood. I comprehend. Although Reina outwardly affirmed this, internally he felt skeptical. Others may not know Charlotte Ling Ling's true nature, but he certainly did. The so-called support was merely the long loaf presenting the matter in a more favorable light, which held little weight. After resting briefly, Reina resumed his cleaning tasks. Initially, the long loaf had intended to allow him to rest for the day due to his injuries, but Reina, glancing at the working hours in the system, insisted on continuing. However, due to the lingering pain in his chest, Reina refrained from training that day, resuming his physical training the following day. During his training on the second day, Reina discovered that the change in status not only offered greater protection in reality, but also brought alterations to the system. His work hours now included not only the duties of a deckhand, but also his training, though he found that only 2 hours of training each day counted towards his work hours, while the rest did not. This revelation brought him great joy, as it equated to 2 fewer hours of cleaning each day, allowing more time for training. That it is worth noting that the daily workload aboard the pirate ship was not overly burdensome. Often, Reina found himself creating work for himself. Now, reducing his cleaning time by 2 hours was hardly an issue. La 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 la. In the evening, a feast commenced on the deck of the pirate ship, with the crew members singing merrily, their arms draped over one another as they celebrated with wine. Reina sat in a corner, sipping his drink, choosing not to partake in the festivities as an intern crew member. He was indeed qualified to join the celebration, yet he felt too intimidated to do so. Previously, during a feast, he had participated once, only to be relentlessly pressured to drink by the rowdy crew, resulting in him waking up the next day, having missed out on the overtime pay. Had it not been for the foundational work he had completed earlier that day, he feared he would have lost his streak of consecutive clock-ins. Hey, little Reina, why don't you come over? Let us drink and dance together, Golden Lion Shiki bellowed, brandishing a large bottle of wine. Reina smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. It was this very man who had instigated his previous drunken debacle, leading him to dance before everyone, an experience that left him with an overwhelming urge to throw himself into the sea upon regaining consciousness. While this incident seemed embarrassing to Reina, to the pirates, it was hardly significant. Even the typically composed Edward Newgate was now laughing and drinking, his arm draped around a fellow pirate. I'm still just a child. My mother told me not to drink with those bad uncles. Seeing that Shiki had no intention of letting him off the hook, Reina reluctantly spoke up. This statement would not raise any eyebrows, as he appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, albeit somewhat taller than the average child of that age. Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you spouting, kid? Come on over and drink. Shiki disregarded Reina's excuse, laughing heartily. Left with no choice, Reina stood up, though he did not take the bottle offered by Shiki. Instead, He retrieved a transparent glass bottle from behind him, saying, "This is a high-proof liquor from my homeland. It is said that only true heroes can consume it. I once tried it and dared not drink again. Would you like to give it a taste, Mr. Shiki?" Indeed, this liquor was what he had just exchanged from the shop. 2 bottles for 10 points. "Oh, is that so? Hand it over for me to try. Let us see what a true hero really drinks." Golden Lion Shiki reached out and snatched the bottle from Reina's hand, but found it impossible to open. Reina effortlessly took the bottle back from Shiki, opened it with ease, and poured the liquor into a large bowl taken from another pirate before handing it to Golden Lion Shiki, true to his future as a great pirate. Shiki didn't hesitate. He lifted the bowl and gulped it down in one go. Gulp, what a fine drink. Burp, what a delightful beverage. Even Shiki, after downing a whole pound of high-proof liquor in one go, now bore a flushed visage, his eyes glazed with intoxication. Yet, years of alcohol endurance prevented him from collapsing outright. This potent liquor was unlike the sake they usually consumed, which typically possessed a lower alcohol content. Even Reina could indulge in it liberally. However, should he dare to match Shiki's reckless consumption of a pound in one gulp, he would undoubtedly be incapacitated at this moment. What a fragrant aroma of liquor. "My friend, do you have any more of this exquisite drink?" The enticing scent wafted through the air, prompting Edward Newgate, a known aficionado of alcohol, to exclaim. Reina, having prepared ahead of time, had exchanged points for 2 bottles earlier. One was used to trick the Golden Lion Shiki, and now he produced the second bottle from behind him, pouring a modest amount into several small bowls. "That I brought only 2 bottles when I set out. But I will brew more if you enjoy it, Newgate. I shall make some for you in due time." With that, Reina distributed the poured liquor to Captain Cross, Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Wang Ji, John, and others. "Gentlemen, the quantity is limited. But once I brew more, I shall gladly share it with you all. Captain, this liquor is exceedingly potent. It is best to sip it slowly to truly appreciate its flavor." Reina first bowed apologetically to the pirates who had not received any liquor before addressing Cross and the others. "Is that so? Let me have a taste," Cross responded, lifting a small bowl to his lips. Although he did not finish the entire bowl, he consumed a significant portion. What a splendid drink. Truly, this is the elixir worthy of heroes. Cross exclaimed, closing his eyes to savor the experience before kicking away the remaining liquor beside him with a hearty laugh. Hearing Cross's words, those who had received the liquor eagerly took large gulps, their praises for the fine beverage echoing an enthusiastic chorus. "Hey, Reina, what ingredients are needed to brew this delightful liquor? Tell us, and we shall procure them for you." After downing the remaining liquor in one go, Rox, still yearning for more, turned to Reina with eager curiosity about the ingredients required for its production. The brewing process is not overly complicated. It only requires a few basic ingredients. However, to create a truly exquisite liquor, it necessitates a prolonged fermentation period, so one must be patient. Reina shook his head, explaining. "I see." Cross nodded, understanding. His gaze toward Shiki turned decidedly less amiable, for that fellow had consumed an entire bottle by himself. Yet, Shiki was oblivious to Cross's ire, the alcohol already clouding his senses as he staggered about, mumbling incoherently. Chapter 7. Half-month gift package. The next morning, Reina commenced his physical training, drenched in sweat, while the other pirates remained asleep. Although he had exchanged 10 points for the liquor the previous night, he had preserved his overtime pay, ultimately reaping some reward. Moreover, the ship's higher-ups had begun to form a preliminary impression of him, a feat not easily achieved with a mere 10 points. "Reina, you seem to be working excessively hard every day. What are we supposed to do about that?" As Reina finished his training and began tidying up, the crew members gradually awoke. "Good morning. You lot were nursing hangovers last night. I abstained from drinking, so it is only natural for me to rise a bit earlier," Reina replied with a smile. "By the way, speaking of last night, is that exquisite liquor truly gone?" The recently awakened pirates perked up, keen to hear Reina's response. "Indeed, it is all gone, but fret not. When I brew another batch, I shall secretly reserve some for everyone," Reina said with a grin, scratching the back of his head. After all, the captain has already tasted it, so leaving a little for everyone should not trouble him. How generous. Come on, you recently acquired a new ability, right? Let me spar with you. That Ismail fellow is far too weak to be your training partner. One of the pirates, greeting Reina, spoke with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Reina immediately set aside his cleaning tools. Such an opportunity was rare, and he had not anticipated that a simple bottle of liquor could yield such results. A cacophony of combat sounds erupted as Reina did not hold back. For he had spotted his opponent's combat power at 195. He was astonished to discover that even the most ordinary pirates aboard possessed such formidable strength. After all, Ismail was a seasoned combatant with only a meager 48 combat points. Their bout continued for some time, primarily because the other party was accommodating Rainer's training. Otherwise, even with the Black Emperor's abilities, Rainer suspected he would have been swiftly defeated. There was no denying that he could absorb too few abilities at present. And each release demanded considerable stamina, leading him to wonder if he would end up like Trafalgar Law, a mere shadow of his former self. Ha ha ha, Rainer, your abilities are indeed impressive, but each activation drains your stamina. Doesn't it? You are lacking in that regard. Simpson laughed, observing Rainer, who had collapsed from exhaustion. Rainer was acutely aware that his greatest weakness lay in his stamina. However, he had only recently begun training in basic physical techniques, and his body was still in a developmental stage, preventing him from reaching peak endurance. Thus, he had not even touched upon basic swordsmanship, focusing solely on physical training. After sitting on the ground to absorb all the energy within him and convert it into stamina, Rainer gradually stood up, saying, "There's no helping it. My body is indeed somewhat weak. Back in my hometown, I was just an ordinary person. Kid, besides training, you should also eat more meat and drink more liquor. This will replenish your body's energy. Otherwise, excessive training will only deplete your potential." A sudden voice interrupted, and Rainer turned to see Edward Newgate seated at the ship's railing, addressing him. "Is that so? Thank you." "Brother Newgate," Rainer exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He recalled that those powerful individuals indeed consumed copious amounts of food, especially the protagonist Luffy, who could be considered a voracious consumer. His body was remarkably resilient, no matter the injury. As long as there was food, he would recover instantly, truly miraculous. Initially, Rainer had attributed this to the gum-gum fruit, but now he surmised it was likely because Karp had trained Luffy from a young age, enhancing his body's absorption capabilities to such an extraordinary degree. Ha ha ha. Just a mere sea king. What's the issue? You little rascal, although you tricked me last night, I shall generously forgive you for the sake of that exquisite liquor. Shiki, the golden lion, appeared on deck, laughing heartily. He had initially consumed the liquor too hastily to appreciate its flavor, but upon hearing the crew's discussions, he realized that he had downed only 2 bottles last night. And even if the captain desired some, there was none left. This greatly pleased him. Thus he was too indifferent to pursue the matter of last night's drunken escapades with Reina. The sigh of relief escaped Reina's lips. After all, being targeted by a formidable opponent like the Golden Lion was far from a pleasant affair. That evening, the Golden Lion Shiki indeed captured a colossal sea creature, and after requesting the kitchen to prepare it, Reina generously invited the crew aboard to partake in the feast, as such a large catch was far too much for him to consume alone. In the ensuing hours, Reina honed his physical skills while engaging in sparring with the crew, absorbing energy to enhance himself. With the departure of Longbread, who was no longer guiding his training due to his lack of combat prowess, Reina found himself sparring more frequently with the ship's fighters. Aside from training, Reina was also amassing points for his daily check-ins, now nearing a total of 500. Aside from occasionally redeeming cakes for Charlotte Lin, he had not utilized his points. He was saving them for a skill upgrade voucher priced at 1,000 points. According to the information displayed, this voucher would allow him to enhance his skills once he had mastered them. Although the proficiency of his basic physical skills was not increasing rapidly, he was confident that he would eventually reach mastery, making the voucher a necessity. Moreover, he had discovered an item in the shop that could evolve his genetic lineage, but its exorbitant price rendered it an unfeasible purchase for the time being. Another item on his must-buy list was a weighted suit, as he had fully adapted to the one he currently wore, which no longer provided the same training benefits as it once did. Therefore, he sought to acquire a new weighted suit worth 100 points to optimize his training results, planning to evaluate the situation after claiming his bi-weekly gift before making the purchase. As the 14th day of consecutive check-ins concluded, he received his salary, a base pay of 140 points and an overtime bonus of 20 million berries. Finally, tomorrow marked the 15th day, and he wondered what kind of reward awaited him, hoping for a particularly beneficial ability. With the payment from his 14th day arriving, Reina exhaled deeply. Recently, his overtime had often been compensated in berries, which could be stored in his inventory. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding where to conceal them. The following morning, while Reina was engaged in cleaning duties, the lookout suddenly shouted with excitement. Ahead, an island has been spotted. Ha! Finally something to do. I've been getting rusty with all this idleness. The crew members, upon hearing the news of the island, emerged from the cabins, their faces alight with enthusiasm, with the exception of Reina. Mama, is there a new island? I'm eager for new desserts. If this island fails to satisfy my sweet tooth, I shall destroy it. Charlotte Linlin licked her lips, gazing ahead with anticipation, despite only being able to see a small black in the distance. Having grown weary of Reina's cakes, she had refrained from indulging in them lately. No matter how delectable something was, frequent consumption led to monotony. Thus, even though Reina could redeem a variety of desserts from the shop, he refrained, as this was precisely the effect he desired. Observing the jubilant crew around him, Reina felt a tinge of melancholy. Indeed, he was also thrilled at the sight of a new island. However, he disliked this timing, for today was pivotal for him, as he was about to receive his bi-weekly gift. If he disembarked, he would inevitably fail to complete his work hours, which accounted for his grim expression upon hearing the announcement of the island. Prepare yourselves, lads. Let us seize their treasures. Rox appeared equally exhilarated. Rallying the crew from the ship's bow, Reina noticed that, apart from himself, only the future Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, sat quietly at the ship's side. Brother Newgate, Reina approached with a smile. Newgate slightly turned his head to regard Reina, seemingly inquiring with his eyes what he wanted. Well, I am nearly finished brewing the white wine, but I am short a few ingredients. When you go ashore, could you assist me in gathering them? Reina had already devised a reason to speak with Newgate. Oh, is the exquisite wine almost ready? Newgate inquired, a hint of delight in his voice. Yes, quite nearly. However, I still lack certain items. Moreover, the next few days are critical. So I must oversee the process closely, which is why I seek your assistance, Brother Newgate, Reina said with a shy smile. This was also his excuse for remaining aboard. Only in this manner could he complete sufficient work hours to ensure his streak of consecutive check-ins remained unbroken. Rest assured, leave it to me. No problem. Newgate readily agreed without suspicion. Once the pirate ship docked, Reina approached Captain Rox, informing him that the white wine was on the verge of completion, needing only a selection of fruits. He had already enlisted Edward Newgate's help to procure them. Thus, he would remain on the ship to supervise and would not accompany the captain in search of treasure. This delighted Rox immensely. He instructed Reina to ensure the wine's quality, promising to share a portion of the treasures brought back, alleviating any concern Reina had about missing out. Rox simply desired a bowl of fine wine to celebrate his return. Reina readily agreed, vowing to welcome the captain back with the exquisite wine. Under Rox's command, the band of pirates charged directly into the island's sole town. Chapter 8. Reina's tactics. As Reina was tinkering with a piece of equipment at the ship's stern, he suddenly noticed a large bag had appeared beside him. Here are the fruits you requested. I have gathered them all. Edward Newgate stood at the entrance, speaking in a calm tone. So soon? Brother Newgate, did you not go in search of treasure? Reina was taken aback, then opened the bag to inspect its contents before smilingly inquiring. What treasure? I merely targeted some common folk. I find such exploits beneath my notice. Newgate scoffed at I suspected as much. Care for a drink? Reina produced a bottle of white wine from behind him and offered it to Newgate with a grin. Newgate was taken aback. Had he not just delivered fruits necessary for the wine's completion? Why was Reina offering him wine without utilizing the fruits he had just brought? Brother Newgate, please keep this under wraps. I do not wish to return empty-handed and be mocked by others. Reina shrugged, selecting a fruit from the bag and taking a bite with a smile. Only then did Newgate realize that the need for fruits was merely Reina's ruse. Like himself, he did not wish to prey upon defenseless civilians. Hence the excuse to remain aboard the ship. What a fine wine. Newgate accepted the bottle Reina offered, took a sip, and then turned to leave. Gulalala, young one, if you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. With that, he departed, clutching the wine bottle. Once Newgate had left, Reina wiped the sweat from his brow and, almost as if speaking to himself, chuckled softly. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Sitting at the ship's railing, gazing at the ocean, Newgate's lips curled into a slight smile as he savored a generous gulp of the white wine, a sensation more enchanting than any fine wine he had ever tasted. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Reina and Newgate were resting, The town erupted in explosions and chaotic cries for help. Brother Newgate, must pirates truly resort to robbing the innocent? Reina approached Newgate, his expression somewhat somber. Not all pirates operate in this manner. Edward Newgate remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. In my recollection, pirates are fearless of authority, free-spirited adventurers of the sea. They pursue treasures and chase their dreams. They would not lay hands on defenseless civilians, yet are bold enough to confront any injustice they witness. Reina gazed out at the vast sea, speaking with a hint of longing. Newgate cast an odd look at Reina. It seemed that, in any case, pirates did not quite fit that description. Perhaps it was the Navy that aligned more closely with Reina's portrayal than I understand. Brother Newgate, no need to regard me as a fool. After all, I am not truly simple-minded. What I just spoke of was merely my idealized vision of pirates. Reality. Reina shrugged and refrained from elaborating further. Gulalala, what an intriguing fellow. Newgate was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter as he patted Reina on the shoulder. Haha, Brother Newgate, take your time to enjoy the sea. I must get back to work. The deck hasn't been cleaned yet. After saying this, Reina gave his backside a pat and dashed off in a cloud of dust. Edward Newgate glanced at Reina, who was heading to fetch cleaning tools, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he had recalled something amusing. In the evening, Captain Rox returned to the pirate ship with his crew, leaving behind a small town still billowing thick smoke, seemingly a testament to their recent ruckus. Captain, as per our agreement, this is the victory wine I present to you. As Rox boarded the ship, Reina poured 2 pounds of white liquor into a large wine jar and handed it to Captain Rox. Rox uncorked the jar and gulped down several hearty swigs. The surrounding pirates, upon catching the fragrant aroma wafting from the jar, looked on with envy. Why is there only this little? Rox exclaimed, shaking the jar in dissatisfaction. Captain, this white liquor is not easy to brew. We were quite lucky this time to produce 3 pounds in total. You have 2 pounds here, and I set aside 1 pound for the brothers who missed out last time, allowing them to have a taste this time, Reina said, pulling out a small gourd from behind him, a hint of helplessness in his voice. This gourd had been exchanged for a living goods voucher from the system's shop, which was obtained from overtime pay one day. The gourd served no other purpose, its maximum and sole function being to store 10 times its volume in liquor while ensuring the contents did not spoil. Upon hearing Reina's words, the pirates behind Rox beamed with delight. Although the yield was not substantial, Reina had indeed set aside a portion for them. They dared not covet the fine wine in Rox's hands, but if he were to seize what Reina had reserved for them, it would surely leave them dissatisfied, even if they did not voice it. Rox cast a meaningful glance at Reina and said, in that case, you keep it, distribute it to the brothers during the feast later. In truth, he was laying a trap for Reina. The wine in Reina's possession would not be the same as in his hands. While Rox could safeguard it, Reina could not if they parted ways at this moment. Stronger crew members would inevitably attempt to forcefully claim the fine liquor from Reina, who lacked the strength to protect it. When the feast commenced, if no fine wine was produced, Reina would have offended more than 1 or 2 individuals. This also served as a warning from Rox to Reina, indicating that, apart from him, no one on the ship could protect Reina, thus punishing him for his earlier attempt to leverage everyone against Rox for a pound of fine liquor. Thank you, Captain, but I am here to celebrate our victorious return. I believe everyone is eager, so I have prepared this in advance and will distribute it now, Reina said, bringing out small bowls and placing them on the deck before pouring the liquor from the gourd. He had no intention of following Rox's suggestion. He had already decided that the liquor must be distributed immediately. Regardless of what anyone might say afterward, it would simply be gone. Thus, he prepared numerous small bowls, ensuring each crew member received a share, albeit modest. For powerful crew members like Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Shiki the Golden Lion, Silver Axe, John, and Wang Ji, Reina poured a little extra. Brothers, this time the yield of fine liquor is limited. But fret not. I will continue brewing. There will surely be more for everyone in the future. Now, let us raise our glasses in honor of our captain, wishing our Rox pirates grow ever stronger. Cheers. Reina poured himself a little as well, merely as a gesture. The white liquor he exchanged consisted of 1 bottle given to Newgate, 2 bottles to Rox, and the remaining bottle was shared here, thus harvesting a wave of goodwill. However, Rox might harbor some grievances against him, but that was of little concern. He had already devised a remedy. After the liquor was consumed, the crew began loading their harvest onto the ship. while the chefs, led by the Longbread, commenced preparations for the feast, as they would be spending the night at the port. "Captain, are you in?" After dispersing, Reina approached the door of Rock's room on the second floor and gently knocked. "Come in," Rock's deep voice resonated. Reina smiled slightly and walked in without hesitation. Meanwhile, Newgate, Lin, John, and others on the ship raised their heads to glance at Rock's room, noticing Rainer's entrance. However, despite sensing Rainer's presence, they refrained from further probing into Rock's quarters. Given Rock's strength, their observation hockey was utterly ineffective, leading them to halt at the door, not daring to investigate further. Once inside, Reina wasted no time and placed the 2 pounds of white liquor directly before Rock's. Did you not say there was none left?" Rock's regarded Reina with a hint of amusement in his gaze. "That was merely for the outsiders. During the feast, when you distribute the previous fine liquor to the stronger crew members, they will undoubtedly be grateful to you, while this is the wine intended to honor you." "Captain," Reina replied with a smile. The liquor was indeed of good quality, but who was he? He was Captain Rox, who aspired to become king of the world. How could he allow Reina, a mere fledgling, to lead him by the nose? Thus, he did not accept the wine Reina offered, instead countering with a pointed question. "But how do I know you haven't hidden away more fine liquor?" "Rest assured, Captain, in your presence, I am no different from an ant. The brewing process is documented by me personally, and I have a set of distillation equipment crafted at the ship's stern, though the liquor produced through distillation may not be as good as the brewed variety. It requires less time and is easier to obtain." Reina grinned as he handed Rox a pamphlet detailing the distillation and purification process. This moment, Rox began to regard Reina with a newfound respect. He had anticipated that Reina would be willing to share the formula so readily. "Good, very good. As long as you stay by my side, what you gain will be far more than this. If there is nothing else, leave the liquor and you may go." Rox nodded, stating. Reina sighed with relief. Turning to leave, he understood that he had achieved his objective. His actions today appeared to be aimed at winning the crew's favor. But his true intention was to pledge his loyalty to Rox. That it wasn't that Reina intended to follow Rox indefinitely. Rather, he needed the support and protection of Captain Rox before the eventual downfall of the Rox pirates. Which is why today's events unfolded as they did. This was merely the first step of his plan. Chapter 9. Sudden inspiration. That evening, the crew did not disembark but instead held a feast on the deck. Reina remained hidden in an inconspicuous corner, yet this time, even if he tried to hide, the others would not completely disregard him as they had before. During the banquet, Captain Rox produced the fine liquor that Reina had brewed, distributing it among the crew members who had worked hard during the raid, leaving everyone astonished. It was well known that Captain Rox had not previously behaved in such a manner. "Mama, Reina boy, I never expected you to brew such delicious liquor. Consider this a one-time pass. Next time, if you don't set aside a pound or half for me, I won't let it slide." During the feast, Charlotte Linlin seized an opportunity and plopped down beside Reina, half threateningly, half jokingly expressing her demand. Indeed. If you don't leave us some, I'll make sure to finish you off." Shiki the Golden Lion, having arrived unnoticed, chuckled darkly. "Everyone, please calm down. To be honest, brewing this fine liquor is indeed a challenge. It's not about the availability of ingredients, but the yield is truly limited. However, I have improved the distillation system, allowing us to distill our ordinary liquor again. This way, the alcohol content will increase. While it may not compare to this fine liquor, it will still be quite good. The key point is, as long as we have enough liquor, we can continuously produce distilled spirits, and the production cycle is shorter. If you can't wait, you can indulge in the distilled liquor for now. As for the fine liquor, every time I brew it, I will hand it all over to the captain for distribution, and I trust that everyone has no doubts about the captain's fairness, right?" This time, the 3 pounds of fine liquor were distributed generously by the captain. In the future, he surely won't be stingy. Reina spoke in one breath, having anticipated this situation, which is why he had Rox publicly distribute the liquor, considering this aspect. Indeed, as long as everyone puts in the effort, it's just fine liquor. I won't be stingy. At this moment, Rox also spoke up. Had Captain Rox uttered these words prior to today, no one would have believed him. Whatever was in his possession was unattainable for them. However, today, Rox indeed produced a significant amount of fine wine to share with everyone, thus instilling a subconscious belief among them. Only the perceptive crew members, such as the Golden Lion Shiki and John, wore expressions of slight discomfort. As they had not anticipated rocks would choose this moment to address them, I underestimated this fellow. Shiki muttered quietly, casting a sidelong glance at Reina, who appeared to be foolishly grinning. With rocks having spoken, the matter of the wine finally reached a conclusion. During the subsequent banquet, Reina began to indulge in the wine that it was not that he was incapable of drinking. Rather, regardless of one's drinking prowess. When faced with someone eager to pour drinks, unless one were a veritable master of inebriation, few could withstand the onslaught. Thus, now that he had gained a modicum of status aboard the ship, he began to blend into the festive atmosphere of the banquet. Nonetheless, he merely sampled the wine sparingly, for today marked the final day of the half-month gift package, and he was eager to open it. After the banquet concluded, seeing that time was still ample, Reina took up cleaning tools and commenced tidying up. Over the past few days, he had discerned a pattern. The longer one worked overtime, the better the rewards that accompanied it. Conversely, if one barely met the time threshold, the overtime rewards were mostly merely berries. Once he finished cleaning, the time was nearly ripe, so he made his way to the ship's rear. Awaiting the system to dispense his wages for the day. Congratulations on your 15th consecutive check-in. Today's wage settlement is in progress. You have earned a base salary of 150 points. Overtime pay, voucher for 50 kilogram weighted clothing. Successful first-time consecutive check-in for 15 days. Reward, bloodline limit. Sharingan. Sharingan, the ocular technique from Naruto. Reina gazed at the reward from the half-month gift package, astonishment rendering him momentarily speechless. No sooner had he finished his thought than he felt a searing pain in his eyes, as if flames were igniting within them. Enduring the intense heat, Reina understood that the system was transforming his eyes. It over. Though the duration was brief, beads of sweat had already formed on Reina's forehead. He lifted his gaze to the distance, and the world seemed to have been washed anew. Not only was everything clearer, but even the haze of night appeared considerably brightened under the gaze of the Sharingan. Is this the Sharingan? Scanning his surroundings, Reina carefully savored the clarity the Sharingan bestowed upon him. Though it's merely a single tomo, it certainly lacks the grandeur of the Mangeki. He retrieved a mirror, scrutinizing his eyes, which resembled those afflicted with conjunctivitis, where a small tomo rested within the iris, both eyes reflecting a symmetrical form. This was indeed the initial state of the single tomo Sharingan. Speaking of the Sharingan, isn't its greatest advantage the ability to cast Genjutsu? Why do I not feel capable of employing any illusions? Reflecting on his knowledge of the Sharingan, Reina realized that he seemed unable to utilize it to cast Genjutsu. Perhaps due to his lack of proficiency in illusionary techniques, or perhaps because he lacked the foundational condition of chakra. The Sharingan is a form of ocular technique from the manga Naruto, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, possessing formidable abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. Holders possess extraordinary insight, enabling them to cast and perceive illusions, as well as replicate ninjutsu and other non-bloodline limit techniques. However, utilizing the Sharingan requires a prerequisite. One must possess chakra, a unique energy found within Naruto. Reina was quite certain that no chakra had manifested within him as a result of the Sharingan, which likely explained his inability to utilize illusions. Upon closing the Sharingan, Reina's eyes returned to their original state, and his vision diminished, losing the clarity he had just experienced. This sensation. After closing the Sharingan, Reina detected a peculiar anomaly and hastily activated it once more. Just as I suspected, a light chuckle escaped him, as he comprehended why he could utilize the Sharingan even without chakra upon activation. He consumed not chakra, but his own stamina, having kept the Sharingan activated for a prolonged period. And given that the single tomo Sharingan posed little burden on him at that moment, he had not noticed the toll it took. However, after closing the Sharingan, he sensed a peculiar difference, and upon reactivating it, the consumption of stamina became glaringly apparent. It seemed he could not use ninjutsu. Reina sighed. Since the system had made alterations, it would not grant him chakra. Without chakra, his Sharingan was rendered significantly less effective and lost the potential for advancement. Advancement of the Sharingan necessitates experiencing certain stimuli, which would then trigger the emergence of unique chakra within the brain, influencing the optic nerves to instigate changes in the eyes. Now, devoid of chakra, it was destined that he would not progress. Although the single tomo Sharingan could not be deemed entirely useless, Its enhancement of dynamic vision certainly provided substantial advantages in combat. It was incomparable to a fully realized Sharingan. After testing his Sharingan, Reina deactivated it and subsequently opened his character interface. Name, Reina. Position, in turn crew member of the Cross Pirates. Combat power, 286 skills. Basic body technique, 35,100. Basic swordsmanship, 1100. Genetic bloodline, growth type mutant. Black Emperor, Sebastian Shaw, with mutated genes, absorbs all forms of energy for release or enhancement. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, single tomo, points, 750 items. Universal weapon voucher, normal. 50 kilogram weighted clothing voucher. Upon witnessing his combat power skyrocket to 286, Reina was genuinely taken aback, as he felt the assistance from the Sharingan was not nearly as immense as that provided by the Black Emperor bloodline. Yet, it had increased his combat power by a full 130 points, exceeding the 100 points granted by the Black Emperor bloodline by 30 points. However, Reina quickly realized that while the Black Emperor bloodline offered him boundless potential, the increase to his current combat power was indeed modest. In contrast, although the Sharingan was not in its complete form and had lost the possibility of advancement, the enhancement it provided was tangible. Moreover, the dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan had prerequisites. The stronger his innate abilities, the greater the augmentation the Sharingan would bestow upon him, as long as he did not surpass the limits of the Sharingan's dynamic vision. The benefits would be substantial. For instance, previously, a slight increase in his body technique proficiency would yield a corresponding increase in combat power. Now, with the Sharingan, perhaps an increase in body technique proficiency would result in an even greater increase in combat power, 2 or 3 points. A significant change brought about by the Sharingan. After closing the character interface, Reina promptly exchanged the 50 kilogram weighted clothing, thereby saving himself 100 points. He donned the newly acquired weighted clothing and discarded the old one into the sea, effectively disposing of it. Tomorrow, he could test his mettle against Simpson. Surely now he could defeat him. Having tidied up, Reina prepared to return to the cabin for rest. Hey, what were you just doing? Just as Reina was about to leave, a sudden voice startled him. Miss Pekin. Reina gazed at the woman before him, adorned with striking red lips, sporting sunglasses, diminutive in stature, and clad in a leopard print coat, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Young man, what are you doing here so late? Sneaking around. Miss Pekin looked up at Reina with a mischievous glint in her eye. Indeed, although Reina was still young, he was taller than Miss Pekin, whose height rivaled that of the head chef with a long baguette, classifying her among the dwarfs on Earth. Please, I'm not sneaking around. I just finished work and was organizing my cleaning tools. Do you think everyone is like you? How tedious. Reina scoffed lightly and turned to leave. After all, she would find nothing of interest here, and he had no intention of engaging with her. You little rascal. How dare you ignore me, a mere lackey? One day, you will pay for this, Miss Pekin murmured darkly, watching Reina's retreating figure. Chapter 10. The Navy strikes. Bang! Simpson's attack was evaded by Reina, who then landed a blow on him, leaving Simpson incredulous as he stared at his opponent. What is happening? Just one night. And yet, what did you do last night? Why do my movements seem so transparent to you? And what is up with your eyes? Simpson gazed incredulously at Reina before him, and he found himself increasingly inclined to believe Ismail's earlier words. This guy was indeed a pervert. I'm constantly getting stronger every day. Reina struck a pose and declared with pride. Although Simpson's combat strength surpassed his, the combination of the Sharingan and the genes of the Black Emperor granted Reina an explosive power that was exceptionally formidable. Despite having absorbed vast amounts of energy previously, he had been unable to inflict effective damage, particularly against those crew members who were aware of his abilities and remained on guard against him. However, now endowed with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he felt invincible. As long as his body could keep up, he began to understand why the Uchiha clan in Naruto was often perceived as arrogant. Possessing such power could indeed lead to excessive hubris without the corresponding mindset to match it. Hey, not bad. With your current strength, we need not worry about you being taken down by another pirate, Simpson said with a smile as he rose from the ground. What do you mean? I just defeated a formidable opponent. Reina retorted, somewhat indignant. We were merely sparring. When it comes to a life-and-death struggle, do you truly believe it would be the same? I would never grant you the opportunity to absorb energy. It would be an all-out strike. Either you die or I do. So do not take it lightly. Simpson said earnestly. Reina paused. Indeed, when real combat ensued, uncontrollable variables abounded, and he realized he was not yet in a position to feel triumphant. Moreover, what did it matter to have bested me? In your eyes, I may seem competent, but compared to true powerhouses, I fear I might not even qualify as cannon fodder. Look at our captain, Newgate, and the others. They are the true strong ones. Do you believe you could withstand even a single blow from them? Even if you utilized all your abilities, they could still dispatch you with a single strike. Seeing Reina lost in thought, Simpson quickly added, Indeed, it seems I have a long road ahead of me. I won't speak with you any longer. I still have work to finish. I'll go clean up, and when I have time, I'll seek you out for another spar. After contemplating, Reina concluded that Simpson was indeed correct. Phew, I managed to deceive him this time. This kid is truly a pervert. As Reina scampered away, Simpson let out a quiet sigh of relief and muttered softly, In the following days, Reina noticed that the crew members who frequently sparred with him began to avoid him, leaving him feeling quite vexed. Hey, why are you here all alone? Aren't you usually training at this hour? A voice interrupted Reina's contemplation as he stared blankly at the sea. Huh, Brother Newgate, Reina exclaimed upon recognizing Edward Newgate. Smiling as he spoke. Galalala, you don't seem disheartened, Newgate remarked cheerfully. Disheartened? Why should I be? Are you referring to the fact that others are avoiding sparring with me? There's no reason to feel disheartened. Training is inherently a personal endeavor. Sparring merely serves to validate and accumulate practical experience. Reina shook his head and replied, Doe. I see. It appears you do not require my consolation. Newgate smiled. Ha, Brother Newgate, I'm no mere child. I am a pirate. A formidable pirate, Reina declared, clenching his fist with determination. Oh, really? Then let me see just how formidable you truly are. Newgate stepped back slightly. Reina's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, Brother Newgate wants to spar with me. That's splendid. Let me witness the prowess of this world's peak combatants. Bang! Splash! Within a minute, Reina was sent flying off the stern and plunged into the sea. Cough, cough, cough. Truly, Edward Newgate is no joke. The gap in our strengths is immense. After being rescued by the crew, Reina coughed a few times, rubbing his chest and lamenting. Kid, are you foolish? How did you end up provoking Newgate? If he didn't kill you, consider yourself lucky. Ismail tossed Reina a clean towel, regarding him with an expression of incredulity. Cough, cough, cough. Well, I didn't expect such a vast disparity in strength, Reina explained, noting that his near-minute-long endurance was not due to his power, but rather because Newgate had merely defended himself initially. Regardless of the methods Reina employed, they were effortlessly countered by Newgate, and even when absorbing energy from their collisions to attack, he could not breach Newgate's defenses. When Newgate finally decided to strike, he not only forced Reina to activate the Sharingan, but also clearly indicated he would strike Reina's chest. Yet Reina still could not defend against it. It wasn't a matter of his body failing to keep up. Newgate had simply sealed off all of Reina's escape routes, compelling him to confront him head-on. With a single punch, Reina was sent flying, convinced that had Newgate not held back, he would be dead by now. Gulalala, now do you understand? True strength does not rely on techniques. My speed surpasses yours, my power is greater, and thus my strength is superior. Techniques are merely employed against opponents of comparable strength. What you must do is ensure that your speed exceeds that of everyone in the world, and that your strength surpasses all. Then you shall be the strongest. Even without any techniques or abilities, it matters not. Newly dressed, and just emerging from the cabin, Reina heard Newgate's words. Yes, I understand, Brother Newgate. I will intensify my training. Reina nodded, addressing Newgate, who leaned against the doorframe. He recognized that Newgate was imparting wisdom, that it mattered not if others avoided sparring. What counted was his relentless effort, which would eventually lead him to become a formidable force. In the days that followed, aside from work and rest, Reina dedicated all his time to training. He not only focused on physical combat, but also began honing his swordsmanship. Although the basic sword techniques provided by the system were rudimentary, he understood that these foundational moves were often the most valuable, so he practiced diligently, executing the actions of the beginner sword technique with utmost precision. Captain, a naval ship belonging to Karp is approaching us. One of the lookouts shouted from the crow's nest one day as Reina was training. Karp? Why on earth is that scoundrel here? Wasn't he recently pursuing some Roger pirate crew? Reina overheard Shiki's voice of complaint, just as the lookout's message reached him. Karp? Roger. Reina was momentarily taken aback. These were two names he was quite familiar with, as his crew, the Rock's pirates, had been defeated by the combined forces of Marine Karp and Pirate King Roger. Upon arriving at the forward deck, Reina noticed that Rox and most of the crew had already gathered there. Clearly, Karp's reputation was such that even the Rock's pirates regarded his name with considerable seriousness. Don't scatter, that fellow over there is not to be trifled with. Newgate, having appeared beside him unbeknownst, whispered, Captain, it's likely that our previous attack on that small island provoked the Marines, prompting them to send Karp after us. John, standing beside Rox, murmured, Humph. Karp. Rox snorted dismissively, glaring at the approaching warship with displeasure. Rox, surrender now. You have committed unforgivable crimes by slaughtering civilians. A booming voice emanated from the naval ship. Sengoku, I didn't expect you to be here alongside Karp. Rox narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression becoming serious as he noted the three naval ships approaching. It seemed that besides Sengoku and Karp, there was yet another formidable presence, Marine's newly appointed Rear Admiral Sengoku. Captain, this is troublesome. Karp and Sengoku together will be difficult to handle. Hearing the voice from across the ships, all the pirates began to feel tense. Brother Newgate, was that just now the voice of Marine Rear Admiral Sengoku? Rainer's eyes lit up as he turned to Newgate. Yes, that's him, without a doubt. His strength is quite formidable, and this situation is indeed precarious. Newgate nodded. Rainer felt puzzled. Logically, even if Karp and Sengoku were joining forces, they had three of the future emperors on their side, along with powerful figures like Shiki the Golden Lion, John, Wangji, Silver Axe, and not to mention Captain Rox, who could single-handedly suppress Karp in combat. When the battle begins, keep your distance from us. It is best to find a place to hide. Your strength has been growing rapidly of late, yet it remains insufficient to contend with the opposing navy. Especially with Sengoku and Karp arriving together, I may not be able to protect you adequately. Newgate stated solemnly, having not noticed Rainer's unusual demeanor. Understood, Brother Newgate. Please exercise caution as well. Do not worry about me. I shall safeguard myself. Rainer nodded. Expressing a hint of gratitude, he recognized that staying close to Newgate and the others, despite their protection, would place him at the very heart of the battlefield, surrounded by fierce combatants. Not only would he be a target by default, but even the residual force from their clashes could very well claim his life. Thus, distancing himself from them was indeed the wisest course of action. Chapter 11. The Battle Thud. Rainer pivoted and delivered a powerful kick, sending the Navy officer who had just attempted a sneak attack hurtling into the sea. He then retreated to a corner, panting heavily. Had it not been for the passive triggering ability of Black Emperor, he would have already been dead. Boom, boom, boom. Rainer glanced towards the exploding Navy warship, which had become the primary battlefield. The vessel was in shambles, with Navy soldiers either assaulting the pirate ship or retreating to defend the other two warships. From the moment the Navy was spotted to the onset of hostilities, the pace had been astonishingly swift. Leaving Rainer utterly unprepared for the immediate escalation into full-blown combat, Rox surged forward towards the foremost Navy warship, engaging the enemy directly. Simultaneously, Karp and Sengoku led a contingent of Navy personnel from the other two ships, transforming that warship into the epicenter of the conflict. Had it not been for the quick reactions of the navigator, the pirate ship might have suffered from the repercussions of that fierce confrontation. Hold them off. Eliminate these Navy intruders, commanded Captain Rox, delegating authority to his trusted subordinate, John, who had remained aboard the pirate vessel. He took charge of the battle strategy, directing the remaining pirates to annihilate the boarding navy. Ismail, Rainer, who had intended to remain hidden, witnessed Ismail's arm severed by a Navy officer, compelling him to rush out and rescue him. Bang! Oh, a power user? I didn't expect to encounter one here. The Navy officer clashed fists with Rainer, immediately sensing something amiss as he scrutinized Rainer's expression. Hiss, Rainer, you're merely an apprentice crew member. Your assistance is unnecessary. Ismail, cradling his severed arm, gritted his teeth against the pain as he spoke. Get lost. If you can't handle him with two hands, what chance do you think you stand now? Leave this to me and go elsewhere. Rainer remained focused on the Navy officer, refusing to let his guard down. Although their earlier exchange had been brief, he had sensed the officer's formidable strength, a staggering 300 combat points. Be careful, you little brat. This is no sparring match. Do not hold back when the time comes. Ismail cast a wary glance at him before opting to withdraw, understanding that his presence would only hinder Reina rather than assist him. However, having spent considerable time with Reina, he knew that Reina was not the type to be ruthlessly merciless. And he feared that Reina's inherent kindness might lead to his demise. The Sharingan activated. Reina's eyes transformed into a vibrant crimson, a black tomo manifesting within his pupils. What a peculiar ability. An ocular mutation, or perhaps a fruit-related power? The Navy officer noted Reina's transformation, refraining from attacking impulsively and instead observing him intently. Since you choose not to attack, I shall not be so courteous. Reina understood that the sooner he concluded this skirmish, the better it would be for him. He charged forward, weapon raised. Clang. Their blades collided, sparking a shower of embers. Yet the Navy officer sensed something was amiss. Reina seized the moment, unleashing a flurry of basic sword techniques from beginner's swordsmanship, compelling the officer to engage him in a test of sheer strength. You little brat, if that's all you can do, prepare to meet your end. After several exchanges, the Navy officer, having detected no irregularities, gradually lowered his guard and initiated an attack against Reina. His shoulder shifted, and his thigh and knee were poised to move forward. He intended to step in and strike from the left. Reina's Sharingan swiftly analyzed the officer's movements and anticipated his next move. Now, Reina sidestepped, evading the officer's strike, and seized the opportunity to hurl his weapon like a flying dart directly at him. You can foresee my actions a step ahead, but relinquishing your weapon mid-fight is hardly a wise choice. The Navy officer recognized that Reina had pierced through his intentions. However, he dismissed the significance of Reina's bold act of throwing his weapon, believing that losing one's armament in battle rendered one as defenseless as a toothless tiger. My expertise lies not in swordsmanship. Without his weapon, Reina followed the trajectory of the long sword and delivered a powerful punch. The Navy officer deflected Reina's weapon with his sword and raised his foot to block Reina's punch. From their previous exchanges, he had gauged Reina's strength. Using his legs against Reina's fists, he deemed it impossible for Reina to breach his defense. Bang! To the Navy officer's astonishment, Reina's punch forced him back several paces, and due to his precarious stance, he collapsed to the ground. Thud! Following closely behind, Reina plunged his dagger into the officer's body. This is impossible. The Navy officer could not fathom why Reina possessed such power, pondering why he had not utilized it sooner. Had he done so, the two would not have been evenly matched. Panting heavily, Reina wiped the blood from his dagger and sheathed it at his waist. Although the skirmish had been brief, he had employed every technique at his disposal to secure the kill. Indeed, while they had clashed with swords, he had quietly absorbed the energy from their collision until he reached his limit. Only then tossing his long sword aside and unleashing that energy in a single, devastating punch. The dagger at his waist had been acquired through a universal weapon exchange voucher from the system's shop prior to the battle. In his first act of killing, Reina did not experience the overwhelming nausea often depicted in literature. In fact, he felt surprisingly detached. It was not that he was heartless, but rather that the chaos of battle left him no room for such thoughts. Well done, you little rascal. You've grown remarkably strong. Ismail, having witnessed the end of the fight from the sidelines, emerged with a smile to congratulate Reina. Are you all right? Reina inquired, his expression pale as he regarded Ismail, who was left with only one arm. Do not fret. It is merely a minor injury. You, however, appear worse for wear. Ismail quickly supported Reina, ushering him into the ship's cabin. Upon closing his Sharingan, Reina noticed that his hands trembled uncontrollably, a result of both exhaustion and the anxiety that lingered after his first kill. Relax, this is merely a two-dimensional world. They are not real. Reina attempted to reassure himself, though deep down, he understood he was merely deceiving himself. Once he regained a semblance of composure, Reina resolved to venture out once more. Ismail was already restless. Had Reina not appeared in such dire straits, he would have rushed out long ago. They emerged from the cabin. They found no sign of the battle abating. Let us seek out those weaker Navy soldiers to eliminate. Avoid the officers, as they possess considerable strength. Ismail, with his arm hastily bandaged, appeared unfazed as he scanned for vulnerable Navy soldiers to ambush. This was the aspect Reina found most perplexing. Was this what they referred to as a two-dimensional constitution? But there was no time to ponder, as Ismail had already charged forth to engage the Navy soldiers, prompting Reina to remain vigilant. Despite possessing the abilities of Black Emperor, which afforded him a degree of protection, he was acutely aware of his fatigue. Should he encounter a formidable opponent, it could very well lead to his demise here. Bang! Thud! After kicking a Navy soldier into the sea once more, Reina stealthily concealed himself once again. Having roamed outside for a while, the energy accumulated within him was now sufficient, and he sought a place to transform it into his own power. This marked the third time he had hidden away to convert energy since he and Ismail had emerged, and he couldn't help but wonder if it was merely an illusion, as he felt that his energy conversion speed had indeed improved somewhat. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. Once he completed the transformation of the energy within him, Reina would strike again. After several conversions, his stamina had recovered significantly, and he felt confident that he could triumph over the Navy officer he had previously faced. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the Navy warship, serving as the main battlefield, could no longer withstand the assaults of the powerful adversaries and was reduced to mere wreckage, sinking to the ocean floor. Navigator, prepare to set sail. Everyone, drive the Navy out and welcome the captain, John exclaimed, his eyes brightening at the sight of the destroyed warship. In truth, there was no longer any need for Reina and his comrades to continue their assault. Upon witnessing the sinking of the warship, the remaining Navy personnel aboard the pirate ship hastily leaped into the water, knowing that the battle had concluded if they lingered any longer, waiting for the return of the pirates' formidable forces. They would truly be unable to escape, perhaps bound by some unspoken agreement. The pirates refrained from pursuing the fleeing Navy to Taw. The iconic laughter of the Golden Lion Shiki resonated as he landed on the deck of the pirate ship. Accompanied by the attacking pirates, at this point, the presence of the Navy had vanished from the pirate vessel Doha. Victory is ours, navigator. For heaven's sake, set sail quickly. If we don't flee now, we'll be caught by the Navy. The deck transformed into a jubilant sea, with the pirates celebrating their victory over the Navy, while only John continued to curse at the navigator. The Navy had not lost their fighting capability. They still possessed 2 warships. Had it not been for the multitude of Navy soldiers surrounding the destroyed vessel, those 2 ships would have already approached. If they did not flee now, they would likely find themselves embroiled in another battle once the Navy completed their cleanup. Chapter 12. The Banquet After the Battle. Brother Newgate, are you all right? Reina inquired as he approached Edward Newgate, whose upper body was wrapped in bandages. Gulalala, I'm fine. I never expected the Navy to deploy Sengoku. Karp and Zephyr, it seems we must be more cautious from now on. Newgate laughed heartily to Taw. Cautious? What should we be cautious of? If I weren't worried about our ship, I would have sunk the other 2 warships as well. Shiki exclaimed, brimming with excitement, as if he had yet to emerge from the heat of battle. Mama, after a fight, I'm starving. Long bread. Hurry and bring me something to eat. I'm famished. Charlotte Linlin, uninterested in the battle, merely craved dessert at that moment. Roxas wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing some bruises on his cheeks, remnants of Karp's fierce kick. Yet Karp was likely not faring much better. Having exerted his full strength, he was probably suffering as well. Everyone, tidy up and prepare for the banquet, Roxas proclaimed, raising his longsword high. The pirates enthusiastically responded. Following the recent battle, the pirates did not account for their losses. They hastily cast the bodies of fallen comrades and Navy soldiers into the sea, preparing for the forthcoming celebration. Reina felt a twinge of sadness, as several crew members with whom he had shared a good rapport, yet who were of average strength, had vanished. He could not ascertain whether they had perished in battle or failed to return to the ship during the retreat. Meanwhile, at the site of the recent conflict, the Navy was fervently rescuing their drowning soldiers. Damn Karp, I knew nothing good would come from being with you, Zephyr lamented, gazing at his ship, now reduced to fragments and sinking into the depths. Don't sweat the small stuff. Didn't I drive away Roxas and the others? The next time we meet will be when I capture them. The young Karp laughed heartily. Sengoku appeared equally pained, utterly disinterested in conversing with Karp, who seemed oblivious to the destruction he caused to Navy vessels every time he set sail. The Roxas pirates are growing ever stronger. This cannot continue. Zephyr expressed his worries, watching the now distant Roxas pirates. Sengoku nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, if this persists, there may come a day when even our Navy cannot contend with them. Do not worry. One day, I will capture him, Karp asserted, clenching his fist confidently that night descended. The banquet aboard the pirate ship finally commenced. Due to the earlier battle, the crew was filled with enthusiasm. A celebratory drink after such a fierce conflict was indeed a splendid choice. Where did this meat come from? It is simply delicious, Shiki exclaimed, blissfully gnawing on a large bone, a blissful smile adorning his face. Hey Shiki, did you hear what I just said? Wang Ji asked, somewhat exasperated at Oh, I got it. I'll take care of it when I have a moment. Shiki replied insincerely. Wang Ji felt powerless against him, yet Shiki's float fruit could elevate the entire pirate ship, allowing the repair crew to mend the large hole in the ship's bottom. The battle earlier had caused a significant breach, and there was still much water accumulating in the hull. Unless they found a small island to dock, the repair crew would be unable to fix it. Thus, Wang Ji sought out Shiki, hoping he could use his powers to lift the pirate ship above the water, enabling the repair crew to patch up the gaping hole. Ha! I heard you took down a Navy officer today, Shiki said, plopping down beside Reina, who was still holding the large bone. Yes, the opponent was quite formidable. I won with great difficulty. Reina nodded in response that he had no intention of boasting. The Navy officer had lost to Reina solely due to a misunderstanding of his abilities. I heard you discarded your weapon during the battle? Shiki asked, finishing the meat in one bite and tossing the bone aside with a burp. Reina felt somewhat speechless. The only reason Shiki knew this so well was due to Ismail, the one-armed man, who had been boasting about Reina's prowess while drinking, recounting how he had defeated the Navy officer. Reina had heard the story repeated several times, with 3 varying versions among them, that I have only studied basic swordsmanship, and my abilities cannot be executed through weapons, so I had no choice but to abandon my sword and fight with my fists. Reina replied honestly, the swordsman considers his weapon his greatest ally. If one does not intend to pursue the path of a swordsman, they should specialize in martial arts instead and abandon sword training altogether, Shiki declared before abruptly standing up and leaving. Reina was left perplexed. What did Shiki mean by suddenly offering him such advice? He had never proclaimed himself a swordsman. He wondered if his decision to abandon his sword had led to some misunderstanding. Nonetheless, thanks to Ismail's efforts, the entire crew of pirates was now aware of Reina's feat in defeating a Navy officer, and they recognized his consistent hard work, expressing their approval of his progress. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, bring the drink of Binks to your side. Like the sea breeze, carefree, we sail the waves. The banquet reached its climax. Everyone joined in singing Binks Sake, a song every pirate knew by heart. The evening's festivities did not last long. As the earlier battle had drained the crew's energy, by the halfway point of the banquet, many pirates had already succumbed to slumber on the deck. After consuming a few drinks, Reina began to busy himself, carrying the sleeping pirates into the cabin and tidying up the disheveled deck. Although the celebration continued, Reina could no longer wait. He had not had the opportunity to work during the day due to the battle, and he had yet to fulfill his basic work hours. Without mentioning overtime pay, he needed to complete his required hours today. Otherwise, the streak of consecutive check-ins would be interrupted, checking in for the 20th consecutive day. Today's wage settlement in progress. You have earned a base salary of 200 points. Your overtime hours are insufficient, and you cannot receive overtime pay. By the time the day came to an end, he had finally completed his basic work hours, though the overtime pay had eluded him. With the addition of today's 200 points, my total score is on the verge of reaching 2,000. Once I have fully mastered the elementary body techniques, I will be able to purchase skill upgrade vouchers. Reina beamed with delight as he watched the 200 points credited to his account. Utterly thrilled. Early the next morning, Reina busied himself. Aside from the cleanup required after last night's banquet, the crew aboard the ship was also hard at work, following a fierce battle with the Navy the previous day. The pirate ship had sustained considerable damage, necessitating repairs. What a truly dispiriting day it is, Simpson yawned, hauling some timber to deliver to the mechanic who was mending the large hole in the ship's hull. At that moment, the pirate ship floated in the air, a manifestation of Shiki the Golden Lioness powers, facilitating the mechanic's repairs. Just look at Reina, and then look at you. Another pirate shook his head and remarked to Simpson. Simpson's face darkened as he pointed at Reina. That fellow even human, working so diligently every day. It's all about work and exercise for him. To have a pirate so dedicated, he must be the first of his kind I've ever seen. Ha ha, Reina. Simpson says you're a freak. Ha ha, Reina. Simpson claims you're the greatest pirate. Hurry up and challenge the captain. Who knows, we might not see you tomorrow. The once listless pirate suddenly perked up, engaging in playful banter at Reina's expense. Indeed, this fellow is the most industrious pirate I have ever encountered. Tell me, if I appointed him as the ship's doctor, would he injure all of you just to have patients to treat? Locks, leaning against the second floor, chimed in jest. Pahaha, the captain is absolutely right. That truly is Reina's style. Captain, please don't do that. Otherwise, I might end up spending the rest of my life in the ship's infirmary. With Locke's participation, the crew's spirits soared even higher. Captain, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Reina scratched the back of his head, looking rather innocent. That kid is no ordinary light, floating in the air. Shiki naturally overheard the crew's jests and squinted, muttering quietly. Mama, Reina, do you have any delicious cake left? I want to eat. At that moment, Charlotte Linlin emerged from the cabin and greeted Reina with a smile. This was a result of the recognition she garnered after showcasing her strength the day before, so Reina did not mind. Sure, I have one left. I'll go fetch it for you right now. As he spoke, Reina set down his tools and returned to his room to redeem a cake from the shop. After a moment's thought, he spent an additional 50 points to acquire a large barrel of 50 pounds of dark beer. Linlin, here is the cake you wanted. Everyone, this is my home-brewed dark beer. It may not taste as good as white wine, but it's quite refreshing on a tiring day, Reina announced loudly as he carried the beer barrel and cake onto the deck. Oh, a new beer has been released? I must try it. The crew set aside their tasks and slowly gathered around Reina. Mama, Reina, this cake looks quite delightful, Charlotte Linlin exclaimed as she spotted the cake Reina handed over. Licking her lips, this was a special flavor that Reina had specifically redeemed, one that Charlotte Linlin had never tasted before. Seeing the crew joyfully laughing and drinking beer, Reina felt inspired and took out his violin. La 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 la. The music of Bink's sake resounded, and Locks downed the dark beer in his bowl, then stood up and shouted, Boys, let us feast. Chapter 13. Sparring. Reina had never anticipated that his whimsical act would lead the crew to abandon their tasks and initiate a feast, especially one that was spontaneously proposed by their captain, Locks. This certainly revealed just how much pirates adore revelry. La 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 la. Kid, I never expected you had such a talent. Impressive. Shiki wrapped an arm around Reina's shoulder, singing and drinking as he spoke. Reina could only smile wryly. Shiki had always been particularly wary of him, but after he played the violin, it seemed the man had suddenly let go of his prejudices and begun to warm up to him. According to Shiki, anyone who could play Bink's sake on an instrument was surely not a bad person. Reina was perplexed by the connection between the two, unable to comprehend the logic behind it. Nonetheless, having Shiki no longer target him was, in itself, a significant relief. Observing the crew having a splendid time on deck, Reina quietly resumed his work, for he had not received his overtime pay yesterday and could not afford to let that happen again today. By the end of the day, Reina successfully earned both his base salary and overtime pay in the following days. Reina devoted himself entirely to honing his body techniques and developing the capabilities of the Black King's bloodline, steadily enhancing his strength. However, the most bewildering event occurred on the 24th day of his consecutive attendance. At the end of that day, the sign-in system inexplicably reset. According to the system's explanation, the maximum duration for check-ins was 1 month. With a reset occurring on the first day of each month, this meant that every first of the month marked a fresh beginning. He had missed 1 day in his initial month, thus forfeiting the full attendance rewards for that month. He also lost the chance to claim the 30-day reward, but fortunately, this reward would not vanish due to the reset. It would remain available until he met the conditions. As for the initial single-day, 3-day, 7-day, and half-month rewards, since he had already claimed them, they would not reappear. Brew, 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 brew. Just as Reina was practicing his body techniques at the ship's stern, the transponder snail beside Locks on the second floor rang. Hello, what's the matter? Locks answered the transponder snail, his tone somewhat languid. The information you requested has arrived. I have the map in my possession. Come by whenever you wish to collect it. A deep voice responded from the other end, and after delivering the message, the call was abruptly ended. Upon hearing the words, Locks slowly rose, his eyes sparkling with an astonishing light. Ha ha, it has finally come. Excellent. This world shall ultimately belong to me. After putting down the transponder snail, Locks gazed out the window, displaying a smile brimming with ambition. The next day, Reina noticed a change in the ship's mode of propulsion. Though he paid it little mind, trusting the navigator aboard to steer the pirate vessel accurately, His primary focus now was on his training. He had amassed sufficient points to purchase a skill upgrade voucher. Yet his proficiency in elementary body techniques was not yet complete, so he refrained from rushing into a purchase. Perhaps, someday, the overtime pay would grant him a voucher. Bang, bang, bang. Hey, you pesky brat, your abilities are becoming increasingly refined. Everyone, let us not go easy on him, or we'll be the ones to lose face. Simpson was currently engaged in a 3-on-1 assault against Reina alongside 2 other crew members. This was their way of assisting Reina in training. Given their strengths, Reina stood little chance against 3 of them. However, he had become adept at utilizing the abilities of the Black King, precisely knowing when to release absorbed energy and how much to unleash. Everyone be cautious. Sharingan, activate. With that, Reina's eyes transformed to crimson, a black tomo appearing within the pupils. Caution, everyone, that damned ability is at play. Let us divide and attack. Upon encountering Reina, Simpson activated his Sharingan, his expression darkening as he spoke directly. With the power of the Black Emperor at his disposal, Reina could now effortlessly overpower him, even against 3 assailants that a single misstep could lead to their downfall. The first to strike was Simpson, who lunged at Reina with a low stance, swiftly closing the distance before launching a punch. Simultaneously, the other 2 crew members approached from either side, poised to attack. However, Reina remained unfazed. His Sharingan whirled rapidly within its sockets as he stepped back, preparing to block Simpson's punch. Just as Reina's fist was about to meet Simpson's, he abruptly retracted it and executed a spinning kick aimed at Reina. Before Reina could react, the 2 crew members simultaneously threw punches in his direction. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Reina's mouth as he crossed his arms to deflect the incoming strikes while delivering a kick towards Simpson, by absorbing the kinetic energy from the attacks of the 2 crew members. He redirected it through his kick at Simpson. With a resounding crash, Simpson was sent flying upon impact, shattering the wooden cabin of the pirate ship. What a splendid opportunity! The 2 attacking crew members ignored the airborne Simpson, fully aware that Reina's energy absorption had a cooldown period. Although their previous plan had not yielded the desired results, they were not without hope now. The trio exchanged rapid blows, Reina's Sharingan allowing him to decipher their techniques entirely. Were it not for the limitations of his physical prowess, Reina could have easily triumphed over both. This lad's progress is truly remarkable, mused Shiki the Golden Lion, who sat on the railing of the second deck, a cigar clutched between his teeth, observing the fray below. Everyone harbors their own secrets. There's no need to pry too deeply, Edward Newgate remarked, also watching the battle unfold beneath them. Ha ha ha. Are you afraid I might intervene? Shiki responded, slightly wary as he cast a glance at Newgate. He understood that Reina frequently referred to Newgate as Big Brother, and Newgate seemed unperturbed by it. He wasn't foolish enough to antagonize a powerhouse like Edward Newgate over a mere apprentice. Moreover, Charlotte Lin, that maniac, appeared to hold this boy in high regard as well. Shiki stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should take action. Meanwhile, the battle raged on below. Reina faced 2 opponents. Although he was being pressed, he was far from defeated. Just then, the previously launched Simpson barreled out of the cabin, but Reina's energy absorption cooldown had elapsed. Before Simpson could reach him, he exchanged a punch with 1 crew member, sending them tumbling into the sea. That we can't allow this brat to continue. Unleash your full power. Simpson gritted his teeth and charged at Reina again, having witnessed the energy release, indicating that Reina could not absorb energy once more in the immediate future. With Simpson's return, they were still 2 against 1, and there remained a chance of victory. However, Reina chose to take a step back rather than engage directly with both, opting instead for a more evasive approach. Their failure to subdue Reina promptly had already cost them the opportunity to defeat him. Observing Reina's evasive tactics, Shiki realized he was intent on stalling for time. Not necessarily. If they can force Reina into a confrontation, there may yet be a chance, Newgate countered, shaking his head. Indeed, scarcely had Newgate's words left his lips when both crew members abandoned their defenses and charged at Reina, intent on trading injuries to drag him back into the fray. Pressured by their onslaught, Reina was compelled to engage directly, ultimately leading to his defeat at the hands of Simpson and his companion before his abilities could recharge. That I concede. I have lost. Reina lay on the deck, gasping for breath. His true strength was insufficient to face 2 opponents. Although his abilities had recharged in the final moments, he refrained from using them, as this was merely a sparring session, Victory or defeat had no bearing on the outcome. Your powers are quite troublesome, indeed. Simpson extended a hand to help Reina up, chuckling. No, my strength is still lacking. Reina shook his head in response, after witnessing the top-tier combat against the Navy. He recognized the vast chasm that separated him from the world's elite fighters. The prowess of Rox and Karp exceeded his expectations. Conversely, including the future emperors and Shiki, their strengths had yet to reach their zenith. In the future, during the Marineford War, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, despite being past his prime due to age and physical condition, was capable of destruction far greater than he could manage now. Back then, he simply lacked the stamina for prolonged combat, but his combat effectiveness was undoubtedly superior. At this moment, the foremost powerhouses were none other than Rox and Karp. While Reina could not ascertain if they had fought with their full strength that day, the devastation they wrought rivaled that of Whitebeard during the Marineford War. Hey Reina, where's your violin? Play a tune for our guests. After a brief respite, just as Reina intended to rise and repair the damage caused by their skirmish, several drunken crew members called out to him loudly. Ever since they discovered Reina's musical talents, they had taken to requesting performances from him at every opportunity. But I must first mend the cabin. Otherwise, Windsmark will undoubtedly have my head. Reina gestured toward the damaged cabin with the tool in his hand. Laughing helplessly, let Simpson handle it. Wasn't he the one who broke it? One of the drinking crew members chuckled, clearly having kept an eye on Reina's battle. Chapter 14. Devil's Island. Watching Simpson rush toward the drunken crew members, Reina knew he could work in peace. The monotony of life at sea was palpable, even for him. The repetitive cycle of tasks and training had begun to feel wearisome. Another dreary day. It's hard to muster any enthusiasm. Ismail yawned as he emerged from the cabin. Such was the life of a seafarer, facing the same vast ocean day in and day out. A truly tedious existence if there's nothing else to do. Help me clean up. Reina, who had just finished tidying up, plopped down on the edge of the ship, grinning. This spot was usually occupied by Newgate, but in his absence, Reina occasionally took the opportunity to rest there. Spare me, please. Ismail waved his lone arm and quickly fled. Attention! Pirate ship sighted. At that moment, the lookout atop the crow's nest shouted excitedly. Reina could hear the thrill and joy in his voice. After all, they had been sailing for over a week without encountering any islands. Since altering their course, not a single vessel had crossed their path. Finally, people, I was beginning to think we had entered a deserted zone. Prepare for plunder, lads. The crew erupted with excitement upon discovering the pirates. Even high-ranking officers like Shiki the Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin emerged from the cabin at the first sound of the shout. However, before they could approach, the lookout bellowed again. Island ahead. We have spotted an island. This revelation left Reina momentarily stunned. It was unexpected to encounter both a pirate ship and an island simultaneously, suggesting that this was no ordinary isle. Indeed, the pirates on deck quickly noticed a multitude of ships surrounding them, as if they had converged from all directions. So, this is where we are. I wonder what the captain's sudden interest in this place means. Shiki muttered, scowling slightly. Big brother Newgate, where are we? Why are there so many pirates around? Reina inquired of Edward Newgate, who stood beside him. This should be Devil's Island, Newgate replied, gazing into the distance at the island. They say one cannot approach here via normal routes. Only those with a special log post can reach it. Devil's Island? Reina queried, somewhat perplexed. He had not previously heard of this island, though he was aware that many places in these waters were inaccessible by conventional means. Indeed, it is Devil's Island, a haven for the most ruthless of scoundrels. No wonder there are so many pirate ships in the vicinity. Unbeknownst to them, the Golden Lion Shiki had arrived at their side. Licking his lips as he spoke, he appeared to be quite certain, perhaps having visited this place before. It seems Mr. Shiki is gearing up for something grand, Reina remarked with a smile, glancing at Shiki. There are many formidable individuals here, Newgate commented nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Shiki, seemingly advising him not to be overly arrogant. However, Shiki clearly paid no heed to this caution. Although he was not at his peak strength at present, he was still exceedingly powerful, and thus felt little concern. Brother Newgate, do you think if I take out a few fellows here, I might earn a bounty? Reina inquired eagerly. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, both Newgate and Shiki turned to him, bursting into laughter simultaneously. The bounties of this era differ vastly from those of the future era of great pirates. Currently, bounties serve as symbols of status. Without substantial strength, the Navy would not issue a bounty. Of course, should one commit an act that incites public outrage, the Navy would not hesitate to place a bounty on them during their voyage. As they had encountered no troubles, there was little work to be done aboard the ship. Thus, Reina began tidying up the rooms, starting with the captain's quarters, where the most conspicuous sight was a row of bounty posters adorning the wall. The most prominent among them was the bounty of Rox himself, accompanied by those of Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion Shiki, John, Wang Ji, and other cadre members. Additionally, there were bounties for the future pirate King Roger and many pirates unknown to Reina. However, he did spot a familiar bounty poster. Katarina Devon, nicknamed the Moonlight Hunter, was deemed the most wicked female pirate by the world government. Reina remembered her due to her notorious moniker, which suggested she had committed numerous heinous acts, leading to her eventual erasure from existence by the Navy. Later, during Luffy's upheaval in Impel Down, Blackbeard Teach rescued her, allowing her to see the light of day once more. She subsequently became a captain within Blackbeard's fleet. A formidable cadre member of the Blackbeard Pirates, Reina had previously inquired about the bounty posters, learning that every cadre member aboard had their own bounty, a testament to their strength. Kid, if you wish to acquire a bounty, tidying up the ship every day won't suffice. Have you seen that fellow over there? Shiki gestured towards Kaido, who was loudly boasting following his recent battle with the Navy, during which he had reportedly slain numerous Navy personnel, resulting in a significant increase in his bounty, nearing Shiki's own. Upon hearing this, Reina turned to look at Kaido, who seemed to have noticed their discussion, turning back to meet Reina's gaze, sending a shiver down Reina's spine. He was well aware of how monstrous this individual would become in the future, and compared to Shiki and Newgate, Kaido and Linlin were far younger, while Kaido might not yet match Newgate in strength. His extraordinary potential and talent were already evident. Otherwise, Rox would not have taken an interest in them. I still have work to finish today. I shall get to it before we reach the island. Reina pouted and turned away. He had no intention of revealing to others that his daily labor was a means of becoming stronger. With a bit more work to complete today, he could finally explore the island. Having been cooped up on the ship for so long, he was eager to venture out, even foregoing the prospect of overtime pay. By the time the pirate ship docked, Reina had completed his tasks for the day, and as the crew disembarked, he followed suit. Brother Newgate, may I accompany you today? Reina asked cheerfully, approaching Newgate. Newgate smiled and nodded in agreement, expressing his appreciation for Reina's potential and steadfastness, noting that he possessed a purity of spirit akin to his own. Once ashore, Rox led John directly to the heart of the island, while the remaining crew members paired off and departed in small groups. Among those accompanying Newgate, aside from Reina, were several pirates who had agreed to visit a tavern together. How I missed the sound of revelry. Upon pushing open the tavern door, a cacophony of noise greeted them. The island was teeming with pirates, and the tavern, a favorite haunt for them, was anything but quiet. Alas, there are no seats available. Ismail frowned, hesitating to voice his concern. Initially, he had not intended to follow Newgate, but Reina had insisted, so he joined. Among their group, Newgate was the strongest, thus he deferred to Newgate's decision on how to proceed. Suppressing his natural inclination to assert himself, rather than competing with other pirates for seats, Newgate made his way to the bar and took a seat, prompting Reina and the others to follow suit. Typically, in such situations, later arrivals would select a target among those already seated and forcibly claim their spot. Newgate's approach was generally characteristic of weaker pirates, acknowledging their inferiority and shying away from conflict. Indeed, after they settled in, surrounding pirates began to point and jeer at them, with many displaying scornful expressions, deeming them unworthy of being pirates, merely cowards. Aside from Reina and Newgate, the others visibly changed countenance. Yet, as Newgate remained silent, they all endured the ridicule. "Boss, bring us your finest liquor," Reina declared, unfazed, as he felt no wrongdoing in their actions. He understood the unwritten rules of precedence, the bunch of cowards just wanting the finest drinks. "Do you even have any berries?" Before the tavern owner could respond, a nearby pirate exclaimed with a mocking grin. Indeed. Cowards ought to drink milk instead of liquor. Hey, kid, are you even of age? Have you informed your guardians you're at a tavern? Laughter erupted around them as other pirates joined in the mockery. Bang! Ismail slammed his one remaining arm on the table, preparing to rise, but Reina restrained him. No need to pay them any mind. If a dog bites you, would you bite back? That would be beneath your dignity. Reina shook his head, advising him. Humph, I won't bite a dog, but I would certainly crush it underfoot to silence its incessant barking. Ismail huffed, settling back down. What did you say, Brad? Who are you calling a dog? The nearest pirate stood up abruptly, a hostile expression on his face. Whoever wants to know is who I refer to. By the way, boss, are you going to serve us that drink or not? You shouldn't let just anyone in here. It would be wise to put up a sign outside stating no poor or dogs allowed. Reina shot a glance at the pirate before smiling at the tavern owner. He felt no fear, knowing that with Edward Newgate present, the pirates in the room were hardly a match for him. Guests are advised not to resort to violence here. This is the territory of Lord Freitas. The tavern owner served each of Reina's group a large cup of drink before addressing the hesitant pirate. Gabriel Freitas was one of the 3 principal figures on Devil Island, overseeing all taverns on the island, as well as managing the trade of information and weaponry. Upon hearing the tavern owner's words, the pirate begrudgingly sat back down, silenced by the implication. Yet the surrounding pirates would not let him off so easily. Hurling insults and taunts at him, if any of you require assistance, you may step outside the tavern. We will not intervene. However, anyone who dares to cause a ruckus indoors should consider whether they possess the strength to leave Devil Island. The tavern owner, aware that these pirates thrived on chaos, was compelled to speak up for the tavern's safety. Boss, are you so eager to defend those fellows? Do you have some unspoken connection with them? A pirate from the corner suddenly spoke up. His words caused the tavern owner's expression to shift, and he fell silent, returning to the bar to polish glasses, a neutral member of Devil Island. He faced severe repercussions should he display favoritism towards any side. Ismail, ready to launch into a tirade, was once again restrained by Reina, who whispered, "Let it be. We are here to enjoy our drinks. Not let unrelated individuals ruin our mood." Humph, he is fortunate today. Otherwise, Ismail had yet to finish his words when suddenly, a cacophony of explosions erupted from outside. Ha ha ha. Now, I command you all to leave. Who dares to object? The voice of the Golden Lion Shiki resonated from beyond the threshold. Without needing to inquire further, it wasn't long before patrons within the tavern began to animatedly recount the unfolding events outside. It turned out that the Golden Lion had brought a group to the tavern for drinks, but upon entering the adjacent establishment, he found it equally devoid of seating. Consequently, Shiki demanded that everyone vacate the premises. This decree incited an uproar among the pirates present, who were understandably reluctant to comply. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Shiki engaged in combat, forcefully ejecting all the pirates, many of whom recognized him and fled in terror. The Golden Lion Shiki was not only immensely powerful, but also a prominent member of the Rocks Pirates, a crew whose strength was legendary in Nisarad. If one were to select the mightiest pirate crew, the Rocks would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Blast it! What a stroke of bad luck, encountering such chaos as soon as I step outside. I merely wish to enjoy a drink. Just as the tavern patrons finished recounting the events, the door swung open abruptly, revealing the unmistakable golden mane of the Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the tavern fell silent, with all eyes fixed on Shiki, who stood at the entrance, commanding their attention. Full already? Shiki furrowed his brow, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. In the hushed tavern, Reina could distinctly hear the sound of patrons gulping nervously. They were eager to relinquish their seats. But with Shiki's presence, they dared not move, uncertain if rising would be perceived as a provocation. "Hey, kid, why aren't you drinking your own liquor? Why come here for a drink?" Shiki strode over to Reina, exhaling a smoke ring before seizing Reina's glass and downing its contents in one gulp. "That I must inform you. That drink costs 2,000 berries. I won't be footing the bill." Reina rolled his eyes at Shiki. "Ha ha." Upon hearing Reina's retort, Shiki erupted into hearty laughter. The surrounding pirates looked at Reina as if he were a fool, convinced that his fate was sealed, yet Reina displayed not an ounce of concern. Even the tavern owner refrained from interjecting with the customary rule against violence. "Don't you desire a bounty? Take a page from his book. It may expedite your path to notoriety." At that moment, the previously silent Whitebeard suddenly addressed Reina. His words prompted a collective intake of breath from the now quiet tavern. Who were these individuals, daring to tread upon the Golden Lion Shiki? Such audacity was remarkable. Even Shiki cast a curious glance at Whitebeard, puzzled as to whether he intended for Shiki to serve as Reina's stepping stone, or if he was merely imparting wisdom that one must engage in audacious acts to achieve fame. Should he be viewed as a mere stepping stone, even Whitebeard's intervention would not intimidate him, let alone the insignificant Reina. I think not. One misstep, and I could find myself cleaved into 8 pieces by Mr. Shiki. Reina waved his hand dismissively, then glanced at the now silent pirates, chuckling. As for expelling everyone, it seems I truly detest causing trouble. Though Reina's words were bold, none dared to contradict him. Just moments ago, when Whitebeard had spoken, many pirates had recognized him and understood that they were all members of the Rocks Pirates. Why are you still here, awaiting my invitation to drink? Just as Shiki was about to speak, he observed the tavern patrons silently gazing in his direction, causing his expression to darken. Upon hearing Shiki's command, the pirates scrambled to their feet, rushing for the exit. Their reluctance to leave stemmed not from a desire to stay, but from fear of doing so. As Reina surveyed the now desolate tavern, he felt his enthusiasm wane. It bore no difference from being aboard the ship that it was just a few familiar faces. Those raucous pirates had embodied the essence of life. I'll take a stroll. Whitebeard, do you need anything? Reina finished the drink the owner had brought and inquired. Whitebeard shook his head, indicating he desired nothing. Ismail quickly rose to join Reina, as he had come at Reina's behest. And with Reina's departure, he had no reason to linger. The other crew members remained indifferent. They had come to unwind, regardless of the company. Once Reina had exited, Shiki plopped down in his vacated seat, cigar in mouth, addressing Whitebeard. Hey, Whitebeard, you weren't just encouraging that kid Reina to take a shot at me, were you? Huh? What? Is that not permissible? Whitebeard chuckled heartily at the thought. Come on, Shiki, what are you jesting about? That kid Reina has potential, but he's leagues away from you. Whitebeard would never allow Reina to confront Shiki. That would be tantamount to signing his death warrant. Indeed, Whitebeard holds Reina in high regard. He would never lead him to his doom. The nearby crew members chimed in, hearing the exchange between Shiki and Whitebeard. Shiki, upon hearing this, genuinely pondered the notion before nodding in agreement. You're right. You make a compelling argument. He then resumed drinking with the laughing Whitebeard. After departing the tavern, Reina wandered aimlessly through the streets, discovering that aside from taverns, the area was dominated by casinos, with few other shops present. After a brief exploration, he decided to enter another tavern, one less crowded. Have you heard? The Rocks Pirates have also arrived on this island. What? The Rocks? Is it that Rocks? Why would such a pirate crew come here? The accuracy of the news was questioned. Of course, just earlier, Golden Lion Shiki wrecked a tavern, and now everyone is aware. As Reina stepped into the establishment, he overheard pirates discussing Shiki's destruction of the tavern. That I also heard someone spotted Charlotte Linlin. What? The very same who single-handedly obliterated the giant village of Elbaf. It seems we ought to keep a low profile. Otherwise, we might attract their ire. Reina ordered a few drinks and settled into a corner, listening as the surrounding pirates discussed the Rocks Pirates. That I heard the Navy dispatched 3 warships to capture them, but they failed miserably. The crew aboard that ship were monsters. Speaking of monsters, you must have heard about the pirate crew led by Roger. Their strength seems formidable as well. To his surprise, as Reina listened to the surrounding pirates, he caught mention of Roger's name. That he knew that Roger had yet to ascend to the title of Pirate King. But he was unaware of the extent of his current prowess. Reina had previously analyzed the elite powers within the world of pirates. According to the current timeline, the mightiest individuals would likely be Rocks, Karp, and Roger. Karp, aside from partnering with Roger to defeat Rocks, had also faced Roger multiple times and had joined forces with Sengoku to vanquish Shiki. The foes he had battled were all at the peak of their abilities. Whether it be Rocks, Roger, or Shiki, it was evident that this period represented Karp's pinnacle as well. As for Roger's confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates on a small island during the last year of his life, Reina perceived it more as a sparring match than a true battle. That time, Roger's crew had reached the zenith of their journey, realizing that the final island, Raftel, was not the end but required the acquisition of 4 red historical text coordinates to reach the ultimate destination. Simultaneously, Roger had already been poisoned, with only 1 year of life remaining. Thus, regarding Roger's combat capabilities, Reina found it difficult to ascertain due to the lack of concrete achievements, though he speculated that at this moment, Roger likely surpassed Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Shiki in strength compared to his captain, Rocks. While he may not have been superior, He was certainly not far behind, and it was inevitable that he could not elude Karp's relentless pursuit. Chapter 16. Setting Sail, Boss. Time to settle up. After Reina placed a stack of berries on the table, he rose and exited the tavern. Having recently gathered some intelligence indicating that the Roger pirates were also quite active in the New World waters, he found himself eagerly anticipating a potential encounter between the Rocks pirates and the Roger pirates. Although based on the information he had, there should be no intersection between the two crews. Save for the incident at God Valley, he pondered the possibility of deviations occurring, given that he had traversed into a different dimension. Upon leaving the tavern, Reina wandered into a weapons shop, as he was in search of a superior weapon. Although he had become more proficient in hand-to-hand combat, he believed that with the system he possessed, his swordsmanship would eventually improve as well. Moreover, he had already mastered the abilities of the Black Emperor to a considerable degree, allowing him to channel energy even through weapons. However, subpar weapons would quickly become unusable after only a few transmissions of energy. Thus, he sought to discover whether he could acquire a better weapon. Perhaps a good quality sword of 50 craftsmanship or a great sword of 21 craftsmanship. As for the legendary supreme great sword of 12 craftsmanship, he deemed it an unattainable dream, one that he was currently ill-equipped to wield. With even some great swords of 21 craftsmanship being beyond his capability, Reina, after emerging from a weapon shop, glanced around and muttered softly, wondering what exactly their captain was doing on this island. He had already visited 3 weapon shops, and not only did he fail to find a good quality sword of 50 craftsmanship, but he had not encountered even a reasonably good weapon. "Hey Reina, what are you up to?" came a voice from behind, and Reina turned to see Simpson and Winsamok approaching him, bottles of alcohol in hand, swaying slightly as they walked. "I suppose you lot have nothing better to do than drink." Reina shook his head in exasperation. "Then what are you doing?" Simpson asked, taking a swig from his bottle, clearly displeased. "That I'm looking for a suitable weapon." Reina gestured toward the weapon shop he had just exited. "But all they sell is rubbish." "Haha, are you foolish? What good merchandise could possibly be found in a place like this? They only sell standard weapons here. Who would part with anything truly valuable?" Winsamok laughed heartily. Caught off guard, Reina realized the truth of his words. This was indeed Devil Island, a haven for pirates, rather than a conventional trading hub. "Puffed, you say we only know how to drink. But look at you." Simpson chuckled at Reina's predicament. "By the way, do you guys know why the captain came here?" Reina shrugged, indicating he was different from them before posing the question. "That, I genuinely do not know. Perhaps the officers are aware," Simpson replied nonchalantly. "Whatever the case, our cross pirates roam these seas unchecked, going wherever we please. Our captain aspires to be the king of the world." Reina sighed, realizing they had no comprehension of the depths of this world. Yet, with his current strength being inadequate, he had little recourse other than to go with the flow. After parting ways with Simpson and the others, Reina returned to the ship alone. The pirate vessel was eerily quiet, with no one else around. The extended days at sea had left the crew feeling pent up, so they were all out on Devil Island, releasing their pent-up energy. After a brief period of activity, Reina began his training, determined to bolster his strength, as he did not wish to meet an untimely demise without understanding the circumstances. The following day, the crew began to return in dribs and drabs. When they returned, they found the deck polished to a shine, the remnants of the previous skirmish with the Navy thoroughly cleaned by Reina. This was the result of his early morning efforts. As he was uncertain how long Captain Rocks intended to stay, and whether there was a purpose behind it, therefore, he aimed to complete his daily tasks promptly, ensuring that he could maintain his attendance record without interruption. Particularly after the blow to his morale from missing a day last month, most of the returning crew members were those who had not rested the previous night, and they immediately retreated to their quarters for much-needed sleep. While the others continued to revel on the island, after finishing a day's work, Reina resumed his training, occasionally disembarking to sit in the tavern. Thus, 3 days passed before Captain Rocks issued a summons for the crew to gather on board. "Brother Newgate, you look well. It seems you've had a splendid time these past few days," Reina exclaimed upon spotting Edward Newgate, having just finished his workout. "Of course, the berries for all the drinking these days have come from our pockets." "Say, Newgate, aren't you being a bit stingy?" a crew member accompanying Newgate grumbled. "Grr, I never pay for drinks," Newgate replied, a hint of pride in his voice that Reina's expression darkened. Why did Whitebeard Edward Newgate sound so juvenile when he said that? Having witnessed his embarrassing past, he could only hope he wouldn't be silenced. The crew, having not seen each other for a few days, exchanged greetings, while Captain Rox observed from the loft above. "Captain, are we setting sail now? We still don't have enough provisions and alcohol." Longbread, the head cook, suddenly called out to Rox. "Oh, not enough? Then let us seize it from them." Rox smiled slightly, gesturing toward a neighboring pirate ship. "Let us create some chaos. Haha, that's our captain, simply too cool." Upon hearing Rox's words, the crew erupted in excitement. Although they had enjoyed a few days of leisure as pirates, what was the point of not robbing? They had moderated their behavior out of consideration for the captain, but now that Rox had issued the command, these unruly rascals sprang to life. Boom, 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 run. "It's the Rox pirates. Help, somebody save me." With that, the pirate ships docked next to the Rox pirates came under attack. Aside from a few personnel left behind, there was little fighting strength among the crews, as they too had spent time on the island after prolonged sailing. Making their defenses a breeze to breach, Reina participated in this operation without any psychological burden, as he had no qualms about dealing with pirates, and he also sought to find a suitable weapon. However, he not only found a satisfactory weapon but also garnered a modest amount of treasure. Perhaps these pirates had taken their valuables when they left, as the haul in terms of treasures was meager. While they did manage to gather a considerable amount of food and drink, after they had destroyed the fifth pirate ship, their supplies of food and drink were replenished, and the crew slowly returned to their own ship, preparing to set sail once more. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room situated in the heart of Devil Island, upon noticing the Rox pirates attacking other pirate ships, they reported to their superiors, only to receive orders to feign ignorance. "Damn Rox, how audacious of him to act so brazenly in the harbor. Is it truly wise to cooperate with him?" A man sporting a small mustache exclaimed in frustration. He was Gabriel Freitas, one of the three main figures on Devil Island, overseeing all taverns and responsible for the trade of intelligence and weapons. There's no choice. If they truly cause a ruckus, it won't just be the harbor that suffers, but the entire island. A slightly plump man sighed. "All right, what's done is done. There's no point in dwelling on it. Find the owners of those pirate ships and offer them some compensation to keep quiet. If they refuse, then eliminate them." Seated in the main position was a burly man whose face was obscured by a mask, rendering his features unrecognizable. "Yes, boss." The two men who had spoken earlier bowed their heads in deference. This masked man was the master of Devil Island, governing all dealings with the pirates and rogues who came to this place on the other side, aboard the already departed pirate ship. Reina, after turning over a portion of the plundered treasure, stowed the remainder in his quarters before making his way toward a bare-chested man with a dragon tattoo on his left arm. "Hey, Kaido," Reina greeted with a smile. Reina, what do you want?" Kaido responded, momentarily taken aback as he regarded Reina. "I wish to learn hand-to-hand combat from you," Reina stated directly without further ado. "Ugh, you want to learn hand-to-hand combat from me? My physique is innate. It is not something you can emulate." Kaido shook his head and declared. Reina sighed, nodded, and departed without further ado. He was uncertain whether Kaido had deceived him, but given the latter's assertion, he could not compel him otherwise. In truth, Kaido's martial arts were rather rudimentary. However, his physical prowess was extraordinarily formidable, allowing him to possess inhuman combat capabilities even without any techniques. Reina had initially hoped to learn how Kaido had transformed his body to such an extent, but Kaido's previous statement had made matters abundantly clear, and he deemed it unnecessary to persist in pursuing him. What an intriguing young man, Kaido mused with a light chuckle as he observed Reina's retreating figure. "Mamama, what brings my brother Reina here?" After Reina's departure, Charlotte Linlin emerged from the cabin, still clutching the confectionery she had pilfered earlier, and inquired directly of Kaido that he seeks to understand the source of my immense strength. Kaido replied, candidly, "Another ambitious individual. Is he?" Charlotte Linlin pondered, gazing thoughtfully in the direction Reina had taken. "Ambition must be matched with corresponding strength," Kaido scoffed, though he had only recently transitioned from an intern crew member to a full-fledged one. His strength was already on par with that of the average officer. Only figures like Shiki the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Linlin herself could suppress him. While others could defeat him in combat, they could not truly vanquish him due to his grotesque physicality, which rendered ordinary attacks incapable of inflicting harm. Chapter 17. Reina's Concerns. Day 18 of the Continuous Attendance Check-In. Today's Salary Settlement. You have earned a base salary, 180 points, overtime pay, 90 points. As another day drew to a close, Reina, after receiving his wages, found his points had surpassed the 3,000 mark. Though this should have been sufficient, he had redeemed several bottles of white liquor during this period, thereby depleting some of his points. His proficiency in basic martial arts was also nearing completion, and he anticipated that by the end of the month, he would achieve mastery. At that time, he can spend 1,000 points to upgrade his basic martial arts, significantly enhancing his strength. Suddenly, Reina was startled by the sound of something splashing into the water. He craned his neck towards the stern of the ship and spotted a small boat floating there, seemingly occupied by a shadowy figure. Sharingan, activate. Reina activated his Sharingan, his previously dark vision becoming slightly clearer. That John. Reina was taken aback, recognizing the individual in the small boat as Captain Rock's confidant. Upon confirming it was one of his own, Reina deactivated his Sharingan and pretended not to have seen anything. Although that fellow ranked among the weakest of the officers, he maintained a high status aboard the ship due to his close ties with Captain Rock's. Reina believed it best to feign ignorance about whatever he was up to. The following morning, Reina rose as usual and commenced his martial arts training. After 2 hours of rigorous practice, he completed another 2 hours of work before picking up his tools to continue his tasks. By the time he was nearing the conclusion of his cleaning duties, the crew began to awaken. "What a splendid day," Reina exclaimed. "Prepare some bait for us. I wish to fish." Simpson yawned, glancing at the sun in the sky. "I'm in too. I want to fish as well." "Haha, since everyone is fishing, count me in." Reina's expression darkened as he observed the crew rising and instructing him to prepare their tasks. "Jaha, young one, tell me, what enchantment does your bait possess? Why is it so much more effective than ordinary bait?" Shiki the Golden Lion approached, inquiring that it has no special formula. "I have already told you, my bait is no different from what you make yourselves." Reina replied helplessly. This predicament was of his own making. Previously, he had been intrigued to see Shiki fishing and approached out of curiosity. As Shiki grew frustrated at not catching anything, Reina inadvertently provided him with an excuse to vent his anger, resulting in a thorough beating before Shiki handed over his fishing rod in retaliation. Reina exchanged for a bait that was incredibly effective, and as he repeatedly reeled in fish before Shiki's eyes, it nearly drove Shiki to the brink of madness. From that moment on, everyone became aware that his special bait could catch fish rapidly, so whenever a crew member wished to fish, they would seek him out for bait. Ultimately, Reina relented and exchanged a batch of bait for these fellows. Otherwise, he would have been unable to enjoy a moment's peace throughout the day. Fortunately, the points required for bait were minimal, 10 points for a large bag. Given his current surplus of points, he would never have exchanged for such trivial items otherwise. Big Brother Whitebeard, care to try? Reina offered the remaining bait to Whitebeard, who was seated at the ship's railing, smiling as he asked, "No, thank you. However, your bait truly possesses a certain magic. Even Shiki has lowered himself to request it from you." Whitebeard chuckled, shaking his head. "That I remember last time very well. I may not be able to defeat him now, but wait until the day I can." Reina huffed, scrunching his nose in irritation. "Galalala. Well, you must strive hard. His temperament easily offends others, and one day he may find himself eliminated." Whitebeard laughed heartily. Meanwhile, within the cabin, Longbread approached Charlotte Linlin with an oddly shaped fruit, stating, "This is the devil fruit I discovered. Take it away, take it away. For heaven's sake, do you not realize I already possess a devil fruit? It is said that when two devil fruits encounter one another, dreadful things may occur." Charlotte Linlin waved her hand dismissively, displaying mild disdain. Longbread's expression darkened as he retorted, "What you speak of concerns a single person consuming two fruits. Merely holding it poses no issue. Have you forgotten that I am also a wielder of power?" That seems plausible. Are you certain it's safe?" Charlotte Linlin scrutinized Longbread and, upon confirming his well-being, accepted the peculiar fruit from him. "What kind of ability does this fruit possess?" Charlotte Linlin inquired, intrigued. "Assuming nothing unexpected arises, it should be a Zoan-type fruit, though I cannot ascertain its specific nature." Longbread shook his head. "Zoan? Then it is of little use. If it were a Logia type, we could cultivate our own." Upon hearing that it was a Zoan, Charlotte Linlin promptly lost interest. "Our own? Who do we have on our side now? Are you referring to Kaido or Reina?" Longbread questioned warily. He had sought out Charlotte Linlin due to her strength, but if she proved uncontrollable, it could spell trouble. Of course it is Reina. That fellow harbors grand ambitions. Charlotte Linlin stated with a sharp gaze. Reina, his abilities are indeed somewhat peculiar. However, he may not be one of us. And moreover, he seems to have a closer bond with Whitebeard, Longbread replied, shaking his head. Fear not. Have you forgotten my abilities? When faced with mortality, no one will decline. Charlotte Linlin cackled heartily. That evening, the crew's meal consisted of grilled fish. There was no choice, for they had caught far too many, and to waste them would be a travesty. Has anyone seen John? During dinner, Wang Ji glanced around and asked, puzzled. John? I haven't seen him. It seems he has been absent all day. Perhaps he is resting in the cabin. Is he not eating? The crew members shook their heads, indicating they had not encountered John. While Reina enjoyed grilled fish and drank wine, a thought crossed his mind. Recalling what he had witnessed the previous night. However, he recognized that this was not a matter for him to address, so he remained silent. Not good. John is missing. He is not in his room. A crew member rushed in, panic etched upon his face. What? Missing? How is that possible? A living person cannot simply vanish aboard a ship. Everyone ceased their activities and turned their attention to the frantic crew member. I will inform the captain. Everyone, stay here and do not wander. Wang Ji's expression shifted, and he rose to his feet. This is merely a dining area for ordinary crew members. Officers seldom gather here, usually preferring their quarters unless in a particularly good mood to dine together. Before long, the captain summoned everyone to assemble on the deck, for John had indeed vanished. Captain, there are no signs of struggle in the cabin, and one lifeboat is missing that we suspect he may have left on it. After Silver Axe conducted a thorough inspection of the ship's cabin, he directly addressed Rox. That scoundrel can't possibly have betrayed us. Can he? Shiki said with a grim expression. Betraying one's comrades is a grave sin. How should the captain resolve this? Charlotte Linlin also inquired. The navigator swiftly adjusted the course, targeting XXX. After a moment of contemplation, Rox spoke. Everyone was somewhat baffled. Did the captain know where John had gone? That location is where I keep my treasures. Aside from myself, only John is privy to it. If he has indeed betrayed me, then that should be his first destination. Rox declared solemnly. What? That scoundrel wouldn't dare to covet the captain's treasure, would he? Shiki exclaimed in shock. The exact amount of Rox's treasure remained a mystery to all. Yet everyone understood it to be immense, so much so that it could be described as wealth rivaling nations. Consequently, the navigator promptly altered the ship's direction towards Rox's coordinates in the sky. Captain, how about I take the lead? If that scoundrel truly has betrayed us, relocating the treasure will require time. Perhaps I can intercept him. After pondering for a moment, Golden Lion Shiki suggested, no need. From now on, the officers will take turns keeping watch to prevent any mishaps. Rox uttered a final remark before returning to the second floor. Reina felt a sense of unease. Since departing from Devil's Island, Captain Rox seemed to be planning something without informing the crew. The betrayal by an officer like John was a significant matter for any pirate crew, but Reina sensed that if it weren't for the implications concerning Rox's treasure, the captain would likely disregard it altogether. That night, after concluding a day's work and receiving his wages and overtime pay, Reina found himself once again at the ship's stern. Brother Newgate, are you on watch tonight? Reina inquired with a smile upon spotting Edward Newgate seated at the ship's rear. Yes, I sense something is amiss with the captain. He doesn't seem inclined to deal with John, Newgate replied with a nod. After surveying the surroundings, Reina approached Newgate and whispered, I saw John last night. In the dead of night, he lowered the lifeboat from the stern all by himself. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Newgate paused, glancing at Reina with surprise. John is the captain's trusted confidant. I thought perhaps the captain had sent him on some covert mission, so I pretended not to notice. Reina scratched the back of his head, adding, I didn't bring it up today for fear the captain might misconstrue my intentions if he found out I witnessed John's actions and chose to remain silent. He might fly into a rage and eliminate me. You did well. Forget about it. You saw nothing last night. Newgate nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I haven't spoken to anyone else but you, Brother Newgate. However, do you sense it? Since leaving Devil's Island, the captain seems to have undergone a transformation. Reina tentatively remarked, Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. It is best to remain ignorant. Newgate cast a sidelong glance at Reina. Speaking softly, it seemed that Newgate was indeed aware of something. That was a relief. Reina feared that if no one knew about the captain's situation, it could spell disaster, for the lives of the entire crew rested in the captain's hands. Reina exhaled deeply. What do you know? Where did you obtain this information? Newgate inquired, astonished. Brother, what sort of person is our captain? He is a man destined to become the king of the world, but is it truly so easy to achieve that? The Navy is one thing, but the depths of the world government are unfathomable. I will say this. If the captain leads us into a confrontation with the Navy, you must take me and flee at once. Reina shook his head. Newgate regarded Reina with a meaningful glance, saying, It seems you harbor doubts about the captain? I joined the crew under duress. Although Captain Rox is formidable, and the Rox pirates are powerful, I perceive it as a mere illusion, easily shattered. Perhaps the very strength of our crew has led the captain to misconstrue certain matters. Just consider it. In a life-and-death struggle, who among us would truly fight with all their might? We are merely gathered here for our own interests. Should any issues arise, our pirate crew could disband in an instant. Reina shook his head in disagreement. Newgate furrowed his brow, observing Reina in silence. Chapter 18. Seeking Whitebeard for sparring captain. We have located the target island. The lookout shouted from the high vantage point of the crow's nest point. 3 days had elapsed since the betrayal of Officer John, and they had finally arrived at the site where Rox had buried his treasure. Of course, the journey had not been without its perils. Perhaps it was due to John's treachery that Rox harbored a seething anger. As they sank every ship, whether Navy or pirate, that crossed their path. In fact, when they passed a small island, Rox seized all the food and water from the town. However, before departing, Reina discreetly left behind a considerable amount of provisions in a room. Though he had no idea how many lives those supplies might save, this incident completely shattered Reina's hopes for Rox. Initially, he had been torn about whether to prevent the events at God Valley from unfolding. But now it seemed there was a certain rationale behind the demise of the Rox pirates. Consequently, he began contemplating the path he should take in the future. The best course of action would be to venture out on his own, relying on his memories to locate various geniuses who were still young or had yet to be born. If he could find and nurture them properly, establishing a pirate crew would not pose a problem. However, therein lay another dilemma. Many of the people he was familiar with had either not yet been born or had yet to seize their respective opportunities at this point in time. If his interference were to alter the course of their lives, it could lead to unintended consequences. Furthermore, establishing a pirate crew would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time, as forming such a crew is not an instantaneous affair. Another option would be to join an existing pirate crew. Given the current timeline, joining the crew of the future pirate king, Roger, seemed like a commendable choice. Moreover, during the God Valley incident, the Roger pirates would undoubtedly be present, so he might well have an opportunity. Besides Roger's crew, he also had confidence in participating with the future emperors, including Golden Lion Shiki's crew. However, they had yet to establish their own crews, which could similarly result in delays in the timeline. While Reina was lost in thought, Captain Rox returned to the pirate ship with a dark expression. That traitor John has already relocated the treasure, and it appears he has been plotting this for quite some time. Rox's mood was utterly foul. The loss of his amassed treasures would significantly impact his subsequent plans. What? That scoundrel dared to act in such a manner. Captain, allow me to track him down and bring him back. Silver Axe immediately stepped forward, eager to assist. Rox shot him a glance, shaking his head. Issue a proclamation stating that John has betrayed the Rox pirates. Anyone who eliminates him or brings him before me will be rewarded. He dismissed Silver Axe's proposal, refusing to send anyone after John. John's betrayal had a profound effect on Rox. Why does the captain allow that scoundrel to roam free? Isn't betrayal among comrades the gravest of sins in piracy? The crew murmured among themselves after Rox departed. They assumed that Rox's refusal to let Silver Axe pursue John was an act of leniency. Only Reina perceived that Rox had lost trust in Silver Axe. He feared that Silver Axe's pretense of pursuing John concealed a desire to share in his treasures. After departing from the island where the treasure was buried, Reina could distinctly sense the atmosphere aboard the ship growing increasingly tense. Eventually, Rox announced that he had received intelligence. Celestial dragons were hoarding vast amounts of gold and slaves on a nearby island, and they were heading there to raid the Celestial dragons. This news instilled fear in a portion of the crew, as the Celestial dragons were the world's aristocracy, ruling over all, and opposing them meant standing against the world, a notion that left them feeling uneasy. Reina was among those apprehensive. He knew all too well that the God Valley incident stemmed from Rox's intention to rob the Celestial dragons and their slaves, ultimately resulting in his defeat at the hands of Karp and Roger. Reina, what troubles you? Noticing Reina's unease, Newgate asked, puzzled. Ha, kid, you aren't actually worried about the celestial dragons, are you? Rest assured, they are nothing more than trashed as long as we act swiftly, eliminate them, and make a hasty exit. There will be no issues. Golden Lion Shiki cackled. No, Brother Newgate. I have a premonition that this operation will not proceed as smoothly as we hope. You are aware that my abilities are quite peculiar. In fact, I myself am uncertain of their origin, which is why I hold a deep conviction in my own premonitions. Reina shook his head as he spoke. Newgate and Shiki exchanged glances, sensing a gravity in Reina's words that suggested he was not jesting. Young man, please clarify. Is there a possibility that unforeseen circumstances may arise during this operation? Will someone alert the Navy? Shiki, the Golden Lion, inquired with narrowed eyes. John's betrayal had instilled a sense of unease aboard the ship, where even the slightest rustle caused tension among the crew. In such an atmosphere, even Shiki found himself contemplating these possibilities. That I do not know, yet I have a foreboding feeling that we are about to face a formidable battle. Thus, I wish to train diligently now, to ensure my survival in the upcoming conflict. Reina sighed as he spoke. He dared not disclose the truth. Should others learn of his ability to foresee the future, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. Ha, fear not. I shall protect you when the time comes. After all, who would want to lose such an entertaining companion? Shiki said with a jovial pat on Reina's shoulder. Meanwhile, Newgate nodded thoughtfully, seemingly grasping something from Reina's previous words. Time passed slowly. Although the atmosphere on the ship remained somewhat tense, it had improved compared to before. Nevertheless, Reina paid little heed to this. Aside from sleeping and working, he devoted every moment to honing his physical skills at long last. On the 30th day, he achieved full proficiency in basic physical techniques. Now I can purchase a skill upgrade voucher. Gazing at the 100 proficiency in basic physical techniques, Reina immediately acquired the voucher from the shop. Upon using the skill upgrade voucher, he felt warmth enveloping his body, and the stamina he had previously expended during training gradually replenished. This sensation confirmed that his physical prowess was indeed enhancing, and the powers of the Black Emperor had grown stronger as well. Reina clenched his fists, filled with exhilaration at the changes within him. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. While his physical capabilities had increased, his control over these abilities appeared to wane. I must strive to master my powers completely before the impending battle. Reina shifted his body, striving for greater adaptability. To fully master his capabilities, the most effective method would naturally be to employ them continuously. However, the prevailing atmosphere aboard the ship hindered him from sparring with the crew. After contemplating, Reina decided to seek out Edward Newgate in the cabin. Let us proceed to the rear of the ship. I will regulate my strength. Newgate agreed to Reina's request with a nod. Upon learning of his intentions, the two made their way to the ship's stern, where Newgate began to assist Reina in experimenting with the powers of the Black Emperor. Remarkable! You even absorbed the force of my previous punch. Newgate observed Reina, who stood motionless, with a hint of astonishment. Although he had not used his full strength, under normal circumstances, Reina would not have been able to absorb such force. There is still room for enhancement, but I am nearing my limits. Brother Newgate, please hold on. I must first digest this energy. Reina waved his hand, stating that he found that converting energy into stamina through his abilities could not compare to training his physical skills, which is why he usually engaged in physical training rather than relying on energy absorption. Moreover, honing his physical skills also fortified his willpower, making him prefer self-training over energy conversion. Of course, this was partly due to the slow rate at which he could convert energy. If he could transform it as quickly as the true Black Emperor, who would be foolish enough to train physically? After successfully converting the energy, Reina exhaled and addressed Newgate. Brother, I am ready to attack. Come on then, show me how much you have improved. Newgate beckoned Reina with enthusiasm, inviting him to unleash his assault. With a burst of energy, Reina charged towards Newgate, not activating his Sharingan, as this was merely an exercise to refine his mastery over the powers of the Black Emperor. Yet, no matter how Reina attacked, it seemed that Newgate could anticipate his every move. At times, even before Reina had launched his attack, Newgate's arm would already be poised in wait, as though Reina were deliberately seeking a clash with him. Was that force you just unleashed the result of absorbing the energy from our previous encounter? Newgate inquired, feeling the immense power emanating from Reina's arm. Indeed, my ability allows me to absorb all forms of energy for release or conversion into my own, enhancing my speed. strength, or stamina? Reina confirmed, taking a moment to adjust his breathing. That is quite an impressive ability. If developed properly, it could become a significant challenge in the future. Newgate nodded in approval. The force Reina had just displayed possessed the potential to breach Newgate's defenses if executed unexpectedly. Brother Newgate, are you employing observation hockey? It feels as though my attacks are entirely within your perception. Reina scrutinized Newgate, questioning. Indeed, it is observation hockey, but do you not possess a similar ability? Why not utilize it? Newgate replied. Initially, Reina had intended to focus solely on honing his energy absorption abilities, but since his brother expressed curiosity, he decided to activate his Sharingan. Activate. With a slight smile, Reina activated his Sharingan, instantly transforming his eyes to a crimson hue. Adorned with a black tomo within the pupils. What an extraordinary pair of eyes, Newgate remarked, encountering the Sharingan for the first time. Although Reina could not unleash Jinjutsu due to the absence of chakra, the Sharingan itself possessed a certain degree of hypnotic allure. Chapter 19. Full attendance reward. Reina lay sprawled on the floor of the ship's stern, utterly exhausted, unable to lift even a single finger. I never anticipated the gap between my brother and me to be this vast, Reina said with a wry smile. Newgate sat on the ship's railing, bemusedly observing Reina's prone form. You have done remarkably well. If you continue to strive, in a few years, you will undoubtedly shine upon the seas. Furthermore, your ability is incredibly unique. It seems even armament hockey cannot counter it. I wonder where you acquired such a talent. Indeed, during their sparring session, Reina had whimsically asked Newgate to utilize armament hockey to see if he could absorb the energy produced by it. As expected, the Black Emperor's powers, even when diminished, were not easily quelled by armament hockey. Even so, I couldn't even graze the hem of your garment, Reina lamented. Despite activating his Sharingan, he still could not land a single blow on Newgate. Your current physical condition is simply inadequate, which is why you find yourself in this predicament. Your abilities remain underdeveloped, as your physical prowess is holding you back. You must prioritize physical training moving forward. Newgate shook his head. Yes, I understand, Reina nodded, mustering the remnants of his strength to sit up. This movement caused Newgate to furrow his brow slightly. You still lack the strength to stand. Reina sheepishly scratched his head. His inability to rise was not due to weakness, but rather the weighted clothing he wore. While it was manageable under normal circumstances, after exhausting his stamina, the weight became an insurmountable burden. Hey, your weight seems a bit off, Newgate remarked as he lifted Reina, initially intending to toss him back into the cabin. But he immediately sensed something amiss. I've donned a 50-kilogram weighted vest, Reina replied with a slight grin, feigning innocence. Weighted vest? What is that? Newgate asked, taken aback. Reina explained the concept of the weighted vest and demonstrated it by removing it for Newgate to feel. Such a remarkable invention. Did you create this yourself? Newgate's eyes lit up with curiosity. Yes, I felt my physical condition was lacking, so I devised this method to enhance my training. Excellent. If you remove this weighted vest, your speed should increase significantly. Nyoga nodded in approval. After donning his weighted gear once more, Reina felt his stamina had somewhat returned. He chose not to trouble Nyoga for assistance, and instead retreated to his room to rest. However, the meticulous Nyoga still brought Reina an ample supply of food and drink, admonishing him to ensure he replenished his energy after training, lest he deplete his physical capabilities. As evening fell. After a full day of labor, Reina received his wages for the day. As you have clocked in for the 30th consecutive day, your salary is being processed. You have earned a base salary, 300 points. Overtime pay, skill experience voucher. Successfully clocking in for 30 days for the first time, you have received a reward, bloodline ability evolution scroll. Attaining perfect attendance for the month, you have received a reward, Conqueror's hockey fragment. Reina stared at the deposited wages and rewards, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. It was not that the items were subpar. Rather, their unexpected nature left him befuddled. The skill experience voucher, as its name implies, was meant to enhance proficiency. Upon utilizing the voucher, Reina gained 10 points in basic swordsmanship proficiency. In the blink of an eye, he sensed his mastery of swordsmanship had become notably more refined. The reason he did not apply it to his upgraded physical skills was that the experience voucher was only applicable to beginner skills. His physical techniques had already advanced to an intermediate level, rendering it unusable. Although the marketplace did offer such vouchers for enhancing skill proficiency, they were exorbitantly priced, 1,000 points merely for 10 points of proficiency. making personal training seem far more advantageous. What truly captivated his attention, however, was the bloodline ability evolution scroll. Upon careful examination, he discovered it could be applied to the genetics of the Black Emperor, enhancing its power, or to his Sharingan, facilitating its evolution. Faced with the decision of whom to use it on, Reina found himself in a quandary. The potential of the Black Emperor's abilities was undeniably greater. It could very well become the cornerstone of his existence that he believed that after this evolution, both the total energy he could absorb and the speed of energy conversion would significantly improve. Yet, he could cultivate the Black Emperor's abilities through his own efforts, whereas the Sharingan could only evolve via this scroll. He noted that the marketplace listed the scroll for a staggering 50,000 points, making it a distant hope to acquire such an opportunity again. Thus, he needed to tread carefully. After contemplating for a considerable time without arriving at a resolution, Reina decided to examine the Conqueror's Haki fragment he had received. From what he understood, Conqueror's Haki was an innate trait. Some individuals possessed it by birth, while others could never awaken it, regardless of their efforts. Of course, even those born with the ability needed to undergo training to fully awaken it. Much like Luffy from the One Piece world, who, after awakening, trained alongside Rayleigh for 2 years before he could initially wield Conqueror's Haki, the system had provided him with a fragment, indicating that once he gathered enough, he might indeed obtain Conqueror's Haki, and with training, he would be able to utilize it. However, he only possessed a fragment, and this item was not available for purchase in the marketplace, leaving him uncertain about whether he could ever collect the complete set. What a headache. What should he choose? He felt that his current single Tomo Sharingan was already sufficient, and once his physical attributes caught up, he could learn observation Haki from Myogo, thereby overlapping some of the Sharingan's abilities. Reina gazed at the bloodline ability evolution scroll in his hand, thoroughly perplexed. Ultimately, following the principle of making the most of resources, Reina resolved to evolve the Sharingan, believing that the Black Emperor's abilities would eventually develop through his training. In contrast, the Sharingan could only advance with external assistance. Having come to this conclusion, Reina wasted no time in applying the scroll to the Sharingan, fearing that further contemplation would lead to indecision. Upon activation, he felt that familiar searing sensation return to his eyes. If anyone were watching at that moment, they would have seen the Tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. When it stopped, the single Tomo had transformed into the double Tomo form. Ouch! This really hurts, Reina exclaimed. When I watched anime, those characters bled from their eyes without any apparent consequences. Why does it hurt so much for me? As he wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but grumble. Although he was eager to test the differences between his double Tomo Sharingan and the single Tomo variant, the pain reminded him that it would be wise to let his eyes rest for a while. Opening his character interface, Reina observed his current status. Name, Reina. Position, intern crew member of the Cross Pirates. Combat power, 580 skills. Intermediate physical techniques, 100, 1000. Basic swordsmanship, 32-100. Gene bloodline. Growth type mutant Black Emperor. Sebastian Shaw, with variant genes, absorbs all forms of energy for release or enhancement. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, double Tomo, points. 7,600 items. Conqueror's Haki fragment. Wow. My combat power is nearly at 600. I recall that in the original story, Khalifa from CP9, who mastered the Navy's 6 powers, had a combat power of over 600 or 700 before consuming her devil fruit. I wonder how combat power compares to that. If I were to face Khalifa now, would I stand a chance? Reina smiled broadly at his significantly increased combat power. Finally, he had managed to shed the title of a weakling in a world where powerful individuals were as common as dogs. And he now possessed a modicum of self-preservation capability. The night passed without incident, and upon awakening the next day, Reina resumed his work. Having savored the benefits of perfect attendance rewards, he was motivated to continue. Even without the initial 30-day sign-in bonus, he believed that with a few more appearances, he would eventually gather the Conqueror's Haki fragments, at which point he could flaunt his prowess. With a glare, he envisioned enemies collapsing before him. What a sight that would be! Just imagining it filled him with excitement, envisioning a path to the pinnacle of his life, marrying a wealthy beauty, and becoming the Pirate King. Hey, Reina, what are you doing standing there with that mop and grinning like an idiot? Wipe that drool off your face. A familiar voice interrupted Reina's daydream. What? I don't drool, Reina retorted, hastily wiping the corner of his mouth with his sleeve while feigning indignation. Huh? Simpson blinked in surprise. looking at Reina curiously. Why are you talking like Shiki? He's the only one who likes to say this, Lord. Who said that? I would never say such a thing. Just then, Shiki emerged from the cabin and immediately rebutted Simpson's comment. Reina and Simpson exchanged exasperated glances. Shiki was truly a comic relief. Well, since we've met, let us see how much my strength has increased, Reina declared upon spotting Shiki, activating his Sharingan and charging toward him. Ha ha ha. Since you're asking for a beating, don't blame me. Shiki laughed, unfazed, as he swung a punch at the oncoming Reina. Chapter 20, Reina vs. Shiki the Golden Lion. All of Shiki's energy directed at Reina was absorbed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Simpson face-bombed, exasperated. Shiki, you fool. Everyone knows Reina's ability. Why are you still making that face? Ha! That's because he thought his power was enough to send me flying, but it was all absorbed. Reina boasted with a smirk. Humph, you little brat. Feeling proud, are you? Before Reina could reply, Shiki vanished from his position, reappearing behind him to deliver a kick to his backside. Bang! Reina swiftly countered, kicking back and colliding with Shiki's foot. The immense force sending Shiki crashing against the ship's railing. Have you forgotten about my eyes? Reina pointed to his now red Sharingan, grinning. You bastard! Shiki, having been knocked back, felt a mix of embarrassment and rage. Yet he still refrained from drawing his weapon, instead rising gracefully into the AIR.AS. Shiki hovered around him. Reina observed that his opponent was taking the opportunity to reach for items on the deck. Venomous snake. Indeed, as Shiki raised his hand, everything he had just touched began to levitate and swiftly flew towards Reina. Mr. Shiki, such tactics hold no sway over me, Reina proclaimed, standing firm as all objects that came into contact with him fell uncontrollably onto the deck. He absorbed the impact of those items, hence the occurrence. Is that so? Truly ineffective. Shiki had appeared before Reina without him noticing. It turned out that his earlier maneuver was merely a ruse to approach Reina unnoticed. I have stated before, all actions are laid bare before my eyes, Reina declared, throwing a punch at the ambushing Shiki with audacity. He had long detected Shiki's movements, his double Tomo Sharingan significantly enhancing his ability to perceive dynamic actions. He felt as though his power could suspend time, rendering his opponent's every move utterly transparent. Mamama, this fellow's rate of growth is truly astonishing, isn't it? He can actually contend with Shiki, Charlotte Linlin remarked in surprise, observing Reina's spirited exchange with Shiki below. No, Shiki hasn't even unleashed his true prowess. He hasn't wielded any weapons, nor has he fully exerted his strength and speed. He seems to be merely indulging Reina in a spar. Wang Ji, standing beside Charlotte Linlin, was also watching the battle unfold. What a young lad, making significant progress. I must take this seriously now. After another exchange of blows with Reina, Shiki flexed his limbs and spoke with a hint of seriousness. Reina took a deep breath, nodding in affirmation. Come, allow me to witness the zenith of combat prowess in this world. Within 5 minutes, Reina found himself propelled into the sea by Shiki's kick. Ha! You insolent brat. You wish to challenge me? You were still a century too early. Shiki laughed boisterously as he stood at the edge of the ship, watching Reina swim towards the pirate vessel. Simpson, standing nearby, scoffed dismissively. It was evident to any observer that Reina had indeed qualified to battle Shiki, no longer the easy target he once was. The reasons behind Reina's swift defeat were clear to all. He was unable to fully absorb Shiki's powerful techniques, while the formidable gold lion Shiki could unleash them in rapid succession, leaving Reina with no choice but to withstand them. After all, they were aboard a ship, and the limited space compounded the challenge. If he survives this, he may grow into a formidable individual. Wang Ji mused, observing Reina being pulled up by the crew, once the sparring match between Reina and Shiki concluded. Tranquility returned to the ship. It wasn't until the afternoon, after Reina had completed his tasks, that he heard the lookout announce the sighting of an island. Have we arrived at God Valley? Reina lifted his gaze towards the distant speck that remained just that. A small. Meanwhile, less than half a day's journey from God Island, the Roger pirates were hastily making their way towards this location, pursued closely by a dog-headed naval ship, seemingly intent on apprehending Roger. That rascal Karp. Why does he keep fixating on us? One of the smaller crew members on Roger's ship, whose nose resembled that of a clown, exclaimed in exasperation. Calm down, Buggy. Karp is a Marine. It is entirely normal for him to pursue us. Rayleigh waved his hand, silencing his companion's complaints. Captain, we have spotted an island ahead. It seems to be uncharted. Peter, the sniper, called from the mast, peering into the distance. Let me take a look. Navigator Spark Jabba approached the bow, glancing at the log pose in his hand before turning to Roger. Indeed, it is an island not marked on the charts. What do you think? Shall we investigate? Oh, we must certainly explore. Roger's spirits lifted at the prospect. But Karp is still on our tails. Crew, increase speed and shake him off. As the crew sprang into action, following Roger's orders to accelerate the Oro Jackson's pace, Reina, upon discovering the island, made his way directly to Edward Newgate. What brings you here? I saw you battling Shiki. Your strength has evidently increased. Newgate greeted Reina with a smile. Yes, I have improved somewhat, but it may not significantly aid me in the forthcoming events. Reina replied, forcing a smile. Upcoming events? Newgate inquired, intrigued. Indeed, if all goes as expected, we are approaching God Valley, where I have witnessed the captain's defeat. Reina activated his Sharingan, pointing to his eyes as he spoke to Newgate. Your eyes. Newgate paused, noticing that Reina's gaze seemed altered from before. You noticed, did you? Previously, there was but a single Tomo in my eyes, but now there are two. Reina nodded. So your abilities have enhanced. Can you now glimpse the future? Newgate queried, his brow furrowing as he considered Reina's power, which seemed to exceed his expectations. No, I cannot foresee the future. The vision of the captain's defeat manifested during the evolution of my eyes. In ordinary circumstances, I cannot see, but I do possess some sensitivity to danger, Reina clarified, shaking his head. I see. This matter must remain confidential, otherwise, it could lead to significant troubles, Newgate advised gravely. Rest assured, I would never divulge such information to anyone, Reina assured him. However, even though you have caught a glimpse of a fragment, it must be your first time. Yes, its accuracy is uncertain, but since we are aware of the potential outcome, we ought to exercise caution. Stay close to me. Should the captain truly fall, I will ensure your escape. Newgate concluded after some contemplation. Having received Edward Newgate's assurance, Reina felt a measure of relief. Presently, aboard the Rock's pirate ship, besides Captain Rox himself, Newgate was the most formidable presence. Exiting Newgate's quarters, Reina observed the crew's excitement upon discovering the island, blissfully unaware of the impending challenges. If the Rock's pirates could unite their efforts, perhaps a path to survival might open. Yet this seemingly powerful pirate crew was already riddled with internal strife. They had simply not encountered a formidable adversary until now. Should they face a determined enemy, or should Captain Rox be defeated? The crew would undoubtedly splinter apart in an instant. The pirate ship did not halt due to Reina's apprehensions and continued its advance towards the fateful island. Everyone, disembark with me, Rox proclaimed as he first set foot on the island, leading all crew members towards the small landmass. Concurrently, the Roger pirates began to land on the opposite side of the island, not far from where Karp's naval ship was stationed. Karp, just ahead. The celestial dragons have sent an urgent distress signal. They have spotted the Rock's pirates and seem to fear an attack, a communications officer reported to Karp. What? The celestial dragons? I am not a vice admiral. They have no authority over me. I refuse to go. Karp shook his head, intending to turn the naval ship around. Karp had never held a favorable view of the celestial dragons. When he first joined the Marines, he had a positive impression of the organization. But as his rank rose, he learned more of the sordid truths and became increasingly disillusioned. Had it not been for the like-minded comrades within the Marines, Karp questioned whether he could have persevered. He remained in the Marines not to clean up after the celestial dragons, but to genuinely pursue world peace and freedom for all. This was Karp's dream. Sir, we cannot proceed like this. The headquarters is aware of our proximity. It would be difficult to explain if we do not act. His aide, Bagardo, pleaded helplessly. Then tell them I got lost and could not find that little island. We are merely following Roger, Karp said dismissively, picking his nose with a disdainful attitude. That moment, the nearby transponder snail began to ring. Karp, a deep voice resonated from the phone. It's Admiral Kong. What brings you here? Karp casually picked up the transponder snail. You need to head over to the celestial dragons, Kong instructed directly. He understood that discussing matters with Karp would be futile. It was best to be straightforward. Chapter 21. God Valley. In the end. I must go there, don't I? How vexing. I truly do not wish to, Karp lamented, standing at the ship's bow with a sigh. Perhaps it is because your excuse was a tad too casual, sir. Picado looked at his superior with a sense of resignation, letting out a sigh before replying. Oh, is that so? But that was merely a thought I tossed aside. Karp dug into his nose, and then flicked a lump of mucus away. The corners of Picato's mouth twitched involuntarily. He truly hadn't expected Karp to actually tell Admiral Kong that he was lost and couldn't find the island. Consequently, he received a harsh reprimand from Admiral Kong and was now obediently making his way towards the island. There was much work to be done. Neither Roger nor Rox were foes to be trifled with. Karp gazed ahead at the island, finally regaining his formidable demeanor, and spoke earnestly. Yes, his subordinates responded in unison with formal bows. However, Karp was still mulling over Admiral Kong's earlier words. The Admiral was aware that Karp did not wish to assist the Celestial Dragons, which was why he had taken the time to explain that this situation was anything but ordinary. If a Celestial Dragon were to be slain by Rox on the island, it would spell grave trouble for the world government and the Navy, should the Rox pirates manage to kill a Celestial Dragon and escape unscathed. Individuals across the globe who harbor animosity towards the Celestial Dragons would undoubtedly follow suit. At that juncture, the Navy would find itself powerless to deter the world, and its prestige would plummet. An outcome that would be disastrous for the world at large. Moreover, the Celestial Dragons would inevitably command the world government to retaliate against the Rox pirates, potentially plunging a world that had known peace for centuries back into chaos. This was a scenario Karp was most unwilling to witness, leaving him no choice but to rush to the aid of the Celestial Dragons. Meanwhile, the already disembarked Rox pirates did not advance further, but instead arrived at a secluded valley. Hello everyone, long time no see. Upon entering the valley, they were greeted by the sight of John, who had previously defected. John, how dare you show your face here? Shiki immediately stepped forward, his expression dark and hostile. Calm down, Shiki. If I had truly betrayed the captain, do you think I would appear here? John replied with a smirk. The moment John appeared, Reina understood. He had not betrayed them, and it was likely a ploy orchestrated by Captain Rox. Yet, he remained perplexed as to the captain's motives. All right. I know you all have questions, but that's all right. Since we are here, I can reveal my intentions. My goal is not gold or slaves, but rather the Celestial Dragons. Rox grinned widely at his bewildered crew members. What do the Celestial Dragons have to do with John, Captain? Please clarify. Shiki queried, somewhat confused. It's quite simple. We have spies from the Navy aboard our ship. So, I instructed John to leave early, pretending that our treasure had been stolen, and then take the opportunity to rob the Celestial Dragons. Rox explained with a chuckle. What? We have Navy personnel on our ship. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe it. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter who it is now. What's important is that the world is about to belong to us, Rox declared, brimming with confidence. The smile on his lips sent a chill down Reina's spine. It appeared that their captain was plotting something monumental. In the valley behind me, there are several Celestial Dragons, accompanied only by a few bodyguards and slaves. Once we eliminate them all, and if this news spreads, how do you think those who have suffered due to the Celestial Dragons will react? Why can the Rox pirates kill Celestial Dragons and escape unscathed? Because we are stronger than anyone else. Thus, those people will gradually gather under my banner, and even those who previously dared not strike at the Celestial Dragons out of fear of the Navy will turn against them. At that point, the Celestial Dragons will undoubtedly suffer grievously, and the world government will not let it slide. What will be the result? Wars will erupt across the globe, and the world will be engulfed in flames. While we, strong and mighty, will seize the prime opportunity to dominate the world. Rox spread his arms wide, exclaiming passionately. All the members of the pirate crew were left stunned by Rox's astonishing vision. Hey, Captain, you can't be serious. Right. I have no objection to taking action against the Celestial Dragons, but can a mere handful of them truly cause such a colossal impact? Shiki said, somewhat dumbfounded. Shiki, you need to think long-term. Do you believe this operation involves only our pirate crew? We are merely executing the most crucial step. Rox laughed heartily. Rox D.Jibek will let the brilliance of the D lineage illuminate the entire world once more. He stretched his arms wide, as if embracing the world. Hearing Rox's words caused Reina's heart to tremble. The D lineage. Clearly, the captain was aware of something significant. Even Reina, who understood the trajectory of this world, could not ascertain what the world would become if they indeed eliminated the Celestial Dragons here today. As Rox suggested. Reina, you are correct. The captain has lost his mind. We cannot allow him to succeed. This world must not descend into war. Edward Newgate whispered to Reina, standing by his side. Brother, do not rush. There are likely experts around the Celestial Dragons, And since the captain mentioned spies from the Navy on the ship, it's very possible that Navy ships are already nearby. If we simply allow things to unfold, the Navy will stop the captain. Reina firmly grasped Newgate's arm, shaking his head softly. All right, we will assess the situation as it develops. Newgate hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. At that moment, above the valley, members of the Roger pirates were gazing down at the gathered Rock's pirates, dumbfounded. Are you certain? Did Rox truly say that? Rayleigh asked Roger, his expression one of disbelief. Roger nodded solemnly, affirming, I am quite certain. He intends to kill the celestial dragons and incite all those dissatisfied with them. He aims to drag the world into a vast quagmire of war to fulfill his dream of world domination. This guy is utterly insane. But even so, the world will not easily conform to his designs, will it? Jabba shook his head, somewhat incredulous. According to Rox, this operation involves not only the Rox pirates, but likely many other factions as well. Therefore, if they manage to kill the celestial dragons and escape successfully, it is indeed plausible that the world could transform as he predicts. Roger replied earnestly. Captain, this cannot happen. We must stop him, Rayleigh said. Visibly agitated, we cannot match the Rox pirates in strength. Jabba shook his head in disagreement. Though they are formidable, Rox is called the world's strongest pirate for a reason. The number of powerful individuals aboard is immense. Especially Rox himself. Even if Roger were to intervene, success is not guaranteed. What if we contact Karp? Aren't they Navy? If we share what we've learned, they would surely be more anxious than we are. The red-nosed buggy suddenly suggested. Roger and the others exchanged glances, suddenly finding this plan unexpectedly sound. Who would have thought that the red-nosed buggy could have such a moment of insight? Ha ha ha. Buggy has proven himself to be a strategist too. The crew members began to tease Buggy, praising him while playfully pinching his cheeks. You bastards, who are you calling red-nosed? Buggy, unable to retaliate, found himself the target of their jests. Enough of the jokes. We must contact Karp immediately and see what he thinks. After the banter, Rayleigh said to Roger, Yes, I will personally speak with Karp. He won't believe you if you go. Roger nodded resolutely. All right, let us choose our ambush location first. Barrett, accompany the captain, Rayleigh instructed, nodding. The burly Barrett silently agreed and stepped behind Roger. Ha! Thank you for your hard work, Barrett. Roger nodded towards Barrett and then strode purposefully towards the coast, where he had already spotted the naval warship approaching. Meanwhile, inspired by Rox, the crew members began to shout slogans. Appearing exuberant on the surface, yet internally harboring unspoken thoughts unknown to anyone, as Rayleigh and Newgate conspired quietly. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido exchanged a glance, seemingly having reached a tacit agreement. Thus, with hidden agendas, they were compelled by Rox's formidable presence to advance into the valley together. Rox was well aware that the crew did not genuinely intend to follow him. However, once they eliminated the celestial dragons, there would be no turning back. The world government and navy would not spare them, and they would be left with no choice but to rally under the banner of their world king. Rox, therefore, he was indifferent to their current thoughts, for after the monumental act of slaying the celestial dragons, he would be one step closer to his aspiration of becoming the world king. Simultaneously, as the Rox pirates made their way into the valley, Roger's crew had already set up an ambush ahead. Roger, accompanied by Karp, hastened towards them, explaining the rationale behind his actions. That so, Rox intends to plunge the world into war? Karp inquired with a grim expression. Indeed, although I am a pirate, but Karp, I implore you to join forces with me to thwart Rox's plan. This world cannot descend into chaos, Roger stated earnestly. Chapter 22. The great battle unfolds. Though I harbor disdain for the celestial dragons and am reluctant to ally with you, we must vanquish Rox for the sake of world peace. Karp nodded, signifying his agreement to Roger's alliance. Doesn't the Navy have other personnel nearby? Shouldn't the celestial dragons be escorted by the Navy? Roger curiously asked after finalizing their pact. I am unaware. I never concern myself with the affairs of the celestial dragons, Karp replied, maintaining a serious demeanor. Upon their arrival at the ambush site, Rayleigh promptly approached them, stating, Let us proceed. They have already detected our presence. Consequently, both parties ceased their concealment and boldly emerged. Karp, since when has the Navy collaborated with pirates? Rox remarked with a grimace upon seeing Karp and Roger emerge. Rox, stand down. I will not allow you to succeed. This world cannot withstand your recklessness, Karp replied calmly, having anticipated such skepticism when joining forces with Roger. Ha! Rox erupted into a mad laughter, as if hearing a grand jest. Then darkly declared, I, Rox Dita Zebek, am destined to become the king of the world. Karp, you cannot stop me. As Captain Rox spoke with the opposing party, Reina's gaze fell upon the future pirate king. Roger, is that Joel D? Roger? What? Do you know him? Newgate asked curiously. No, but he is immensely powerful. Reina shook his head. Oh, is that so? Newgate, intrigued, glanced over, knowing that Reina's evolved vision had revealed certain images, thus piquing his interest in Roger. Unlike Reina, Newgate, being a powerful figure himself, sensed Roger's presence, prompting Roger to glance back and recognize him. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Although Roger was curious about why Newgate was observing him, his primary focus remained on Rox. Quickly returning his attention, boom, at the forefront, the dialogue between Rox and Karp had reached an impasse, resulting in a collision of fists that sent a powerful shockwave, causing Reina to instinctively desire to flee the scene. Karp, I told you that you cannot hinder me. Kill them, break through here, and eliminate those celestial dragons. After repelling Karp with a punch, Rox bellowed. Rox Dita Zebek, you shall not prevail today. Roger and Karp united in battle. Directly confronting Rox, Golden Lion Shiki, this path is blocked. Rayleigh, wielding a sword with one hand, positioned himself in front of Shiki. Initially intending to seek out Whitebeard, he was forced to confront Shiki since Newgate was hidden behind Reina. Ha! You think you can stop me? Shiki cackled as he charged at Rayleigh. Meanwhile, Newgate was found by Douglas Bullet, and the two engaged in fierce combat. This level of battle was beyond Reina's capacity to intervene, so he stayed at a safe distance to avoid being caught in the fray. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido are indeed shameless, collaborating to take down Spack Jabba, while Karp is also teaming up with Roger against the captain. Reina quietly remarked, observing the chaotic battles unfolding across various fronts. To that moment, Reina suddenly spotted someone akin to himself, who, despite appearing to engage in combat, was continuously shifting positions. So it's him. Reina smiled slightly, recognizing the individual, then exclaimed loudly, You red-nosed brat, how dare you obstruct our captain's grand endeavor? Prepare to meet your demise. Who dares to call me red-nosed? Upon hearing Reina's taunt, Buggy immediately roared with indignation. Right here. As Buggy turned around, Reina had already closed the distance and landed a punch squarely on Buggy's face. You scoundrel, how dare you ambush me? Buggy wiped the blood from his nose and staggered back to his feet. Hee, you must be an intern member of Roger's crew, right? Coincidentally, I am also an intern member of Rock's crew. Let us see who is superior. Be careful, or I might just take your life, Reina said with a smile, feeling as though he was embodying a villain. Yet, in this battlefield, he found Buggy to be the most suitable opponent. Dare to underestimate me. When I claim your head, you will regret it. Buggy, seasoned by his experiences with Roger, remained unfazed by Reina's bravado. Is that so? Reina chuckled lightly and charged directly at Buggy. Seeing this, Buggy swung his short blade towards Reina, who effortlessly dodged the attack and delivered a powerful kick to Buggy's abdomen, sending him flying once more. Is this all the strength you possess? Reina shook his head, expressing mild disappointment. You brat. Buggy scrambled to his feet and charged at Reina again. Reina stood his ground, allowing Buggy to stab him. Ha ha, this time you shall not escape. Buggy laughed triumphantly upon landing a hit on Reina. Is that so? Reina replied nonchalantly, grinning at Buggy. Buggy, watch out. At that moment, a red-haired youth rushed over, but he was a moment too late. Buggy was struck in the head by Reina's kick and sent flying. Shanks, with a grave expression, positioned himself between Reina and Buggy, fearful that Reina would pursue Buggy further. Red-haired brat, state your name, Reina demanded, scrutinizing the tense Shanks. Although Reina recognized the individual at first glance, he still asked, relishing the feeling of posing before future significant figures. Shanks took a deep breath, regarding Reina with utmost seriousness, and replied, I am Shanks, an intern member of Roger's crew. Who are you? When you are able to defeat me, I shall reveal my identity. As soon as the words left his lips, Reina launched an attack at Shanks. Bang! Reina's fist collided with Shanks' short sword, and Reina, having noted Shanks' solid foundational skills far surpassing Buggy's, was not surprised by the blocked attack. Not bad, Reina remarked with a light chuckle, evading Shanks' counterattack. But is that so? I am anything but merely not bad, Shanks retorted, focusing intently on Reina as he launched another assault. In the face of Shanks' attack, Reina did not evade. Instead, he punched forward, and Shanks felt as though he had struck a cloud, utterly lacking the sensation of impact. Though surprised, Shanks remained composed, swiftly retreating to evade Reina's subsequent strikes. I just witnessed how you defeated Buggy. Do you think the same technique will work on me? After dodging Reina's attack, Shanks stated calmly without any hint of triumph. Only having seen it once, you already begin to deduce my abilities? Is that the trait of a genius? Reina silently scoffed. Humph. Knowing does not guarantee a solution. Boy, that if you are careless, you will meet the same fate as that red-nosed fool. Reina coldly replied. You? Who are you calling a red-nosed fool? Lying on the ground, Buggy, upon hearing Rainer's words, slowly rose to his feet. Can he really get up? Rainer was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had not solely relied on his own strength, but had unleashed a considerable amount of accumulated energy from within. Though he hadn't absorbed it fully, it remained formidable that a typical individual would either be dead or severely injured and unconscious after receiving a kick from Rainer. Yet Buggy surprisingly managed to stand. Buggy, are you all right? Shanks inquired with a gleeful expression upon seeing Buggy regain consciousness. Do not underestimate him. This kid's body is peculiar. He must be a devil fruit user. Be cautious. Buggy, gazing at Shanks who stood defensively before him, whispered. Despite their penchant for arguing when at ease, the two shared a bond akin to a love-hate relationship. Are you ready? I am about to attack, Rainer said with a cheerful grin, noticing the two standing side by side. Such opportunities to torment future powerhouses were rare, and Rainer found it immensely gratifying. Kid, relish your moment. Soon enough, you will have your share of tears. Buggy was not one to suffer in silence, even if he couldn't win. He would not easily admit defeat verbally. Rainer smiled faintly, choosing not to speak further, and instead charged towards Shanks. Though Buggy could stand, he posed little threat, making the young Shanks Rainer's primary target. Bang! Shanks once more blocked Rainer's assault. Yet that strange sensation returned, as though he could not fully strike his opponent. The two exchanged rapid blows, but during their collisions, Shanks felt that odd feeling persist. After regaining a modicum of stamina, Buggy joined the fray. Rainer, outnumbered, began to take hits from Shanks, yet it appeared as though he was not truly struck, as if Shanks's blows were passing through him. This is bad. Buggy, fall back. The peculiar sensation intensified, compelling Shanks to refrain from unleashing his full potential, remaining ever wary of Rainer. Just moments ago, when Shanks had blocked Rainer's fist, he had felt the long-lost sensation of a true clash of powers. He understood that this was not merely a flaw in Rainer's abilities, but rather a prelude to action. Astute observation, but as I mentioned, knowing is one thing, while counteracting is another. Rainer suddenly lunged towards Shanks, extending a solitary finger to jab at him. For reasons unknown, Shanks felt an instinctual urge to avoid contact with that finger. However, retreat was no longer an option, and he resorted to blocking with his short sword. Bang! Crash! Boom! The short blade that first made contact with Rainer shattered into fragments, and immediately thereafter, a tremendous force surged forth, sending Shanks flying. What the? Buggy stared in bewilderment at Shanks flying away, incredulous that such a simple finger could produce such exaggerated results. Had he not been intimately familiar with Shanks, he might have questioned whether Shanks was merely acting. Cough, cough. Now I understand your ability. Shanks coughed a few times, wiped the blood from his lips, and struggled to rise. Stating dough, did you not say that before? I had thought you already grasped my abilities, but it seems you are only just realizing it. How disappointing, Rainer replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 23, Rainer vs. Shanks, what nonsense are you spouting? Pull yourself together. Buggy, still grappling with the current situation, shouted loudly. No. Buggy, his ability is not simple. He can absorb the damage we inflict on him, and then release it once it accumulates to a certain extent. Cough, cough. That's why our attacks felt like they were hitting nothing. As Shanks spoke, he coughed again, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. That Rainer's previous full-force strike had inflicted significant injury. What? Absorb damage and release it. How are we to fight that? Upon hearing this, Buggy immediately considered retreat. Such an ability seemed unbeatable. One could not harm him, and once he absorbed sufficient damage, he could retaliate. No, there are no invincible abilities. His power must have weaknesses. If we can identify the flaws in his capabilities, we can defeat him, Shanks stated calmly, his gaze fixed on Rainer. At that moment, he recalled their earlier clash before Rainer released his energy. It had been a genuine confrontation of physical strength. Aha! Now I know how to defeat you, Shanks declared earnestly, pointing at Reina. Reina, noticing Shanks's expression, realized his previous maneuver had been detected. He had deliberately engaged in a clash with Shanks before releasing energy to create the illusion that he could only unleash it once he had absorbed enough damage. In truth, there existed a brief moment before he released energy when Shanks could strike him. This was why Reina had refrained from recklessly unleashing his energy earlier. He was conducting an experiment. When encountering equally matched foes, if he could create this illusion, then the enemy would likely fall for it, and misjudging his abilities could have dire consequences. From Shanks's perspective, the experiment had yielded promising results. He had been duped. Until he physically engaged with Reina, he would not suspect Reina could release energy, as he had already deduced that Reina could not unleash it until he had absorbed enough damage. Thus, Reina merely needed to find an opportunity to inflict severe injury on Shanks. With this understanding, the battle became significantly simpler, and since Shanks aimed to grasp the limits of Reina's damage absorption without involving Buggy, it further facilitated Reina's plans. Bang! Wow! Reina struck Shanks squarely in the abdomen, causing Shanks to spit out a mouthful of blood, his incredulous gaze fixed upon Reina, the words he wished to utter lost as he collapsed. Just before losing consciousness, he glimpsed Buggy rushing towards Reina. Though he longed to urge Buggy to flee immediately, his eyelids grew too heavy to open, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Reina had engaged in close combat with Shanks. Taking advantage of Shanks's belief that he merely sought to absorb damage to draw near effortlessly. Then, when Shanks was unprepared, Reina landed a devastating blow. Shanks, you bastard! What have you done to Shanks? An enraged Buggy charged at Reina. What have I done? Why, I've simply taken him down, Reina replied nonchalantly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Took him down? You killed Shanks? Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the unfolding scene. Never once imagining that the scoundrel Shanks would fall before him, I asked that not evident from your own eyes? Reina rolled his eyes, feigning innocence, tears streaming down his face. Buggy cast one last, lingering look at Shanks before fixing a fierce glare at Reina. I will defeat you to avenge Shanks. What? Do you truly believe that you can conquer me now? Reina observed Buggy with keen interest, choosing not to strike just yet. The battlefield had fragmented into several sections, with powerful combatants clashing everywhere. It was far more entertaining to toy with future strong individuals than to engage with the current array of formidable foes. Whoosh, whoosh. Buggy hurled 2 flying blades toward Reina, but Reina deftly evaded them. After dodging the flying knives, Reina noticed Buggy sprinting towards the main battlefield. So he was attempting to escape. However, I cannot allow you to run off so easily. You are a gift I intend to present. Reina smiled faintly and swiftly pursued Buggy. Through this encounter with Shanks and Buggy, Reina gained further insight into his own strength. Although he was uncertain of his exact age, he suspected it was comparable to that of Shanks and Buggy. Yet, he now realized he could easily overpower the two, even without employing his Sharingan, and if he activated his bloodline ability, even combined, they would pose no challenge to him. Thus, in terms of strength, he had become a formidable presence among his peers. However, amidst the numerous strong individuals aboard the Rock's pirate's ship, he had been oblivious to his own prowess. Even relying solely on the power of the Black Emperor, he possessed a degree of strength in these waters. Bang! Not having run very far, Buggy was swiftly overtaken by Reina, who delivered a swift hand strike that knocked Buggy unconscious. Carrying the 2 defeated individuals, Reina made his way toward his intended destination. Hey, Silver's Rayleigh, these 2 are your ship's trainee crew members, aren't they? Reina shouted loudly towards Rayleigh, who had already subdued the formidable Shiki the Golden Lion. Indeed, his target was none other than Rayleigh. Unlike the other crew members aboard the Pirate King's ship, Rayleigh, who had a penchant for nurturing the younger generation, was Reina's preferred choice. By bringing along these 2 gifts, it would be far easier for Reina to win Rayleigh's favor. The future was uncertain, and thus it was far wiser to cultivate good relationships with such powerful individuals rather than to offend them. Rayleigh, taken aback by Reina's sudden appearance, along with the unconscious forms of Shanks and Buggy in his hands, was astonished. It was well known that Shanks possessed considerable strength, yet here was a youth who appeared to be of similar stature, having defeated both of them. Well done, Reina, Shiki exclaimed after separating from Rayleigh, catching his breath momentarily before bursting into laughter. Throughout the preceding battle, he had been thoroughly suppressed by Rayleigh, whose swordsmanship was exceedingly formidable and rare in its possession of Conqueror's haki. Such abilities were not commonly found among the masses. Shiki himself did not possess them. Already at a disadvantage compared to Rayleigh, the added pressure from the Conqueror's haki had caused Shiki to lose control of the battle rhythm, leaving him entirely at the mercy of his opponent. Had Reina not intervened, defeat would have been imminent to Shiki and Rayleigh's surprise. However, Reina did not threaten Rayleigh with Shanks and Buggy. Instead, he tossed both of them directly towards Rayleigh. Shanks is rather injured. He is quite capable, but I can't hold back, and that red-nosed fellow just fainted. Reina grinned as he spoke. Though Rayleigh could not comprehend Reina's actions, he instinctively caught the two as they were thrown towards him. A quick examination confirmed Reina's words to be true. "Speak your request," Rayleigh inquired directly, fixing his gaze upon Reina. Reina shook his head, stating, "I merely believe that these two are not yet meant to perish." Furthermore, if possible, his words trailed off as he cast a discreet glance towards Shiki. Rayleigh blinked in surprise before bursting into hearty laughter, having recognized Reina's subtle gesture, clearly indicating a desire for him to spare Shiki, thus establishing an exchange of hostages between them. Shiki, too, had noticed Reina's small maneuver, and his expression darkened considerably. Humph! He sheathed his two renowned swords, Sakura and Muku, and huffed disdainfully as he turned away, leaving without a backward glance. Though he was aware that he was not Rayleigh's match, being so publicly pointed out by Reina left him feeling quite disgruntled as he observed Shiki's departure and Reina's pursuit. Rayleigh smiled slightly before taking Shanks and Buggy, unconscious, to seek medical attention. Initially, Reina had intended to separate Shiki and Rayleigh to enlist Shiki's aid for Whitebeard, but who could have guessed that Rayleigh's boisterous laughter would so infuriate Shiki that he would simply take flight. Now, amid the ongoing chaos of battle, Reina was not of their caliber, and he soon lost track of Shiki. Unable to locate him, in exasperation, Reina resolved to feign engagement in combat while gradually making his way towards Whitebeard. However, he dared not approach the battleground where Whitebeard and Douglas Bullet clashed. Previously, all had fought within a valley, the end of which was occupied by the celestial dragons, those cowardly beings who had their guards and slaves defend the front while they cowered at the rear. Yet now, the entire valley had vanished, not to mention the devastation wrought by the battles involving Rox, Karp, and Roger, as well as the fierce confrontation between Edward Newgate and Douglas Bullet. Upon arriving, Reina discovered an unexpected advantage. He could absorb the residual energy from their clashes. Thus, at the periphery of the battle between Edward Newgate and Douglas Bullet, Reina sought a relatively deserted spot to absorb the residual energy from their conflict, converting it into his own stamina. Phew, the energy here is somewhat diminished. I can advance a little further. Reina had begun to treat this place as a trial ground, exploring suitable locations for absorption while honing his speed of energy intake, significantly enhancing his stamina in the process. Truly a perfect scenario. Suddenly, an alarming realization struck him. No, too close. I must retreat. Just as he edged closer to the conflict, the direction of their battle shifted, moving towards Reina's location, which substantially amplified the residual energy, nearly injuring him with his own absorbed power. Chapter 24. The disbandment of the Rox pirates. The battle at God Valley raged on for 3 days and nights. Except for the interruption caused by Reina between Rayleigh and Shiki the Golden Lion, the other formidable warriors had ceased hostilities after inflicting mutual injuries. The only confrontation still unresolved was the central clash between Rox, Roger, and Karp. On the southern coast of God Valley Island, the wounded from the Roger pirates and the Navy were recuperating. Not far from their position were the Celestial Dragons and their slaves. 2 days prior, when the Celestial Dragons retreated to this area, they audaciously demanded Karp's soldiers relinquish their warships to facilitate their escape. Regrettably, the Navy forces accompanying Karp had suffered heavy losses, resulting in an insufficient number of navigators and sailors to operate the ships, even with the Celestial Dragon's own personnel. Consequently, they were incapable of returning the warships to Marie Joy's AS for the pirates of the Roger pirates. They had shown the Celestial Dragons a modicum of respect by refraining from annihilating them. Following a near confrontation, the Celestial Dragons, realizing they were the weakest faction, were ultimately persuaded to retreat and establish camp not far from that location. "What a bunch of trash," spat Spark Jabba, his body wrapped in bandages. As he disdainfully directed his contempt towards the Celestial Dragons, he had fought against Edward Newgate, and the battle had concluded without a death struggle, resulting in a stalemate. Enough? This is not the time for such matters. I wonder how our captain is faring. The only one still maintaining a semblance of complete fighting capability, Rayleigh spoke with a hint of concern. Rest assured, while the Rock's pirates are formidable, Roger is no pushover. Sambel expressed unwavering faith in Roger, being a member of the Fishman tribe. His place aboard Roger's ship spoke volumes. On the other side, the members of the Rock's pirates had congregated, yet the atmosphere was far from amicable. Aside from those who perished in battle, many had opted to flee, leaving only a handful of individuals remaining. What shall we do now? Continuing to hunt the celestial dragons is no longer realistic. The longer we wait, the less likely we are to succeed. Reinforcements from the Navy may already be en route. The typically reticent Silver Axe inquired. What? Are you suggesting we defect? Shiki the Golden Lion, seated nearby, fixed his gaze on Silver Axe, questioning. Defect? What does it matter if I do? Do we even stand a chance now? After rescuing the captain, let us retreat, Silver Axe replied in a low voice. His words plunged the group into silence. They indeed had little hope left, and prolonging the situation might even lead to their own demise. Shiki, you are the only one left with fighting capability. Assist the captain while we withdraw, John suggested after a moment of contemplation. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are to command me? Your previous betrayal remains unaccounted for, so cease your nonsense, Shiki retorted, annoyance evident in his tone as he puffed on his cigar. At this juncture, entering the main battlefield, even with Shiki's strength, would yield no advantages. Moreover, the current mindset of Rocks was unclear to all. Mama, since we are no longer united, let us disband, Charlotte Linlin suddenly interjected. What? The captain is still engaged in battle, and you wish to disband now? John exclaimed incredulously, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just then, the entire island began to tremble violently. Oh no, the island is going to collapse. Quick, to the ships! Everyone felt the ground shake beneath them and hurried back to their pirate ship, casting off to distance themselves from the island. What is happening? The officers exchanged bewildered glances. Even Linlin, who had just suggested disbanding, appeared dazed. Such a massive island was crumbling before their eyes, sinking into the depths of the sea. Even though these individuals were powerful, they found it hard to believe the scene unfolding before them. What do we do now? Wang Ji, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. However, no one responded to him. At this moment, the fate of Rocks remained uncertain, leaving everyone at a loss for a decision. Without uttering a word, Shiki floated into the air and directed himself toward the small island, where a thick haze enveloped the area, allowing him to enter unnoticed. After a brief interval, Shiki returned slowly. Shiki, what is the situation over there? Did you see the captain? John inquired anxiously. Shiki shook his head, exhaling a puff of smoke before replying. I did not see the captain, but I did spot Karp and Roger. They are both unharmed. The implication was clear. If Karp and Roger were safe, then it was their captain, Rocks, who was in peril. Following Shiki's revelation, a profound silence fell over the entire ship. What shall we do now? Everyone, please share your thoughts. I intend to search for the captain. Those who wish to join me may stay, while those who do not are free to leave. I shan't say more, John declared first, his loyalty to Captain Rocks evident in his decisive stance. Mama, I plan to establish my own pirate crew. Is there anyone willing to join me? The first to speak was Charlotte Linlin. However, apart from Longbread, no one stirred. Kaido, won't you join me? I just gifted you something valuable. Charlotte Linlin turned to Kaido, posing the question. Reina realized that it must have been the Zoan-type fish fruit, a mythical beast devil fruit. After their confrontation with Spock Jabba, Linlin had seemingly approached Kaido alone and presented him with the devil fruit. Galululu. Kaido took a hearty swig of his drink and said, Don't be ridiculous, Linlin. You think I would become your subordinate over that? Mama, very well. Do as you please. So, Reina, will you accompany me? Charlotte Linlin surprisingly did not press the issue further, instead turning her attention to Reina. This left Reina somewhat bewildered, although their camaraderie aboard the ship had been amicable. It was merely a bond formed over cake. Linlin, have you made a mistake? Inviting me. You surely don't think highly of my abilities, do you? Reina queried in astonishment. Mama, your current strength may indeed be lacking, but do not underestimate yourself. Follow me, and I shall ensure your name resonates throughout the world. Charlotte Linlin replied with a hearty laugh. Reina, rather than aligning yourself with a woman, why not join me? Aren't you curious about the source of my formidable strength? Accompany me, and perhaps you will discover the answer. At that moment, Kaido also extended an invitation to Reina. Reina was utterly perplexed. He had not anticipated such an offer. Just then, Charlotte Linlin suddenly erupted in anger, directing her ire at Kaido. Kaido, do you wish to die? Are you trying to steal my recruit? Wait, Linlin, Kaido, please, no fighting. Reina intervened, scratching his head in confusion. Why are you both inviting me? He asked. What? Do you also want to establish your own pirate crew? Charlotte Linlin inquired with an irritable expression. Reina shook his head, responding, I had not considered that. Forming a pirate crew seems far too troublesome. Precisely for that reason, they are seeking you. Wang Ji interjected with a chuckle. Among these individuals, each one, without exception, harbors aspirations of going solo. Therefore, there is no need for us to view one another with suspicion. Of all of us, your potential and strength are the most impressive, hence their invitations to you. Reina suddenly comprehended why no one had approached Shiki, Wang Ji, or Silver Axe. Instead, he had been the one receiving multiple offers. So, what are your thoughts now? Charlotte Linlin inquired again, observing Reina's realization. After hesitating for a moment, Reina turned to Edward Newgate and asked, Brother Newgate, do you also intend to form your own pirate crew? Newgate nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed, I too shall establish my own crew. Then I kekekek. Reina, do not be so hasty in your decision. Following Newgate may not be the wisest choice. Just as Reina was about to speak, Shiki interrupted him. Do not regard me in such a manner. Given Newgate's temperament, the pursuit of dominance is far from his interests. Thus, should you choose to join him, you will gain nothing. Shiki cast a glance at Newgate before continuing. While Linlin and Kaido may possess ambition, they are both madmen. Aligning with them could lead to your untimely demise. Therefore, Reina, join my ship. Together, we shall conquer the world. I merely desire a family. The members of my pirate crew are my kin. So you are not entirely wrong. Newgate reflected for a moment before nodding in agreement. During his time in the Rock's pirate crew, he had gained profound insights, particularly from this battle, recognizing that strength alone among crew members was insufficient. If bonds between them were absent, they would merely be a scattered bunch. Consider the Roger pirates. Their combat prowess was not inferior to that of the Rock's crew, yet as the world's strongest pirate crew, they suffered a crushing defeat, with even their captain's fate uncertain. The reason, they were a disjointed assembly, lacking even the most basic of shared interests. Thus, his ideal pirate crew need not be overwhelmingly powerful, but they must be as close as family at that moment. Reina felt somewhat awkward. Faced with the invitations from the three emperors and the Golden Lion Shiki, he found himself with little hesitation. Yet the situation remained uncomfortable, particularly after Shiki's earlier grandiose declaration. Reina pondered whether accepting his offer would lead him down a similar path. Furthermore, the last individual to declare an ambition for world domination was now lost to the depths of the sea, likely having sunk along with the fragmented island. Now you wish for me to conquer the world alongside you. I would prefer to live a few more years. Reina thought that in truth, had it not been for Whitebeard Edward Newgate, joining the Golden Lion Shiki's crew would seem appealing enough. At least from their interactions thus far, Shiki had treated him reasonably well. Yet, he still held firm to his own decision. Chapter 25, Reina's Choice. Brother Newgate, if possible, let us become a true family. Reina stood, approached Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and extended his hand. Gulalalala, very well. From this day forth, we are family, little brother. Newgate responded with a hearty laugh. How utterly tedious, Shiki remarked. John, provide me with a lifeboat. I have no desire to remain here. With Reina having made his choice, Shiki stated bluntly, Fear not, you may freely utilize the lifeboats here. Once the vortex subsides, I shall set off in search of the captain. John nodded in agreement. Then let us meet again in the future. Take care, everyone. Upon hearing John's words, Wang Ji also stood to leave. Trouble brews. The Navy is approaching. At that moment, a crew member rushed into the cabin. Panic-stricken, both Shiki and Wang Ji, poised to depart, halted, their expressions darkening. Everyone, although our captain is currently missing and the Rock's pirate crew faces dissolution, that does not grant the Navy the license to act with impunity. Since each of you intends to establish your own pirate crew, now that an opportunity presents itself, what is your stance? John rose, making his way toward the deck as he spoke. Kekekek. John, should we fail to locate the captain, I would gladly welcome your addition to my crew, Shiki exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he laughed heartily. I shall reserve a warship right here. Mamama, let us also procure a warship. After all, lifeboats do not quite suit my stature. Charlotte Linlin swayed her hips and exited the cabin. Brother, what about us? Reina asked Newgate. Let us venture out and see. Newgate pondered for a moment before rising. Thus, the cadre members, who had been negotiating in the cabin, all made their way to the deck, where they beheld no fewer than 6 warships approaching from 3 directions, encircling them. It seems the Navy has calculated that we lack the will to fight at this moment, and thus they intend to make their presence known. Reina gazed at the 6 warships, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Karp had just emerged from a fierce battle and would undoubtedly refrain from launching another assault. The approaching vessels were standard military ships, devoid of any particularly distinguishing insignia, indicating that they were merely led by ordinary commanders without the presence of renowned naval figures. As he observed the Golden Lion Shiki soaring directly toward the ships ahead, Charlotte Lin, accompanied by Kaido, took flight on the clouds with Zeus, heading towards the vessel on the left. A wave of envy washed over Reina. These flying beings truly evoked admiration. Beside him, Wang Ji echoed Reina's sentiments with a hint of envy in his voice. So, Newgate, shall I reserve a warship for you? Silver Axe inquired, casting a glance at Newgate. Of course, though there are only 2 of us for the time being. Rest assured, I have learned the art of navigation from a sailor. While I may not be an expert, steering a ship will pose no issue. Reina interjected before Newgate could respond. Taking a warship isn't a simple task. With just the 2 of you, it will undoubtedly be exhausting. Wang Ji remarked, looking at Reina. Indeed, while naval ships boasted superior performance and speed, operating them with a limited crew could prove to be quite cumbersome. But why was Reina so insistent on acquiring a warship? The answer was simple. If he and Newgate set sail on a lifeboat, what would become of their work tomorrow? They had already lost 3 days of work this month, and Reina was eager to restore his working hours swiftly. Although he would miss out on perfect attendance rewards, accumulating more points would still be beneficial. Brother, I don't have much berries left. If we procure a warship and sell it on some random island, we could easily afford a smaller vessel. Otherwise, who knows when we could save enough berries to buy a ship if we set sail on a lifeboat? Reina said directly, noticing Newgate's silence. Newgate paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Garara. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. After all, we don't have a specific destination at the moment. With fewer hands, we'll just take it slow. If all else fails, we can drift along with the currents. Newgate was genuinely pleased, as Reina had not suggested resorting to robbery despite their lack of berries. Meanwhile, before the pirate ship had even approached the naval vessels, Shiki and Charlotte Lin had already seized one of the warships. Reina speculated that they would likely allow the naval sailors to remain aboard to assist in operating the ship. Newgate and Reina had no intention of enlisting Wang Ji and Silver Axe's help. Once close to the warship, Newgate lifted Reina and leaped aboard. The naval personnel on the ship regarded the 2 with trepidation, especially when some soldiers recognized Whitebeard. Who is your commander? Bring him forth. This warship has caught our captain's eye. Reina stepped forward, addressing the naval soldiers. The armed sailors surrounding Reina and Newgate exchanged bewildered glances, as they seemed to have intended to capture these 2. Yet the roles appeared to have reversed. Not act rashly. You are no match for us. If you are unwilling to relent, summon your commander or the strongest among you that we wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Reina smiled at the fidgety sailors. However, despite his words, the surrounding naval soldiers showed no signs of retreat and seemed poised for confrontation. Garara, little brother, talking to them is futile. Sometimes, they must be made aware of the disparity in strength. Otherwise, they will not easily withdraw. Newgate chuckled, swinging his naginata, the gust of wind causing the surrounding sailors to struggle to maintain their footing. All right, brother, you take a breather. Leave these mere foot soldiers to me, Reina declared, gradually advancing. Newgate did not object, merely standing by with a smile, knowing it was time for Reina to establish his reputation. Then let us conclude this swiftly. Sharingan, activate. Reina activated his Sharingan and dashed into the throng of naval soldiers. With his current prowess, these ordinary soldiers were no match for him. He dispatched them with ease, leaving a pile of defeated sailors on the deck in no time. Step aside. You are no match for him. Just then, a commander clad in the Navy's Justice Cloak emerged, approaching Reina. At last, someone of merit has arrived. Reina smiled slightly, halting his assault on the naval soldiers. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The naval commander did not acknowledge Reina, instead casting a scrutinizing gaze at the unmoving Newgate. Hey, you're underestimating me. I am your opponent. Reina's expression darkened at being disregarded. Kid, while your strength is commendable, you are still no match for me. Newgate, come forth. Do you really wish for this boy to fight me? Schalinger directed his words towards Newgate. Bang! Reina, uninterested in idle chatter, lunged forward, throwing a punch at Schalinger. Schalinger raised his hand to block Reina's attack. Murmuring, "Very well, I shall deal with you first, and then handle Edward Newgate." Humph, you ought to watch your tongue. You think you can deal with me? Although Schalinger successfully blocked Reina's strike, Reina had already assessed Schalinger's battle power through the system. Schalinger, battle power 380, T380 battle power. He was indeed formidable among the naval soldiers, whose average power was below 10. Yet, when faced with Reina, he seemed inadequate. Previously, Shanks, who had been defeated by Reina on the island, possessed a battle power of 450, so Reina held Schalinger in little regard. Will spin. Suddenly, Schalinger's arms transformed into wheels, spinning wildly as they charged toward Reina. A devil fruit user. Reina's Sharingan had already detected the impending attack, allowing him to easily evade it. Although Schalinger's battle power stood at 380, Reina understood that the system's assessment was based on a combination of strength, speed, and stamina, which did not account for the user's proficiency with their abilities. For instance, while the system rated Reina's Sharingan at 130 battle power, his actual strength had far surpassed that as he grew stronger. Additionally, the Black Emperor's powers had also strengthened considerably, even surpassing the enhancements provided by his Sharingan. Now, since Schalinger was utilizing a devil fruit ability, the system likely only provided a fixed battle power increase. If he had developed his powers thoroughly, it could easily mislead Reina. Therefore, Reina resolved to exercise caution until he fully comprehended Schalinger's abilities. I am Schalinger, a user of the wheel fruit, lieutenant of the Navy headquarters. After evading Reina's assault, Schalinger refrained from pursuing and instead introduced himself. So you are a superhuman type wheel fruit user. Reina's expression darkened as he recalled who Schalinger was. In the original narrative, after Nico Robin was captured, Luffy led his comrades to Eni's lobby to rescue their ally, only for that foolish officer to mistakenly activate the Buster Call, resulting in the island's destruction. Among the colonels who obstructed the Straw Hat crew was a user of the wheel fruit, though his appearance was lackluster compared to the rust fruit user who had destroyed one of Zoro's weapons. Now it seemed that Schalinger was merely a lieutenant, not a colonel. While Reina was aware of Schalinger's abilities and did not perceive him as a formidable foe, he remained vigilant, reminding himself to give his all in any battle he faced. Perfect. You'll serve as a fine test. Reina grinned slightly, launching another attack against Schalinger. Foolish child, knowing full well I am a devil fruit user, you still dare to engage in close combat. Schalinger scoffed as Reina approached for a melee confrontation. Bang! Schalinger's spinning wheels clashed against Reina's fist, and contrary to his expectations, Reina was not sent flying. His fist remained intact, and unexpectedly, Schalinger's wheels came to an abrupt halt. Isn't that curious? There's something even stranger. Reina disregarded Schalinger's confusion and, seizing the moment, delivered a swift elbow strike to Schalinger's abdomen, sending him flying. Cough, cough. I truly underestimated you. But this is where it ends. Zeilinger coughed a few times, gradually rising to his feet. He patted his belly, which had transformed into a wheel, and remarked, at the critical moment just now, I converted the spot where Reina was about to attack into a wheel, thereby dissipating a substantial portion of the force. Which is why I suffered minimal harm. Furthermore, Reina's previous assault had not unleashed any absorbed energy, it was merely a display of his own strength. Now standing upright, Zeilinger began to engage Reina earnestly in battle. However, with each exchange, he grew increasingly alarmed, sensing that his strikes were being absorbed by his opponent, failing to connect with Reina's actual form. Additionally, the immense kinetic energy generated by the rotation of his wheel was being siphoned away, causing his wheel to come to an involuntary halt with every attack. Bang! The two exchanged another punch, an intentional move by Reina, reminiscent of his earlier tactic against Xianx, as he sought to ensnare his opponent once more. Upon striking Reina, Zeilinger's eyes lit up, and he felt that perhaps Reina's energy had reached its saturation point, prompting him to smile and declare, Young man, your abilities are indeed impressive, but I have discovered your flaw. Reina, bewildered, thought to himself, how could he possibly know? I have yet to finish my setup. As Zeilinger charged directly toward him, Reina, growing weary of the charade, unleashed all the absorbed energy in a single kick. Bang! With a thud, Reina's foot connected with Zeilinger's left arm, which had transformed into a wheel, sending him soaring in an arc, blood spraying as he plummeted into the sea. Captain Zeilinger, the naval soldiers, witnessing their officers fall into the ocean, remained wary of Reina while shouting towards the spot where Zeilinger had descended. He is an ability user. If he sinks into the sea, it will spell disaster. We must rescue him now. If he sinks to the bottom, we may not even have the chance to recover his body. Reina made no further moves against the naval soldiers, instead standing coolly and remarking, Chapter 26. Marco, brother, do you have any crew members in mind to recruit? After successfully seizing the warship, Reina and Newgate had been sailing the seas for 3 days. Throughout this time, Reina effortlessly completed his daily tasks, steadily increasing his consecutive sign-in record. His identity had also transformed, shifting from a mere apprentice aboard Rock's ship to a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. His responsibilities had multiplied. He was no longer just a navigator, but also took on roles such as cook, helmsman, and sailor. Initially, Newgate thought that with just the two of them, some tasks could be overlooked, but Reina would not acquiesce. Now free from the drudgery of constant cleaning, his new identity afforded him greater options for work. In addition to the 2 hours of training he had previously, he could now count sailing, cooking, and recording navigation coordinates as part of his work hours. Compared to cleaning, he found these tasks far more satisfying. So regardless of Newgate's opinions, Reina diligently attended to all that he could each day. That I wished to find some talented young individuals to cultivate. It would give a sense of home. Newgate pondered aloud. Reina recalled that indeed, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were quite youthful, suggesting that Newgate had intentionally curated this. Very well. When we reach the next island, I shall exchange this warship, and you can scout the town for suitable members. Reina nodded, stating, after all, a pirate crew cannot consist solely of the two of us. Newgate nodded in agreement, asking, how far is it to the next island? I am uncertain. This recording pointer was given to me by John. Reina replied, shaking his head. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a sharp cry escaped him as he dashed toward the helm, seemingly intent on altering the ship's course. What is happening? Newgate inquired, puzzled. Brother Newgate, we have suffered a significant loss. If John did not betray Captain Rox, then he is the only one who knows the location of the Rox pirates' treasure. That scoundrel must have set us up to hoard the treasure for himself. Reina lamented, his expression one of deep sorrow. Gulalala. Newgate suddenly erupted in laughter upon observing Reina's indignation. Brother Newgate, you still find this amusing? How could I have forgotten such a critical matter? Reina thought to bash his own head in frustration. Worry not. It is merely a treasure that we will encounter many adventures ahead, and we will seek what we desire ourselves. That as for the Rox pirates' treasure, we can do without it. Newgate said dismissively. Well, if you are unconcerned, then so be it, Reina replied, a hint of discomfort evident in his demeanor. Come now, little brother, there is no need for such despondency. Do you not trust your elder brother? Newgate chuckled, patting Reina's back cheerfully. By the time the two arrived at the island indicated by the recording pointer, for days had elapsed. All right, brother, go seek out any suitable young recruits while I finalize the last entries in the sailing log and contact the buyer regarding this warship. We shall meet at the largest inn, Reina stated, producing a stack of berries to hand to Newgate. Newgate nodded, taking the berries and departing without delay. Reina's decision to write the sailing log at this moment was not strictly necessary. Rather, it was because he had yet to complete the foundational work hours for the day, and he needed to wait until those hours were fulfilled. He did not intend to sell the warship outright, but rather to exchange it with a merchant, allowing for a seamless transition without disrupting his sign-in record. Although he might incur some losses in terms of price, he was not particularly concerned. Once his work hours were completed, Reina disembarked to search for nearby shops, inquiring about any affluent individuals on the island who might be interested in acquiring the warship. After some effort, he finally found a bold individual willing to trade a medium-sized schooner and 3 million berries for the naval warship. Although Reina was losing at least half the value in berries, he was pressed for time, and the fact that it was a naval vessel deterred most from making an offer, so he did not dwell on the price. After securing the 3 million berries, Reina tidied up the contents of the warship, transferring everything to the new schooner. By the time he finished, night had fallen, prompting him to continue working aboard the new vessel to earn his overtime pay. The following morning, Reina rose early, completed his work hours for the day, and descended the ship with a case containing 3 million berries. While he had resolved the issue of the ship, he still needed to procure food, fruit, and the alcoholic beverages favored by pirates. Fortunately, with 3 million berries in hand, he had ample funds to replenish the ship's provisions. He only hoped Newgate would find satisfactory crew members. Reina walked he suddenly noticed a group of individuals stealthily trailing him. This puzzled him, for after arriving on the island, he had done nothing of note, merely exchanged ships. How could a novice like him discern that he was being followed? It was evident even to the most oblivious observer. Reina glanced down at the case containing 3 million berries, seemingly grasping the reason for their pursuit. What a troublesome lot, Reina muttered darkly, his expression sour. How dare they attempt to rob him? Reina deliberately made his way into a narrow alley, only to be swiftly encircled by the group. Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? Reina inquired, shielding the money box. Hey, you must be the rookie pirate Red-Eyed Reina, right? Just a mere novice. Who would have thought you were worth 30 million? The lead bounty hunter brandished a stack of wanted posters, grinning maliciously at Reina. Red-Eyed Reina? Novice? 30 million. Reina was taken aback, but upon seeing the wanted posters in the bounty hunter's hand, his excitement surged. Finally, I've been wanted, Reina exclaimed, darting forward to seize the wanted poster from the bounty hunter. Quick reflexes, the bounty hunter's expression changed as he stepped back, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Be gone. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't trouble you. Red-Eyed Reina chuckled, glancing at the bounty hunter before bursting into laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Against such a foe, we might not necessarily lose. There are many of us. Let us all attack together. As he gazed at the foolishly grinning Reina, the leading bounty hunter suddenly pondered whether perhaps he had merely imagined the scene moments ago. You refuse to heed my command to leave. Collect your bounty notice. Dodging an attack from one of the bounty hunters, Reina deftly countered with a punch that landed squarely on his opponent's face. What a waste of time. Within a mere 5 minutes, Reina emerged from the alley, leaving a scattering of fallen bounty hunters in his wake. Upon arriving at the largest inn, he found Newgate preparing to depart with a child in tow. Brother Newgate, Reina hurriedly approached to greet him. Reina, you rascal, you've finally arrived. Have you resolved the matter with the ship? Newgate nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Reina. It's all taken care of. I've secured a medium-sized schooner. It's quite simple to operate, requiring only the proper handling of the helm. Additionally, I have 3 million berries, more than enough for provisions and drink. Reina replied with a beaming smile. Excellent, then let us first have something to eat. Newgate nodded in agreement. The inn featured a restaurant that served food, so the three of them made their way there, ordering a variety of dishes before digging in. Is this our first new crew member? Reina inquired curiously, glancing at the child beside Newgate, his heart brimming with admiration for fate. Indeed, from the moment I laid eyes on that child, I recognized him. Marco, the Phoenix, the 1st Division commander and ship's doctor of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is called Marco, and he is currently an apprentice crew member. I intend to adopt him as my godson, Newgate said with a grin. A godson. Although he had anticipated this, Reina couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu akin to an imperial eunuch adopting numerous godsons. What? Is that unacceptable? Noticing the peculiar look in Reina's eyes, Newgate inquired with confusion. No, it's just that your dream is to have your own family, to establish a lineage. There's nothing wrong with that. But does that mean he'll have to call me uncle? Reina asked with a playful grin. I refuse. Sporting a punk pineapple hairstyle and half-closed eyes, Marco immediately rejected the notion, sensing Reina's ill intentions. You little rascal, what do you mean? Am I not worthy to be your uncle? Look at me. I am the infamous Red-Eyed Reina, Reina declared, slapping his bounty notice onto the table, feigning anger yet unable to conceal his amusement. Oh, indeed. Newgate was drawn to Reina's words, glancing at the bounty notice on the table. There, captured in the image, was Reina, having just sent Navy Lieutenant Schalinger flying, standing defiantly as he spoke to the Navy soldiers. Their fearful expressions accentuating Reina's slightly sinister aura. This can't possibly be you. The man in the picture has red eyes. Marco, young as he was, could hardly resist the allure and was now staring intently at the bounty notice. That's something you don't know, kid. Watch closely. Sharingan activate. Reina chuckled, activating his Sharingan. With an exclamation of surprise, Marco gazed at Reina, pointing at his eyes. Why, your eyes really turned red. How beautiful. All right. Reina, close your Sharingan. Marco is still young and might not handle it well. Newgate interjected, giving the somewhat dazed Marco a gentle pat, turning to Reina. Reina closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had returned to their normal black. Marco, still a child, likely had not yet acquired a devil fruit, making him susceptible to the allure of the double Tomo Sharingan. Although the double Tomo Sharingan couldn't perform genjutsu, it possessed a natural capacity to bewilder, albeit only minimally. Reina had tested it and found it ineffective in battle. Chapter 27. The formation of the Whitebeard pirates. After finishing dinner, the trio set off to procure provisions and beverages necessary for their voyage, with Reina taking the lead while Marco assisted in carrying items. As night began to fall, they returned to the new ship. "Brother, what do you think of the new vessel?" Reina asked, noticing Newgate scrutinizing the ship with keen interest. Newgate nodded and smiled but remained silent. After Reina guided the two of them on a brief tour of the ship, Newgate finally spoke. "You've worked hard. You've been managing so much on your own." Reina had arranged for the entire ship to be refurbished by the owner. It wasn't lavish, but the overall design exuded warmth. If it weren't for the pirate flag hanging above, one would hardly recognize it as a pirate ship. Newgate greatly appreciated this style, knowing it was Reina's thoughtful arrangement, which prompted him to express his gratitude. By the way, brother, what do you think of the pirate flag I designed? Are you satisfied?" Reina inquired, pointing to the flag he had sketched from memory. That bushy beard is indeed quite prominent." Marco nodded sagely, affirming his approval. "Of course, brother's nickname is Whitebeard. Our pirate flag must reflect that. Additionally, I've come up with a name for our crew. Let's call ourselves the Whitebeard Pirates. What do you think?" "Brother," Reina grinned widely. "How about painting the skull's eyes red?" Newgate pondered for a moment before suggesting. Though he was pleased with the pirate flag, he recognized that this crew was a joint endeavor between him and Reina. So incorporating Reina's characteristics felt appropriate. Is it because of the red eyes? Marco mumbled under his breath. However, Reina shook his head, stating, "Thank you, brother, but a pirate crew only needs one soul. This flag represents the essence of a pirate crew. Our Whitebeard pirates, so it need only feature one characteristic, the trait of Whitebeard. Everything else would be superfluous." Both Newgate and Marco were momentarily taken aback, yet Reina's words rang true. The pirate flag indeed embodied the crew's spirit. A red-eyed skull does have a certain coolness, but your reasoning holds merit. Marco feigned wisdom, squinting with mock maturity. "All right, brother, if you have no objections, I shall proceed to paint this design on the mainsail." Reina noted Newgate's lack of dissent and disregarded Marco's presence as he announced his intentions. "As for my future nickname, will it be Golden Hair?" Marco mused, brushing his fingers through his yellow locks. Lost in thought. "Golden Hair, you'd be lucky to be called Yellow Hair." Yellow Hair, Marco, doesn't sound too bad." Reina adopted a senior's demeanor as he teased the now visibly annoyed Marco. "Gulalalala." Watching Reina tease Marco, Newgate laughed heartily, showing no inclination to intervene. He trusted Reina to handle the situation well. In terms of social interaction, he even believed himself to be inferior to Reina. Reina's artistic skills had improved, bolstered by the numerous ability exchange vouchers he had earned as overtime pay. Now he possessed skills ranging from F level in music, painting, calligraphy, and chess to D level in cooking, navigation, construction, and medicine. These skills offered little assistance in combat. Hence Reina referred to them as life skills. Moreover, these skills lacked proficiency levels. As long as Reina was willing to purchase skill upgrade scrolls from the mall, he could enhance them directly. However, Reina felt that his current life skills were sufficiently robust. Thus he chose not to upgrade any of them, especially considering that a basic skill upgrade scroll required 1,000 points. Ding ding ding. Completed. Reina admired his masterpiece on the mainsail, which had taken him half the night to finish. Feeling immensely satisfied. "Everything is ready. We can set sail tomorrow." Reina clapped his hands and declared proudly. "Why not set sail now?" Marco asked, puzzled. "Who set sail in the dead of night? Besides, we haven't even held the departure ceremony yet. Once the captain announces the establishment of the pirate crew tomorrow, we can officially embark." Reina rolled his eyes at Marco in response. With nothing more to discuss that night, the following morning, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Reina, and Marco gathered together to conduct a simple departure ceremony. Whitebeard Edward Newgate officially announced the formation of the Whitebeard Pirates. Thus, this pirate crew, which would one day reign over the latter half of the Grand Line like emperors, was quietly established. "If brother is the captain, then I shall be the first mate, right?" Reina cast a tentative glance at Newgate and inquired that in his impression, the Whitebeard Pirates did not have an official vice-captain. The role of vice-captain was held by Marco, the captain of the First Division, so he was unsure of Newgate's intentions. Indeed, after hearing Reina's words, Newgate hesitated slightly before nodding and saying, "This pirate crew was established by you and me together. So it is perfectly fine for you to be the vice-captain." He. "Then Marco, You little brat. You are now the only crew member on our ship. No, you are an apprentice crew member. Reina declared proudly, pointing at Marco. Marco pouted. Although somewhat displeased, he found himself unable to refute it. Moreover, I am also currently serving as the navigator, helmsman, shipwright, ship doctor, cook, sailor, musician, and combatant. Reina continued. As for you, you can just take on the roles of sailor and lookout. Reina nodded, pressing on with his words. Marco stared at Reina, incredulous. What was this person thinking? How could one individual hold so many positions? Was it even feasible? Whitebeard Edward Newgate, too, found himself at a loss for words. But he understood that Reina took the roles and responsibilities within the pirate crew very seriously, so he refrained from objecting. After all, Reina was the most earnest pirate lauded even by Captain Rocks. You hold so many positions, do you actually know how to do all these things? Marco asked, regaining his composure. Of course, I can handle all of them. Once we have more talents on board, I want you need to juggle so many roles. And if you wish to learn, I can teach you. Reina replied earnestly, nodding. Although Marco remained somewhat skeptical, he chose not to question further upon seeing Newgate's lack of objection. With the matter settled, Reina nodded in satisfaction. He personally did not mind these roles, but the issue lay with the system. It would not recognize these tasks as work hours unless he held those positions. Now that he had assumed them, all his efforts would count as working time. Once the sails were raised and the ship set off, Reina busied himself again. Marco, lacking experience, was of little assistance, although operating a sloop was not particularly difficult. There remained much for Reina to do. Glancing at the log pointer beside the helm, Reina beckoned Marco, who seemed a bit lost, and said, "Come here, kid, Vice Captain, what is it?" Marco approached slowly, asking cautiously. He had indeed been somewhat startled earlier. It turned out Reina was telling the truth. After Captain Newgate commanded to raise the sails, he simply sat on the ship's railing, gazing at the sea, leaving all the work to Reina. "Don't call me Vice Captain. You can call me Uncle Air. I don't mind," Reina teased with a smile. "All right, Vice Captain," Marco replied, lowering his head. "Fine. Suit yourself. Do you recognize this?" Reina shrugged nonchalantly and pointed to the log pointer beside the helm. "I know, that's the log pointer. It tells us the direction to the next island." Marco nodded in response. "Good. I'll leave the helm to you now. Keep the ship on course with the pointer. I have other matters to attend to. If anything comes up that you can't handle, just call for me. Do you have any questions?" "No problem," Marco affirmed, pressing his lips together resolutely. He needed to demonstrate his worth. "Very well, young man. I entrust this to you," Reina said, patting Marco's shoulder with satisfaction. He had other tasks to complete, ultimately reserving 2 hours for training. Just as the Whitebeard pirates officially set sail, not far away on a small island, the Roger pirates were also preparing to embark. "Shanks, come quickly and look," the red-nosed Buggy shouted, brandishing a stack of bounty notices as he found his companion Shanks. "What is it, Buggy?" Shanks replied, somewhat despondent. "Look, it's that guy." Buggy handed Shanks the top bounty notice, which prominently featured Reina, now awakened to his Sharingan, the red-eyed Reina. "It's that fellow, but why are his eyes red?" Shanks immediately recognized the one who had defeated him. Yet he was puzzled by Reina's eyes. "I've inquired, and it seems this is part of his ability, indicating that he didn't use his full strength during our battle that day. His first bounty is 30 million berries. That guy is quite formidable," Buggy expressed with a hint of concern. Shanks clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "Next time I see him, I will definitely defeat him. Indeed, the next time I encounter him, I shall take his head for daring to humiliate me." Buggy nodded, a sense of camaraderie evident in his tone. "Oh, you wish to take him down? I heard that the Rocks pirates have disbanded, and he has teamed up with Whitebeard Edward Newgate. This bounty is due to him single-handedly taking down a Navy warship and defeating a Navy lieutenant with a devil fruit ability." Vice Captain Rayleigh happened to pass by and, upon seeing the bounty notice in Buggy's hands, chuckled. "What? He took down a warship alone?" Both Buggy and Shanks exclaimed in astonishment. Rayleigh nodded, saying, "He is an adversary not to be underestimated. If you wish to defeat him, you will need to work even harder. I will certainly defeat him," Shanks declared, having been deeply impressed by Reina for being the first peer to inflict such a humiliating defeat upon him. In another sea, the Golden Lion Shiki sat aboard a pirate ship converted from a warship, sipping red wine and smoking a cigar. "Captain, here are the latest bounty notices." A pirate presented a stack of notices. Shiki initially had no intention of looking, but upon seeing the top bounty notice, he set down his drink and picked it up. 30 million. Reina, Have you begun to make a name for yourself in the world? Shiki laughed heartily. It seems the seas won't be dull anymore. As Reina's bounty spread across the world, former members of the Rocks Pirates were astounded. Although they understood that with Reina's strength, a bounty was only to be expected. They were still surprised at how quickly it had come. Ma, Reina, no wonder I had my eye on you. You are indeed extraordinary. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily while holding Reina's bounty. Humph, just an ungrateful little brat. Linlin remarked. It seems Newgate has already begun to take action. I shall part ways with you here. Kaido glanced disdainfully at Reina's bounty. Noticed. In his eyes, Whitebeard Newgate was of greater concern. And Reina had yet to catch his interest. Although Reina's talent was commendable, it was still insufficient to pose a threat to him. Are you truly not coming with me, Kaido? If we join forces, we could soon conquer these seas, Charlotte Linlin asked with a cheerful smile. Galugulu, I am the captain, Kaido declared after taking a hearty swig of his drink. Very well. Then I wish you smooth sailing. Chapter 28. Marco's Devil Fruit Ability. Bang. Marco was once again knocked to the ground by Reina's punch, but he quickly rose to his feet. However, even standing was now somewhat of a challenge for him. All right, you should rest. Continuing like this is not good for your health, Reina said, shaking his head as he observed the wobbling Marco. Newgate, steering the ship, cast a sidelong glance at Marco, slightly furrowing his brow. Huff huff, it's not over yet. I can keep going, Marco shouted back at Reina. Reina shook his head, about to say something when suddenly blue flames began to rise around Marco, and he noticed his injuries healing rapidly. A devil fruit user, Reina exclaimed in feigned surprise. He knew Marco was a mythical Zoan-type user of the bird fruit, phoenix form, but he was unaware that Marco had already acquired the fruit at this time. So his astonishment was not entirely pretended. Newgate, who was at the helm, also displayed a look of surprise. When he had previously encountered Marco, he had sensed a faint power within him, but he had mostly felt pity for the boy. Having no parents, Marco sat alone in a street corner, looking somewhat emaciated due to hunger, which led Newgate to approach him and ask if he wanted to come along, not expecting to be pleasantly surprised. After the transformation, Marco did not continue to attack Reina but instead turned away, somewhat dejected. Hey, kid, why are you leaving? Didn't you say you could keep going? Reina asked, puzzled. Marco pointed to the blue flames surrounding him and the changes in his body. Speaking in a slightly numb voice, aren't you afraid of me looking like this? They all say I am a cursed child. Pahaha, what nonsense are you spouting? Fool, this is a power known as the devil fruit. Though it could also be described as a cursed strength, that curse is solely directed at you. Have you not realized that you can no longer touch seawater? Reina paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Over there, Newgate also raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Indeed, those who possess the abilities of devil fruits, particularly children who mistakenly consume them, are often misunderstood by the uninformed. Devil fruit? Marco inquired in astonishment. Is it similar to your eyes? No, you are different from me. Reina shook his head and replied. The hope that once shone brightly in Marco's eyes dimmed instantly upon hearing Reina's response. Of course, my powers are unlike yours. Mine truly originate from the depths of hell. Whereas did you not consume a peculiar fruit that was undeniably unpalatable? Reina smirked slightly, an unappetizing fruit. Marco seemed perplexed. But suddenly, as if recalling a memory, he nodded vigorously. Indeed, there was a time when I was exceedingly hungry, and I searched the shoreline for discarded items to trade for food. I stumbled upon a fruit washed ashore by the waves, which was indeed quite dreadful in taste. Fool, that was the devil fruit. I just do not know what your ability is. It seems to have some connection to flames. You can consult our captain about that. He wields the powers of the tremor fruit, while my abilities derive from bloodline. Reina chuckled. Marco was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the steering wheel where Whitebeard sat, he observed Whitebeard nodding gently at him, confirming Reina's statement that I truly am not a demon. Marco exclaimed with a hint of excitement. If demons were as weak as you, how could they govern hell? Reina scoffed dismissively. I am not weak. My abilities are formidable. I can heal any injury. Marco immediately retorted upon hearing Reina's words. Oh, flames that possess healing capabilities. I have yet to hear of such a fruit. It does not seem to belong to the Logia type. Could it be of the Paramecia type? Reina pretended to ponder aloud. No, I suspect it is a Zoan type. Whitebeard interjected, shaking his head. Brother, why do you say that? Reina asked, perplexed. Could it be that Whitebeard could discern Marco's abilities merely from a glance at his partially transformed state? That seemed rather exaggerated. Look closely. When you activate your abilities, your body undergoes a transformation. Though not a complete one, I suspect this is also the reason for his lack of proficiency. Such alterations in one's physical form are highly indicative of Zoan types. Whitebeard explained, shaking his head. Kid, give it your all and test your abilities. Upon hearing this, Reina instructed Marco, focus your attention and truly feel the changes in your body. Taking a deep breath, Marco closed his eyes slowly. Instantly, his body began to transform. His hands morphed into wings, his legs into the talons of a bird, and his head took on the visage of a bird, all the while engulfed in blue flames. However, these flames did not exhibit the typical properties of ordinary fire, appearing exceedingly peculiar. Indeed, it is a Zoan type, but could these flames belong to a phoenix? No, that cannot be right. While phoenixes indeed possess the ability of resurrection, they lack such healing powers. Reina mused, stroking his chin in feigned contemplation. It is the immortal bird, a Zoan type, bird fruit, phoenix form, a highly coveted fruit of the mythical Zoan variety. Whitebeard, with his vast experience, swiftly identified Marco's fruit. How did I end up like this? Marco gazed at his transformed appendages in a state of shock. All right, brother, it's time for you to take over the lesson. I am not as familiar with the devil fruits as you are. Reina smiled and rushed over to take the helm from Whitebeard, allowing him to explain to Marco. Whitebeard's method of explanation was notably straightforward. He simply retrieved a tome detailing devil fruits from the cabin and tossed it to Marco, instructing him to read it himself, then promptly ignored him. Brother, isn't that rather casual? You at least need to teach him how to utilize his abilities, Reina remarked, somewhat exasperated, as he observed Marco engrossed in the book. No strong individual ever learns solely from others. It is all about self-reliance. When you first boarded, you were not even a match for Marco, and now, you have already become a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. Did anyone teach you? Newgate shook his head. While that is true, the difference between having a teacher and not having one is significant. At the very least, it saves a great deal of detours. Reina countered, shaking his head. Galalala, are you the Zoan type, or am I? Since neither of us are, how can we teach? The only thing that can be imparted is the way to train and physical conditioning. Surely you understand that. Newgate shot Reina a sidelong glance. I do comprehend, but there are no buts in this matter. You are the captain, or am I? Newgate mimicked Reina's usual admonitions to Marco. Reina rolled his eyes, abandoning the helm to approach Marco. Having been bested by the elder, he naturally sought to reclaim his dignity with the younger. Marco, your injuries have already healed, correct? Continue your training, Reina said sternly, opting to persist in challenging Marco. With a broad smile, Newgate sat at the helm, watching Reina educate Marco while sipping his drink, reveling in the bliss of such a life. Days later, Marco gradually mastered his abilities, and thanks to the traits of the immortal bird, he was now able to engage Reina in a back-and-forth exchange. Of course, more often than not, it was Marco who ended up on the ground. Though Reina lacked hockey, the impact of his strikes on Marco was still substantial. Yet, Marco's unfamiliarity with his own powers meant he could only passively rely on the healing effects of his flames while engaging in a tug-of-war with Reina, possessing the powers of the Black Emperor and the Sharingan. Reina could swiftly ascertain the flow of battle, often leaving Marco sprawled on the deck. This will not do. This lad is becoming increasingly adept with his abilities. Without mastery of hockey, I will be at a considerable disadvantage in our encounters. After concluding the day's training, Reina gazed sorrowfully at Marco, who lay on the deck, unable to rise. No wonder he is destined to become a legendary pirate. His potential and talent are indeed formidable. Brother, I wish to learn hockey, both Busashoku and Kinbunshaku. After the battle, Reina sent Marco off to train his physical skills and sought out Whitebeard to inquire about the cultivation of hockey. Busashoku requires a formidable physique. While you are indeed ready to begin training Kinbunshaku, originally, I intended to wait until your physicality was further enhanced before initiating your training in both Busashoku and Kinbunshaku, as your Sharingan renders the significance of Kinbunshaku less impactful in combat. Newgate seemed to have anticipated Reina's inquiry, speaking directly. Do you mean to say that my physical strength is currently insufficient for Busashoku training? Reina inquired, taken aback. No, given your physical condition, you can indeed start Busashoku training now. However, I still hope you can wait a bit longer to allow your body to strengthen further. After some consideration, Whitebeard replied that I understand. Thank you, brother. Reina nodded appreciatively. He had grasped Newgate's intent. His physical abilities were merely adequate, which is why Newgate preferred he delay, ensuring he would not harm himself during training. Thus, in the days that followed, Reina dedicated all his time to physical training, aside from his duties, to the point where even Marco, who accompanied him, began to struggle. Fool, do not compare yourself to him. He started training in physical skills before you. Progress is made one step at a time. If you force yourself to keep up with him, you will only injure your body. Finally, unable to watch any longer, Newgate intervened to halt Marco from continuing to train alongside Reina. Chapter 29. Marine Zephyr Island spotted ahead. Marco shouted excitedly from the crow's nest. All right, understood. You come down to take the helm. I need to document the nautical log. Reina, stationed at the helm, nodded in response to Marco. After a period of sailing, they had finally arrived at the next island. Brother, here is the list of food items we need to purchase. Once we reach the island, please assist Marco in acquiring them. Returning to the cabin, Reina produced a note and handed it to Newgate. Aren't you going to disembark and explore a bit? Newgate turned his head to inquire to know. There are still some tasks left unfinished on the ship. Also, kid, this is for you. Shaking his head, Reina tossed a weighted training suit to Marco. Upon seeing the weighted suit, Marco's face lit up with joy as he quickly stepped forward to catch it. Thank you, Vice Captain. After a moment's hesitation, Marco found himself unable to utter the two words that Reiner had been eagerly anticipating. Although Reiner was referred to as Big Brother Whitebeard, his age was almost on par with Marco's, rendering him essentially a peer. Thus, Marco could not bring himself to address him as uncle. However, Marco was well aware that it was Reiner who managed the day-to-day affairs aboard the ship. While he still needed to focus on his own training, this weighted clothing had been crafted by Reiner in the cabin after everyone else had retired for the night. This was all revealed to Marco by Whitebeard after he discovered it. Leaving Marco profoundly touched. As an orphan from a young age, marginalized due to his devil fruit powers, he had never experienced such care from others before. All right, try it on and see if it fits. If anything feels amiss, I can make adjustments, Reiner said with a wave of his hand and a smile. The suit had been newly exchanged. The previous one had been discarded, prompting him to procure another just days prior. Nonetheless, this weighted attire had been tailored to his own physique, not Marco's, necessitating some alterations for it to fit properly. Perfect. It fits. It fits splendidly, Marco exclaimed, nodding even before donning it. How can you know it fits without even trying it on? Reiner retorted dismissively, forcing Marco into the suit, then instructing him to perform a few movements to assess any hindrance to his mobility. It looks fairly good. How do you feel? If anything feels off, you must speak up. This is no trivial matter. The weights are meticulously designed, and if anything is ill-fitted, it could lead to muscular imbalance, which could have lasting repercussions on your future. Do you understand? Reiner said earnestly. Well, it seems a bit tight on my left arm. It hinders my movement somewhat when I swing it. Marco pointed out a noticeably altered area on his left arm. All right, don't move. I'll take some measurements. This is my first time crafting for someone else, so it won't be perfect. Now, take it off. I'll make the adjustments tonight, Reiner remarked after marking the necessary alterations on the suit. Reluctantly, Marco removed the weighted suit and handed it to Reiner. Once we reach shore, you and the captain should procure food and beverages. Please don't waste money indiscriminately. We haven't encountered a single pirate ship in days. And we currently have no income. Captain, shouldn't we come up with some strategies? Reiner said, pulling out a stack of berries and handing them to Whitebeard. Beside them, Marco wore an expression of suppressed laughter. His face flushed. Observing this, Whitebeard delivered a playful punch to Marco's head, resulting in a noticeable bump. With all matters aboard being managed by Reiner, it was he who also controlled the finances, since the two had set sail with nothing. This stack of berries was Reiner's own. Fortunately, amidst their overtime pay, they occasionally received some berries. Otherwise, they would surely starve due to a lack of funds for food. Didn't we sell a warship for 3 million berries? Whitebeard pondered aloud. What can 3 million do, brother? We've nearly exhausted our funds for food and drink before we even set sail, Reiner replied, somewhat exasperated. Despite Whitebeard's fondness for alcohol leading Reiner to develop a taste for it as well. Procuring liquor from the marketplace was not cost-effective, necessitating purchases with berries. A significant portion of the previous 3 million had gone towards fine wines. Fine, I'll handle it, Whitebeard conceded, equally resigned. Once they reached the small island, Whitebeard took Marco ashore while Reiner remained on the ship. Although he had completed his work for the day, he still needed to fulfill some overtime, so he opted to stay aboard. Due to the interruption caused by the God Valley incident last month, his attendance had been inconsistent, preventing him from claiming the full attendance rewards. This month, he was adamant that no such interruptions would occur again, lest he succumb to frustration, unbeknownst to him. Not long after Whitebeard and Marco disembarked, a naval warship appeared on the horizon. Admiral Zifa. It is rumored that Marshal Kong intends to promote you to Admiral. A naval lieutenant inquired cheerfully on the deck beside Rear Admiral Zifa. "It's best not to speak of unconfirmed matters so lightly," Zifa replied, shaking his head. Zifa had joined the Navy at the tender age of 14, alongside notable figures such as Karp, Sengoku, and Tsuru. By 34, he had earned the moniker Black Arm due to his formidable haki, establishing himself as one of the Navy's most powerful rear admirals. Recently, Karp had vanquished the Rocks pirates, earning the title of Navy Hero. Following the year-end evaluations, it was anticipated that both he and Karp would be promoted to admiral, whereas Sengoku, having slightly lesser achievements, would likely have to wait for sufficient accomplishments before his promotion. Report: an island has been spotted ahead. Should we dock? A soldier approached Sengoku with the query. Yes, let us dock. Supplies aboard are running low. We need to replenish, Zifa decided after a moment's contemplation. Soon. The naval ship arrived at the small island and docked at the port. Admiral, look, a pirate ship. Upon entering the port, they noticed a triangular sailboat boldly flying a pirate flag, ostentatiously docked. That flag is unfamiliar. It must be some prank. What pirate would be so brazen as to dock here? Besides, look, there's no sign of an attack on the port, Zifa's first officer remarked after surveying the surroundings. This was, in fact, Reiner's oversight. His knowledge of the pirate world was primarily derived from the animated series in his memory, which depicted the era of great pirates. He was unaware that in this time, pirates typically concealed their flags before entering port unless they intended to attack, although they would not replace the mainsail. It would be stowed away upon docking, making it inconspicuous to the casual observer. Since arriving in this world, Reiner had been with the Rocks pirates, who never lowered their flag when entering port due to their overwhelming strength, leading to Reiner's erroneous assumption that this was the norm. Whitebeard, accustomed to Reiner's arrangements, had also overlooked this unwritten rule. Moreover, he held a certain disdain for lowering his pirate flag, even if he had noticed. He wouldn't have thought to remind Reiner. The first officer's assertion was echoed by the other sailors, who believed it to be a prank, thus disregarding the matter entirely. However, just then, Reiner finished writing in his logbook and decided to step out for some physical training, only to spot the naval warship docked not far away. Is that Black Arm Zifa? Reiner recognized him at first glance, given Zifa's prominence as one of the Navy's top 3 powers. Young lad, are you a pirate? Zifa initially intended to leave, but his officer's teasing remark upon seeing Reiner piqued his interest. Hearing the question, Reiner could not bring himself to smile. He could not deny it, as doing so would mean relinquishing his identity as a pirate, which would also forfeit his attendance rewards for the day. Had this occurred just a few days prior, he might have easily denied it. However, with the new month only just beginning, he couldn't afford to lose that reward again. The mere thought of missing out on the full attendance package ignited a surge of anger within him, prompting him to shout, "Who said that? I am indeed a pirate." Immediately regretting his outburst, Reiner cursed himself inwardly. From the earlier exchange, it was evident that the Navy had misconstrued the situation and did not genuinely believe he was a pirate. If he had merely pretended, he might have evaded suspicion. Now, however, his declaration would undoubtedly attract the Navy's attention, but he certainly did not consider himself a match for Zifa, especially not with Whitebeard absent. "Though, young lad, you truly are a pirate? Then tell me, who is your captain? What is the name of your crew? How many members do you have?" Zifa's officer appeared unconvinced by Reiner's claim, interpreting it as youthful bravado. Zifa, too, regarded Reiner with a smile, sharing the officer's skepticism, but he pondered further on the boy's aspirations of becoming a pirate, hoping to dissuade him from such ambitions if possible. "Wait, that guy is a real pirate. I believe I've seen his bounty poster before." Before Reina could respond, suddenly, someone among the Navy pointed at him and shouted. Chapter 30, Reina versus Zephyr. Upon hearing that someone on the opposing warship had recognized him, Reina found himself at a loss for words. The joy he had felt upon seeing the bounty was now completely extinguished. Had he not been marked, this incident would surely have passed without issue. A genuine pirate? Or perhaps a bounty criminal? Indeed, upon hearing his subordinate's words, both Zephyr and his aide immediately changed their expressions and turned to look at Reina, knowing that he could no longer conceal his identity. Reina smiled and said, "Lord Zephyr, it is a pleasure to see you again. You have seen me before?" Zephyr squinted, his gaze towards Reina shifting dramatically. "Indeed, I had the honor of encountering you previously, Captain, though at that time you may not have noticed a mere nobody like me." Reina nodded in affirmation. "Who is he?" Zephyr's aide, noticing the change in demeanor, quickly whispered to the naval officers behind him. It was evident he was inquiring about the soldier who had just recognized Reina. My lord, this individual should be the notorious crimson-eyed Reina, the latest bounty criminal, with a staggering initial bounty of 30 million. However, he differs from the bounty notice. It states his eyes are red, which makes me uncertain. Hesitated one naval soldier. Upon hearing this, Reina nearly spat blood in exasperation. One should not shout such uncertainties so loudly. It made him feel as though he had truly been identified. Now, it mattered little whether he was recognized or not, for he had already acknowledged it. One must understand that 30 million in this era is no trifling sum. Unlike the age of great pirates, bounties now genuinely reflect one's strength. The crimson-eyed Reina. Zephyr still could not recall when he had seen Reina. And since Reina had not disclosed his captain's identity, Zephyr could not be sure, but that was of little importance, as long as the opponent was a pirate and a bounty criminal. Capturing him would be inevitable. Reina felt an urge to mutter a curse, unsure if it was appropriate. Since you are a pirate, encountering me is indeed unfortunate for you. If you surrender, I shall go easy on you. Zephyr nodded, waving his hand to have the naval soldiers encircle Reina. Hiss. The Sharingan activated. Taking a deep breath, Reina activated his Sharingan. He knew that nothing he said would matter now, and combat was the only option left. The more intense the battle, the better, for it would attract Newgate's attention. Only with Newgate's support would he have a slim chance of survival, though Zephyr claimed never to have killed a pirate. Reina dared not take that gamble. Once activated, Reina's eyes turned red, and upon seeing this, the Navy knew they had indeed found the right person. It was unmistakably crimson-eyed Reina. Lord Zephyr, while my strength may not match yours, I must shamelessly seek your guidance. With a single step, Reina leaped from his ship towards Zephyr. Even if a fight was inevitable, it could not occur on his vessel. What if something were to get damaged? Come forth. You all stand down. Zephyr waved his hand, instructing the naval soldiers to retreat, as he was uncertain of the sudden change in Reina's eye color. Recklessly sending soldiers in could end in disaster. Bang! Zephyr met Reina's fist in midair, but it felt as if he had struck nothing. It was as though he had not landed a blow at all. Absorbing Zephyr's strike, Reina nearly succumbed to the urge to unleash his energy in retaliation. He was certain that the punch had been merely a probing one, yet it had nearly reached his absorption limit. Seizing the moment of confusion caused by their recent clash, Reina executed a whip kick aimed at Zephyr. Although Zephyr appeared momentarily dazed by the previous exchange, he effortlessly blocked Reina's kick. Truly the black-armed Zephyr. Upon landing, Reina adjusted his ankle, although he had not released the absorbed energy. It had been a full-force kick on his part. And for Zephyr to stop it without even activating his armament hockey was indeed frightening. If this is all you are capable of, then you may not leave here today. Zephyr smirked slightly before vanishing from sight. So fast, Reina's Sharingan caught sight of Zephyr's movements, yet his body was unable to keep pace, leaving him no time to defend himself. Bang! Reina was sent flying by Zephyr's punch, crashing into the ship's cabin. Cough, cough. Truly impressive. It seems I must reveal a bit of my true ability, or else perish here. Wiping the blood from his lips, Reina emerged from the wreckage of the cabin, smiling as he spoke. Earlier, he had restrained his body's instincts and refrained from releasing his energy to counter Zephyr's attack. Hence, unable to absorb the impact, he had been sent flying by Zephyr's punch. Nonetheless, he had now fully stored energy within him. And once the opportunity arose, he could deliver a forceful blow to Zephyr. Oh, it appears you possess additional abilities. Zephyr smiled slightly, not pursuing Reina further. Bang! Reina took a deep breath and removed the weighted clothing, discarding it aside. Oh, quite interesting. Upon hearing the sound of something hitting the deck, Zephyr realized it was certainly no ordinary garment. Much lighter. Now, Lord Zephyr, shall we continue? Reina cheerfully bounced a few steps back, then suddenly crouched low, launching himself towards Zephyr in a surprise attack. Not bad, but merely that is insufficient, Zephyr remarked with a grin as he observed Reina charging toward him. What? We shall see. As Reina closed in on Zephyr, his Sharingan began to spin, fixated on Zephyr's every movement, as if time itself had slowed. Every muscle twitch of Zephyr was scrutinized by Reina, left leg forward, right arm swinging, while the left hand's muscles also twitch. Is he preparing to change his move? Based on the tremors of Zephyr's muscles, Reina deduced his opponent's technique, and instead of throwing a punch, he transformed his attack into a swift kick aimed at Zephyr's abdomen. However, in the instant he altered his move, Reina noticed Zephyr also adapting his technique. The arm that should have swung back was now retracted, and his left foot executed a kick in kind. Bang! With no time to change his attack again, Reina released all his energy, engaging Zephyr in a fierce clash. Feeling the force in his leg, Zephyr was surprisingly pushed back several steps, regarding Reina with astonishment. He had not anticipated such strength from him before. Moreover, Reina's abrupt change of tactics seemed peculiar, as if he had discerned Zephyr's technique and swiftly adjusted his OWN. It appears I have indeed underestimated you. If he had been concealing his strength, then even Zephyr would have to face him earnestly. Contrarily, standing there after repelling Zephyr, Reina wore a bitter expression. This had truly been his full-powered strike. Yet all it accomplished was to make Zephyr more cautious, of no real consequence. It seems I am indeed destined for calamity. I can only pray that Zephyr truly has no intention of killing me. I suppose I must remain obediently and impel down from now on. Reina sighed, mentally sentencing himself as expected. When Zephyr became serious, he was simply beyond Reina's capacity to contend with. Even with the powers of the Black Emperor and the enhancement of armament hockey, Zephyr's full-force strike was something Reina could not absorb. Even if he took in part of it and then released it to neutralize some damage, he was still sent flying off the warship, crashing into the port wall. Cough, 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 after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Reina struggled to stand, only to find Zephyr already standing before him, leaving him no chance to escape. So, it turns out that your earlier display was not your true strength, but rather your ability. How peculiar. A devil fruit user, perhaps. Zephyr approached Reina, lifting him effortlessly and inquiring softly. It is not a devil fruit ability. It is a power derived from my bloodline. However, it seems this is where my journey must end. Cough, cough. Reina replied with a soft chuckle. Bring forth the sea prism stone handcuffs. He may be a user of abilities. Proceed with caution. Zephyr tossed Reina aside, awaiting his naval soldiers to bind him. At this moment, Reina lacked the strength to maintain his Sharingan, and thus his eyes returned to their normal HUE. My lord, he has been guarding the pirate ship here. It seems he has companions on the island. Shall we conduct a search? Zephyr's aide stepped forward to inquire. No need. Once his companions realize he has been captured, they will undoubtedly return to rescue him. At that point, we shall catch them all in one fell swoop. For now, let us procure supplies. Buy as much as you can. We may have some guests accompanying us back to headquarters. As Zephyr watched Reina being taken away, he chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and Marco, who were busy procuring supplies in the small island town, remained blissfully unaware that Reina had been captured by the Navy. Old man, have we perhaps purchased too much alcohol? If Reina finds out, he will surely say it's all ours. Marco, glancing at the dwindling supply of berries, asked with a hint of concern. Earlier, Whitebeard had made no attempt to negotiate prices and had outright bought 10 barrels of fine wine, spending a significant portion of their berries, leaving them uncertain if they had enough left to complete their shopping list. Gololalala, fret not, my foolish son. It's merely a trifling matter of berries. Just watch your old man. Whitebeard had not intended for Marco to refer to him as old man. However, due to Reina's habit of saying things like, "Go find your old man. I won't do it. Are you waiting for your old man to do it?" Over time, Marco had grown accustomed to calling him that, and even Whitebeard found himself embracing the term, as if he held a fondness for it. Marco looked at Whitebeard with confusion, unsure of his intentions. Gololalala. We shall simply raid the Navy's supply depot on the island, Whitebeard declared with a hearty laugh. Marco's expression darkened. Indeed, trusting his old man was questionable. How could pirates raid the Navy? Isn't it the Navy that captures pirates instead? Before Marco could voice his thoughts, a tremendous explosion echoed from the direction of the port. As if something had detonated or crashed down from the sky. Both turned to the port, but Whitebeard's countenance grew grave and serious, while Marco was filled with bewilderment. Old man, did you hear that? It seems to have come from the port. Marco pointed toward the commotion. Let us go. Something has happened, Whitebeard exclaimed. Swiftly lifting Marco and heading towards the port. He had sensed a formidable life force approaching and felt Reina's presence rapidly dwindling, indicating that a powerful individual was targeting him. Chapter 31. A successful escape. Who could it be? Zephyr, who was preparing to return to the warship, suddenly sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching. It must be Reina's companions. Having discovered the situation, according to reports, Chidong Reina, a former trainee of the Rocks Pirates, had escaped after the God Valley incident by seizing a Navy ship from Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Thus, it was highly likely that the approaching individual was none other than Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Zephyr's aide had already gathered comprehensive intelligence about Reina. Edward Newgate, you say? Zephyr paused, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. He is no ordinary adversary. You must escort Reina back to headquarters and confine him and impel down. Leave Whitebeard to me. The aide hesitated, aware that abandoning a superior was not a prudent course of action. Do not hesitate. Follow my orders. Yes, sir. The aide saluted and hurried back to the warship, instructing the crew to prepare for departure. Old man, it's the Navy. Marco, who had been brought to the port by Newgate, immediately spotted the Navy warship anchored not far from their pirate vessel. I thought it was someone else. It's you. Zephyr. Newgate set Marco down and addressed Zephyr, who was waiting for him. That I never anticipated encountering you here. Whitebeard. Surrender. Zephyr stated earnestly. Gulala. Where are my men? Whitebeard seemed to find amusement in the situation, laughing heartily before his expression turned somber. Are you referring to Chitong Reina? He may be impressive, but you must understand that he is not my match at this moment. Zephyr replied with a smile. Release him, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Otherwise, though Whitebeard did not articulate it plainly, Zephyr understood the implication. To save Reina, one must defeat him. As soon as Zephyr finished speaking, he charged at Whitebeard, his arms enveloped in haki, demonstrating speed and strength far surpassing what he had displayed in battle against Reina. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Whitebeard swung his naginata towards Zephyr. Boom! The collision of their fists and the naginata released a tremendous surge of energy, sending Marco tumbling aside. Meanwhile, Reina, already shackled with seastone handcuffs aboard the warship, sensed the energy outside. Realizing that Whitebeard had come to rescue him, he deliberately presented himself as feeble to conserve his strength, knowing that once he regained even a modicum of vitality, escaping would be a trivial matter. Unlike most devil fruit users, he was not afraid of seastone. Typically, those shackled with seastone lost their ability to resist, resulting in less stringent oversight from the Navy. They remained unaware that the seastone handcuffs did not significantly impair Reina's combat capabilities. They merely restricted his hand movements. As Zephyr's aide prepared to set sail, Whitebeard charged in. At that moment, abandoning Zephyr to flee independently would mean jeopardizing his own life should anything happen to Zephyr. Thus, he would not allow the warship to set sail until the outcome between Whitebeard and Zephyr was clear. However, they were powerless to assist in the battle between Whitebeard and Zephyr. Sir, that boy was just brought over by Whitebeard. A soldier pointed at Marco, who was hiding at the port. Excellent. Seize him. The aide's eyes lit up as he commanded his subordinates. Consequently, a group of Navy soldiers circumvented the combat area between Zephyr and Newgate, rushing toward Marco. Both Marco and Newgate noticed the Navy's movements, but with Newgate entangled with Zephyr, he was unable to assist Marco. Fortunately, Marco was not without his means of resistance, having mastered his devil fruit abilities. He now possessed considerable combat strength. Seeing that Marco was temporarily safe, Newgate focused on battling Zephyr, knowing that defeating him was the only way to rescue Reina and ensure Marco's safety. After regaining some strength, Reina began to act. Cough, cough. Could I possibly have a bit of water? He said weakly to the Navy soldier guarding him. The soldier hesitated, replying, just a moment. He then went to fetch some water, opening the cell door and approaching Reina to offer him a drink. Given Reina's appearance, he looked as if he might perish at any moment. Presenting no threat, silently apologizing to the incoming Navy soldier, Reina swiftly incapacitated him with a single strike, preparing to change into his clothes. But the handcuffs hindered his efforts. Searching around, he found no keys and, reluctantly, abandoned the idea of disguising himself as a Navy soldier. By the time he emerged from the cabin, the Navy soldiers inside had mostly been rendered unconscious. Zephyr had not killed him on the spot, nor had the Navy soldiers made things difficult for him, so he refrained from taking lethal action against them, though he regrettably found no keys for the handcuffs. Peering cautiously outside, he observed Zephyr engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, both appearing evenly matched, with no clear victor in sight. Meanwhile, Zephyr's aide was personally leading an assault on Marco, who found himself in increasingly dire straits, prompting Reina to halt his escape. That fool. Why isn't he using his abilities to flee? What is he doing here? Reina thought, exasperated to see Marco, who had ample opportunity to escape, instead entangled in combat with the Navy. Just then, a new development occurred. A boy of similar stature to Marco emerged, wielding two weapons and aiding Marco in subduing several Navy soldiers. However, Zephyr's aide was no weakling, and even with Marco and the newcomer fighting together, they could barely hold their ground. With numerous Navy soldiers surrounding them, it was only a matter of time before fatigue would lead to their capture. Meanwhile, Newgate seemed to have realized this as well, intensifying his assault, trading injuries for injuries, catching Zephyr off guard, and swiftly pushing him back. I need to devise a strategy. Reina gazed outside, and after a careful survey of the surroundings, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Stealthily, he leapt from the stern of the ship into the sea, gradually swimming towards the shore. At that moment, Zephyr's lieutenant was facing away from the coast, engaged in combat with Marco, completely oblivious to the impending ambush from behind. Emerging from the water, Reina stealthily approached Zephyr's lieutenant, and with a swift motion, the sea stone handcuff struck the back of the opponent's head, rendering him unconscious in a single blow. Quickly, Marco, get aboard and prepare to set sail. Reina shouted, disregarding everything else. Marco and the young boy were startled by Reina's sudden appearance, but upon recognizing him, Marco's face lit up with joy as he grabbed the boy who had just assisted him and dashed towards the pirate ship. With Zephyr's lieutenant in his grasp, Reina compelled the nearby Navy forces to withdraw, then called out to Zephyr, Zephyr, I trust you do not wish for any harm to befall your subordinate, in gratitude for your earlier mercy. I have no intention of harming him. Now that our captain is here, I believe it is futile for you to attempt to subdue us alone. Why not simply wave us goodbye? Both Zephyr and Whitebeard Newgate were taken aback by Reina's unexpected arrival, causing them to momentarily separate. Release Lieutenant Caledon. Reina, Zephyr bellowed upon seeing his lieutenant being held captive. Fear not. He is merely unconscious and in no mortal danger, just as your soldiers are. Reina replied with a smile. My demands are simple. Give me the keys, and we will depart at once. What say you? After a brief silence, Zephyr responded. The keys are on Caledon. But Reina's expression darkened, realizing he had unwittingly obtained the key to his desires. Once he retrieved the keys from Lieutenant Caledon and unlocked the handcuffs, a wave of relief washed over him. Thank you, Zephyr, I honor my word, he said, casually tossing Caledon aside before making his way toward Newgate. Are you all right, little brother? Newgate inquired with concern as Reina approached. Do not worry, brother. Lord Zephyr showed restraint and did not inflict any harm upon me. Reina reassured him, shaking his head. That is good to hear. Humph, had you suffered any misfortune, I would have wiped out the entire Navy today, Newgate declared with a fierce demeanor. Brother, it is unwise to provoke the Navy at this moment. We should leave first. Reina urged, noticing Marco had already lowered the mainsail and observing Zephyr's grim countenance. Seeing that Reina was unharmed, Newgate chose to avoid further conflict and, upon returning to the pirate ship with Reina, called out to Zephyr, Today we have not settled our scores, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I hope you are just as fortunate next time. Zephyr scoffed, offering no reply. His strength was at its pinnacle. Yet Whitebeard Edward Newgate's prowess was still on the rise, leaving the outcome of their next encounter uncertain. What terrible luck! Just as you leave, I encounter the Navy. Initially, I thought nothing of it, but I inadvertently drew their attention. After this, my bounty may very well increase again. Oh, what a headache. After the pirate ship departed the port, Reina recounted the events succinctly, then feigned disappointment as he spoke to Marco. However, his expression betrayed his true feelings. It was evident to anyone with keen insight that he was reveling in the anticipation of an increased bounty. With a lazy gaze, Marco ignored Reina and, with a slight curl of his lips, began to treat Reina's injuries with blue flames. Brother Newgate, is this our new companion? Reina inquired, glancing at the somewhat reserved swordsman wielding dual blades. To Reina's surprise, Newgate and Marco did not recognize one another. Are you implying that you do not know him? Then why did you bring him aboard? Reina asked Marco in disbelief. He had suspected that the dual-wielding swordsman might be the future 5th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Bista the Flower Sword, my apologies. My companion brought you aboard without your consent. If you wish, we can take a detour and return you to the island. Reina playfully tapped Marco on the head as a form of reprimand before addressing the swordsman. There's no need for such trouble, young lad. Would you like to be my son? Newgate directly asked the swordsman. Isn't this a pirate crew? Bista inquired, astonished. Indeed, we are a pirate crew, but my brother's dream is to establish a family upon the sea. All members aboard are family, Reina explained with a smile. My name is Bista, and I wish to become a pirate. Bista hesitated before speaking. Reina's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was Bista the Flower Sword, a swordsman destined to rival Mihawk. Just as he prepared to agree to Bista's joining, Newgate spoke first. You may stay as an apprentice crew member, but should I deem you unworthy to be part of my family, I will throw you overboard. What say you? Bista pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, to celebrate the addition of a new member, Newgate initially intended to host a feast. However, due to the need to rescue Reina, they had only procured supplies excluding alcoholic beverages. Thus, not only was a feast out of the question, But there was also a looming issue regarding their next meal. Very well, let us rest today. I shall find a way to deal with the food situation, Reina stated after introducing Bista to the other two. Shall we return now? We haven't traveled far, and I refuse to believe the Navy would dare act against us again. Marco asserted with a hint of arrogance. Let it be. Zephyr is not so easily dealt with, Reina replied after some thought, shaking his head. What do you plan to do? Our provisions will last only 3 days. Marco rolled his eyes and asked. Reina chuckled as he pulled out the fish bait he had recently exchanged for at the market. Simple. Today, your task as apprentice crew members is to fish. Upon seeing Reina produce the bait, Newgate's brows furrowed. It wasn't that he had any objection to fishing. Rather, the last time they had encountered Reina's bait on the rock ship, it had led to an extended period of consuming fish, creating an aversion in him whenever he saw such bait. Fishing? Isn't that a bit trivial? What if we don't catch anything? Won't we starve? Marco said, squinting in disbelief. Have no fear. This is my specially crafted bait. Even a fool could catch fish with it. If you doubt me, go ahead and try. Reina cheerfully handed Marco and Bista fishing rods, grinning widely. Though they felt somewhat skeptical, Reina had already departed with Newgate, leaving Marco and Bista no choice but to give it a try. Brother Newgate, look, Reina exclaimed excitedly, extending his right arm for Newgate to see the armament hockey enveloping it. You can already utilize armament hockey? What about observation hockey? Has it awakened? Newgate inquired with a smile upon seeing Reina's armament hockey. He had long shared the training methods for hockey with Reina, although Reina's physical abilities had reached the required standard. He had yet to manifest armament hockey, leading Newgate to believe he lacked the aptitude. To his surprise, this twist of fate had allowed Reina to master the application of armament hockey after battling Zephyr. I inexplicably managed to grasp it. However, I have yet to awaken observation hockey, Reina replied, shaking his head. Now that you have mastered armament hockey, you must proceed with systematic training. Yet, do not forget that the body is the foundation of everything. Without a strong physique, even the greatest talent is of no use, Newgate cautioned. Yes, I understand, brother. Rest assured, I will not neglect my physical training. Reina nodded earnestly. While the two were deep in discussion about their hockey training, they suddenly heard Marco's loud exclamations from the deck. Newgate chuckled wryly and remarked, It seems we will indeed be dining on fish for a while. Do not worry, brother. Tonight, I will prepare a new way of cooking. You might just enjoy it, Reina said with a mysterious smile before stepping out of the cabin to select the fish caught by Marco and Bista. Reina, come look. Haha, I caught so many fish. I just realized I have a talent for fishing. Marco pointed at a lively group of fish on the deck, proudly exclaiming that they were all caught by him and Bista just moments ago. This was his first realization that fishing could be such an enjoyable endeavor. However, Reina paid him no mind. Instead, after selecting a few fish from the deck, he remarked, Did I not tell you to refrain from carelessly discarding things? I'm going to prepare dinner, and if I return to find this place in disarray, you shall experience the taste of hell. At the sight of Reina's ominous expression, Marco's proud demeanor instantly froze on his face. Having previously endured Reina's so-called hell, he had no desire to revisit that experience. To speak of it, Marco could pen a harrowing tale filled with blood and tears. Once, after offending Reina, he was bound with rope and tossed into the sea. Heaven knows the suffocating sense of helplessness he felt as a capable individual thrown into the ocean. He had also been tethered to a kite and released into the sky, while Reina practiced archery below, euphemistically claiming it was to help him hone his flying abilities. Those arrows were far from discerning, and had it not been for his self-healing abilities, he would have surely perished countless times. In summary, each punishment devised by Reina was unique, and now Marco's greatest fear was this darkened version of Reina. Without waiting for Reina to leave, Marco abandoned his fishing rod and swiftly tidied up. In mere moments, not only were the caught fish placed into a large fish tank, but he also ensured the deck was clean. That evening, the four of them gathered on the deck, where the chef Reina planned to prepare grilled fish for the other three. This was not the rustic grilled fish of this world, but rather the kind popular in the streets of his homeland, accompanied by seasonings exchanged from the marketplace. Marco nearly devoured his tongue in delight. Delicious, he exclaimed. What a pity there is no fine wine. Newgate took a hearty swig of the purchased fine wine and, after finishing off a fish, sighed, Old man, this is the best liquor on the island. We bought nothing when we arrived, and half our berry went into this. And it isn't even top shelf? Marco, while enjoying the grilled fish, curiously inquired. Bista, on the other side, silently savored his grilled fish without uttering a word. Hey, hey, I got it. I'll go get it for you. Reina, having just finished grilling the fish and not yet having taken a bite, stood up with a hint of resignation. Newgate felt somewhat embarrassed, although he had no idea where Reina procured that white wine. He had a vague sense that it came at a price. After all, each time Reina produced such unfamiliar items, he bore a pained expression that clearly indicated they were not merely a matter of berry. Soon, Reina returned from the cabin with 2 bottles of white wine, tossing one to Newgate while saying, "Brother, you must conserve it. Who knows when I might acquire more next time. This is enough for me to enjoy for a while." Newgate exclaimed joyfully upon receiving the bottle from Reina. Marco and Bista looked at Newgate with curiosity, wondering what kind of exquisite wine could provoke such a reaction. "What are you staring at? You two are still young. You should avoid this. Haven't you seen Reina abstaining?" Newgate retrieved a small cup from behind him, specially prepared by Reina for sipping white wine. The alcohol content was quite high, and consuming too much at once could be detrimental to one's health. As Newgate opened the bottle and poured a cup, Marco could no longer contain himself. The aroma of the wine was simply too intoxicating. "Is there any more, first mate? Please share some with us," Marco asked Reina with a hint of flattery. "Humph, am I the first mate at this moment?" Reina scoffed, yet he still produced the wine gourd hanging from his side. Uncorked it, and poured a cup for both Marco and Bista. "This wine is rather potent, so drink slowly." Marco disregarded Reina's caution and downed the contents of his cup in one gulp, while Bista, adhering to Reina's advice, took only a small sip. "Cough, cough, cough. It's so fiery," Marco exclaimed, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Newgate, witnessing Marco's pitiful state, felt a twinge of sympathy, not for Marco, but for the waste of that cup of fine wine. After dinner, Marco and Bista were indeed thoroughly intoxicated. After depositing them into their room, Reina continued his work, reflecting on the gains and losses from the day's battle. Overall, while his current strength was commendable, he lacked practical combat experience. The fact that he failed to inflict any damage on Zifa during their encounter was a clear indicator of this. Beyond combat experience, he also lacked life-saving techniques or powerful moves for desperate situations. These were the most crucial matters for him moving forward, developing his own unique techniques. Chapter 33, Diamond Jaw's Ding. The 7th day of consecutive check-ins has concluded, and a day's salary has been settled. You have received a base salary, 70 points. Overtime pay, a fragment of the moonwalk skill. After a day's work, Reina received his salary for the day, and surprisingly, the overtime pay included a fragment of the moonwalk skill. He had seen this item in the marketplace. A fragment of the Navy 6 styles cost 5,000 points, and the system provided them at random, a rather disheartening scheme. Therefore, even though Reina currently possessed enough points to purchase one, he refrained from doing so. Acquiring a complete set of Navy 6 style skills would require an unspecified number of points, which he deemed wasteful. To his astonishment, this time the overtime pay actually provided a fragment. Reflecting on how he often forfeited overtime pay due to time constraints, Reina experienced a sensation akin to having missed out on a fortune. Early the next morning, after completing his work, Reina again sought out Marco and Bista for combat practice. This not only enhanced his combat experience, but also refined his mastery over his abilities. The Sharingan's powers could not be upgraded, but the Black Emperor's abilities, through usage and development, allowed for an increase in the total energy absorbable and the conversion speed as well. Bang! Reina blocked Marco's kick with one hand while catching Bista's twin swords with the other, the Sharingan in his eyes beginning to rotate slowly. Retreat! Marco and Bista simultaneously stepped back, having sensed the shift in Reina's Sharingan. Aware that an attack was imminent. Retreat. There's no escaping. Reina smirked slightly, his feet moving swiftly as he had already discerned Marco's flaw through the Sharingan. Bang! Indeed, upon closing in rapidly, Reina delivered a punch to Marco's abdomen, sending him flying. Bista, undeterred by Marco's plight, remained composed and immediately counterattacked. The dual sword struck Reina's back, but the sensation of not making solid contact registered in Bista's hands. He understood that his timing was off. Having expended energy, Reina was now poised to absorb more. Do you wish to continue? Reina asked, standing firm as Bista retreated. Bista shook his head, indicating that he could no longer pose a threat on his own. Bista, trust me, a lighter rapier may suit you better than these traditional longswords. Since your attack style emphasizes agility, why not maximize that potential for greater offensive power? Reina earnestly suggested to Bista. Indeed, while Bista currently wielded dual swords, they were merely ordinary longswords, not the rapiers Reina recalled from memory. Bista nodded thoughtfully, though he did not commit to switching weapons. He understood that every swordsman had their own philosophy. Therefore, Reina merely offered advice without imposing his will. Reina, Newgate, at the helm, called out as their sparring session concluded. Brother Newgate. Reina responded, what is your purpose in asking about your sparring with Marco and Bista? Newgate inquired with a smile. Reina paused, then thoughtfully replied. Primarily to hone my combat experience and refine my abilities. It also allows them to gain more combat experience. In that case, why not try without relying on your eyes' abilities? Newgate suggested. I understand. Reina nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Marco took a moment to catch his breath before conferring with Bista on how to counter Reina's abilities. The Black Emperor's power was particularly challenging for them, as they could not exceed the absorption limit with a single strike. Only those who frequently sparred with Reina could gauge whether he had absorbed enough energy based on their experiences to eye in the upcoming fight. I will close my Sharingan. Brother is right. Sparring should facilitate mutual improvement. Upon Reina's return, he deliberately closed his Sharingan and remarked, there is little utility in activating such eyes. Although Marco voiced this sentiment, he felt a slight sense of relief deep within. Reina's Sharingan, with its penetrating insight, indeed exerted considerable pressure on them, who had yet to master the observation as anticipated. In the ensuing battle, Reina, having deactivated his Sharingan, found the pressure mounting significantly. He could no longer suppress the combined efforts of Marco and Bista. Even his Black Emperor abilities were somewhat affected, as both had grown quite familiar with Reina's powers. Without the support of the Sharingan, Reina could no longer act with the same impunity as before. However, this development allowed him to concentrate more fiercely on the battle, greatly enhancing his combat experience and rapidly improving his mastery of the Black Emperor's abilities. Old man, we have spotted a pirate ship ahead. The flag appears to belong to the Alibi pirates. Their captain, Bertie Alibi, has a bounty of 50 million. Marco, perched atop the mast acting as lookout, shouted excitedly down below. Gulalala, my little ones, prepare for battle. Let us seize their treasures and provisions. Newgate, who had been dozing on the deck, immediately sprang up and laughed heartily. Their food had run out 3 days prior, and after feasting on fish for 3 consecutive days, even Newgate was beginning to find it intolerable. Though Reina had been inventive in his culinary offerings, his skills had yet to reach Sanji's level of culinary alchemy. The dishes he prepared were merely acceptable, had it not been for his knowledge of various cooking methods. The others would have long since overturned the table in dissatisfaction. Finally, we can stop eating fish. I feel as though I never want to see fish again in my life. Marco flapped his wing-like arms and gracefully descended onto the deck, his face alight with excitement. As the Whitebeard pirates' triangular sailboat drew nearer to the enemy ship, the latter also took notice and opened fire. However, under the joint efforts of Marco and Bista, every cannonball aimed at them was swiftly dealt with. Upon contact between the two vessels, the 4 members of the Whitebeard pirates descended upon their adversaries like famished wolves, swiftly overwhelming them. Their captain, the maniacal swordsman Bertie Alibi, whose bounty was set at 50 million, was cleaved in twain by an exuberant Newgate before he even knew what had happened. What a waste! Watching Marco and Bista foolishly grin as they ferried away the enemy's treasures and provisions, Reina felt an immense pang of regret at being unable to commandeer this seemingly well-kept pirate ship. Come now, Reina, with our strength, treasure is but a mere trifle, just a single pirate ship, and in the future, you will discover that not only will we have more ships than we can store, but our treasures will accumulate to such an extent that you will scarcely desire them. Newgate stood aboard the enemy vessel, patting Reina on the shoulder. Old man Reina, come quickly. At that moment, Marco's voice rang from the cabin. Newgate and Reina exchanged glances before making their way toward the cabin. What is happening here? Inside a small room within the cabin, a robust youth was chained, crouched in the corner, warily observing Marco and the others. What is the meaning of this? Newgate's calm voice belied an underlying fury. Such treatment of a child, even a pirate, was utterly inexcusable. That it appears he was captured by those pirates. I am not entirely sure of the specifics. Marco shook his head, responding, Child, what is your name? How did you end up here? Newgate approached the chained boy and gently inquired. They called me a monster, so they locked me up, intending to sell me. The boy replied in a hoarse voice. A monster. The group exchanged glances. What is your name? Reina seemed to have an inkling and asked the boy. Jaws. The sturdy youth raised his hand as if to scratch his head, but the chains prevented him from reaching. Reina's expression shifted to one of realization as he turned to Newgate. He must also be a devil fruit user, which is why he is shackled like this. However, these are not sea stone handcuffs, so it should not affect him. Newgate dismissed these concerns, swinging his sword to sever the chains, declaring, "Since you have nowhere else to go, join my ship. From now on, you may call me old man." Old man? Jaws pondered for a moment before calling out. "Well then, you have gained another brother," Reina remarked with a peculiar grin. Marco rolled his eyes, uninterested in Reina's antics. Meanwhile, Bista approached Jaws, extending his hand. "Welcome to the Whitebeard Pirates. I am Bista, and I boarded a bit earlier than you. The one who looks like he just woke up, with the pineapple hair, is Marco, and this sharp-tongued fellow is Reina, our first mate." "Hello," Jaws responded shyly, his voice barely audible. Reina observed the chubby, short-legged boy, struggling to reconcile him with the future figure known as Diamond Jaws, famed for his unparalleled physical defense. After the crew had taken all the treasures and provisions from the enemy ship, leaving behind only enough for the pirates to survive, the Whitebeard Pirates set sail once more, now with an additional companion. Life at sea could be quite dull, and thus the newly onboard Jaws became the new plaything for Reina and Marco, who euphemistically claimed they were helping him explore his abilities. The earnest Bista refrained from participating in their mischief, watching as Jaws endured their antics, only to express gratitude towards them, perhaps out of a newfound sense of conscience. After receiving Jaws' thanks, Marco finally ceased his teasing and sincerely began teaching him how to master the powers of his devil fruit. Jaws' ability allowed him to transform any part of his body into transparent, pure diamond, which possessed formidable physical defensive and offensive capabilities, rendering conventional physical attacks nearly ineffective against him. Since Marco's betrayal, Reina had not only failed to reflect upon his actions but had instead escalated his experiments, repeatedly absorbing energy and releasing it upon Jaws in a bid to test the limits of his defenses. Consequently, the earnest Jaws had recently begun to shy away from Reina. Were it not for Newgate's private assurance that Reina's methods would indeed aid him in mastering his abilities, he might have suspected Reina harbored some ill will towards him. Chapter 34. Reina's disappearance. First mate? "Do not mind me. Quickly, go find the captain," Reina interposed, sternly addressing the approaching Diamond Jaws. "But I am still hesitant," Jaws stammered, for the naval forces before them were exceptionally formidable, far beyond his capacity to confront. Had it not been for Reina's protection moments ago, he feared he would have been felled by a single blow. "Enough chatter. He is not someone you can handle. Only after you leave will I have a chance to escape. Marco, take Jaws and flee." Reina gazed bitterly at Zephyr, his expression laden with sorrow. Indeed, Reina had not anticipated encountering Zephyr so soon. The events of the morning had set the stage. With Jaws' inclusion, Reina's focus shifted from Marco to Jaws, recognizing that his attacks on Marco could also cause harm. However, Jaws was different. Being the future wielder of the strongest physical defense, Reina's ordinary strikes against him felt akin to mere tickles. Even his fully charged attacks were somewhat mitigated by Jaws' defenses. Thus, during this time, Reina had been training alongside Jaws, honing his powers while simultaneously developing his own mastery of the Black Emperor's abilities. Early that morning, Marco, now acting as lookout, spotted a naval warship approaching. There was no doubt that following their previous encounter with Zephyr, the Whitebeard Pirates had effectively made a bitter enemy of the Navy. Consequently, upon encountering the naval forces, Newgate had no intention of fleeing. As fate would have it, the ship belonged to the Navy's formidable trio, Admiral Sengoku. Thus, a battle ensued between Newgate and Sengoku as the first mate. Reina instructed Bista to remain aboard and guard the ship, leading Marco and Jaws onto the naval vessel in hopes of causing disruption while Sengoku and Newgate clashed. With Marco's exceptional agility and Jaws' formidable defenses, Reina believed they could hold their own against Sengoku's vice-admiral. Alas, fortune was not on their side. Instead of encountering Sengoku's vice-admiral, they found themselves face-to-face with Zephyr, who was returning to headquarters aboard the same ship. And so, the earlier confrontation unfolded. Crimson eyes, Reina. Zephyr smiled at Reina, stating, "It appears we are rather fated to meet. Who would wish for such a fate with you?" Reina scoffed, rolling his eyes, refusing to surrender. "Are we? This time? Newgate has no time to rescue you," Zephyr remarked, glancing at the ongoing battle between Newgate and Sengoku before focusing on Reina. "Surrender? That is not my style. Sharingan, activate." Reina activated his Sharingan directly. While defeating Zephyr might be a tall order, at the very least, he should have no trouble finding an opportunity to make his escape. However, he must first buy some time for Marco and Jaws to retreat. What a spirited youth. Yet, compared to me, you still have a long way to go. Zephyr vanished from his position, only to reappear right before Reina did he recognize the move as one of the Marine's 6 powers, Suru. How swift! Although his eyes could keep pace with Zephyr's speed, his body was unable to react in time, forcing Reina to evade critical strikes as best as he could. With a thunderous impact, a single punch sent Reina flying. Coughing slightly, he remarked, "What a powerful punch." Rising from the debris, Reina wiped the corner of his mouth. Feeling a throbbing headache, Zephyr's ordinary strike had already surpassed his absorption limit, and continuing the fight left him with no chance of victory. His only option was to flee. However, he had deliberately refrained from using the abilities of the Black Emperor for retaliation, saving it for his escape. Meanwhile, Marco, who had transformed into his phoenix form, had already returned to the pirate ship with Jaws. "Marco, Jaws, why are you back? Where's Reina?" Bista, who was busy dispatching marine soldiers, asked in surprise upon seeing their disheveled state. "He stayed behind to cover us and let us return first. This isn't the time for explanations. We need to prepare the ship to escape. I'll go inform Dad," Marco sighed, taking flight toward the center of the battle between Whitebeard and Sengoku. Bista was taken aback. He hadn't grasped the situation yet. After swiftly dispatching several nearby marine soldiers, he turned to Jaws and inquired, "Who did you encounter?" "I don't know him either, but I heard the vice captain mention someone named Zephyr." Jaws replied in a deep voice. Upon hearing Zephyr's name, Bista's expression shifted. They had previously crossed paths with Zephyr, and now encountering him again meant that Reina was in grave danger. While they were worried about Reina, a series of explosions erupted from the marine ship's cabin, causing the entire vessel to begin sinking. Sengoku, who was engaged in battle with Whitebeard, noticed the disturbance on the warship before he could inquire about the situation. Marco flew over and shouted to Whitebeard, "Dad, Zephyr is on their ship, and Reina has already confronted him." Upon hearing Marco's news, Whitebeard's expression changed, and he shot a sharp glance at Sengoku, saying, "Sengoku, I must admit I underestimated you." "Huh, that should be my line." Sengoku pointed at the sinking warship and remarked, "I never expected that with Zephyr on board, you would still manage to launch a successful ambush. Whitebeard, next time we meet, you won't be so fortunate." He had lost interest in continuing the fight with Whitebeard. If the entire warship sank, he, as a devil fruit user, would find himself in a predicament. Knowing that Zephyr was also on the ship, Whitebeard had no desire to continue the battle. After returning to the pirate ship with Marco, he discovered that Reina had yet to return. "Marco, go check on the situation and inform Sengoku and Zephyr. I can provide them with several lifeboats and am willing to trade those marine soldiers for Reina." Whitebeard initially intended to cast the marine soldiers into the sea, but now that Reina had not returned, it was likely that he had been captured by the Marines. "Hey, captured twice in a row? When he comes back, I can't wait to tease him." Marco chuckled and nodded, transforming into his phoenix form as he flew toward the marine warship. Meanwhile, on the marine side, Sengoku was asking Zephyr what had transpired. "I was careless. I never expected that pirate to be so cunning as to exploit my attack to breach the warship," Zephyr replied apologetically to Sengoku. Returning to the earlier events, after Reina noticed that Marco had left, he pondered how to extricate himself. Jumping into the sea to escape would be futile, with Whitebeard entangled by Sengoku. If Zephyr targeted the pirate ship, Marco, Jaws, and Bista would all be in peril. Thus, he needed to take action to stall Zephyr, allowing the Whitebeard pirates time to retreat. The plan was quite simple: lure Zephyr into the ship's cabin, and then Reina would engage in earnest combat. However, during the fight, he would intentionally damage the warship. Ultimately, he unleashed his most powerful strike, using the absorbed energy to break through the ship's hull, successfully plunging into the sea and making his escape with a sense of triumph. Little did he know that Fellow's true target was never me, but rather the warship. That was why he succeeded. Zephyr shook his head, offering a bitter smile. Isn't he a devil fruit user? How is this any different from suicide?" Sengoku asked, perplexed. "That remains unclear. The so-called devil fruit user, Akitomi Reina, shows no fear of seawater and is capable of swimming." Zephyr recalled what he had discovered at the port and stated directly, "He shows no fear of the Marines or sea prism stone." "Did you verify this yourself?" Sengoku paused, realizing the significance of this discovery. If that were the case, then Reina certainly could not be allowed to escape at will. Zephyr recounted the events of capturing Reina previously, emphasizing how Reina had swum back to shore with sea prism stone in tow, launching a surprise attack on his subordinate. "Hey, Marines, our captain said he is willing to provide you with some lifeboats and return your marine soldiers in exchange for Akitomi Reina. What do you think?" Sengoku had barely begun to speak when Marco's voice rang out from outside. Akitomi Reina is not in our possession. He breached the warship's hull and fell into the sea. So he should have already returned to your ship. Sengoku glanced at Marco and stated directly. He returned by himself. Marco was taken aback, glancing back toward the pirate ship, but he did not see Reina's figure. Unsure of what to make of it, Marco flew back to report to Whitebeard. Is Reina not in your possession? Whitebeard furrowed his brow, questioning in confusion. Dad, could it be a trick on their part? Jaws stepped forward to inquire. Whitebeard shook his head, asserting, though Sengoku is cunning, he has no reason to deceive himself. Even if he refuses to agree to our terms for exchanging hostages, he wouldn't resort to such lies. Marco, take the lifeboats and marine soldiers to the Marines and inquire about the details of Reina's disappearance. Marco nodded and set off once more with the lifeboats and marine soldiers, realizing the severity of the situation and abandoning any thoughts of jest. Before long, Marco returned and relayed Zephyr's words to Whitebeard. Dad, this is quite strange. If he merely fell into the sea, Reina should have returned by now. Marco remarked in confusion. Shall I dive into the sea to check? Bista volunteered. Aside from him, everyone else on the ship was a devil fruit user, making him the only one capable of diving into the water. Whitebeard nodded, saying, that seems to be the only option. Be careful, and if anything happens, come right back up. I will be waiting for you on the surface. Bista was prudent, so Whitebeard held a fair amount of trust in him. However, it wasn't long after Bista entered the sea that he emerged. Shouting to Whitebeard, Dad, I didn't find Reina below, but there are quite a few Marines seemingly searching the depths. Chapter 35. The world within Lanternfish. This is truly unbelievable, enduring the searing pain radiating throughout his body. Reina climbed onto the wreckage of a shattered vessel and surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress his curses. Where the hell is this? Surrounded by a verdant expanse interspersed with hues of yellow. The scene before him resembled a sea, albeit one littered with the remnants of shipwrecks and enigmatic edifices of uncertain antiquity that in the distance, an island-like landmass beckoned. Yet, Reina was acutely aware that this greenish-yellow substance was not seawater, but rather the gastric fluid of the colossal lanternfish, which had just engulfed him. Its stomach acid possessed an intense corrosive quality, and after merely a brief sojourn within, he felt as though his entire body had been seared by flames. It could be said that Reina's misfortune was palpable. Engaged in a confrontation with the Navy, he unexpectedly encountered Zephyr. After cunningly exploiting his abilities to outmaneuver Zephyr and breach the hull of a warship, he inadvertently exerted too much force, striking the path of the gargantuan sea creature. Although his attack could not truly injure such a behemoth, it was sufficient to capture its attention, without even opening its mouth. The creature inhaled deeply, drawing Reina into its maw, which also explained why Bista and the Navy were unable to locate him. With no alternative, Reina resolved to seek an escape route, knowing full well that remaining in this perilous situation would inevitably lead to his demise. As he gazed upwards, a massive luminescent sphere illuminated the surroundings as though it were daytime, revealing that this was the glowing lantern atop the lanternfish's head. His immediate objective was to reach the seemingly safer island. What a gargantuan lanternfish this must be! It has even consumed an island of this size. Could it be a case of encountering an island-eating fish, as he beheld the not-so-small island before him? Reina recalled tales of a colossal goldfish that devoured entire islands. However, no sooner had he set foot on the island than he found himself encircled by a cadre of dinosaurs. What is this? Dinosaurs? Reina was momentarily taken aback, questioning how he had ended up in the belly of a lanternfish only to encounter living creatures here, and of such prehistoric magnitude, although he was cognizant that certain islands, due to differing magnetic fields, remained in the age of dinosaurs. Witnessing them firsthand struck him as utterly absurd, especially in such a context. Hey, you fool, run. Otherwise, you'll be eaten. Just as Reina contemplated whether to hunt a few dinosaurs for sustenance, a voice echoed from nearby. Startled, he turned to see a young girl with golden hair hiding behind a large rock. Beckoning him, he was utterly astonished that other humans could exist in this place apart from himself. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Aside from someone as unfortunate as him, there were likely others who had lived on the island and had been inadvertently swallowed by the lanternfish along with their land. Who are you? What are you doing here? After dodging a dinosaur's attack, Reina approached the girl, curiosity etched on his face. You dimwit, is this really the time for questions? We need to think about how to escape these dinosaurs first. The girl, her eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger, tugged at Reina as they fled, searching for a place to hide. You saved me, so let me treat you to some dinosaur meat. Reina halted and turned to face the three pursuing dinosaurs. Chuckling as he spoke, you fool, those are dinosaurs. One bite and you'll be done for. The girl exclaimed, a hint of fear in her voice. Reina merely smiled, offering no explanation. A minute later, the girl gaped at the three dinosaurs that lay sprawled on the ground, drool escaping the corners of her mouth. Finally, we can eat some meat, she exclaimed, practically itching to pounce on the dinosaur flesh. After a short while, as they savored the dinosaur meat, a conversation unfolded between them. What? You've been living here for over 150 years. Reina was taken aback, his piece of dinosaur meat falling to the ground in shock upon learning that the girl had lived alone there for nearly 170 years. Yes, it's been almost 170 years. Olga nodded, glancing at the fallen meat with a look of sympathy. How fortunate you are to have not gone mad. Reina could hardly fathom what it would be like to exist alone in one place for 170 years. This is how I've lived. I survive by foraging for fruits and vegetables in the forest. Olga replied with an air of nonchalance. Is there a way out of here? Reina pondered, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. So he directly asked about the topic that concerned him most. Olga glanced at Reina, remaining silent as she continued to eat the dinosaur meat. Reina surmised that she indeed possessed knowledge of an escape route, but was reluctant to share. However, this was understandable. If he had lived in this place for 170 years, he would not want to see another person leave so soon either. Wait a minute. 170 years? How can a young girl like you have lived here for so long? You certainly don't look a day over 17. Reina finally discerned the inconsistency, exasperatedly addressing Olga. I don't know, but I've truly lived here for 170 years. Olga replied innocently. Yet, just as Reina was engrossed in his dinosaur meat, Olga's expression shifted as she muttered to herself. It seems he didn't come here searching for pure gold. He must have accidentally been swallowed by the great lanternfish and possesses sufficient strength to help me catch dinosaurs to eat. Hey, I'm still right here, Reina interjected, bemused that the girl had so openly divulged her innermost thoughts, seemingly disregarding his presence. I was just joking. How could I possibly think that? Olga resumed her endearing demeanor. Feigning innocence, Reina shook his head. He knew that after living alone for so long, one would inevitably develop habits that disregarded the presence of others. Having spent years alone, she had grown accustomed to expressing her thoughts aloud, as there was no one else to hear them. All right, Olga, tell me how to leave, and I promise to take you with me. Reina stood up, declaring his intent. Olga's expression shifted as she mumbled something under her breath, and Reina made no effort to eavesdrop. Fine, I can tell you how to leave, but you must help me catch 3. No, 50 dinosaurs first, Olga replied after some deliberation. Huh? Aren't you coming with me? There's plenty of delicious food outside. Reina looked at Olga in confusion, questioning why she did not wish to accompany him. Once outside, I have nowhere to go. It's better to stay here. At least my home is here. Olga lowered her gaze, her voice tinged with melancholy. Indeed, it seemed that her home had also been consumed by the lanternfish. As he observed Olga's despondent demeanor, Reina silently contemplated her plight. Come, sit, if you have nowhere to go. I can introduce you to a place. Reina plopped down and patted the ground beside him, inviting Olga to join him. What place? The young girl, seemingly lowering her guard, approached and sat beside Reina, inquiring with curiosity. It's a pirate crew. The captain is an incredibly powerful individual. Yet as a pirate, he has no desire to rob treasures or dominate the world. He simply wishes to have a family, and currently, he sails the seas, bringing children like you, who lack a home, aboard to become part of his family. Reina replied with a gentle smile. Is there really such a pirate? Olga's interest piqued as she asked. Indeed. Quite curious, isn't it? Let me tell you. Thus, the two of them remained seated, sharing stories while devouring dinosaur meat, until they had consumed every last morsel and lay back, too full to move. Thank you. It's been so long since anyone has chatted with me like this, Olga said, her back turned to Reina, suddenly expressing her gratitude. Our meeting here is fate. Would you mind sharing your story with me? Reina replied with a smile that he felt as though he knew where they were. He vaguely recalled that this young girl would eventually leave this place, encounter Luffy, and return with him to seek something. Something that was the reason she had lived for 170 years while retaining the appearance of a child. However, Reina had no intention of seizing that object. He merely wished to converse with her and offer solace. motivated solely by her pitiable state. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Reina's mind, proclaiming, "Insufficient work hours today." Check-in failed. At that moment, Reina's face paled, realizing that his streak of consecutive check-ins had ultimately been interrupted by Zephyr. Last time it was because of Zifa. His consecutive attendance was nearly interrupted, and unexpectedly. This time it was once again disrupted by Zifa. "Zifa, I am your sworn enemy," Reina suddenly exclaimed, sitting up with fervor. "Who is Zifa?" Olga, startled by Reina's outburst, questioned. "Puzzled by his sudden intensity. A scoundrel who caused me to fall into this predicament." Reina lamented helplessly. It's pointless to discuss it now. The best solution is to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Recalling certain events from the original narrative, Reina remembered a method of escape, seemingly requiring the enormous lanternfish to expel waste for them to exit. Chapter 36. Alchemy. So, your father developed pure gold, which not only led to your mother's untimely demise, but also attracted the colossal lanternfish that devoured your homeland. Reina remarked as he and Olga advanced across the small island. Olga had already disclosed to Reina the reason for her presence here. As Reina reminisced about the plot, he vaguely recalled that her father's intention in creating pure gold was for her sake, indicating a misunderstanding between father and daughter, contrary to Olga's assertion that her father was merely a mad scientist. Moreover, it appeared that her father had also been inside the belly of the lanternfish. They had coexisted in the same vicinity for over 170 years without ever meeting, which surprised Reina somewhat. However, since he had recalled this, Reina didn't mind resolving the minor conflict between father and daughter. Thus, after finding a casual excuse, he convinced Olga to guide him around the island. By the way, since you mentioned that the lanternfish has 3 stomachs, how did you manage to come from the 3rd stomach to here? Surely, that stomach acid is not something you could withstand, Reina inquired curiously, observing the greenish-yellow gastric acid surrounding them. Look at that, Elizabeth, Olga exclaimed with delight. I could hear her call. A lizard, resembling a human in its bipedal gait, emerged from an unknown location and approached Olga, seemingly quite affectionate towards her. Elizabeth is a water lizard, capable of running on water, and its paws can withstand gastric acid for short periods. Olga promptly explained before Reina could ask further. That's incredibly cool, Reina remarked, his eyes lighting up with desire. If I had such a pet, I could move freely across the sea. It would be far more convenient than a boat, wouldn't it? Indeed, I think it's quite cool, Olga replied, seemingly oblivious to the underlying meaning in Reina's words. Olga, how did you become friends with Elizabeth? Are there more of these water lizards here? Could I possibly have one too? Reina inquired, his tone slightly ingratiating. Oh, you want Elizabeth as well? Olga responded in surprise. That I'm not asking for your Elizabeth. I'm inquiring if there are any other water lizards. Could you perhaps get me one? There are indeed many water lizards here. But when I first encountered Elizabeth, I gave her a piece of fruit, and that's how we became friends, Olga said, blinking her eyes. Really? Just a piece of fruit won her over? That doesn't sound too difficult. Reina mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Consequently, their goal shifted from searching for Olga's father to seeking out water lizards. However, after scouring the entire small island, they found no other water lizards. It seems there are none here. Let's head directly to the next island, Reina said somewhat disappointedly. Then let us go. I'll have Elizabeth take us both, Olga replied nonchalantly. With Elizabeth's assistance, they soon arrived at the second island, only to find no water lizards there. Aside from dinosaurs, and still no sign of Olga's father. Reluctantly, they pressed onto the third island. Is this your homeland, Alchemy? Reina softly asked as he gazed at the dilapidated structures before him. Yes, upon arriving. Olga appeared to grow even more taciturn. Olga, have you ever considered that your father might still be alive? After a moment's contemplation, Reina inquired quietly. What? That scoundrel father? Impossible. Humans cannot live that long, Olga retorted, seemingly lost in memories. Despite the passage of over 170 years, the recollection remained vivid in her mind. Sigh, let us go inside and take a look, Reina said, gently patting Olga on the head. Under Olga's guidance, they quickly found an entrance, where Reina noticed an inscription above. Those who seek the shining gold and trespass here shall pay with their lives. My name is Ms. China Oxy, Reina read aloud. Huh? Ms. China Oxy? Olga asked with astonishment upon hearing Reina's words. What? Do you recognize it? Reina turned to look at her. Recognize it? He is the scoundrel father who created pure gold. Olga replied, her expression darkening. She remained unforgiving towards Ms. China Oxy for his actions. Reina shrugged indifferently and continued forward with Olga. Meanwhile, in a dinosaur nest on the first island, a dinosaur that looked distinctly different from the usual hatchlings was quarreling with a baby dinosaur over the food brought back by a larger dinosaur. "Meet again. I wish I could have some vegetables," the dinosaur lamented, its round face streaked with tears as it munched on the food. He was none other than Olga's father, Miss China Oxy, at that moment. He seemed to sense something, looking up towards the location of the third island, murmuring, "Who is it? Who has entered my laboratory?" Back with Reina and Olga, the two emerged from a long tunnel into a grand hall, where a piano stood elegantly. Beside it lay a stone tablet inscribed with words, "Only those who correctly perform the melody and possess a pure heart may approach the shining gold." "It seems we need to play something, but I didn't come here in search of pure gold. I merely wanted to find a water lizard," Reina lamented, rubbing his head in frustration. "Shall we give it a try? Didn't you say that my longevity might be due to the effects of pure gold? Now that we're here, wouldn't you want to possess it?" Olga suddenly urged Reina to attempt it. "I'd rather not. Who knows what side effects it might have? What if I catch some strange illness? That would be disastrous." Reina shook his head. "You fool, that is pure gold, enough to buy the world. An unparalleled treasure. Don't you desire it? If you want it so badly, you go get it." Reina shrugged, firmly resolved not to pursue it. "Such dubious metal was best left untouched that I can't play. Only my mother could." Olga gritted her teeth. "That's rather strange, isn't it? Didn't you say you despised pure gold? It was the reason your father became a research fanatic and your mother passed away. Why do you suddenly wish to acquire it?" Reina asked calmly, tilting his head. "Well, Olga was momentarily perplexed. Indeed, why did she suddenly yearn for pure gold, something she had always loathed? How contradictory." Reina slowly approached the piano and took a seat, carefully examining the sheet music before him. "I'm afraid it seems we cannot pass this trial." Reina sighed. "Why not?" Olga asked in surprise. "You see, a portion of the musical score is missing. With my abilities, I cannot complete it, and if I play incorrectly, it is likely to trigger some mechanism." Reina pointed at the incomplete score. "Is that so? Then let us forget it." Olga responded, suddenly feeling disheartened. "It's a lullaby, such a beautiful melody, but alas, it is incomplete." Reina shook his head regretfully. A lullaby?" Olga paused, glancing at the sheet music on the piano before lowering her head, asking Reina, "Could you possibly play it for me?" "Play it, without a complete score. If I attempt to play, I might trigger a trap." Reina replied, looking at Olga. "I apologize. I was being unreasonable." Olga forced a smile, stepped back a bit. "If there is a mechanism, I may not be able to protect you in time." Reina shook his head in resignation and spoke. He sensed that Olga did not intend to harm him. Rather, for some reason, she sought to verify this melody. After observing Olga retreating to a distance, Reina began to play according to the notes inscribed on the score. With his F-level musical skills, he encountered no difficulty in performing the piece, despite the fact that this peacock piano differed somewhat from a standard grand piano. Nevertheless, he rendered the general melody quite well. Was this indeed the piece? A warm smile, a bright laugh, your lovely face, the heart of silver and the heart of gold. I give them all to you. Alchemy Alchemar, embracing the golden stars. Alchemy Alchemar, drifting into slumber. Upon hearing Reina's performance, Olga instinctively began to sing along. You know this piece." Upon finishing, thanks to Olga, the previously missing part was sung, allowing Reina to complete the entire composition and pass the test. "Yes, this is the music my mother often sang to me when I was young," Olga said, lowering her head. "This is a song that embodies the love of your parents." Reina rose from the piano and declared. This time, Olga did not retort. She remained silent, seemingly still enveloped in the essence of the lullaby. "Let us proceed. Since we have opened this, we must continue to see what lies ahead." Reina gestured towards the passage revealed by the receding lava. Addressing Olga, The two continued onward. "Sees the shimmering gold. One must possess remarkable focus and daring courage. Strike the sacred eagle, and the suspension bridge shall descend." Reina gazed at the cliff ahead, where atop a building there was an emblem resembling an eagle. It seemed they needed to strike the distant target for the bridge to lower, granting them passage. "I truly cannot do this. I am not a marksman." Reina shook his head as he looked at Olga. "Really? Then shall we retreat?" Olga glanced at the opposite side and sighed. "Wait, do you not find this place peculiar? Reina grasped Olga's arm as she prepared to leave. Peculiar? What do you mean? Olga asked, puzzled. Observe how all the mechanisms here are integrated with the environment. Yet your hometown alchemy does not possess such surroundings, does it? What does this signify? It suggests that the creator of these mechanisms crafted them after this small island entered the lanternfish's belly. Reina pointed out, standing firm. And so what? You claimed you were the only one here, did you not? Did you not say that your despicable father had perished upon entering? Then who designed and constructed these mechanisms? The score earlier was a lullaby only you would know, correct? What are you implying? Olga looked at Reina in confusion. Perhaps your father is still alive? Alive? Even better. It gives me another chance to kill him myself. Olga suddenly exhibited a hateful glare. Reina was taken aback. Despite Olga's constant remarks about her father being a scoundrel, she had never shown such animosity, only resentment over his neglect towards her mother and herself. At that moment, a massive triceratops charged onto the platform before the cliff, fixating its gaze on Olga and Reina, seemingly poised to attack. Meanwhile, from the opposite side, a pterodactyl swooped down from the skies. Hovering and ready to pounce. It seems we have a way forward. Upon sighting the pterodactyl, Reina smiled slightly. A way? What kind of way? Olga asked, taken aback. Stay here. Without elaboration, Reina stepped towards the triceratops. As Reina approached, the triceratops became agitated, lowering its head and charging at him. Reina smiled and extended his hand, effortlessly blocking the triceratops's path. Just as Olga was about to scream in concern, the moment the triceratops made contact with Reina, it froze in place, as if all its momentum had dissipated. Before Reina could continue, the pterodactyl, witnessing the scene, dove down directly towards him. Chapter 37. Pure gold. Seeing the pterodactyl racing towards him, Reina smiled slightly. Leaping up to grasp its neck and forcefully pinning it to the ground, gently touching his finger to its chest. A sharp pain made the pterodactyl abandon its resistance, lying submissively on the ground. Fearfully gazing at Reina. All right, now we can proceed. Reina nodded with a smile. Olga stood beside him, utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that Reina's solution would be this. They rode the pterodactyl across the chasm. Olga remained somewhat dazed. All right, let us continue, Reina remarked, watching the pterodactyl rapidly escape after he released it. You do not intend to ride it out, do you? Olga asked uncertainly as she observed Reina's lingering gaze on the fleeing creature. A bit of a pity. If only I had a flying pet, it would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. Reina unabashedly expressed his thoughts. The pterodactyl, sensing Reina's ulterior motives, flew even faster, after traversing another passage. Reina and Olga found themselves before a colossal crocodile head. It appears we need to open the correct hole, Reina mused, examining the circle of keyholes. If we choose incorrectly, the crocodile's jaws will close. Right? Wouldn't that mean we would be devoured? Olga frowned. That seems to be the case, but having come this far, it would be a shame to give up now. Reina chuckled lightly. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, at the entrance of the ruins they had entered, a decorated figure rode upon a water lizard that Reina had long coveted, swiftly advancing toward them. With so many keyholes, where should we begin? Reina inquired, holding a key before Olga, who stood outside the crocodile's jaws. How would I know? I did not design this, Olga replied incredulously. Reina scratched his nose, swallowing the words he nearly uttered. He had almost remarked that it was designed by her father and that she surely knew something. But considering her relationship with him, he wisely chose silence. Once prepared to flee, Reina randomly selected a keyhole and inserted it. Incorrect, he gently twisted, sensing that the door did not yield. Just as he prepared to withdraw and choose another keyhole, he suddenly felt a surge of electricity from within the keyhole, and simultaneously, the crocodile's jaws began to close rapidly. Hey, Reina, get out quickly, Olga shouted anxiously from outside. No, my body has not yet recovered. I have been tricked. Reina sighed wryly, and no sooner had he finished speaking than the crocodile's jaws fully shut, trapping him inside. Reina, Olga called out loudly from outside, but Reina offered no response, just when she was at a loss for what to do. An explosion erupted, shattering the crocodile's jaws entirely, and Reina emerged holding the key before her. How infuriating! Had I known it would come to this, I would have smashed it to pieces from the start. When the crocodile's jaws had closed, Reina's Black Emperor ability had passively activated, absorbing the compressive force. Once fully charged, he released the energy, obliterating the crocodile's jaws. Reina, are you all right? Upon seeing Reina emerge, Olga hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. I'm fine, but Reina glanced at the destroyed entrance, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seems we cannot enter now. I truly apologize. It was meant to be something your father left for you. What? I do not care for that scoundrel's belongings. Olga replied, somewhat haughtily. Who are you? How did you manage to breach this place? Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing Reina and Olga to turn their heads simultaneously. You are Olga? Upon seeing the figure emerging from the shadows. A portly man, both Reina and Olga were taken aback. A water lizard. Reina's eyes lit up as he noticed the orange water lizard following Miss China Axie. Olga, is that you? Clearly, Miss China Axie recognized his daughter at once. You are Dr. Miss China Axie, Reina asked with a smile. Who are you? Olga, come here. He might be a bad man. Miss China Axie was momentarily taken aback, only to then recall the presence of Reina beside her. Rest assured, I have no interest in your so-called shining gold. My presence here was purely accidental. Reina waved his hand dismissively and added, however, I am quite intrigued by that sea lizard behind you. Sea lizard? Miss China Axie mused, perplexed. Was this man not attempting to coerce her daughter into surrendering the shining gold? Realizing the misunderstanding, Reina recounted the earlier events. At that moment, Olga, who had been silent, suddenly fixed her gaze on Miss China Axie and questioned, why are you still alive? It has been 170 years. How is it that you continue to exist? Miss China Axie looked at her daughter, momentarily at a loss for words. Olga, Reina exclaimed, giving her a gentle tap on the head. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? You can directly ask him. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. Ask? Ask what? He does not care about us. He has no connection with us. Olga retorted stubbornly. Dr. Miss China Axie, I shall address you as such for now. Olga said, you pursued the research of pure gold, which ultimately led to my mother's death at the hands of pirates and to alchemy being devoured by a lanternfish. What was the reason behind this? Was it merely for the sake of research? Reina turned to Miss China Axie and inquired. It seems you are already aware of the circumstances surrounding pure gold. With a sigh, Miss China Axie responded, what more do you wish to ask? He is merely a mad scientist. No, he has transcended even that title. Olga said, her eyes reddening. No, it is not as you think. Olga, please allow me to explain. At last, Miss China Axie revealed the truth. Olga had been afflicted with a terminal illness, prompting the couple, both scientists, to embark on the study of pure gold, as it had properties known to slow aging. This was also why the two of them still retained their youthful appearances from over 170 years ago. Upon learning the true motivation behind her father's research, Olga finally opened her heart, reconciling with him. However, Reina observed that perhaps due to her long-standing resentment towards her father and her solitary existence, Olga struggled to express herself. Miss China Axie, too, was at a loss for words when it came to expressing his love for his daughter. Otherwise, such misunderstandings would not have persisted for so long. What illness did Olga suffer from? Reina inquired with a furrowed brow. South Sea Emperor's fever, an incurable disease. Miss China Axie sighed. I see. Fear not. I believe that in the future, better treatment methods will emerge for Olga. I know there is a great medical nation along the first half of the Grand Line. Perhaps they have developed an effective antidote. Reina replied with a smile. In the original tale, Olga was cured by Chopper, but Reina was uncertain how that treatment had come about, as he was merely a novice doctor himself. Miss China Axie glanced at the ring on Olga's hand and nodded. By the way, did you come here in search of the shining gold? He asked. Reina shook his head and pointed to the sea lizard behind him, saying, no, I came for that. I stumbled upon this place and thought there might be remnants of your work inside, which is why I assisted Olga in unlocking the mechanism here. However, I apologize for inadvertently destroying the final door. Haha, that door is a mere fade. The true entrance lies here, Miss China Axie stated, retrieving a switch from the entrance, which, when activated, revealed a large opening in the floor. The trio descended into the aperture. And indeed, they found themselves in a research lab, though it appeared to have been neglected for quite some time. After successfully researching pure gold and stabilizing Olga's condition, I have not returned here since. Miss China Axie lamented as he surveyed his laboratory. However, Reina and Olga's attention was captivated by a fist-sized piece of pure gold within the labis. This pure gold? Reina asked, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, if you desire it, I can gift it to you, Miss China Axie replied earnestly. Were it not for Reina, the relationship between him and Olga may have become even more strained. Is that so? Then thank you kindly, since you have no use for it. I shall keep it as a collectible. Reina chuckled as he stowed away the pure gold. After exiting the laboratory, Reina turned to Olga and asked, "How do we leave this place? I have no desire to linger here any longer." "How did you endure over 170 years in this location?" "I'm not entirely sure, but through my observations over the years, I noticed that the lanternfish occasionally regurgitates. When it does, the gastric acid refluxes, allowing us to escape with it," Olga replied, shaking her head. Reina was taken aback, realizing that they were not meant to exit through any particular route. Hearing Olga's words, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Have you never attempted to leave?" "Of course not. If I had, would you still see me here?" "Then what shall we do now?" "Await the lanternfish's regurgitation," Miskina Axie interjected, observing Reina and Olga's discussion about their escape with amusement. "To induce regurgitation, it is best to cause gastric distension." "Gastric distension?" Reina and Olga turned their gazes towards Miskina Axie, questioning. "Precisely. Gastric distension is the easiest way to provoke vomiting. But how do we make the lanternfish feel gastric distension?" The three exchanged glances, each falling into a contemplative silence. Inducing gastric distension in such a massive lanternfish seemed a formidable challenge. "Perhaps I could strike its stomach?" Reina suggested. Miskina Axie and Olga exchanged looks before reluctantly nodding, allowing Reina to proceed, as they truly had no alternative. "All right, you two sit atop the sea lizard. If things get too chaotic, remember to protect yourselves," Reina instructed as he began to warm up, then unleashed a frenzy of attacks on the surrounding gastric walls. While attacking, Reina also absorbed the recoil from the gastric wall. Once he felt he had reached his limit, he took a deep breath and delivered a powerful kick to the spot he had been striking repeatedly. With a resounding impact, the lanternfish's entire stomach began to tremble. "Here it comes. The gastric acid is starting to reflux," Olga, who had been closely monitoring the flow of gastric acid, suddenly shouted to Reina. Reina quickly leaped over to Olga's side, and together they mounted Elizabeth, racing along with the flowing gastric acid. "This won't do. We are moving too slowly. We won't make it," Miskina Axie observed intently, a note of concern lacing his voice. "Watch me." As they passed by a dilapidated ship, Reina leaped, delivering a kick to its hull, sending splintered wood scattering in all directions. "Quick, let the sea lizard ascend. We can use the wooden planks to ride the acid wave out," Reina called out, tossing several pieces of wood towards Olga. Olga immediately grasped Reina's intent, catching the planks and directing Elizabeth to ascend. Chapter 38. Reina's Path to Prosperity. "Ah, we are finally out," Olga exclaimed. Perched atop Elizabeth, gazing at the endless expanse of the sea with exhilaration, Reina also quietly exhaled, relieved that they had narrowly escaped. Yet, uncertainty loomed as to their current location and the distance to the nearest island. "Look, it's the lanternfish," Miskina Axie marveled at the enormous lanternfish behind them. "Wait, the lantern atop that lanternfish." Reina turned to see the massive creature, immediately captivated by the glowing lantern. "Do you see it?" Indeed, the lanternfish has extracted all the pure gold from within its body and concentrated it in the lantern atop its head. "That lantern is a colossal piece of pure gold," Miskina Axie confirmed with a nod. Reina swallowed hard, pondering how much it could fetch if sold. Thus so, when approaching the shore, do not attempt to extract the pure gold. Otherwise, the lanternfish will discover it and swallow you whole, Miskina Axie cautioned. He had given Reina a piece of pure gold, vowing never to create it again. The small fragment of pure gold embedded in the ring Olga wore was sufficient to prolong her life. "By the way, do you wish to board my ship?" "I belong to the Whitebeard Pirates," Reina inquired with a smile. To be candid, Olga had not contemplated this matter prior to their departure. Her mother had perished at the hands of pirates, which imbued her with a profound aversion towards them. However, Reina left a favorable impression on her, causing her to hesitate. As for Miskina Axie, he was entirely indifferent to such concerns. Wherever Olga went, he would follow. Of course, there was no need to make a decision at this moment. Their immediate objective was to venture towards the first half of the Grand Line in search of the renowned medical nation. Hoping to find a remedy for Olga's condition, noticing Olga's indecision, Reina chuckled and remarked that their primary task was to locate food and an island, lest they find themselves perishing at sea, even in the presence of a sea lizard. After surveying her surroundings, Olga declared, "Let us simply choose a direction and proceed." With that, Miskina Axie was dismissed from the sea lizard chabs, allowing the father and daughter to ride on Elizabeth together. Reina finally achieved his long-desired command over Chabs. Dr. Aussie, is it truly impossible for you to part with Chabs? Reina couldn't resist asking once more during their journey. That I regret to inform you that Chabs is not my pet. It merely assists me in reaching alchemy. Should it willingly choose to accompany you, I would have no objections, Aussie replied apologetically. Very well. Reina temporarily shelved his intentions of capturing Chabs. They would need the creature's abilities at sea. Failure to subdue it would leave him no option but to swim. Therefore, he planned to act only once they discovered an island. During this time, his work hours had fallen short, causing his attendance to stagnate. What he needed most was to procure a vessel and experiment with ways to resume his attendance. From his character interface, he noted that his title remained as the vice captain and navigator of the Whitebeard pirates, also serving as the helmsman, ship's doctor, cook, and sailor. Thus, he needed to ascertain whether his work hours would count if he were not aboard a Whitebeard ship, or if he could hoist a Whitebeard pirate flag on another vessel. These were urgent matters, as they directly influenced his potential for rapid growth. After Reina was devoured by a lanternfish, the Whitebeard pirates and Sengoku's forces disengaged. Concern arose among the crew due to Reina's absence. Gulalala, fret not. That lad is not so easily dispatched. He must have encountered some trouble. No need to worry. He will seek us out once he resolves his issues. Now, let us continue our journey. Newgate boomed. Attempting to uplift the atmosphere aboard the ship. Father speaks true. He is not a devil fruit user. Falling into the sea poses no threat. Conversely, our situation is more worrisome. We are now without a cook, a doctor, and even the crucial navigator. How shall we navigate henceforth? Marco remarked, shaking his head with a chuckle. Meanwhile, aboard the repaired naval ship returning to headquarters, Zephyr sat in the captain's quarters, addressing Sengoku. That lad is unlikely to meet his end so easily. The Navy will have yet another adversary to contend with. Rest assured, there will be no issues. By the way, I hear your return is for a promotion ceremony to Admiral, Sengoku inquired with a smile. Indeed, that is the case. But I have heard that Karp has seemingly declined the promotion to Admiral? Zephyr asked curiously. That rascal claims he refuses to serve the Celestial Dragons, hence his rejection of the Admiral position. Sengoku replied, somewhat exasperated. The Celestial Dragons? Zephyr sighed upon hearing Karp's reason for refusal. The primary duty of an Admiral is to serve the Celestial Dragons, which, while lucrative for the Navy, breeds discontent among individuals like Karp. Precisely. You are aware that the last incident at God Valley was to rescue the Celestial Dragons. Alas, Karp himself is reluctant to discuss it, so let us refrain from delving further, Sengoku said, shaking his head in resignation. 3 days later, Reina, along with Olga and her father, finally discovered a small island. Upon landing, their first order of business was to find a restaurant and indulge in a hearty meal. At last, I am satiated, Reina exclaimed, patting his full belly. Next, we shall seek a lodging. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. You two should wash up and rest while I procure a ship to head directly to the first half of the Grand Line. Thank you for your hospitality. Unlike Olga, who lay sprawled out and disinclined to move, her father Miskina Asi expressed his gratitude to Reina. Reina smiled and nodded, aware that he was depleting his resources and uncertain if he would have enough berries to purchase a ship. If necessary, he contemplated resorting to liberating wealth from the affluent. After securing accommodations, Miskina and his daughter retired to freshen up and sleep, while Reina, clutching a freshly acquired newspaper, made his way to the port to seek suitable vessels. Has Zephyr really been promoted to Admiral? It seems my chances of encountering him again are dwindling, Reina murmured as he read the article about Vice Admiral Blackwrist Zephyr's ascension to Admiral. As the ultimate combat force of the Navy, admirals rarely set sail unless necessary. Hence the likelihood of crossing paths with him had significantly diminished. Aside from the news about Zephyr, the paper bore no mention of Whitebeard. But Reina remained unconcerned. Newgate was destined to become one of the 4 emperors. He had more pressing matters to worry about concerning himself. After spending a substantial sum of berries on a small ship and navigational supplies, Reina was acutely aware of his present circumstances. Tio reached the first half of the Grand Line. The conventional route involved traversing Fishman Island and passing through the Sabati archipelago. Of course, if one possessed sufficient confidence, one could venture through the Combelt, though it was known to be a nesting ground for sea kings, and none who entered had ever returned. Thus, Reina prudently chose the Fishman Island route. After acquiring 2 log poses, Reina finally found his berry reserves dwindling. There was little choice. To reach Fishman Island, Purchasing a permanent log pose was the most convenient option that it appeared he would need to devise a strategy, lest he find himself unable to afford supplies at the next island. Reina felt a headache brewing. He had never anticipated that a lack of berries would be a source of distress. I never expected to encounter a substantial bounty. A pirate worth 16 million berries. What a fortuitous encounter. At that moment, Reina overheard a group of bounty hunters nearby, 16 million. Indeed, capturing pirates is the quickest way to earn money. Reina nodded thoughtfully as he approached the bounty hunters. Shortly thereafter, the entire group of bounty hunters lay sprawled on the ground, their bounty posters snatched away, and the once plump prey now belonged to Reina. Indeed, robbery is the way of pirates. Reina reveled in his newfound fortune, clutching a stack of the latest bounty posters and the unconscious pirate in his grasp, filled with gratitude. These were truly benevolent souls. Knowing of his financial plight and not only providing him with a lucrative opportunity, but also delivering his first substantial sum. Thus, with a sense of triumph, Reina confidently strode into the naval base to claim his bounty. He had forgotten that, in contrast to the 16 million bounty, his own staggering 30 million bounty would be far more recognizable to the Navy. Consequently, as he entered the naval base, the officers he encountered cast wary glances his way. However, his eyes were no longer red, and his outfit had changed sufficiently that they dared not confirm their suspicions. Regrettably, his previous attire had been torn, and he now wore newly purchased clothes from the island, while his weighted clothing had been damaged during his battle with Zephyr. Report: Major Franco, a suspected pirate known as Red-Eyed Reina has entered the naval base. A naval soldier reported to the base's highest-ranking officer. Major Franco. Red-Eyed Reina, what brings him to the base? And what do you mean by suspected? Is there uncertainty? Major Franco inquired, perplexed. He has come to claim his bounty. However, his eyes are not red, so we cannot confirm at present. The soldier hesitated, explaining. Headquarters had long disseminated the latest information. Red-Eyed Reina's eye color was a manifestation of his abilities. Ordinarily, he possessed the same eyes as any other person. Only when he activated his powers would they turn red. Let us investigate. We must ascertain what this red-eyed individual is up to, Major Franco declared, his expression shifting as he rose from his seat. Chapter 39. Setting sail again, I must say. Is the efficiency of your navy not rather lacking? Seated in the bounty exchange office, Reina remarked with a hint of boredom. It was not his intention to cause trouble. Rather, the sluggish pace of the Navy was undeniably exasperating. That I sincerely apologize, sir, due to the overwhelming number of pirates on the wanted list. It is rather challenging to identify them based solely on a wanted poster. Thus, we must exercise caution. If we were to make an error, it would be a minor inconvenience to lose some berries. But it would be a grave injustice to wrongfully imprison an innocent person, replied the Navy soldier with utmost politeness. Reina nodded, recalling the wanted poster of Sanji from the original story, which had inadvertently altered the life of an unrelated petty criminal. Therefore, despite the lengthy wait, Reina remained patient. However, as time passed, he began to sense an unusual tension in the air. Suddenly, the door to the bounty exchange office burst open, and a swarm of Navy soldiers rushed in. Surrounding Reina, confounded, he stared at the incoming soldiers, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Akuma no Mi. Reina, are you still pretending to be innocent, since you dared to walk into the Navy base today? Don't blame us for what happens next. Seize him. Major Franco barked furiously, flanked by a throng of Navy personnel. Oh dear, I completely forgot that I, too, am a wanted criminal. How about you just pretend I was never here? Reina stammered, a smile creeping across his face. However, it was evident that the Navy was not inclined to entertain his explanation and instead lunged at him. Left with no choice, Reina retaliated. Although the Navy had deceived him earlier, he found their earnestness in carrying out their duties somewhat commendable, hence he refrained from using excessive force. With a resounding kick, Reina sent one soldier flying and finally dashed out of the cramped room. Emerging into the open space of the Navy base. Oh dear, this has turned into quite the predicament, he mused, surveying the multitude of Navy soldiers surrounding him, pondering whether he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. Fire! Don't let him escape. Quickly, heading this way. As Reina darted around chaotically, the Navy base descended into utter disarray. That scoundrel, I will personally ensure he pays for this, Major Franco bellowed, his face twisted in rage as he witnessed the pandemonium. What a shame about my 16 million berries. Next time, I should let those bounty hunters collect the reward first before I seize their berries. Yes, That's it. I truly am a genius, hiding in a corner. Reina observed the frenzied Navy outside, quietly scheming his own fortune. Over here. Quickly, a passing Navy soldier suddenly spotted Reina concealed in the corner and shouted at, "Oh no, I've been discovered so soon," with no other option. Reina bolted once more. "You wretched fool. I will make you pay dearly for this. How dare you underestimate our division?" Major Franco was nearly driven to madness. If word got out that Reina had brought pirates to claim their bounty and caused havoc in the Navy base, his reputation as the base commander would be utterly ruined. Ultimately, the Navy failed to apprehend Reina, who managed to escape successfully. Given the multitude of witnesses, the incident could not be concealed, forcing Major Franco to report back to headquarters in frustration. Upon Reina's return to the inn, Meskina and his daughter were already awake, seated in the lobby and listening to other guests recount the recent events at the Navy base. "That I heard that the pirate Akuma no Mi, Reina, is a man-eating demon who goes mad if he doesn't consume several young maidens each day. Upon arriving in our small town, he was rumored to be targeting the local girls, which is why the patrolling soldiers intervened, causing such an uproar. Indeed, indeed. It is said his eyes turned crimson due to long-term consumption of young maidens' blood." Reina's expression darkened upon hearing the guests' outrageous tales, especially as Olga listened intently, seemingly fascinated by the stories. "Hey, have you ever seen Akuma no Mi, Reina? Are you just here spouting nonsense?" Reina could no longer tolerate the gossip and approached to interrupt their chatter. Hey, Reina, do you really drink the blood of beautiful maidens every day?" Olga inquired, rushing to his side with a whisper. Reina shot her a glance, retorting, "Wouldn't you know whether it's true? By the way, why did you go to the Navy base? Did you accidentally get caught?" Olga curiously probed. Reina's expression soured. He had no desire to answer her, fearing he would become the subject of ridicule for an extended period. "Since you are all awake, let us set off. I have prepared everything." Reina disregarded Olga's inquiries and addressed Meskina. "All right, let us depart." Meskina nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio made their way to the port, boarding the small sailboat Reina had purchased. The vessel was not large, slightly smaller than the Merry Go of Luffy and his crew, but with only 3 people and 2 aquatic lizards aboard, it was manageable. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters in Marineford, the newly promoted Admiral Zephyr was busy handling paperwork in his office. The New World was currently tumultuous, with the emergence of formidable pirate crews such as the Whitebeard Pirates, the Sky Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Big MOM Pirates. Kong, aside from chasing Roger across the seas, was neglecting other matters entirely, while Sengoku was preoccupied with the Whitebeard Pirates and preventing the Sky Pirates from wreaking havoc, leaving him nearly overwhelmed. This kid has proven to be quite resilient. I never anticipated he would show up here," Zephyr murmured, holding a document from the table. It was indeed the report from Major Franco proposing an increase in the bounty for Akuma no Mi, Reina. After contemplating for a moment, Zephyr stamped his approval on the document. "Knock, knock, knock. Admiral Zephyr, Admiral Kong requests your presence in his office." At that moment, a Navy soldier entered, saluting Zephyr before delivering the message. Zephyr nodded and rose to make his way to the Admiral's office. "Zephyr, I apologize for summoning you at this time, but a new wave of powerful pirates has emerged in the New World. The likes of Karp and Sengoku are becoming increasingly ineffective, so I must rely on you," Kong stated directly upon Zephyr's arrival. "Rest assured, Admiral, leave it to me," Zephyr replied confidently as he departed. Upon reaching the port, his warship was already prepared for departure, awaiting Zephyr's command. "Let us set our sights on this location." After a moment of consideration, Zephyr selected a small island as their target. "Yes, sir." His subordinates promptly saluted, notifying the navigator to chart the course. "Sir, why have we chosen this location recently? Both the Whitebeard and Sky Pirates have been particularly active. Shouldn't we go after them?" His aide, Karadan, inquired, perplexed. "No, we shall head here." Zephyr shook his head, asserting, "Neither Edward Newgate of the Whitebeard Pirates nor Shiki the Golden Lion of the Sky Pirates are easy captures. However, this location harbors an individual whose identity and abilities make him a suitable target. If we can capture him, it will be a significant victory for us." Karadan gazed at the small island on the map, unable to comprehend the significance of their new mission. Zephyr smiled as he looked into the distance, providing no further explanation. Meanwhile, Reina had set sail, hoisting the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates, surprisingly finding that the system acknowledged his vessel as a pirate ship of the Whitebeard crew. Consequently, he regained the ability to check in and commence his tasks. That I'm so bored. When will we arrive at the next island? Olga languished on the deck, feebly addressing Reina. Bored? If you're bored, you can clean up for me. You rascal, Reina retorted, rolling his eyes while training vigorously. It was not that he was intentionally targeting Olga. Rather, the girl had been incessantly lamenting her boredom after the initial excitement of boarding the ship wore off. Conversely, Miskina, at the helm, alleviated some of Reina's burdens. Having been a scientist, he was accustomed to this monotonous lifestyle and did not find sailing particularly tedious. Were you all this bored when you were pirates? Olga rolled on the deck, exclaiming, Certainly not. It's just that there's no one else on the ship. With only the three of us, of course, you'll find it boring. If there were more people, we could host a feast, drink, and sing together. It would be quite delightful. Reina wiped the sweat from his forehead, explaining that, Then let us have a feast. How about it? Olga perked up, her enthusiasm evident. Just the three of us? What sort of feast can we have? If you find yourself feeling bored, why not go fishing? If you manage to catch a big one, I'll prepare grilled fish for you tonight. Reina pointed towards the sea and remarked, Oh, grilled fish. That sounds delightful. Watch me reel in an extraordinarily large and delectable fish. Upon hearing this, Olga immediately dashed to the cabin, grabbed her fishing rod, and began to fish. My apologies for the trouble. Olga exclaimed with a smile directed at Miskina Oxy. It's no bother. Sailing is inherently a rather tedious endeavor, and with so few of us, her boredom is only exacerbated. Reina replied, shaking his head. In truth, Reina's true objective had always been Miskina Oxy. Compared to Olga, her father possessed greater talent, having independently discovered pure gold, thereby validating Miskina Oxy's remarkable capabilities. Even in the future, the Whitebeard pirates would lack a scientist of such caliber. Which is why Reina aspired to recruit such talent for their crew. One must not underestimate the scientists of this world, whether it be the Navy's Vegapunk or M. Caesar Clown, or the Vinsmoke family of Germa 66. All have demonstrated that scientists can wield considerable power. As evening approached, Reina grilled a fish scarcely the size of his palm. Observing Olga's despondent expression, he quipped, Is this the legendary extraordinarily large and delicious fish you spoke of? Fishing is no simple task. You know, not everyone can catch fish, and I think I've done rather well. Olga retorted through gritted teeth. Is that so? Reina smirked slightly, replying with a chuckle. Chapter 40. News of Reina father. Look, Marco exclaimed, brandishing a newspaper as he excitedly raced toward Whitebeard, shouting, Marco, what has gotten into him? He is usually quite composed. A pirate, adorned with a red bandana and a yellow scarf. His brown hair in disarray and sporting a handlebar mustache. Pointed at Marco's retreating figure and inquired of Bista. Bista shook his head, stating, I have no idea. Perhaps he has stumbled upon some momentous news. Gulalala, what a splendid day. Gather around, everyone, let's celebrate. Soon. They heard Whitebeard's booming voice announcing the commencement of a feast. Father, what has you in such high spirits? Bista asked with a smile. They truly regarded Whitebeard as a father figure, and the camaraderie among the crew was palpable. Gulalala, look here. I knew that lad wouldn't be so easily dispatched. Whitebeard tossed the newspaper Marco had just handed him to Bista, laughing heartily. Upon reading the news, Bista also burst into laughter, exclaiming, This is indeed a momentous occasion worthy of a feast. Jaws, come and see. There's news about Reina. Ever since Reina's disappearance, Marco and Jaws had been the most concerned, as they had fought together, and only the two of them returned, though it was not their fault. They felt as though they had abandoned their comrade and fled alone, which weighed heavily upon them. Hearing Bista's voice, Jaws, who had been training, approached slowly, asking, Is there news about the vice captain? Was he captured by the Navy? Take a look for yourself. Bista handed the newspaper to Jaws, smiling. Oh, the vice captain caused a ruckus at the Navy's base. How's that even possible? Jaws exclaimed. Incredulous as he scanned the article. He knew well that Reina was not one to act recklessly. Gulalala, that lad is no docile soul. However, since he is unharmed, he'll surely return soon. Gulu, that rascal, to have such fine spoils and not offer any to his elder brother. When he returns, I shall make him pay. Newgate said, taking several hearty gulps from a gourd, clearly in high spirits. Should Reina be present, he would recognize this as the gourd capable of holding 10 times the usual amount of liquor. Though it had already become Newgate's prized possession. Vice Captain, Bista, do we actually have a vice captain aboard? Rakuyo inquired curiously. Rakuyo had remained silent during their conversation, as he was entirely unaware of whom they were discussing. Indeed, Akihito Reina, a pirate with a bounty of 80 million, possessing formidable strength. Previously, he stayed behind to battle the Navy's Zephyr while we escaped, only to vanish into the sea. Vista nodded, explaining. Alongside the newspaper was Reina's updated bounty notice, which had skyrocketed to 80 million due to the chaos he caused at the Navy's base. Zephyr? You mean that newly promoted Admiral, Blackarm Zephyr? Our vice captain is a pirate capable of battling an admiral? Rakuyo asked, astonished. While that fellow is indeed strong, there remains a significant gap between him and the Navy admirals. However, if Reina wishes to escape, Zephyr will not be able to detain him. Marco squinted, addressing Rakuyo. Is that so? I truly look forward to meeting him. Rakuyo replied with a grin. No, you won't feel that way. Trust me, just ask Jaws if he wishes for Reina to return right now. Unconsciously, Jaws shivered at the thought, saying, I believe it is quite fine as it is. The vice captain need not hurry back. He recalled the time when Reina had him under his thumb, which felt like a living hell. As the Whitebeard pirates reveled in their feast, not far from them, the Roger pirates spotted the sailing ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Captain, they seem unaware of our presence. Shall we seize the opportunity? Spark Jabba cackled mischievously at Roger. Oh, is that Newgate? They've grown quite complacent. It seems. I in that case, let us teach them a lesson. Lads, plunder their treasures. Roger laughed heartily. Thus, the Oro Jackson charged towards the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Roger, in high spirits today, declared, I want to fight you. How about sharing a drink? We are in the midst of a feast. Edward Newgate bellowed, raising his gourd, laughing as he called out to Roger. What merit is there in such merriment? If there is no fine liquor, I'll just have to seize the treasures aboard your ship. Newgate, Roger retorted, equally jovial. Before long, the two pirate ships docked alongside each other, and the crews sang songs and drank together in harmony. Ha 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 ha, Newgate, this liquor is splendid. Send some my way. At that moment, Roger's cheeks had taken on a rosy hue as he held his cup, grinning mischievously at Whitebeard. That is not permissible. I have but a little left. Only once Reina returns can I share it, for he is the only one capable of brewing such fine spirits. Whitebeard shook his head. Reina, Roger paused, then glanced around, asking, I nearly forgot. That was the lad from the Rocks crew, wasn't he it? I never imagined he'd join your ranks. Why have I not seen him? The exchange between the two captains caused the surrounding pirates to cease their activities, listening intently. Gulalala, that lad was recently defeated by Zephyr and fell into the sea, swept away by the currents. Whitebeard laughed heartily, adding, We only encountered you after his disappearance, so naturally, you would not have seen him. What? He is already capable of battling an admiral. Shanks, who had been eavesdropping on Whitebeard and his captain, clenched his fists, visibly frustrated. Ever since being bested by Reina, he sought to reclaim his honor. However, when they last encountered the Whitebeard pirates, he had not seen Reina and assumed the rumors of Reina joining their crew to be mere fabrications, not realizing the truth behind it. Shanks, you wouldn't happen to know Reina, would you? Marco inquired, surprised. Yes, I was defeated by him once. Shanks nodded in affirmation. Marco and the others exchanged glances, realizing that Reina had been aboard when they joined, and they were entirely unaware of the events that had transpired. While the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates celebrated together, Reina was not en route to join them as Whitebeard had presumed. Instead, he was headed towards Fishman Island. Huff huff huff, aboard a small sailboat bearing the Whitebeard pirates' flag, Reina diligently practiced his martial skills. Reina, look, I see an island. Olga shouted excitedly at Reina, wiping the sweat from his brow. Reina looked up to see a small black emerging in the distance. You have sharp eyes. However, let me make this clear. I've already exhausted the berries I used to purchase this boat. So once we reach the island, we won't have any money for lodging. We'll have to stay on the boat, Reina stated, looking at the exuberant Olga. Really, not a single berry left? Olga's expression darkened as she asked, somewhat reluctantly. She still wished to purchase many more items. Previously unaware of the tedium of sailing, she now recognized the importance of being well prepared. Indeed, we have exhausted our supplies, but once we reach the island, we can explore. If fortune smiles upon us and we encounter a bounty hunter, I could play the role of a bounty hunter myself, but you and Dr. Axie must go collect the reward. Reiner nodded in agreement. Why must my father and I go? Can't you handle it yourself? Olga inquired, astonished, because I am also a wanted criminal. If I were to go to the naval division to collect the bounty, the Navy would surely discover me, causing quite a ruckus and preventing me from receiving any berry, Reiner replied calmly. Olga stared at Reiner for a moment, then asked, "The commotion you caused at the naval division last time, was it not due to this reason?" Reiner silently turned away, unwilling to engage with Olga. Puffed. "Ha ha. Reiner, are you a fool? A pirate with a bounty boldly strutting into a naval base to claim a reward. Why not just turn yourself in to collect the bounty instead?" "This is simply hilarious." Olga laughed uproariously, clutching her stomach and rolling on the deck as if she had just heard the funniest joke of the century. Reiner, however, remained silent with a dark expression, acknowledging that he had indeed made an error. No, he should say he had just blurted something out in haste. As their small sailboat approached the island, they were taken aback to see thick smoke rising from it, as if it had recently endured the ravages of war. "What on earth happened here?" Olga queried, perplexed by the sight, having never encountered such a situation before. Both Dr. Axie and Reiner stood silently at the bow of the ship, offering no answers, for they understood all too well what this signified. Suddenly, a thought struck Olga. She recalled having witnessed a similar scene before. They must have recently fallen victim to a pirate raid. Reiner sighed softly. Neither Axie nor Olga spoke further, simply waiting for the small vessel to reach the shore. "Let us go and see if we can offer any assistance." Upon landing, Reiner was the first to disembark. I think I will stay here." The usually exuberant Olga hesitated, clearly intimidated, and did not follow Reiner ashore. Reiner understood that she was reluctant to witness the island's devastation, as it would evoke painful memories of her mother being slain by pirates. "Very well. Dr. Axie, you and Olga remain on the ship while I investigate. Be cautious. That band of pirates may not have vacated the area yet. Should anything arise, signal me immediately. I won't stray too far." Reiner nodded, asserting his resolve. Although no pirate ship was visible in the harbor, it was possible that the pirates had not landed from this direction. Their vessel could very well be elsewhere, so caution was prudent. "Do take care as well. This island has just suffered a pirate attack, and your presence might be misinterpreted," Dr. Axie cautioned, nodding in agreement. Chapter 41. The Wrath of Reiner upon landing on the island. Reiner was confronted with a scene of utter devastation. Numerous buildings lay in ruins, and the ground was littered with the bodies of ordinary residents. Damn it. Even as a pirate, this sight fills me with rage. Reiner seethed. As he prepared to search for any survivors, he suddenly heard faint sounds nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward to investigate. Turning a corner, he discovered a woman lying in a pool of blood, still struggling to crawl toward a house, her lips moving as if in prayer. Child, help." As Reiner approached, he caught the words spilling from the woman's mouth. After assessing her injuries, he shook his head and stepped into the house. However, he found no children within. Instead, he encountered a man who had also succumbed to his wounds, and the signs of a struggle were evident. Reiner surmised that their child had likely been taken by the pirates. Witnessing this grim reality, Reiner's countenance darkened. These pirates were nothing short of butchers, mercilessly killing and robbing, showing no mercy even to children. He suspected they had abducted all the children from the town, intending to sell them. From the state of the town, it appeared the pirates had not departed long ago. Reiner ascended to the highest point of the town's tallest building, and indeed, he spotted the pirate ship on the other side of the island, seemingly preparing to set sail. After leaping down from the roof, Reiner swiftly returned to his own vessel. "We shall navigate around the island and pursue them. These scoundrels must not escape," Reiner informed Miski and her daughter, his voice low and resolute. Without a moment's hesitation, Axie set the ship in motion, intent on following Reiner's lead to hunt down the pirates. Olga pulled Elizabeth over, instructing her to heed Reiner's commands and intercept the band of pirates. "Thank you, Olga. Elizabeth, let us be off." Reiner mounted Elizabeth and pressed forward along the coast. Previously, he had attempted to reclaim Chabs from the island, but to no avail. Though he could conquer through force, Reiner understood that such an approach would yield little success. This aquatic lizard was exceptionally clever. Without true allegiance, it could flee at any moment. Thus, had it not been for Olga's orders, Reiner would not have been able to command Elizabeth. With Elizabeth's assistance, Reiner swiftly closed the distance to the pirates, while Miski and her daughter followed closely in the pirate ship. Just as the pirate ship was departing, a naval warship approached the island. "Sir, we have spotted the flag of the Whitebeard pirates ahead, but it does not appear to be their ship," a naval soldier reported to Zifa, who stood at the bow. "Indeed, that is them. Follow closely." Zifa grinned widely, exclaiming, "Boy, you cannot escape. Sir, it seems the island has suffered a raid. Shall we land?" Just as Zifa anticipated a swift capture of Reiner, a soldier rushed forward with news. "A raid? Was it he who did this?" That seems somewhat out of character for him, Zifa pondered. Somewhat perplexed, according to Reiner's usual conduct, he would not typically pillage a town. However, he had ordered an inspection of the island, knowing that Reiner's small triangular sailboat could not outpace a naval warship. Once spotted, Reiner would have no chance of escape. Yet when the Navy arrived on the island and witnessed the devastation, Zifa's expression darkened. Leave half of the crew behind to search for any survivors. The rest will pursue me, Zifa commanded loudly. Yes, sir. The naval soldiers, enraged by the scene before them, were eager to chase down the pirates and enact justice. Meanwhile, Reiner, riding Elizabeth, caught up with the pirates shortly after they set sail. You lot certainly run fast. Reiner approached the pirate ship but did not rush aboard, intending to first discern the whereabouts of the abducted children. That it would be troublesome if the pirates took the children as hostages during a confrontation. Once Reiner stealthily boarded the ship, he discovered that he had underestimated these rogues. After recently plundering a town, they were now feasting and celebrating in the ship's hold, quietly sneaking into the lower deck. Reiner found the captured children, who were crying out of fear. Shh, do not cry or speak. I am here to save you. Keep your voices down and follow me. Reiner broke open the cell door and spoke gently to the children. Upon his arrival, the children huddled in the corner, their fear palpable. That a slightly older child stepped forward, seemingly skeptical of Reiner's intentions. Big brother, are you really here to save us? A little girl sobbed from behind the others. Yes, but now is not the time for such questions. Those pirates are having a feast and won't notice us for a while. We must move to a safer location, and then I will deal with them before returning to rescue you. Reiner endeavored to sound as soothing as possible. The children exchanged glances, and after a moment, a few of the older ones made the decision to trust Reiner, reasoning that even the worst outcome could not be worse than their current predicament. Thus, under Reiner's guidance, the group of children slowly began to move towards safety. Wait, Reiner suddenly halted, signaling for silence, and cautiously peeked around a corner at the end of the corridor. Two pirates sat drinking, reveling in their ill-gotten gains. Well, we've certainly hit the jackpot this time. Not only the treasure we've stolen, but those kids will fetch a hefty sum too. A pirate, clad in a tattered cloak, chuckled as he addressed his comrades. However, what he received in response was not the camaraderie he expected, but rather the force of Reina's fist. Upon spotting the two, Reina decisively struck, incapacitating one pirate with a swift chop to the neck, followed by a powerful punch directed at the throat of the speaking pirate. All right, you stay here for now. I shall venture out to deal with those pirates. Reina found a storage room and instructed the children to hide inside, speaking to them in hushed tones. Big brother, please be careful. If it becomes too dangerous, just leave us and escape. A slightly older child hesitated before speaking up. Reina affectionately ruffled the child's hair and reassured him. Do not worry. I am quite formidable. With that, Reina armed himself with a weapon he had just acquired from the pirates and departed. Bang! Suddenly, a massive hole erupted in the banquet hall of the ship, and a pirate collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Who goes there? The reveling pirates rose in unison, peering out in curiosity. There stood Reina, weapon in hand, striding purposefully into the room. You there? Who are you? Do you dare to come here seeking your demise? The one-eyed pirate captain glared menacingly at Reina. To me. I am Reina of the Whitebeard Pirates, Reina replied with a light chuckle. The Whitebeard Pirates? The infamous crew that has recently gained notoriety? Why would they send someone here? We have not wronged them, have we? The mention of Whitebeard's name caused palpable tension among the pirates, even rendering their captain, the one-eyed Wells, momentarily speechless. Rest assured, I am but one as for my intentions, as a pirate. It is not unreasonable for me to seek to plunder you, is it? Reina continued to advance into the banquet hall. Upon realizing their adversary was alone, Wells exchanged glances with his crew and, donning a smile, said, If it's treasure you seek, then we can certainly accommodate you. Young brother, please take a seat. We shall present our treasures shortly. Someone, fetch some drinks for our guest from the Whitebeard Pirates. Following their captain's cue, several pirates hastily brought forth barrels of liquor, intending to serve Reina, while two others discreetly slipped away towards the ship's exterior. Reina observed everything but chose not to intervene. Indeed, the two pirates soon returned, nodding to their captain, confirming that only Reina had come. Ha, boy, whether you are indeed from the Whitebeard Pirates or not, since you dare to come here alone seeking death, I shall oblige you. Men, dispose of him, Wells bellowed, his demeanor shifting drastically. Wasn't this the expectation all along? Reina mused with a slight smile, effortlessly dispatching the advancing pirates with casual punches as he made his way toward Wells. Watching as his men's gunfire and blade strikes had no effect on Reina, Wells' expression soured. "Die devil fruit user. No. To you. I am a true demon, scum. Prepare to meet your end." As Reina closed the distance to Wells, he vanished from sight and reappeared directly before him. Bang. "Ah, boy, do not presume you are the only one with powers." Wells transformed, his stature increasing dramatically, yellow fur sprouting across his body, after exchanging a punch with Reina. He roared, "I am a Zoan-type user of the lion fruit. Humph, trash is still trash. Even if you wield a devil fruit, it changes nothing. I shall claim your head today." Reina scoffed, stepping forward to charge at Wells once more. Roar! Wells howled in anger and lunged at Reina. Zoan-type users, upon gaining their abilities, experience a significant enhancement in physical attributes, be it strength, speed, or stamina, granting them a considerable advantage in close combat. Wells' fist collided with Reina's. Yet he felt no tangible impact. Oh no. Realizing the source of his predicament, Wells instinctively prepared to retreat, but found Reina's foot soaring toward him. Left with no time to react, he raised his arm in defense, only to be astonished by the overwhelming force that followed. Bang! With a mere kick, Reina sent Wells flying, leaving the surrounding pirates agape in disbelief at Reina's display of power. "None of you will escape today," Reina declared, retrieving a weapon from the ground and commencing his merciless reaping of the pirates' lives, exuding an icy demeanor akin to the very Reaper himself, especially with his activated Sharingan instilling terror in their hearts. Chapter 42. Reunion with Zifa. He's a demon, a true demon. Reina's slaughter finally drove some pirates into a frenzy, and they began to scatter in fear. "You bastards, stand your ground. It's just one kid. Kill him." The one-eyed Wells, having been thrown out of the banquet room and onto the deck, caught hold of a fleeing crew member, shouting, "Captain, he is Red-Eyed Reina, the notorious pirate with an 80 million bounty." A pirate, clearly recognizing Reina, collapsed in terror, trembling. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Reina emerged from the banquet hall, bloodied sword in hand. All within had perished, leaving only those on deck. What does it matter if he has an 80 million bounty? He is but one. Wells hurled the pirate he had captured toward Reina, shouting. Reina dispatched the thrown pirate with a swift kick, sending him crashing against the ship's railing. "Lifeless, I warned you. None of you shall escape today." Reina raised his blade, pointing it menacingly at Wells. "How dare you, you little brat. Do not get too cocky." Wells roared, charging at Reina once more. This time, disregarding all caution, he transformed his arms into lion claws. Slashing at Reina, the sharp claws struck like blades, and Reina's sword shattered after only a few parries. "Ha ha ha, boy, let us see what you can do now. Prepare to die." Wells laughed, pressing the assault with renewed vigor. Reina smirked derisively, discarding the broken sword and beckoning Wells to continue his attack. Lion King Claw, penetrate. Wells unleashed his most powerful move, merging his hands as he spun toward Reina with ferocity. Reina, forgoing any elaborate maneuvers, simply threw a punch in response. The impact of his fist met the rotating claws. The Wells strike lost much of its momentum. Reina had absorbed considerable energy from dispatching the ordinary pirates earlier. Thus, the claws ultimately made contact with Reina's fist. Sensing the tangible impact of his claws, Wells felt a surge of triumph, only to be met with an overwhelming force that propelled him backward once more. With all his might, Reina had not even invoked the power of his Sharingan. A straightforward punch released the absorbed energy, sending Wells crashing through the ship's bow and into the sea. The surrounding pirates, paralyzed by fear, lay motionless on the ground. "Reina, are you all right? We have come to assist you." At that moment, Miski and her father arrived aboard their pirate ship, weapons in hand, their expressions filled with concern. "Bind yourselves, otherwise, I shall slay you." Reina gestured toward them before casting a cold glance at the immobilized pirates. They, unable to refuse, scrambled to find ropes, binding themselves as they awaited Reina's judgment. "Reina, are you unharmed?" Seeing him stained with blood, Olga jumped onto their ship, her face etched with worry. "I am fine." Their captain was thrown into the sea. "Have Elizabeth retrieve him. Additionally, I have rescued the children. They are hiding in the storage room." Reina shook his head and spoke. Aside from the injury to the back of his hand sustained during the final battle with the one-eyed Wells, the blood on his body belonged to other pirates. He himself had not been harmed. After a while, Reina managed to haul Elizabeth up, binding the unconscious one-eyed Wells and all the pirates together. He then instructed Olga to escort the group of children onto his pirate ship before tethering the pirate vessel to his ship's stern and towing it back towards the small island. Reina, Look, it's a naval warship. They had barely turned around when they noticed the naval vessel rapidly approaching from behind. No worries. The Navy's arrival is fortuitous. These children cannot fend for themselves. With the Navy present, they will have a better chance of survival. Reina exhaled softly, shaking his head gently. Axie approached and patted Olga's head, saying, "We can barely take care of ourselves, let alone so many children. You can't possibly expect them to follow Reina and become pirates. Can you? All right. I understand." Olga merely felt pity for the children. She didn't genuinely wish to take them away, and she recognized that being with the Navy was preferable to following pirates, returning to the pirate ship with the children. Reina emptied the pirate's treasure, secretly leaving some for each child before returning with Miski and her father to his own ship. "Children, take care of yourselves. Remember, if the Navy treats you poorly, seek out the Whitebeard pirates and mention my name. They will come to your aid." Tears welling in her eyes, Olga waved goodbye to the children she had just met. "Hey, Reina," he glanced at Olga, who showed no hesitation in betraying him, and he couldn't be bothered to comment. "Did you not claim to be the first mate of the Whitebeard pirates? You can't lend a hand with this little favor." Olga shot Reina a glare, indignantly replying, Fine, whatever you say." Reina shrugged, conceding, "All right, let us set sail. The Navy is approaching. We mustn't get entangled with them." Axie chuckled, pointing at the nearing naval vessel. "Hee, all right then. Let's go," Olga exclaimed, skipping with enthusiasm, once Reina and the others departed. The Navy also noticed the bound pirates and the children feasting on food. "This time, I'll spare you, Chit Reina," Zifa murmured, glancing at the distant pirate ship flying the Whitebeard pirate's flag, a slight smirk gracing his lips that a week had elapsed since they dealt with the one-eyed pirate crew. 3 days ago, while passing a small island, they exchanged all the treasure seized from the one-eyed crew for berries, and the three of them procured a substantial amount of food and drink. Reveling in the indulgence, Olga also bought several new outfits, which Reina did not refuse. He even wished to purchase some experimental supplies for Axie, but the doctor declined, stating she had no current research projects. "Sign in for the 17th consecutive day. Today's salary is being calculated. You have earned a base salary, 170 points. Overtime compensation, 1 junior skill proficiency voucher." Reina casually used the proficiency voucher on basic swordsmanship, instantly gaining insights into the art of the sword. Observing his nearly 13,000 points, Reina browsed the items in the shop, contemplating whether to purchase something to enhance his strength, aside from daily physical training. He also practiced his Black Emperor abilities, but his growth in power had stagnated recently, leading him to feel somewhat stagnant. In truth, what he most desired was a lineage evolution scroll, yet it was prohibitively expensive at 50,000 points. And he had no idea when he might save enough. Besides the lineage evolution scroll, a suitable weapon or powerful techniques like the Navy 6 styles were also essential for him. However, even the fragments of the Navy 6 styles required 5,000 points each and were randomly given, rendering them unaffordable for Reina. In fact, the best way to enhance one's strength was through the monthly perfect attendance gift pack, which typically yielded excellent items. However, Reina's sign-ins had been interrupted for the past 2 consecutive months, leaving him empty-handed and increasingly frustrated. Thus, during this period, Reina remained exceptionally cautious, avoiding trouble whenever possible and diligently working, all for the sake of this month's perfect attendance gift pack. Yet, despite his efforts, Reina sensed an ominous aura lingering around him. "Reina, take me to the tavern." Upon landing on another small island, Olga implored Reina. However, he remained unmoved, primarily due to an incident on the previous island where he had taken Olga to a tavern to purchase drinks and gather the latest news. The little girl had ended up in a conflict with other pirates, and if not for Reina revealing his Sharingan, they would have surely fought. Therefore, Reina was resolute in ensuring Olga would not accompany him to a tavern this time. "You and Dr. Axie stay on the ship. I will return shortly after purchasing supplies. No causing trouble." Reina shook his head firmly. "Humph, stinky Reina. Even if you don't take me, I will certainly sneak off after you leave. Staring at the sea every day is utterly boring. Can I at least relax a little?" Olga exclaimed, her expression stubbornly defiant. Reluctantly, Reina acquiesced and brought Olga ashore, leaving Dr. Axie alone on the ship. This time, they did not dock the pirate ship at the port. Having learned from past experiences, Reina secured the vessel at the island's rear coast, ensuring greater safety. Upon arriving in the town, Olga visibly brightened, and Reina felt a twinge of guilt. Had he not insisted on accompanying him, Olga and her father could have thrived on any small island instead of following him around, though they were ostensibly searching for a cure for Olga's ailment. Only Reina knew that her illness was likely not a significant issue. Wow, Reina, look, that restaurant seems to have delicious food. Let's go in. Olga stood at the entrance of a restaurant, drooling as she spoke to Reina. Reina glanced at the ordinary establishment, unable to discern what made it appear so appetizing. However, with Olga's eagerness and his temporary financial comfort, he did not refuse. Yet, upon entering the restaurant, he immediately regretted his decision. Vowing never to visit any place, Olga suggested again, "Look at how crowded it is. Perhaps we should consider another place." Olga swallowed hard, whispering to Reina. There was no choice. The entire restaurant was filled with naval soldiers. And a few even wore capes emblazoned with the insignia of justice. The atmosphere was intimidating, making Reina feel uneasy. "Chit, Reina. I knew we had a connection, didn't I?" Zifa, holding a plate of noodles, slowly turned around, regarding Reina with a bemused expression. Upon seeing Zifa, Reina's thoughts did not revolve around escape or the possibility of capture. Rather, he feared that his streak of consecutive sign-ins this month would likely come to an end. Chapter 43, Zifa's decision. "Zifa, as a Navy admiral, aren't you a bit too leisurely?" Reina glared at Zifa's infuriating face, gritting his teeth. "Isn't capturing a notorious pirate like you part of my job?" Zifa smiled at Reina. Reina's lips twitched. A notorious pirate? Him. He was hardly more than a minnow at this point. If Zifa had the ability, he should go after his older brother, Newgate, instead of picking on the weak. Reina berated internally, yet he maintained a facade of composure, replying, "It seems I am indeed inescapably doomed today. However, this young lady is not a pirate. Please do not make things difficult for her. She is merely an unfortunate little girl." "Reina, you should worry more about yourself. She's been following you all this time, claiming she is not a pirate. Do you think we're fools?" Zifa's aide, Karadan, remarked sarcastically. "She is indeed not a pirate. After escaping from your warship last time, she saved me, and out of gratitude, I have been keeping her with me. She is afflicted with a terminal illness known as the South Sea Emperor's fever, and I seek medical assistance for her." Reina spoke calmly. Olga immediately understood Reina's intent and adopted a pitiful expression, seemingly to prove she was truly not a pirate. South Sea Emperor's fever? Zifa and his aide exchanged glances, lacking medical knowledge. They could not ascertain the truth. Karadan, go to the division and fetch a military doctor to verify his claims. After a moment of contemplation, Zifa remarked that, with him present, Reina could never escape. Karadan nodded and soon departed from the restaurant, returning shortly with the naval base's physician and a squad of soldiers. Upon witnessing the increased naval presence, Reina couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, they were exceedingly distrustful of him. "Don't get me wrong. We merely stepped out for a meal, so I didn't bring the high-loose stone handcuffs. I just happened to grab them on my way." Karadan provocatively displayed the high-loose stone handcuffs, taunting Reina. Reina was certain that, had it not been for Zifa's presence, he would have delivered a blow to Karadan that would leave his mother unrecognizable. "Physician, could you ascertain whether that young lady is afflicted with the terminal South Sea Emperor's fever?" Zifa, ignoring the antics between Reina and Karadan, addressed the physician. "South Sea Emperor's fever?" The physician paused, astonished, before exclaiming, "Indeed, it was once deemed a terminal illness, but a new miracle drug has been developed. Once administered, the patient will recover. So it no longer qualifies as terminal." "What?" Both Reina and Olga exclaimed in surprise. "Are you serious? There's already a miracle drug? Where can we obtain it?" Reina, taken aback, hurriedly approached the naval physician with his inquiry, while Olga anxiously regarded the naval doctor. However, the physician did not respond to Reina but instead turned to Zifa, awaiting his nod of approval before stating, "Typically, naval bases possess such miracle drugs, and ours is no exception. Your Excellency Zifa, you may allow your physician to diagnose Olga. She is indeed afflicted with South Sea Emperor's fever. You claim to uphold justice, do you not? Surely, you cannot stand idly by while this young girl suffers due to your actions?" Reina, seizing the moral high ground, sought to ensure Olga's safety. "Haha, Qidong, do not resist. Once we have subdued you, we shall provide treatment for the girl. However, whether she is a pirate will require a just trial. Rest assured, even if she is a pirate, we shall treat her before confining her to impel down." Karadan stepped forward, addressing Reina. "Physician, please conduct a diagnosis to confirm if the young lady truly has South Sea Emperor's fever." Rather than engaging in combat with Reina as Karadan suggested, Zifa instructed the physician to first examine Olga. "Indeed, General Zifa, she does have South Sea Emperor's fever, but I sense something peculiar about her condition. It appears the virus is proliferating within her body at an unusually slow rate. After examining Olga, the physician nodded. So, General Zifa, I was correct in my assertion, was I not? I have not deceived you. Reina quickly interjected. Very well. In that case, Chitong Reina, I offer you a choice. You saved the children on Chorus Island last time, so I shall grant you the opportunity. You may either leave now, or I shall administer the miracle drug to the young lady and allow her to depart. The choice is yours, Zifa stated gravely. Reina and Olga were momentarily taken aback, surprised that Zifa was aware of their previous heroic act and equally astonished by the choice he presented. Reina, you should go first. I am not a pirate. The Navy cannot harm me, and since the miracle drug is available, there must be other ways to acquire it. Before Reina could respond, Olga spoke up. Your Excellency Zifa, I never expected you to be such a person. Very well, administer the miracle drug to Olga and allow her to leave, Reina said with a slight smile, finding a seat nearby. Oh, are you certain? Know that by doing so, you will find yourself captured and confined to impel down. Zifa replied with a smile. Enough with the chatter. Simply do as I say. Furthermore, administer it here. I wish to witness the injection myself before you let her go, Reina declared, seizing a nearby naval soldier's drink and shouting. Zifa nodded to the physician, who promptly arranged for someone to return to the base to retrieve the miracle drug. Shortly thereafter, a naval soldier returned with the medication, and the naval physician prepared to administer it to Olga before Reina's eyes. I don't want an injection. I'm terrified of needles. Before the physician could act, Olga unexpectedly turned to flee, clearly terrified at the prospect of a shot. Reina swiftly intercepted her, gently saying, Olga, don't be foolish. This is a great opportunity for your treatment. No, I refuse. That needle is far too large, Olga protested. Initially, Reina assumed Olga was merely reluctant to receive treatment, which would prevent the Navy from turning against him. However, he soon realized that she was genuinely afraid of needles. In exasperation, Reina had no choice but to restrain Olga and signaled the physician to proceed with the injection. All right, you can arrest me now, Reina said, downing his drink as he watched Olga leave. Now that the injection was complete, Karadan waved his hand, and immediately, several naval soldiers approached with high-loose stone handcuffs, preparing to restrain Reina. Bang, bang, bang. Although I said you could arrest me, I never said I wouldn't resist, Reina declared, launching several naval soldiers aside and activating his Sharingan, standing atop the table as he laughed boisterously. Scoundrel, I knew pirates were untrustworthy. Everyone, attack, Karadan roared in fury. However, Zifa raised his hand to halt the Navy. Addressing Reina, let us step outside. We wouldn't want to damage the establishment. Reina hesitated but eventually nodded, leading the way outside. However, once they were outside, Zifa did not follow, and all the naval personnel remained inside the restaurant. Is Zifa deliberately letting me go? Consider this a favor owed to you. Reina mused as he observed the tightly shut doors of the tavern, swiftly departing after deactivating his Sharingan. My lord, is it appropriate to let him go like this? Karadan hesitated, questioning Zifa. Let him go. Who are we letting go? Have we not been here dining all along? Come, everyone, continue. Otherwise, the food will grow cold, Zifa responded nonchalantly, inviting the naval soldiers to resume their meal as if nothing had transpired. But my lord, wasn't our purpose for coming out to capture Chitong? Karadan inquired, somewhat begrudgingly. This is a reward for his act of saving lives. When we meet again, it will be during my attempt to capture him, Zifa said with a smile, draining his cup. Karadan nodded, ceasing his inquiries and beginning to eat and drink, as if he had never encountered Reina at all. After leaving the restaurant, Reina soon found Olga nearby. Reina, how did you escape like this? Olga asked, astonished. Come, now is not the time for chatter. We need to gather supplies and set sail immediately, Reina replied, shaking his head. Olga understood the urgency and nodded, following Reina as they procured the necessary supplies before promptly returning to the pirate ship. Hey, why are you back so soon? Dr. Axie, napping on the deck, was taken aback by Reina and Olga's rapid return. We'll set sail first. The rest can wait, Reina declared, moving to hoist the anchor. The pirate ship caught the wind and swiftly departed the small island. What, you mean Olga's illness has been cured? Upon hearing that the Navy had administered the miracle drug to Olga, Dr. Axie exclaimed in delight. That should be the case. If you're uncertain, we can have Olga checked at the next island's clinic. Reina replied with a nod. Terminal illnesses like South Sea Emperor's fever are usually quite easy to diagnose. Moreover, since we haven't inquired at the clinic, they would certainly know if a miracle drug is available. Was that person General Zifa from the Navy? Olga asked, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, That was General Zifa of the Navy. Reina replied, somewhat helplessly. What's with him? He seems like a decent person. Why do you say you are at odds with him? Olga remarked, pouting. He is the Navy, and I am a pirate. We are fundamentally at odds. Reina chuckled lightly. Today's events had altered Reina's perception of Zifa to some extent. Yet, the thought of Zifa's fate filled him with a sense of pity. His beloved wife and son had been slain by pirates, and his carefully mentored disciple had also met a similar fate, resulting in the loss of his arm. Such occurrences cannot be disregarded. Ultimately, the betrayal by the Navy led to the pirate who had slain his disciple and severed his arm being elevated to the status of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, shattering his very beliefs. However, as a pirate, Reina found herself powerless. Not only was she unaware of the precise time and place of these events, but her current strength also rendered her incapable of taking any action. Chapter 44. The wedding scene. Reina, we no longer need to venture to that so-called medical superpower. Where shall we go instead? As they traversed the path back to the pirate ship, Olga inquired cheerily. Several days had passed since their encounter with Zifa, and they had arrived at the next island. After consulting the local physician and confirming that a special remedy for the previously incurable emperor of the South Seas, Rhett, had indeed been developed over 170 years ago, Axie felt uneasy and insisted on conducting a thorough examination of Olga. Only after confirming Olga's complete well-being did Axie relent. We're quite close to Fishman Island. Should we pay a visit? Reina pondered aloud. After all, since they were already there, it seemed remiss not to take a look. Perhaps we should refrain. Being so near to Fishman Island implies we are also close to the Navy's headquarters. What if we encounter a formidable Navy officer? Olga, now far removed from the naive girl she once was, had gained considerable knowledge from her recent seafaring experiences. Reina's expression darkened. He felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Olga's uncanny ability to predict outcomes. As if she were blessed with foresight. In that case, let us seek out my elder brother, Edward Newgate. After all, I have been away for quite some time, and it is only fitting that I return for a visit. After contemplation, Reina declared he had not forgotten that he was still a member of the Whitebeard pirates, making a return to the crew entirely reasonable. More importantly, he wished to bring Dr. Axie back with him. He believed that with Dr. Axie's involvement, the Whitebeard pirates would undoubtedly grow even stronger. Only a formidable crew like the Whitebeard pirates could provide the necessary funding for Dr. Axie to pursue his research endeavors. Edward Newgate? You mean Whitebeard? Is he easy to get along with? I hear he is quite the hotshot in the pirate world, a tremendously powerful figure who has bested the Navy numerous times. Olga questioned with concern. Fear not, for he is my brother. There shall be no issues, Reina assured her, patting his chest confidently. However, I must say, I have never seen you reach out to him. Are you merely boasting? Olga replied skeptically. Contact? I am unaware of his current whereabouts, so how could I reach him? What? You cannot even contact him. How do you intend to bring him here? Where shall we go? Olga asked, somewhat disdainfully. Foolish girl, the Whitebeard pirates are now a renowned crew. A simple inquiry would reveal their location. We can simply head straight there. Reina responded with a grin. Meanwhile, Dr. Axie observed the bickering between the two without intervening, as it had become a daily ritual for them. Their playful squabbling continued as they arrived at the tavern's entrance. This time, Reina took the initiative to bring Olga along, fearing her choice might lead them to some peculiar place. Upon entering the tavern, the trio found a cozy corner table and ordered drinks. Have you noticed? The number of Navy personnel passing through here has significantly increased lately. Naturally, this island is the closest to the Navy's G1 division. Any Navy operations in the New World would necessitate passing through here, so it is only normal for there to be an uptick in their numbers. Before long, Reina overheard patrons discussing the sudden influx of Navy personnel, prompting him to consider whether the Navy was planning something significant. Hey, Reina, do you think the Navy is targeting someone for a major operation? Olga whispered to Reina, having caught the conversations around them. I cannot say for certain, but it is likely unrelated to us. Reina shook his head. Given his current strength and reputation, if the Navy sought to encircle him, they could simply dispatch a few powerful commanders, rendering an elaborate show unnecessary. In truth, considering the Navy's current capabilities, there were no pirate crews, save for the disbanded Rocks Pirates, that warranted such a grand display. Wait, the Rocks Pirates? Reina suddenly recalled that after the disbandment of the Rocks Pirates, the Navy had indeed obliterated all traces of their existence. What is it? Axie inquired softly, noticing Reina's contemplative expression. Yes, the Navy may be deploying measures against the Rocks Pirates. Reina nodded in response. The Rocks Pirates? Miski and her father inquired curiously. They had never heard of such a name, and thus lacked knowledge of its significance. Reina briefly explained the formidable nature of the Rock's pirates, leaving the father and daughter astonished at the revelation of such a powerful force existing on the seas. Thus, following the disbandment of the Rock's pirates, it is plausible that the Navy has taken action, though it is likely the world government behind it. The Navy does not possess such power, but why is the Navy amassing so many personnel? Reina began to reconsider his earlier hypothesis. Could it be aimed at the members following the disbandment of the Rock's pirates? For instance, your brother Edward Newgate. After all, you were all part of that crew and are now rapidly rising. It would be prudent for the Navy to curb your development. Axie suggested after some thought. That is indeed possible. I must alert my brother. If the Navy catches him off guard, it could spell trouble. Reina nodded in agreement. Shall we set off immediately? No, we must first ascertain the Navy's plans. Otherwise, our efforts would be futile. Here is what we shall do. You two remain here while I investigate the G1 division. Reina proposed after some deliberation. Absolutely not. It is far too perilous for you. I shall go instead. I am neither a pirate nor a bounty hunter. The Navy will not take notice of me. Axie shook his head. That is not an option. It is too dangerous. Reina firmly rejected. Why don't we all go together? Reina, you can hide while my father and I gather information, should anything go awry. You can provide swift assistance, Olga suggested directly. Reina and Axie exchanged glances and agreed that Olga's plan was indeed a viable solution. Thus, after procuring some supplies, the trio returned to the pirate ship. Following Reina's minor modifications and lowering the pirate flag, they boldly set sail towards the G1 division. What an exhilarating experience. This is the G1 division, Olga exclaimed with excitement as the island came into view. Behave yourself. If you cause trouble here, I will abandon you, Reina replied, feeling a headache coming on. Are you mistaken? You are the most at risk here. My father and I have no bounties, even if we stand before the Navy. They would merely protect us rather than capture us, Olga retorted with a smirk. Reina paused. Indeed, it seemed he was the most vulnerable in this situation if Miski and her father were to arrive here. The Navy would treat them merely as tourists. Once we disembark, we shall split up. I will hide and avoid causing you any trouble. Now that is more like it. You must be prepared. Olga shot back, relishing her moment of triumph, while Reina contemplated tossing her into the sea out of frustration. After disembarking, Olga and Dr. Axie posed as sightseers and began to stroll about the island, while Reina, after donning a disguise, sought out a tavern to gather information. Before long, Reina discovered that they had made a significant miscalculation. The Navy's assembly was not due to some grand operation, but rather because Admiral Zifa was getting married. Consequently, many of his friends had returned to headquarters to attend the wedding ceremony. Upon learning the truth, Reina resolved to locate Olga and Dr. Axie and leave immediately, for they were in Navy territory, and being recognized could lead to dire consequences. Quickly, let us leave. The wedding ceremony is about to commence. Just as Reina exited the tavern, he noticed throngs of people rushing toward the Navy base's square, where the wedding ceremony was evidently taking place. Reina contemplated following suit, knowing Olga would never miss such a lively event, thus increasing the likelihood of finding her and her father there. Upon reaching the square before the Navy base, Reina found the crowd to be overwhelmingly dense, making it impossible to spot Olga and her father. That rascal looks rather dashing today, gazing at Zifa, whose face radiated with joy atop the platform. Reina smirked and remarked. Although Zifa's actions had led to Reina becoming separated from the bulk of the Whitebeard pirates, causing him to miss out on 2 months' worth of attendance bonuses, he still held a deep respect for Zifa's character. Their current relationship bore a semblance of both rivalry and camaraderie. Observing the surrounding naval soldiers and officers, Reina found himself in a rather unique position, an actual pirate attending the wedding of a marine admiral. Few would believe such a tale if he were to share it today. As the wedding ceremony concluded and Reina prepared to depart, he was suddenly greeted by a familiar laughter. Karp, Sengoku. Spotting the trio, standing beside Zifa. A wave of anxiety washed over Reina. If he were to be exposed here, it would spell certain doom. Not only would he suffer, but even his older brother, Newgate, would find himself in a predicament. The current Karp was not the aged version of the future, but rather the pinnacle of strength, a legendary marine hero. Even the future pirate king, Roger, had been cornered by Karp on multiple occasions. Disconcertingly, as Reina had been fixated on the platform, he inadvertently locked eyes with Zifa for a brief moment, and he was certain that Zifa had recognized him. Feeling the intensity of Zifa's gaze, Reina's palms began to sweat. Should he flee or confront his adversary? In truth, the outcome would likely be the same. It would be better to adopt a braver facade. Chapter 45. The item vault with Zifa's unwavering gaze upon him. Reina took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his Sharingan. Hey, you've made it easy for me to find you. Reina turned in astonishment to discover Zifa's aide, Karadan, holding a wine glass and looking at him with a mix of amusement and menace. You've got some nerve, showing up here to cause trouble, Karadan said mockingly to It that moment. Reina's mind raced. It was unusual for Karadan to approach him quietly instead of issuing threats, a departure from his typical demeanor. Rest assured, I'm not here to cause chaos. I merely came to attend the wedding since I happened to be nearby, to offer my congratulations and express my gratitude, Reina said, producing a stack of berries from his pocket and presenting it to Karadan. This is my wedding gift. Humph, at least you know how to be sensible. Since you've brought a gift, let us have a drink together. This is a one-time offer. The next time we meet, I will see to it that you end up in Impel Down, Karadan replied. Finally relaxing a bit, he was relieved that Reina wasn't there to create a scene, especially at the wedding of Admiral Zifa, held at the G1 base. If Reina were to disrupt the event, it would be a significant embarrassment for the Navy. After presenting his gift and sharing a drink, Reina swiftly made his exit. He had sensed that Sengoku and Karp were beginning to take note of his presence, prompting him to flee before they could act. While Karp was manageable, if Sengoku recognized him as a pirate, he would undoubtedly dispatch naval forces to intercept him before he could board his ship. As Reina had anticipated, Sengoku, sensing something amiss, began instructing his aide to arrange for a capture. However, Zifa intervened. Karp, if Roger were to attend your wedding, would you seize him on the spot? Zifa asked with a smile. Glancing at Karp, who was enjoying the spectacle. Roger? Karp pondered this seriously, acknowledging that such a scenario was entirely plausible. It's hard to say, but I would certainly share a drink with him. Who is this Zifa to be compared with Roger? Sengoku inquired, somewhat taken aback. His strength may not rival Roger's, but his potential is immense and will undoubtedly pose a threat to our Navy in the future. Zifa laughed heartily. Then why let him go? He joined the conversation, holding a wine glass. Today is my wedding day. If he dares to come and offer congratulations, why would I not let him leave? I will eventually capture him myself. So a few days' delay is of no consequence. Zifa replied with a smile. The seasoned companions exchanged knowing smiles, understanding Zifa's intent. Sengoku waved for his aide to withdraw, and they resumed their drinking and chatting. Upon returning to his ship, Reina discovered that his clothing beneath his weighted attire was completely drenched in sweat. Hey, Reina, you're back so soon. You wouldn't believe it. The Navy isn't making any big moves. It's actually that Admiral Zifa who just got married, exclaimed Marco, who had noticed Newgate's displeasure. Has it been that long? Why hasn't Reina returned yet? Whitebeard asked, his brow furrowed. He should be on his way back. But our location has been shifting constantly. Perhaps he's having trouble finding us, Marco speculated. Should we create a stir? Vista chimed in cheerfully. Garur, with Sengoku not bothering us lately, it's the perfect time to make some noise. Get ready, lads, Whitebeard bellowed, raising a gourd of liquor he had found in Reina's quarters. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, all the crew members raised their weapons in enthusiastic agreement. Meanwhile, as Reina made his way toward the new world, he realized that Zifa seemed to have taken an interest in him. Several times he encountered naval ships pursuing him. Had they not been swift, he might have been captured by Zifa. That old man has set his sights on me. He just got married. Why isn't he at home with his wife? Reina thought, brimming with resentment. Reina, what do you think of my outfit? Asked Olga, standing before him in exotic attire, beaming with joy. These garments were spoils taken from a merchant ship they had plundered the previous day. Aside from treasures and berries, they had selected some items from the cargo without harming anyone, merely taking some money. To be honest, the clothes were quite distinctive, but Olga was still a child and the attire did not quite suit her. Nevertheless, Reina offered insincere praise, knowing that otherwise, Olga would not let him off easily. Now, Olga was also wanted, as she had been constantly by Reina's side, leading the Navy to assume she was a pirate as well. However, her bounty was a mere 3 million berries, which delighted her. In contrast, Dr. Ashai was more concerned, fearing that formidable bounty hunters might target Olga, and strictly ordered her not to wander off, insisting that she remain on the ship with him. As he had stayed on board, Dr. Ashai had not attracted a bounty. After completing a day of work, Reina finally received a long-awaited attendance bonus in item vault. What is this about? Reina wondered, examining the contents of his attendance package. He already possessed an item vault, So did this mean an expansion in capacity? Disappointment washed over him. His current vault served little purpose, containing only a few skill scrolls and remaining mostly empty. Since items exchanged from the shop could not be stored in the vault once acquired in the real world, its size mattered little in terms of usefulness. Perhaps it will prove beneficial once I accumulate more skill scrolls. Reina thought as he shook his head at the addition of a Marine 6-style spear scroll in his vault, reluctantly accepting this less-than-ideal attendance reward. Just as Reina was about to close his inventory, he suddenly realized that it hadn't expanded. It remained at 64 slots as it had been before. With a surge of excitement, he randomly selected an item, silently wishing to store it, only to find it still clutched in his hand, failing to be deposited into the inventory. This revelation swiftly quelled Reina's enthusiasm. Had he truly overthought the situation? With a resigned sigh, he set down the mop he was holding and glanced at the skill scrolls in his inventory, intending to shut it. However, at that moment, the spear skill scroll, which had been stored in the inventory, suddenly materialized in his hand, startling him. Astonished, Reina gazed at the skill scroll that had appeared before him and, in a moment of inspiration, promptly returned it to the inventory. After taking a deep breath, he placed one hand on his weighted clothing and felt a shift. Indeed, the garment vanished from his person and entered the inventory. It became evident that items produced by the system or those exchanged in the shop could be stored in the inventory upon contact, whereas other items could not. After conducting several experiments, Reina finally reached this conclusion. Although items from the real world could not be stored, those purchased from the shop could, which proved to be quite beneficial. For one, as long as he stored a weapon in the inventory, he could retrieve or store it at will, providing significant advantages during combat. Furthermore, items he had previously exchanged, such as the wine gourd and musical instruments, would no longer be lost. He had stored them in his room, and after becoming separated from his pirate crew, he could no longer access them. Notably, he had already lost 2 pieces of his weighted clothing, and currently, he was wearing the third one he had purchased. The first was voluntarily removed during a battle with Zephyr and subsequently lost, while the second was destroyed in the same confrontation. Had this functionality existed earlier, he would not have lost his belongings, especially the wine gourd, which he cherished. However, exchanging points for another was a bittersweet thought, as he wished to save his points for the Bloodline Evolution scrolls. With the inventory now available, he had the option to exchange for many items without the fear of losing them. Chapter 46. Deserted Island. Quick, hand over your treasures, Olga proclaimed, brandishing a long sword and stepping on the bound pirate with glee. They are all tied up. How can they give anything to you? Go search the cabin yourself, Reina retorted, having tied up the enemy captain as well. Good point. Reina, you keep watch while I go treasure hunting, Olga replied, her naivete evident as she tossed aside her sword and dashed into the pirate ship's cabin. Initially, Reina and his crew were sailing smoothly when they encountered this band of pirates. The outcome was predictable. They were all swiftly defeated by Reina, leading to the current scenario. I hope you recognize this flag. Reina gestured towards the Whitebeard pirate's banner on his ship, addressing the tightly bound pirate. I recognize it. The pirate captain lamented. If you recognized it, why would you dare to rob us? Surely, you Haven T misjudged your own strength. Reina inquired incredulously. No, just yesterday, we received news that the Whitebeard pirates defeated 3 Navy ships in the Ladra Sea, causing quite a stir in the world. We thought you were imposters, not realizing how formidable you truly are. The pirate captain explained, despair evident in his tone. Right, if you're all so powerful, why impersonate the Whitebeard pirates? The other pirates chimed in, crying out in dismay. They had initially assumed they were dealing with easy prey, only to find themselves overmatched by Reina alone. Taken aback, Reina landed a punch on the pirate captain's head. Who told you I was an imposter? Humph. He dismissed the bound pirates and helped Olga transfer their treasures onto his ship while contemplating the news of Whitebeard defeating the Navy. Reina, look, they have an abundance of fine wine, Olga exclaimed, carrying a barrel almost her size, grinning widely. All right, we need to set sail. Zephyr might be nearby, and he's not someone to take lightly, Reina said, assisting Olga with the barrel. Once everything was prepared, they departed swiftly, and shortly thereafter, a Navy ship approached. My lord, it appears that it was indeed that rascal Ukshai's doing. According to reports, you should be aware of Whitebeard's activities in the Ladra Sea. Caradan reported to Zephyr after interrogating the unfortunate pirates that it seems that scoundrel intends to rendezvous with the Whitebeard pirates. Increase speed. We must capture them before they can join forces, Zephyr commanded directly. Meanwhile, Reina pondered how to meet up with the Whitebeard pirates. Approaching them directly would certainly lead to an ambush by Zephyr, so he planned to take a detour to avoid conflict, as his current strength left him with little choice but to flee if confronted. However, that detour soon led him astray. Reina, where on earth are we? It's been over a week without sighting land, and our food supplies are running low. If this continues, we'll be doomed. Olga shouted weakly at Reina. Reina was at a loss. Although he had a log pose, following it would undoubtedly lead to an ambush by Zephyr. Thus, he relied on his navigational knowledge. Yet, this was the Grand Line, where weather, climate, and currents were notoriously unpredictable. At this point, not only could Zephyr not find them, but they also had no idea where they had ended up. As per usual, you'll be in charge of fishing starting tomorrow, if it comes to that. We'll have to survive on fish, Reina said, his lips twitching as he recalled the numerous food crises they had endured by relying on fish, which had significantly improved his grilling skills. Fish again? No way. I want meat. Meat. Olga protested vehemently. Then you'd better pray we find land before tomorrow. Otherwise, it will indeed be fish for us. Reina shrugged, indicating his helplessness in the matter. Ignoring Olga's protests, Reina began his sword training for the day. His proficiency in basic swordsmanship was on the verge of reaching a new level, thanks to the increased practice he had devoted to it recently. Otherwise, he might still be far from mastering it. Most of his energy had been focused on physical training, and had it not been for the recent introduction of the inventory, allowing him to unexpectedly draw weapons for ambushes, he likely wouldn't have pursued swordsmanship at all. Your basic swordsmanship has successfully leveled up. After utilizing the exchange skill scroll, Reina's basic swordsmanship advanced to intermediate level. Reina, look, I see an island. Just as Reina sheathed his sword, he heard Olga's excited shout from the mast. An island? Reina's heart raced, and he leaped to the mast in a few bounds. Look, is that a small island over there? Olga exclaimed, handing him her telescope. Reina took the telescope and peered in the direction Olga pointed. Indeed, a small dark spot resembling an island was visible. Asai, turn the helm to 10 o'clock, Reina shouted down, assessing the island's location. Understood, came Asai's response from below. We won't have to eat fish anymore. This time, we must buy plenty of meat and fill the kitchen to the brim. Olga declared loudly. Fool, we don't have a refrigerator that big. Meat cannot be stored for long. Reina scolded, tapping her on the head. Then let us buy a bigger refrigerator. I don't want fish, Olga pouted, shaking her head that a refrigerator was out of the question, as there simply wasn't one that large, though converting the cabin into a freezer was not entirely impossible. Reina mused. Having been through several food crises, he deemed a freezer to be a necessity. Let us do it. We acquired a considerable treasure last time, so we should have enough to cover the costs. The glimmer in Olga's eyes pierced through Reina, who eagerly inquired Barry's words should suffice. But one wonders if that small island possesses such technology. If it does, we shall transform it. Reina nodded in agreement, proclaiming, Hooray! This time, we must fill the entire cabin with meat. Olga's mouth watered at the thought. Finally, as dusk fell, they arrived at the island, only to discover, much to their astonishment, that not only were there no paddles for modifying the cabin, but there wasn't a single person in sight. It appeared to be a deserted isle. What on earth? After all that anticipation, Olga was on the verge of tears. The hoped-for cold storage was gone. The anticipated food was absent, and even the desire to replace the large refrigerator remained unfulfilled. Oh well. Encountering a small island is still a stroke of luck. Let's see if there are any animals to catch. We'll eat something first, Reina sighed, acknowledging his own desire to create a cold storage, for like Olga, he too wished to avoid a diet solely of fish. I must consume every morsel of meat on this island. After her hopes were dashed, Olga vowed to eat until she felt sick before setting sail again, assuring herself that the next time they faced a food crisis, she wouldn't yearn so desperately for meat. Having subsisted on fruits and vegetables for over 170 years while inside the lanternfish, she developed an almost obsessive craving for meat. Once the ship was anchored, the three disembarked and ventured inland. Due to its long abandonment, the island's vegetation was lush and thriving, with towering trees in abundance. Crossing the coastline led them into a dense forest, and upon emerging, they were greeted by a breathtaking landscape. The island was not vast. At its center rose a modest hill, and from their vantage point, it appeared there was a large lake at its base, where numerous small creatures gathered to drink. The lake shimmered under the setting sun, exuding an aura of tranquility and beauty. Let us camp by the lake tonight. I will hunt for some prey, and we shall rest well, Reina declared, having packed a camping tent in his backpack. As they had not intended to return to the ship for the night, as they reached the lakeside, they were surprised to find the animals there were not afraid of humans. Several small rabbits and squirrels remained unperturbed by their presence. There seemed to be no large carnivores nearby. It should be relatively safe, Reina observed, deducing from the animals' behavior that they must lack natural predators in the vicinity. Among the trio, only Reina possessed considerable strength. While Olga had trained some under Reina, her lack of focus limited her abilities, allowing her to handle only ordinary pirates or naval soldiers, but she would struggle against anyone of greater skill. Thus, Reina surveyed the surroundings before setting up camp. "All right, Reina, we'll handle this. You go hunt," Olga exclaimed, her hunger making her feel as though she could devour a dinosaur. Seeing Reina still assembling the tent, she rushed over. Reina glanced at Olga, somewhat skeptical. "Can you set up the tent? Underestimating me? I've survived alone for over 170 years, Olga replied with a hint of pride. Reina considered her words and decided that setting up a tent was not a particularly arduous task. After handing her the tools, he set off in search of dinner. However, upon returning to the campsite, Reina found not only the tent absent, but also Olga and Dr. Oxy. After checking the area without finding any signs of a struggle, he noted the scattered footprints on the ground appeared more like Olga frolicking about. Following the tracks, Reina arrived at the lakeshore, where the footprints abruptly ceased. Could they have fallen into the lake together? He speculated, stroking his chin. Chapter 47. The underwater ruins. The scene reverts to when Reina left to hunt. How do I set this up? After fiddling with the tent for a while, Olga realized she was at a loss and called upon her father, who was preparing a grill nearby. Why don't you handle the grill while I set up the tent? Dr. Oxy smiled, having grown particularly indulgent towards Olga after their previous misunderstandings, and he would not refuse her requests if he could fulfill them. Thank you, father. Olga cheered, promptly abandoning her tools to assist with the grill. Before long, she adeptly prepared everything, while Dr. Oxy completed the tent. Just as Olga intended to help her father, she spotted a small rabbit and decided to catch the adorable creature instead. Unexpectedly, although the rabbit posed no threat, it was quite swift, and upon realizing Olga's intent, it bounded away. Unwilling to give up, Olga pursued it, and concerned, Dr. Oxy followed closely. When Olga finally caught the rabbit, she had unknowingly wandered to the lake's edge. What is that? She wondered aloud, noticing something peculiar in the lake's depths. Olga, don't go over there. Let us wait for Reina to return, Dr. Oxy called out as he saw Olga approaching the water. It is fine, father. I'll just take a quick look. Olga waved dismissively. Dr. Oxy, still uneasy, followed her. But as Olga grasped the dark object beneath the water, the lake bed suddenly cracked open, causing both of them to plummet into the depths. Water and all. After they fell, the opening closed again, leaving no trace except for a slight reduction in the lake's water level. Thus, when Reina tracked their whereabouts, he found no signs of their presence. This is strange. How can two living beings just vanish? Reina pondered, surveying the area once more. Apart from some footprints by the lakeside, there were no other clues, suggesting they had disappeared from that very spot or perhaps entered the lake. In desperation, Reina fashioned a makeshift raft with nearby materials and paddled toward the lake's center. After thoroughly inspecting the entire expanse, he still found no trace of the two, leaving him perplexed. Where on earth could they have gone? He lamented as night fell. Time was of the essence. He needed to return to the ship before dawn or risk disrupting the work schedule for the following day. Thus, he had to locate them that very night. For the longer he waited, the more precarious their safety became. Despite conducting a cursory exploration of the entire island without discovering any leads, Reina felt his frustration mounting. How could two seemingly healthy individuals just vanish? He mused, returning to the lake's edge where the footprints had disappeared. Suddenly, without a second thought, Reina unleashed a barrage of strikes against the lakeshore, inadvertently revealing a hidden metallic wall concealed beneath the water's surface. So this is where you are, he exhaled in relief, finally reassured. As long as he had found a lead, he feared most the absence of clues that left him at a loss for action. However, after several attempts to breach the sturdy metal, he realized he could not break through. Reluctantly, he decided to follow the metallic wall in search of an entrance. Soon, he discovered the very opening through which Olga and Dr. Oxy had fallen. Upon gently pulling a lever, the entrance opened, drawing Reina inside. Upon descending through the opening, he landed in a small pool of water, and thanks to his preparedness, he emerged unscathed. Is this really the place? After Reina emerged from the pool, he indeed discovered traces of humanity, presumably left by Olga and Dr. Axie. Following the footprints, he made his way toward the only passage, which was devoid of any lighting. Thus, he had no choice but to exchange for a flashlight from the mall to illuminate his way that in the past. Reina would have confidently advanced with his Sharingan activated, forgoing the need for a flashlight. However, with the advent of an inventory system, the acquisition of such mundane items seemed trivial, as there was now a place to store them for potential future use. After traversing the lengthy corridor, Reina arrived at an open stone door. He was uncertain whether the door had been left ajar or if Olga and her father had pried it open, observing the carvings upon the stone door. He sensed they chronicled something significant, albeit he could not decipher their meaning. Upon entering through the stone door, he found himself in a small, square chamber, its walls adorned with murals akin to those on the door. Gazing at the diminutive figures depicted in the murals, an image of the Sky Island suddenly flashed through Reina's mind, as the small figures bore wings reminiscent of the inhabitants of the Sky Island. Thus, rather than hastily departing, Reina took his time to examine the murals closely. From what he could glean, the ancient moon dwellers possessed wings and had ventured to Blue Star due to a lack of energy resources. What perplexed Reina most was their mode of arrival, which was not via advanced spacecraft, but through balloons. Indeed, the murals indicated that they had traversed to Blue Star using balloons, aside from the murals. There were also inscriptions above, but Reina was unable to comprehend them, leaving him in ignorance of their content. Prior to his transmigration into the world of One Piece, Reina had conducted some research. With the greatest mystery being the legendary One Piece, the final island, there should be answers to all enigmas, including the Void Century, the significance of the D lineage, and the existence of the colossal kingdom seldom mentioned. Moreover, what role did the descendants of the moon dwellers who resided on the Sky Island play after their ancestors arrived on Blue Star, as he scrutinized the murals? Although they merely illustrated the reasons and process of the moon dwellers' arrival on Blue Star, Reina felt as though he was on the brink of uncovering something monumental. Upon completing his examination of the murals, Reina ventured to the center of the room, where a spiral staircase beckoned, seemingly leading him away from this place. Ascending the spiral staircase, he found himself in yet another small chamber. Though this one was no longer shrouded in darkness, the grand chandelier hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire room. The interior was quite spacious, devoid of anything apart from the chandelier above, and the walls were bare of murals, save for a half-open wooden door. Pushing open the wooden door revealed yet another passage. As Reina advanced down the corridor, he lost track of time until he suddenly heard a noise emanating from ahead. "Olga? Dr. Axie, is that you?" Reina called out loudly after straining to listen, but aside from the echo of his own voice, there was no response. Consequently, he quickened his pace and pressed onward. After traversing yet another lengthy corridor, Reina arrived at another open space, where his gaze was immediately drawn to a raised platform resembling an altar at the center. The altar was exposed to the elements, and moonlight cascaded down, rendering the area significantly brighter than the previous passage. In the light of the moon, Reina spotted Olga and Dr. Axie lying unconscious on the ground. "Olga, Dr. Axie," he exclaimed as he rushed over to inspect them. "Hiss, is that electricity?" Upon touching the two, Reina felt his Black Emperor ability activate passively, absorbing a faint electric current. Thankfully, they were merely unconscious. What could have caused this? Why were they incapacitated by electricity? After a brief inspection of their condition, he noted that they were simply stunned by the electrical shock. As he looked around, he found no apparatus or wires that could have discharged such electricity. "Reina, be careful." Perhaps due to Reina absorbing the residual electric energy from the two, they gradually began to regain consciousness. "Olga, are you all right? What happened to you?" Reina knelt beside Olga and inquired. "I don't know. We were just about to go check it out when suddenly we were struck by an electric shock and lost consciousness." Olga shook her head in confusion. "It's a magnetic field. That altar possesses an electric magnetic field, which is why we were both attacked by the current when we entered." "Reina, tread carefully. This place seems extraordinary." Dr. Axie struggled to sit up and explained. "This appears to be constructed by the moon dwellers. Their technological prowess far surpasses ours." Reina nodded in agreement. "Moon dwellers?" Dr. Axie seemed taken aback, as he and Olga had no illumination devices. Consequently, they had seen nothing in the mural room. They had merely groped their way forward via the spiral staircase and ended up here. Reina recounted the murals he had observed, which piqued Dr. Axie's interest and astonishment. As a scientist, Such discoveries would naturally ignite his curiosity. You two rest here. I will go take a look. With both of them starting to recover, Reina felt reassured. Be cautious. The electricity above may not be lethal, but it is formidable. It would be prudent to search for a mechanism that could disrupt the magnetic field. Dr. Axie, true to his scientific nature, promptly offered this warning. Nodding, Reina began to search the surroundings but found nothing suspicious. It appeared the entire altar functioned as a miniature magnetic field. Thus, to dismantle it, he would need to destroy the altar itself. Dr. Axie slowly rose and circled the altar, contemplating. If that is the case, I suppose I must force my way through. Reina furrowed his brow and inquired. This is quite peculiar. I will require more time to understand. Dr. Axie's expertise shone through as he articulated his thoughts. However, Reina's greatest fear was wasting time. If he could not return to the pirate ship swiftly, his monthly attendance reward would be jeopardized. Thus, he resolved to attempt a forceful entry. After a brief moment to gather his resolve, Reina began to ascend the staircase toward the altar. Just as he neared the summit, the entire altar surged with electricity, illuminating the surroundings. The current that struck Reina was immediately absorbed by him. Yet the electricity did not dissipate instantly. It continued to assault him. Within 10 seconds, Reina's capacity to absorb energy reached its limit, and with no other option, he leapt back, escaping the altar's range. Upon his departure, the electrical discharge from the altar gradually subsided. Chapter 48. Launch platform. Reina attempted several times to penetrate the electric field and reach the center of the altar, yet to no avail. The electricity persisted. Although he could absorb energy while releasing it, the exertion was extraordinarily taxing. After several attempts, he was compelled to abandon the notion of a forceful entry, despite the sustained onslaught proving beneficial for honing his Black Emperor abilities. His primary objective remained to exit this place. Just as he found himself at an impasse, Dr. Axie exclaimed excitedly, I found it. Have you discovered a method to control the electricity? Reina, having just finished absorbing the residual energy within him, stood up and asked. Indeed, it should be right here. Dr. Axie pointed to an inconspicuous protrusion beneath the altar, explaining, while this may not be a control mechanism per se, pressing this should disrupt the generation of the magnetic field, thereby eliminating the electricity. Ah, I see. Shall we give it a try? Reina, though not well versed in the principles of magnetic fields, held a profound trust in Dr. Axie as a scientist. All right, you go ahead and try. There should be no electricity left. Dr. Axie shifted the small protrusion beneath the altar slightly and instructed Reina. Nodding, Reina approached the altar once more. This time, as he neared the pinnacle, no electricity emerged, and he successfully arrived at the altar's summit. But how do we exit? Gazing at the altar's top, which was etched with grooves resembling circuitry, Reina found himself at a loss for what to do. Let me take a look. Dr. Axie, seeing Reina's successful ascent, eagerly rushed up as well. Wait, I need to examine these. Upon reaching the altar, Dr. Axie immediately noticed the lines etched into the ground and abandoned Reina to commence his investigation. This is how my father becomes engrossed in his research, oblivious to his surroundings, which is why people misunderstood him back then. Observing her father sprawled on the ground, Olga, who had just arrived, shyly offered an explanation. Those who are truly focused tend to be like this. It is only such dedicated individuals who can achieve greatness in their respective fields. The fact that Dr. Axie could invent pure gold is no coincidence, but rather a testament to his prowess, Reina remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Reina praise her father, Olga's initial embarrassment transformed into a proud expression. After all, he was a father worthy of her pride. So, it is indeed a masterpiece of extraordinary craftsmanship. After a while, Dr. Axie finally stood up from the ground, gazing in awe at the intricate lines. Doctor, have you figured it out? Reina immediately inquired. Dr. Axie shook his head and replied, the principle is quite complex. It is certainly not possible to fully comprehend it in a short time. Then what shall we do? Are we to remain trapped here indefinitely? Olga furrowed her brow, voicing her concern. Well, although I haven't completely understood it yet, leaving here shouldn't pose a problem. Dr. Axie chuckled, scratching his head. Both Reina and Olga turned to Dr. Axie, utterly perplexed. This appears to be a launch platform, utilizing the magnetic field's electric current to energize the platform, thus propelling us away. This way, we can escape. Dr. Axie elucidated. Propel us? Olga looked at her father in astonishment, seemingly questioning his seriousness. Propelled away? Like a cannon? How shall we land? Reina also expressed his confusion, but he felt confident in his own ability to land safely. Provided the launch height wasn't excessive, but he couldn't say the same for Dr. Aussie and Olga that I cannot say for certain. I have never attempted it. Dr. Aussie shook his head. You know how to operate it. Since this device is here, it implies that someone must have used it to leave before. We should be able to do the same. After contemplating, Reiner suggested, perhaps you could launch me first, and once that proves successful, you can follow. His primary concern was returning to the pirate ship. Lingering here would allow Dr. Aussie more time to conduct research, which was not ideal. No, the current generated here comes from the magnetic field, not from a power-generating device, so the current produced won't be substantial. There should be a device beneath the altar for storing electricity. You absorbed too much earlier, leaving the altar's energy capable of launching only once. Dr. Aussie explained, shaking his head. How long will it take to store enough current for another launch? Reiner inquired, stroking his chin. I estimate it will take at least 3 months. Ah, that long? No way, we can't stay here for that long. Even if we don't starve, we'll surely die of boredom. Without hesitation, Olga countered. Reiner is correct. Since this device is here, it undoubtedly won't harm us after launching. Upon hearing this, Olga immediately shook her head. All right then. You two stay close to me. Reiner nodded affirmatively. First, let's clear some space here. Then I'll go down to restore the previous area. And finally, I will return to revitalize this place. We three must stand within this circle. Once the energy is activated, it will launch us. Dr. Aussie pointed to a small protrusion on the ground. Reiner and Olga exchanged glances, utterly bewildered by Dr. Aussie's words. Oh, we just need to stand still here. Right? Reiner asked, pointing at the circle on the ground after a moment of thought. Your understanding is acceptable. Honestly, it would have been simpler just to say that. Making it so convoluted is utterly incomprehensible. Once all preparations were complete, Dr. Aussie restored the final protrusion, and in an instant, the entire altar illuminated once more as countless electric currents began to surge. Reiner felt a surge of energy gathering beneath their feet. Suddenly, he realized a grave concern. When this energy acted upon him to launch him, his Black Emperor ability would be passively triggered, potentially absorbing all the energy meant to propel him. However, there was no time to absorb energy in this moment. So he had to suppress his Black Emperor ability with all his might to prevent it from absorbing the force about to act on him. This was the first time he attempted to restrain his power. And only now did he realize his mastery over the Black Emperor was still lacking. Zzzz boom. A surge of electricity coursed through, and the energy circle beneath the three erupted with tremendous force, launching them into the air. Damn. 3 voices cried out simultaneously as their figures shot upward into the sky. Earlier, Reiner had not managed to fully suppress his Black Emperor ability the instant the energy made contact with him. He absorbed a portion of it. However, he discovered that when his Black Emperor ability was triggered passively, he could only absorb about half of his limit. Due to his efforts to suppress it, he had only managed to absorb roughly a third of it. The vast energy they encountered was likely minuscule compared to what Reiner had absorbed. In contrast to Olga's continuous screams, Reiner remained considerably calmer. Though it was his first experience soaring through the air and he was anxious about how to land, he still had the presence of mind to take in the scenery around him. So, we were launched from the small mountain in the middle of the island. Gazing at the mountain below, Reiner finally understood their location. However, they were now ascending higher and higher, showing no signs of slowing down. If they fell from such a height, it would be fatal, whether landing on the island or plunging into the ocean. Reiner, what are we going to do? I don't want to die a horrible death. After the initial panic subsided, Olga had ceased her frantic cries, though tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes. As for Dr. Aussie, he had long since fainted. Do not worry. Have you not noticed? There is a layer of electricity surrounding us for protection. Reiner, less anxious, was contemplating where they might land if they continued to ascend. We aren't flying to the moon, are we? Upon hearing Reiner's remarks and recalling their previous location, Olga theorized that it could be a construction by the moon people, possibly a device built for returning home. It shouldn't be possible, right? Initially, Reiner was convinced that they could not possibly reach the moon, as entering outer space beyond Blue Star's atmosphere would lead to a vacuum, making survival impossible. However, recalling the mural depicting moon people arriving on Blue Star via balloon-like contraptions, he began to feel that in this world, perhaps nothing was truly impossible. Reiner, are we slowing down? Olga asked, feeling a noticeable reduction in their ascent speed after breaking through the clouds as she turned to Reiner, bewildered. I suspect it's due to the 3 of us. Leading to insufficient energy, we should begin our descent soon. Reiner nodded, speaking in a calm tone that he had formed a hypothesis but dared not assert its validity at that moment. So, we're going to crash. Olga's face paled as she trembled while asking. Reiner nodded, responding, if all goes as expected. Yes, expected. What do you mean by that? A fierce determination for survival ignited in Olga's eyes as she looked expectantly at Reiner. An unexpected circumstance. Perhaps we might land on that floating island. Reiner smiled, pointing towards a nearby aerial, although he had previously surmised that if their final destination was not the moon, it would likely be the floating island. As most descendants of the moon people resided there, those with small wings were likely of purer moon bloodlines, while those without wings had likely intermarried with blue star inhabitants and been assimilated, leading to the disappearance of their wings. Floating island? Olga looked up to see a small island surrounded by white clouds hovering not far from them. Chapter 49. Floating Island. Doctor, please wake up. Dr. Aussie gradually opened his eyes at the sound of Reiner calling him, and he found Reiner and his daughter Olga looking at him with concern. Reiner, Olga, where are we? Dr. Aussie asked, slightly bewildered. This should be a floating island created by the moon people. Are you feeling better? There are many things here we do not understand, and we need your insight. Reiner supported Dr. Aussie as he sat up. Floating island? What floating island? Aussie raised her eyes in astonishment and inquired. Reina recounted the incident involving the three of them being launched from the launch pad beneath the lake, aiding Aussie in recollecting the events. So, we have indeed arrived at the Sky Island. Aussie slowly stood up and surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, the island is rather small. The central area should be the control room, and over there lies the accommodation area, though it is now devoid of inhabitants. The construction here is relatively intact, with buildings preserved, including a kitchen, food storage room, and recreation area. However, the situation in the main control room appears somewhat peculiar, and both Olga and I are unable to decipher it. So we need you to investigate. Reina gestured towards the surrounding structures while explaining to Aussie. After Reina and Olga arrived at the Sky Island, they had already made a complete circuit of the place. It was entirely deserted, resembling an abandoned island. Yet, it was evident that people once inhabited this area, as evidenced by the well-preserved buildings. The only mystery remained the control area at the center, as they could not open the door. And Reina was hesitant to force it open for fear of triggering a mechanism that might cause the island to plummet. Let us go and take a look. Indeed, at the mention of this, Dr. Aussie became invigorated and headed straight for the central area. Before long, the three of them arrived at the control room. This is it. The door here simply one T budge, and I dare not tamper with it. Fearing that damaging the control room might lead to the island losing its power and crashing down, Reina pointed at a closed door and remarked, without further ado, Dr. Aussie immediately began her examination of the surroundings. Let us tidy up the area. If the doctor fails to make any discoveries, we may be stuck here for a while. Reina patted Olga on the head and stated, as for food and water, he could exchange some at the market, so there was no immediate concern. Given that exchanging for food at the market was rather unfeasible, even during the previous food crisis, Reina had never considered it. However, the situation was different now. Without market exchanges, they would hardly manage to procure food, as the supplies in the Sky Island's storage had long since spoiled. When the sun rose over the horizon, they witnessed a breathtaking sight that they might never encounter again in their lifetimes. It is simply exquisite. I never anticipated that watching the sunrise from atop the clouds could be so magnificent. Olga, who had already dozed off, exclaimed after being roused by Reina. I sent it. Who was it just a moment ago that complained about being woken up? Reina replied with a grin that it's not as if I intended to. I was exhausted from the whole night of falling and flying. Olga said with a hint of grievance. Never mind. After we watch the sunrise, you can continue sleeping. I'll clean out a few rooms over there. The weeping spirit shook her head and replied, Reina, Olga, come quickly. At that moment, Dr. Aussie excitedly called out to the two. They exchanged glances, sensing each other's anticipation, and promptly ran towards the control room. Has the doctor made any progress? Father, are you able to open the door? They asked in unison. I have not failed my mission. The mechanisms here share the same techniques as those in the underground ruins, which is why I could open this door so swiftly. However, there is still much to investigate inside, and I am aware that now is not the time. Plus the materials are insufficient, so let us open this door first. With that, Dr. Aussie began to manipulate the surroundings. Before long, the control room door, which Reina had been unable to open, swung open automatically. Let us go. Follow us inside. but do not touch anything once we're inside. There may still be mechanisms at play. Upon seeing the door open, Dr. Asia stepped inside first. Once inside, the trio was taken aback by the sight before them. In the center stood a colossal energy crystal with a control panel beneath it. Surrounded by countless wires, this is an absolute masterpiece, a truly remarkable invention. Dr. Asia exclaimed in awe upon seeing the contents within. Doctor, how do we use this? Can we approach it? Reina asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he stood in place. You all wait here. I will take a look first. Dr. Asia considered for a moment before responding. Perhaps I should go first. If there is any danger, I possess some level of self-defense. Reina firmly grasped Dr. Asia's arm. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Dr. Asia smiled reassuringly. Seeing this, Reina fell silent, merely shielding Olga behind him, ready to protect her at the first sign of trouble. Beep, beep, beep. Dr. Asia pressed a few buttons on the control panel, and a mechanical sound resonated throughout the room. Indeed, this crystal serves as the power source for the Sky Island. Just like before, it is powered by electricity, and the crystal possesses the same automatic energy-gathering function as before. Upon activating the machinery, Dr. Asia turned to the two with a smile. You may move now. I have deactivated the defense system. Doctor, are you now able to control this Sky Island? Reina inquired as he stepped forward. Intrigued, just imagine how valuable this massive crystal would be if sold. Olga remarked, gazing at the enormous crystal before her. This crystal is priceless. The designs etched onto it for energy gathering, once deciphered, will be of immense value to the entire world. And let us not even mention the advanced technology contained within these machines. I will attempt to see if I can control this Sky Island. Dr. Asia shook his head and stated. Under the expectant gazes of Reina and Olga, Dr. Asia began manipulating the control panel. Before long, they felt the entire Sky Island tremble. Do not panic. The Sky Island has been activated. The power facilities are intact. And this crystal has likely remained here for quite some time, containing an immense amount of energy capable of propelling the island. Dr. Asia reassured the somewhat anxious Reina and Olga. They couldn't be blamed for their apprehension. At such a great height, any mishap could lead to dire consequences. Can we descend now? Reina asked, glancing at the glowing crystal. There should be no problem. I will lower the Sky Island next to the small island we were previously on. Dr. Asia said, beginning to maneuver the Sky Island downwards. The entire Sky Island shook even more violently before gradually stabilizing after a moment. Doctor, are all the facilities on this Sky Island intact? Reina suddenly asked, his eyes lighting up. They should all be intact, but after such a long time, some areas may be nearing their limits. However, as long as the control room remains functional, there should not be any major issues. Dr. Asia shook his head. What if we were to use this Sky Island as our pirate ship? Reina fixated on Asia and questioned that Asia was momentarily taken aback by Reina's suggestion, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, if we convert this into our pirate ship, we need not fear the Navy anymore. We could soar through the skies, and could the Navy possibly chase us up here? Once we reach a small island, we can stealthily disembark. It would be perfect. Upon hearing Reina's proposal, Olga instantly chimed in joyously that it is not entirely impossible, as long as the power system remains functional. It could indeed work. However, many aspects require repairs and improvements, particularly some wiring and equipment that need replacing. If you genuinely intend to use this as a pirate ship, the expenses could be quite staggering. Dr. Asia contemplated before stating, moreover, there are issues with the power. While this energy crystal currently provides sufficient power, if we use it as a pirate ship for continuous movement, the energy will eventually be depleted, leading to considerable trouble in replenishing it. At that time, the entire control room may require expansion to accommodate the installation of generating equipment. As for the finances, there is no need for concern. As long as we locate my older brother, Edward Newgate, before the energy in the crystal is exhausted, we will be just fine. Reina replied with a grin, already eyeing Newgate's treasures even before meeting him. Somewhere in the New World, Newgate, sailing through a certain sea region, sneezed a few times and rubbed his nose, wondering, what on earth is happening? Am I catching a cold? Are you all right, old man? Did you drink too much at last night's banquet? Marco asked with a worried expression. Gurara, what does a little alcohol matter? It's a pity that Reina's wine has already run out. Otherwise, last night could have been even more enjoyable. Nyogote dismissed the earlier events without a trace of concern, laughing heartily as he spoke. Upon seeing that their captain was unharmed, the crew members resumed their respective tasks. Boom, boom, boom. After a prolonged descent, the Sky Island finally touched the sea, halting beside the small island where they had previously landed. At last, we have returned. The trio gazed at the nearby island, simultaneously exclaiming in awe, "I will go fetch the pirate ship and transfer everything aboard the Sky Island. After that, we shall use the Sky Island to venture into the Ledru Sea in search of my elder brother's Whitebeard pirates." Reina pointed towards their pirate ship in the distance. "I wonder if we have enough energy to make the journey. As you witnessed earlier, the Sky Island's flying speed is rather sluggish. By the time we reach the Ledru Sea, the Whitebeard pirates may have already departed." Dr. Axie shook his head and replied, "Regardless, let us first reach the next small island and procure the necessary items for the Sky Island. Doctor, please prepare a list for me. We will descend early, and I will ride the water lizard to the island. After gathering the materials, Olga can then sail the pirate ship over to retrieve us. We will transport the goods to the Sky Island from a secluded spot." After contemplating for a moment, Reina suggested, Chapter 50, Breeding Plans. Once they managed to bring the entire pirate ship aboard the Sky Island, Reina and his companions ascended into the sky once more. Reina had also conducted an experiment. After raising the Whitebeard pirates flag on the Sky Island, the system surprisingly recognized the entire island as a pirate ship. Consequently, the subsequent period was filled with an abundance of tasks for Reina. After Dr. Axie set the course for the Sky Island, the three of them embarked on a thorough cleaning, a task that took them nearly 3 days to complete. Besides the sanitation, numerous structures on the Sky Island required repairs. But due to a lack of materials, the renovation plans had to be postponed. After discovering that electricity could serve as a sustained source of attack and had a beneficial effect on his Black Emperor abilities, Reina attempted to utilize electricity for training. However, the limited power available on the Sky Island could not withstand Reina's wasteful consumption. Thus, he resorted to a different method, igniting a large fire in an open area and entering the inferno to absorb the flame's energy for honing his abilities. Yet, upon activating his power to absorb fire damage, he found that even the flames were devoured, causing only minimal damage and proving ineffective for substantial training. After numerous attempts, Reina reluctantly abandoned this clever trick and began a more grounded approach to his training. His primary focus now was mastering the Black Emperor abilities. After the incident at the launch site, he realized his grasp of these powers was exceedingly weak. Therefore, aside from physical training, he dedicated all his training time to honing his control over the Black Emperor abilities. According to the tracking device, there should be a small island not far from here. Should we descend now? Dr. Axie's voice came from the control room. Currently, Dr. Axie seldom left the control room. Aside from managing the Sky Island, he was tirelessly researching the technologies left behind by the Moon people. Had it not been for the constraints of experimental materials and equipment, Reina believed he would have achieved remarkable results. Let us descend a bit and take a look. I will take Chabs down first, while you two remain hidden among the clouds. Reina entered the control room and contemplated before speaking. All right, we will agree on a time to descend and come to retrieve you. Dr. Axie nodded in agreement. Let us do it tomorrow. I will go down now and return early in the morning, Reina stated decisively. But I want to go down too. Olga, having overheard Dr. Axie, chimed in. You should stay behind for now. I will assess the situation first. If everything seems fine, we will all go together. I will be back tomorrow, and if all goes well, we can return the day after to gather the essentials. Reina shook his head in refusal. Very well, Olga conceded, understanding that this was not the time for stubbornness. Shortly after, Reina completed his work for the day, and the Sky Island descended to a suitable height. Reina then leapt off the Sky Island with Chabs. He was now quite familiar with Chabs and Elizabeth, making riding them an effortless task. All right, you can play around here. Just be careful not to get eaten by the Sea Kings. We will regroup here tomorrow morning. After riding Chabs for a short distance, Reina spotted a small island and, with Chabs, landed on its backside. Chabs let out a cry, nodded, and then took off, while Reina made his way toward the town on the island. Boss, I would like your signature dish, accompanied by some fine wine. After wandering around the town for a while, Reina arrived at the only tavern in the area. Have you heard? The Flying Sky Pirates have been exceptionally active lately. They have defeated numerous pirate crews and formed the Golden Lion pirate fleet. What of it? You may not be aware, but it is said that the Roger pirates clashed with Vice Admiral Karp. And that battle was nothing short of cataclysmic. In my opinion, the most prominent figure of late is still Old Man Whitebeard. He is the true powerhouse, single-handedly defeating 3 naval warships, truly the mightiest pirate. Inside the tavern, discussions revolved around the Golden Lion Shiki, Roger, and Whitebeard Nyogute. As if these 3 pirate crews were the only ones that mattered on the ocean, A.S. Reina sipped his drink and savored his meal. He pondered whether he should assist Nyogute in discovering the fabled final island, Raftel, ahead of others, although he could not decipher ancient texts based on the history he was familiar with. It was Whitebeard who first possessed the key held by Kazuki Oden. Yet, Reina remained uncertain about whether Whitebeard harbored any interest in the so-called One Piece. After leaving the tavern, Reina explored the entire town, only to find that the experimental equipment listed by Dr. Axie was non-existent, and many items needed for the Sky Island were also unavailable. However, he discovered that most materials for repairs and daily necessities could be procured. Nevertheless, Reina refrained from making any purchases, as Olga had instructed him before departing. This outing was merely to gather information. Actual procurement of goods would have to wait until she arrived the following day. Thus, Reina noted down the locations of the shops before departing. Early the next morning, Reina arrived at the designated meeting point with Chabs, and then made his way toward the location of the Sky Island. How was it, Reina? Was the town lively? After the Sky Island had descended, Reina brought the pirate ship down and, alongside Olga, headed toward the small island. Beforehand, Reina had given Dr. Axie one of the purchased transponder snails, allowing them to communicate before their return journey. It was not particularly lively. It was just a small town. Many items were unavailable, but daily necessities and repair materials could still be found. Reina shook his head. To avoid drawing Zephyr's attention again, Reina raised the pirate flag on the Sky Island, but did not make a separate flag for the pirate ship. Consequently, the vessel they sailed appeared more akin to a merchant ship, hardly resembling a pirate ship at all. Can we acquire a freezer? With such a vast space on the Sky Island, we could construct a large freezer to store plenty of food, Olga asked eagerly. Nearly salivating at the thought, I hadn't paid attention to that. We can inquire once we reach the island. Reina hesitated before responding. With the Sky Island at his disposal, Reina was less enthusiastic about building a freezer. Although the Sky Island was not particularly large, it was still considerably bigger than an ordinary pirate ship. Besides the central control room and living quarters, Reina also planned to allocate a section of the Sky Island for raising animals, as eating frozen meat could never compare to enjoying fresh meat. However, he was currently uncertain about what to raise, and the modifications needed for the Sky Island required an extensive amount of berries, which he simply did not possess. Thus, any breeding plans would have to wait until after the key control areas were established. Before long, Reina and Olga confidently steered the sailboat into the harbor. Without the pirate flag hoisted, he no longer had to worry about attracting the Navy's scrutiny, especially since Zephyr's whereabouts remained unknown. After purchasing a substantial quantity of daily necessities and materials for repairing the floating island structures, the two individuals sought out the proprietor of a local cold storage facility, inquiring whether they could procure a compact freezer. "Are you planning to install a freezer on your ship?" the cold storage owner asked, bewildered as he regarded Reina and Olga. "Indeed, the food aboard our vessel is perpetually insufficient. However, purchasing an excessive amount at once leads to spoilage, rendering a conventional refrigerator inadequate for our needs," Reina responded with a nod. "I truly apologize, but even the smallest freezer would be far too large for your petite sailing vessel. However, if you merely require storage for some provisions, I suggest acquiring large ice blocks. Storing them in the cabin would yield a similar effect to a freezer. Just bear in mind that you'll need to replace the ice blocks each time you reach a new island. It's up to you to decide," the cold storage owner proposed outright. "That sounds splendid. Let us proceed as you suggest, good sir. You must have large ice blocks available for sale, correct? We need to purchase some." Reina's eyes lit up, and he promptly nodded in agreement. Although Olga remained somewhat dissatisfied, she typically refrained from contradicting Reina once he made a decision. "Reina, the floating island is vast. We could easily buy a freezer. Why opt for ice blocks?" Olga questioned with a disgruntled expression after exiting the cold storage facility. "Foolishness. We will temporarily utilize these ice blocks. Once the central control area is completed, we can designate a section for live animals, which would be far superior to a freezer," Reina elaborated on his plan to Olga. Indeed, upon hearing Reina's scheme, Olga was so exhilarated that she longed to select livestock for breeding immediately. Reina had to persuade her to wait until the central control area was finished before implementing the breeding plan. Father truly is exasperating. Why must the research equipment we need be so exorbitantly priced? He never brought the equipment left at alchemy with him. Olga grumbled upon discovering that Reina had to allocate their funds towards the equipment required by Dr. Asai. Fool, we can only construct what we desire once we have complete control over the floating island. Otherwise, when the energy on the floating island runs out, it will merely become a small island, which will be of no benefit to us. Reina gently tapped Olga's forehead, speaking earnestly. Ultimately, Olga had no choice but to accompany Reina back to the floating island. After transferring all the materials, they set off once more towards the next island. However, this time their altitude was not high, and Olga remained vigilant regarding the situation on the sea. Should they encounter a merchant ship or a pirate vessel, she would immediately inform Reina to swoop down and plunder them, thereby amassing wealth. Chapter 51. Landing on the island. Reina, we cannot continue this way. The frequency of the floating island's ascents and descents consumes too much energy. Until we acquire sufficient power generation equipment, we must refrain from such frequent fluctuations. After successfully robbing a merchant ship, Dr. Asai found Reina and conveyed his concerns about their excessive energy consumption. Understood, Reina replied, unable to suppress a slight grimace. While this was not his intention, he found himself at a loss against Olga's earnest demeanor. As pirates, isn't robbery your primary occupation? This statement left Reina unable to refuse Olga, which is why he repeatedly descended to raid passing merchant ships, even targeting seemingly affluent pirate vessels on occasion. The system operated similarly. Every time it executed a raid, it counted as working hours. The dual benefits of acquiring treasure while fulfilling work hours and enhancing combat experience were opportunities Reina could not decline. However, now, no matter how appealing the situation, he had to pause due to the excessive energy consumption of the floating island, thus limiting his actions until they obtained power generation equipment, observing the merchant ships passing below. Olga felt her heart ache. She had also learned from her father about the energy constraints preventing the floating island from ascending and descending so frequently. From her aerial vantage point, she could swiftly identify lucrative merchant ships. But now, with the raiding off the table, she felt as though the treasures meant for her were slipping away. At this rate, when will we gather enough berries to commence the breeding plan on the floating island? I can hardly wait, she murmured despondently upon spotting a lavish merchant ship sailing away. Reina, equally frustrated, wished he could use the moonwalk technique. It would simplify matters greatly, yet he had no such ability. He was not like Luffy, who could utilize techniques merely by grasping their principles. He had attempted training, but to no avail. It was reasonable, if it were so easy to master, with the strength of the New World pirates. Wouldn't everyone possess the 6 powers of the Marines? If that were the case, those with the ability to fly would no longer hold such an advantage. Unable to raid, Reina and Olga immersed themselves in the construction of the floating island. Initially, they had planned to gradually repair the materials they had purchased, but due to their overwhelming boredom, Olga turned the repairs into a game. Had Reina's duties not included shipbuilding, he might have considered offloading the tasks entirely onto Olga. Reina, I have some unfortunate news. After a period of flight, Dr. Asai approached Reina. What news? Is it that we're running low on energy? Reina asked, surprised. That Dr. Asai nodded, stating, originally, our energy should have sufficed to reach our destination, but we wasted some along the way. So it is uncertain whether we will arrive at all. What shall we do? The floating island requires energy to remain airborne, correct? We cannot simply descend to the sea and proceed as a ship. Reina lamented. Well, it is not impossible. However, it would require significant modifications. Dr. Asai replied earnestly. I mean, what are we to do now? Reina asked, bemused. The best course of action would be to find a place to land. Then send a message to your elder brother, asking him to come. This way, we would only need to keep the floating island suspended, thus conserving energy. Dr. Asai smiled. Very well, let us find a small island. Conceal ourselves nearby, and I will arrange for someone to deliver a message to my brother that if all else fails, I shall personally go and fetch him. Reina decided. Reina's surprise. Upon hearing this, Olga did not complain. Instead, she urged him to proceed swiftly, leading Reina to believe she had changed her tune. It was later revealed that she had grown weary of being on the floating island, so reaching the next island would allow her the chance to explore, which was far more appealing than remaining on the floating island. Once their decision was made, they ceased conserving energy. Whenever they spotted particularly affluent merchant ships, they would descend to raid them, accumulating considerable wealth. At last, they had enough funds to purchase some of the equipment Dr. Asai required. Before long, they arrived at the next island, which was quite substantial, boasting a sizable city. Doctor, I leave this in your capable hands. I shall take Olga to explore. Should we find suitable equipment, I will prioritize its purchase. After selecting a hidden location, Reina prepared to take Olga onto the island. Yes, prioritize the power generation equipment, then acquire the research equipment I need. Additionally, we must purchase materials to modify the floating island. Many devices in the control room have become antiquated, resulting in excessive energy waste. Dr. Asai instructed Reina regarding the items they needed to procure. Taking the list handed to him by Dr. Asai, Reina set off with Olga aboard a pirate ship. Wow, Reina, this place is incredibly prosperous. Upon landing on the island, Olga was awestruck by the bustling city. Come, let us search for the equipment and materials the doctor needs. If we can secure the power generation equipment, we will have sufficient energy to continue our journey. Reina firmly grasped Olga, who was eager to explore, and said with an impassive expression, "You go by it. I wish to visit other places. I am not interested in procuring equipment or materials." Olga protested, struggling against Reina. Yet, Reina remained undeterred, continuing to pull Olga along. At that moment, a figure clad in armor obstructed their path, pointing at Olga and shouting at Reina, "Release that child." Reina was utterly perplexed, having no idea where this individual had emerged from. However, it was evident that Olga had discerned the truth. This was a person brimming with confidence, likely mistaking the situation as he witnessed Reina bullying her and thus intervening to defend her honor. "Big brother, please save me. He intends to take me away and sell me." Olga lamented pitifully to the armored knight. Such a display of theatrics was child's play for her, and Reina was not deceived. Yet, the indignant knight, filled with a sense of justice, drew his weapon and directed his ire at Reina, exclaiming, "How dare you attempt to abduct a child in broad daylight? Do you truly believe this world lacks defenders of righteousness? Do not be absurd. My friend, you may be mistaken. She is my sister. She merely wished to indulge in some food. But I must first procure supplies for the Hainan expedition," Reina explained, gently tapping Olga on the head with a smile. The knight, seemingly unconvinced, turned his gaze toward Olga, who remained silent, adopting an expression of utmost innocence and grievance. The knight, fueled by his own imagination, raised his sword at Reina and proclaimed, "Ignorant fool, do you truly think you can deceive the great sword Saint Hansen? Very well, if that is the case, then take her away." Reina, unfazed by the knight's bravado, simply released Olga and addressed Hansen directly. This unexpected turn of events left Hansen dumbfounded, as well as Olga, who had not anticipated such a development. "Are you not going to escort her away? Was that not your request?" Reina queried, observing Hansen's stunned expression while returning Olga to him. Hansen found himself inexplicably leading the giggling Olga away, while Reina continued his journey to acquire the equipment and materials needed for Dr. Axie to repair the Sky Island. As for Olga's safety, he harbored no concerns. That imbecile from earlier would likely end up assisting Olga in counting her profits. As Reina had surmised, Hansen, trailing behind Olga, became her financial apparatus, grimacing as he dutifully paid for her purchases. When they parted ways, Olga had no berries on her, thus Hansen was obliged to cover her expenses. In her words, since he had taken her from her brother, he naturally bore the responsibility for her safety and expenditures. Fortunately, Olga was mindful of her spending. Her acquisitions were modest, consisting of mere snacks and trinkets she had yet to encounter. Thus, despite Hansen's discontent, it was not an unbearable burden. "Little sister, would you like me to escort you back to your brother?" Hansen inquired tentatively after purchasing another serving of roasted meat for Olga. "Absolutely not. I have finally escaped from that miserly fellow. There is no way I would return so soon." "Big brother, do you think I have spent too much of your money?" "Fear not. When I see Reina again, he shall compensate you. He is quite wealthy," Olga replied, gazing at Hansen with her big, watery eyes. She had often employed this tactic on Reina with great success, but after repeated use, it had begun to lose its effectiveness. Nevertheless, it worked splendidly against Hansen, whom she was meeting for the first time. Ignoring Olga's departure with Hansen, Reina soon discovered the very equipment Dr. Axie required, including numerous power generation devices. However, he refrained from making an immediate purchase, opting instead to visit the tavern to gather information and search for a suitable individual to notify Whitebeard. Although power generation devices were available for purchase, the Sky Island's mobility was exceedingly slow, rendering it impractical for travel. By the time they reached the Ladru Sea, Whitebeard might have already vanished. Chapter 52. The swordsman Hansen after spending some time in the tavern. Reina had not acquired any useful information and was just about to leave when he spotted Olga and the man who claimed to be Sword Saint Hansen entering. Oh, were you not going to assist her in administering justice? Why the sudden apologies directed at me? Upon noticing Reina, Hansen immediately dragged a reluctant Olga over, repeatedly apologizing and imploring him to take Olga away. Faced with Reina's inquiry, the honest Hansen could not muster a coherent response and instead turned crimson with embarrassment. How about this? If you assist me, we can consider this matter settled. What do you say? Reina proposed, feigning indifference. Rest assured, as long as I am able, there will be no issues, Hansen declared, patting his chest vigorously to assure Reina. On second thought, I find it hard to trust you. You do not appear particularly bright, Reina remarked after a moment's contemplation, shaking his head. Hansen, hearing this, became anxious and exclaimed, I am quite strong. I merely struggle when it comes to dealing with children. The moment those words left his lips, Reina had yet to respond, but Olga immediately contradicted him. Children? I am over 170 years old. Compared to me, you and Reina are the real children. Hey, just because you had a little something to eat. Reina interjected. Hansen, return the berries that were spent on me, and let us depart. Clearly, he is unreliable. It would be unwise to entrust him with such an important task, Olga declared, visibly irate. Hansen, who had previously exuded confidence, now appeared despondent, casting a pitiful glance at Reina as if pleading for help. You actually spent someone else's money. He does not seem wealthy. Do not let this happen again. Understood? Reina admonished, furrowing his brow as he turned to Olga. Hansen opened his mouth, sensing that while Reina appeared to be defending him, something felt amiss, and Reina did not seem inclined to contribute financially. Did you not just say you wanted my assistance? Hansen queried instinctively, observing Olga return to Reina's side as he prepared to leave. You? Although it was merely a simple two-word response, the disdain evident in Olga's eyes and expression ignited an inferno of anger within Hansen. However, facing a young girl, he could not act upon his rage, leaving him utterly frustrated. Are you truly strong? Reina inquired, seemingly intrigued yet skeptical. Hansen, seeing the opportunity, asserted, Indeed, if you doubt me, give it a try. I could take on 10 of you. Oh, if you are indeed as formidable as you claim, then I shall entrust this task to you. But words alone will not suffice. Let us find a place to test your abilities, Reina replied. Nodding in agreement, very well, follow me. I know just the spot, Hansen declared, striding confidently toward the tavern's exit. Olga and Reina exchanged knowing smiles, trailing behind him. In truth, it was merely a matter of delivering a message. As long as one possessed a modicum of strength, it would suffice. However, Reina was cautious, harboring doubts about the typical individual's reliability, so he had only been testing Hansen alongside Olga to gauge his capabilities. Although Hansen was somewhat foolish, he was genuinely earnest. If he accepted Reina's commission, he would undoubtedly strive to fulfill the task. This is the place. Generally, few people venture here. Hansen led Reina and Olga to a coastal area, where the terrain was relatively flat and rarely frequented by anyone due to its proximity to the shore. In that case, let me see just how strong you are, Reina said with a slight smile. The moment Hansen grasped his longsword, Reina sensed a shift in his demeanor, compelling him to adopt a more serious approach. Be careful, I am about to strike, Hansen announced before launching his assault. As soon as he made his move, Reina recognized Hansen's formidable prowess. Not only was his swordsmanship exceptional, but his speed was also impressive. Reina, lacking the use of the Sharingan and Black Emperor's abilities, found himself consistently on the defensive against Hansen. However, one must not underestimate Reina in his unenhanced state. His continuous physical training had honed his skills to a remarkable degree, coupled with the Black Emperor's ability to absorb energy and convert it into speed, strength, and stamina. Reina was quite formidable even solely relying on his physical prowess. Not bad. Now I shall get serious, Reina declared, enveloping his arms in Busashoka haki. Hansen, noticing this, shifted from a casual demeanor to one of earnestness. The clash of their arms and swords produced sparks as they accelerated their pace, leaving Olga struggling to keep up with their speed even as an observer. Incredible. No wonder you have mastered haki. Now I shall unleash my full strength, Hansen proclaimed, gripping his sword with both hands, panting lightly as he grinned. Reina's gaze sharpened. He could sense Hansen's aura intensifying significantly. Light flow, slash. The silhouette of Hansen flickered past. And when he reappeared, he was already behind Reina. However, the expression on his face was not one of triumph over his opponent, but rather a slight furrow of concern. So swift. It appears that without employing true skill, I have underestimated you. Reina slowly turned around to face Hansen and spoke. Hansen sheathed his blade and stood upright, looking at Reina with a hint of confusion that he sensed that he should have landed a hit. Yet the feedback from his weapon suggested that his attack had, in fact, been ineffective. Reina gazed at Hansen and smiled faintly. His previous assault had been entirely absorbed by Reina's ability as the Black Emperor. It required no active effort on his part. The power activated passively upon receiving damage, absorbing all inflicted harm. After a period of training, he had grown increasingly adept at wielding the powers of the Black Emperor. When he chose not to activate it, he could suppress this ability, avoiding a repeat of the farce that had occurred on the launch platform. Yet, should he opt not to suppress it, the passive capabilities of the Black Emperor would still come into play. Sharingan, activate. Two black tomo began to spin within his irises, transforming his entire eye into a vivid red. As the long-dormant Sharingan re-emerged, a devil fruit user. Hansen was taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of heightened caution. This is not merely a power derived from a devil fruit. Rather, it is the strength of bloodline. Should you let your guard down now, you may find yourself defeated quite miserably. Reina replied with a slight smile before vanishing from sight. Hansen barely had time to utter a word before he horizontally brandished his longsword. Bang! A fist enveloped in Busashoka haki collided with his blade. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures continued to clash, momentarily parting before re-engaging, seemingly returning to their earlier state. Yet Hansen knew full well that this was entirely different. Not only was he now exerting 100% of his strength, but his techniques appeared to be completely read by his opponent. Before he even commenced his movements, it seemed Reina already anticipated his actions, leaving him feeling extremely passive. Flying shadow, slash. After being suppressed in close combat, Hansen decisively retreated a distance before launching an aerial slash towards Reina. A flying slash technique? Utilizing his Sharingan, Reina easily discerned Hansen's movements and effortlessly evaded the incoming strike. However, the technique unleashed was akin to sword energy, typically emblematic of a swordsman's prowess. This implied that those capable of executing such flying slashes were indeed formidable individuals with the strength of a swordsman. I have only recently mastered this ability, so be cautious. Hansen, hearing Reina's astonished exclamation, felt a surge of pride. Achieving the strength of a swordsman at his age was undoubtedly a testament to his exceptional talent. Looking at Hansen before him reminded Reina of that fellow Bista. Despite appearing mature and composed, he was roughly the same age as Marco, even younger than Reina. Moreover, that individual had advanced to the level of swordsman shortly after boarding. Under the tutelage of Whitebeard, showcasing a talent in swordsmanship that eclipsed that of Hansen. Had he heeded Reina's advice regarding the use of Western swords earlier, his current strength would likely be even greater. Swordsman, huh? I have faced my fair share of swordsmen. Observing Hansen's pompous demeanor, Reina smirked slightly and remarked, speaking grandiloquently, should you be careless moving forward, you might find yourself injured. Upon hearing Reina's words, Hansen naturally perceived them as mere bravado. Reina, uninterested in further banter, took a step forward and charged directly at Hansen. Witnessing Reina's offensive, Hansen dared not be complacent and unleashed another slash aimed straight at Reina. Such flying slashes hold little efficacy against me. Reina effortlessly dodged, chuckling as he did so. Is that so? How about this? Flying shadow, cross slash. Two consecutive slashes formed a cross pattern and flew towards Reina. I have already stated, such trivial techniques are ineffective against me. Reina's arm, shrouded in Busashoka haki, deflected Hansen's formidable slashes, and he approached Hansen with a broad smile. How is this possible? Hansen gasped in disbelief. It was his first encounter with someone capable of deflecting a flying slash. Previously, he had been unaware that such a feat was even attainable. Bang! Distracted amidst battle, Reina landed a punch squarely in Hansen's abdomen. Hansen coughed up blood, sent flying by Reina's blow. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Allow me to demonstrate my true technique. Originally intended for a mere spar, this technique will require your utmost caution. Gradually rising, Hansen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared, is there something even more powerful? By all means, unleash it. Reina beckoned to Hansen with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Hansen sheathed his longsword and softly intoned, "Light and shadow, thousand feather slash." As Hansen's voice faded, he vanished from view. Swish! Suddenly, a slash mark appeared beside Reina. Utilizing his rapid movement, Hansen executed a series of slashes at random. After absorbing a slash aimed at him, Reina noted that his opponent's speed had increased. Yet their accuracy had diminished significantly, and their strength felt somewhat lacking. It seems you have yet to fully master this technique. Reina smiled gently, clenched his fists, and stood firm, inviting Hansen to attack. Seeing this, Hansen's gaze sharpened, and his speed intensified. Bang! After absorbing another slash, Reina felt it was time. He vanished from his position and delivered a punch toward Hansen's weapon. Thud! Upon contact with the blade, an immense force transmitted through the weapon, leaving Hansen incredulous as he spat out blood, propelled through the air like a cannonball. "Hey, are you still alive?" Olga rushed to Hansen's side, poking him lightly with her small hand, her eyes wide as she observed the dazed Hansen lying on the ground. "I have been defeated." Hansen lay there, eyes closed, speaking softly. "What is so strange about that? If one is inferior in strength to another, is it not natural to be vanquished? Yet you are impressive yourself. It is rare to encounter someone who can contend with him to such an extent." Olga nodded, a hint of approval in her voice. Occasionally, when she and Reina engaged in pillaging merchant ships, they encountered no such troublesome adversaries. Those so-called guards were typically no match for Reina, who could easily dispatch them one by one. "I have indeed been narrow-minded. You are so formidable, it seems I need not offer my assistance." Hansen slowly sat up, a tinge of melancholy in his tone that he had not been without defeat before. But this was his first loss since ascending to the rank of swordsman, making it particularly poignant. "I am Reina, a pirate. If you do not mind, allow me to entrust you with a message for my elder brother." Reina smiled as he extended his hand towards the seated Hansen. Upon witnessing Reina's hearty smile, Hansen felt a moment of daze before his expression gradually turned earnest. He grasped Reina's hand and stood up, stating, "I am Hansen, Taurus Hansen, a fellow wanderer." "What on earth is a wanderer?" "I am Olga." "Miskina Olga, also a pirate," Olga chimed in, extending her hand with a smile. After the three formally introduced themselves, Reina turned serious and said, "Hansen, I seek a trustworthy individual to deliver a letter to my brother. Would you be willing to assist? Rest assured, now that we are friends, your affairs are my affairs. Leave it to me." Hansen grinned broadly in response. "But do not be hasty in your agreement. The letter I wish to send is to my brother, Edward Newgate. I am uncertain of his current whereabouts, though he was last seen in the Ladrus Sea. You should be able to gather news of him with relative ease." Reina shook his head calmly. "The Ladrus Sea, that is indeed a bit of distance. However, it is no issue. Is your brother quite a renowned figure there? Would one be able to learn about him easily?" Hansen inquired, somewhat perplexed. Olga gasped, staring at Hansen in disbelief. "You have never heard of this name, Edward Newgate?" After contemplating for a moment, Hansen shook his head and replied, "Who is this famous person?" Olga facepalmed, turning to Reina and saying, "Is it truly wise to entrust this task to such an individual? Is it so surprising that an ordinary person has not heard of my brother's name? However, if he is unaware of Whitebeard Edward Newgate, sending you there may indeed pose some difficulty." Reina expressed his own frustration. Who were you just speaking of? That infamous pirate, Whitebeard?" Hansen exclaimed, astonished by Reina's words. "Indeed, did you not just claim you had never heard of him?" Reina nodded and remarked, "Of course I have heard of Whitebeard. However, this is the first time I am learning his full name. That I never expected your elder brother to be such a renowned figure." Hansen exclaimed, "So, are you interested in helping me with this task?" "If not, it is perfectly fine." Reina paused, evidently forgetting that the name Newgate was far less known compared to his nickname. "No problem. If you're looking for Whitebeard, it is indeed quite simple. Leave it to me," Hansen declared, patting his chest confidently. Upon witnessing this, Reina handed Hansen a letter along with a stack of berries, saying, "In that case, I entrust this to you. This sum of berries will serve as travel expenses. As I am currently unaware of my brother's exact location and cannot ascertain how long it might take for you to deliver the letter, therefore, I kindly ask that you do not refuse. When we reunite, I shall treat you to a drink." "Certainly," Hansen replied earnestly as he accepted the letter and berries, vowing, "I shall personally deliver this letter to Whitebeard." Although Reina had not known Hansen for long, he was confident that the latter would fulfill his promise, though he was somewhat concerned about Hansen's rather naive demeanor. After bidding farewell to Hansen, Reina, accompanied by Olga, procured the power generation equipment and materials necessary for repairing the control room of the Sky Island. Following this, he acquired the most advanced research apparatus before setting sail back home aboard the pirate ship. The subsequent days would require them to remain in the vicinity, waiting for Whitebeard to receive his letter and come to find them with his pirate ship and treasure. The recent shopping spree had completely depleted all the berries he had gathered. After contacting Dr. Ashier through a transponder snail, Reina finally boarded the Sky Island. He had previously cleared a convenient docking area at the island's edge. Doctor, the haul this time is quite satisfactory. I managed to procure a set of power generation equipment, as well as the materials you listed for repairing the control room. Additionally, I have a delightful surprise for you. Reina greeted with a smile upon seeing Dr. Ashier emerge to meet them. Hearing Reina's words, Dr. Ashier appeared exceedingly pleased. During this period, he had been engrossed in various studies and research, and the scientific advancements of the Moon People were evident from the equipment on the Sky Island, alongside some carvings and murals that captivated him. Were it not for the lack of suitable research equipment and materials, he would have been eager to embark on a grand project, now that his daughter Olga was in good health. Reina's attentive care allowed him to devote himself wholeheartedly to his research, which filled him with immense joy. With great enthusiasm, Reina brought Dr. Ashier to the latest research machine and dramatically unveiled it by pulling away the red cloth that had concealed the apparatus. Dr. Ashier's eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to that of a lover, as he gently caressed the research equipment, completely disregarding Reina's presence. Father, you're just like before. When it comes to research, you transform into an entirely different person. Olga remarked with a hint of discontent. Instantly pulled from his reverie by Olga's words, Dr. Ashier turned to her with a solicitous expression, saying, "If you dislike it, I shall cease my research. You will always be the most precious presence in my heart." "It's not that I disapprove of your research. I merely hope you won't become too immersed in it, as it is not good for your health," Olga retorted, turning her head away with a touch of arrogance. After leaving behind the pure gold, Dr. Ashier's body began to revert to that of an ordinary human, no longer retaining the suspended growth state. Alarmed, Reina hurriedly retrieved the fist-sized pure gold and placed it in the control room. The location where Dr. Ashier spent most of his time. In fact, after obtaining the pure gold, Reina had kept it hidden, for he discovered that his own body had begun to pause in its growth after exposure. It is crucial to note that he had not yet reached the peak of his natural growth. If his growth were to be halted, it would significantly impact his strength. Currently, Reina avoided the control room as much as possible. He would only enter when Dr. Ashier sought him out. After severing the exposure to the pure gold, Reina's body gradually resumed its growth. The subsequent period was primarily spent under Dr. Ashier's direction, with Reina and Olga laboring to replace parts and materials in the control room equipment. Additionally, the power generation equipment was successfully installed by Dr. Ashier, providing the Sky Island with its own power source, albeit the equipment required fuel. Taking Reina's advice, Dr. Ashier decided to utilize coal to generate heat as the energy source for the power equipment, while also setting up hydroelectric rollers and wind turbines on the Sky Island to fully resolve the power deficit caused by its flight. Occasionally, Reina could even indulge in the pleasure of electric therapy, using electricity to stimulate his Black Emperor abilities. Although the effects were limited, it served as a method for rapid strength enhancement. With the power source and control room equipment established, Olga soon grew restless and frequently desired to venture to the nearby island for leisure. Initially, Reina was concerned and accompanied her, but eventually, Olga expressed her displeasure at his need to return to the Sky Island for work each day, opting to go alone instead. After following her a few times and confirming her safety, he decided to leave her be. Despite Olga's lack of combat prowess, she was quite astute and usually avoided trouble. Moreover, the island boasted a sizable city with a competent naval base stationed there, which reassured Reina enough to allow Olga to enjoy her time alone on the island. As the 29th day of continuous attendance rolled around, Reina received his salary, which included a base wage of 290 points and an F-grade skill upgrade voucher. The day's work concluded, but Reina felt a twinge of nervousness. Tomorrow was the final day, and he wondered what the full attendance package would contain. Currently, his greatest anticipation lay in the monthly full attendance gifts. F-grade skills, Reina pondered as he examined the F-grade skill upgrade voucher that had been sent alongside his overtime pay. He opened his character interface. Name, Reina. Position, Vice Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Concurrently serving as navigator, helmsman, cook, sailor, combatant, ship's doctor, shipwright, musician. Combat power, 930 skills. Intermediate body technique, 401, 1000. Intermediate swordsmanship, 132, 1000. Gene bloodline. Growth type mutant Black Emperor, Sebastian Shaw, with mutated genes. Absorbing all forms of energy for release or enhancement. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, double tomo. Point total, 25,000 items. Conqueror's Hockey Fragment, 1. Moonwalk Skill Fragment, 1. Finger Gun Skill Fragment, 1. F-grade skills, music, painting, calligraphy, chess D-grade skills, cooking, navigation, construction, shipwright, medicine, ship's doctor. Upon seeing the F-grade skill upgrade voucher in his inventory, Reina hesitated for a moment before using it on music, elevating it from F-grade to E-grade. The following morning, Reina rose early to commence his work, determined to avoid any distractions that might impede his progress today. However, by midday, Dr. Ashier approached Reina with a worried expression, informing him that Olga had not returned since leaving the previous day. Although she could be a bit mischievous, Olga was well aware of boundaries. Typically, she would leave early in the morning and return by evenings. And if she were to stay out late, she would inform either Dr. Ashier or Reina via transponder snail. The night prior, Olga had let Dr. Ashier know about a fireworks festival in the city and mentioned she would return by the following morning. Yet now it was already noon, and she was still missing. This prompted Dr. Ashier's worried visit to Reina, hoping he would check on her. Reina wore a conflicted expression as he gazed at Dr. Ashier, knowing that even though it was only noon, if he left now, he would undoubtedly squander the rest of the day's work. However, if he chose not to go, it would be difficult to explain to Dr. Ashier. Therefore, after careful consideration, he clenched his teeth and said, "Doctor, Olga is not one to easily fall into trouble. I still have over 3 hours of work left. If Olga has not returned by the time I finish, I will immediately go to search for her. How does that sound? Of course, if you are particularly worried, I can abandon my work and head out right now." Upon witnessing the pained expression on Reina's face, Asya, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement upon seeing his demeanor. Thus, in the afternoon, Dr. Asya found himself devoid of any inclination towards research, standing at the edge of the floating island while awaiting the arrival of the telephone bug. Finally, as Reina's working hours commenced, he promptly sought out Dr. Asya, requesting him to lower the floating island so he could embark on a search for Olga. "I apologize for the trouble," Dr. Asya said, somewhat regretfully. "No, it is I who should feel embarrassed for not having searched for Olga sooner. I am truly sorry." Reina did not set sail in a pirate ship. Rather, he opted for the aquatic lizard Chabs, which was significantly swifter for short distances. Consequently, Reina boarded Chabs and sped towards the small island. Upon reaching the island, Reina first visited several places frequented by Olga but found no trace of her. He even inquired with some familiar residents, such as the tavern owner, all of whom confirmed they had not seen Olga today, although they had indeed spotted her at last night's fireworks festival. "Are you certain that pirates followed Olga when she departed?" a beggar on the roadside informed Reina as he exited the tavern, stating that a group of pirates had indeed trailed her that morning. "Yes, I would not mistake it. Miss Olga once provided me with food, so I have always remembered her," the young beggar asserted confidently. Reina did not question why the boy hadn't followed. After all, he was merely a beggar, and his actions were commendable enough. "Thank you. Please keep an eye out for me in the future," Reina said, handing the boy several bills in gratitude. The young beggar hesitated for a moment, but accepted Reina's payment, nodding and adding, "That group of pirates set sail around noon. As for whether Miss Olga was aboard their ship, I cannot say. However, they seemed to be heading towards the next island according to their recorded path, which I witnessed as they departed." Reina nodded, clarifying the design of the pirate flag before thanking the beggar once more. He then made his way to the shore to locate Chabs, setting off directly in the direction of the next island. They had lingered here for quite some time, so essential information had long been gathered. "Doctor, I have acquired some intelligence regarding Olga. She is likely headed to the next island. I will proceed there now. And you wait here on the floating island. If Olga returns, you both should remain here until I return." Reina explained the situation to Dr. Asya as he departed, attempting to reassure him. "All right, do take care." Dr. Asya did not press further, knowing that while Olga could be mischievous, she was not the type to leave without notifying them. However, trusting Reina, she refrained from further inquiry. Riding on Chabs and following the direction of the injury record pointer, Reina advanced towards the next island. In terms of short distance running, the aquatic lizard had a distinct advantage, but over longer distances, it could not compete with ships, Even ordinary pirate vessels, as Chabs, being a living creature, required rest and would tire. Currently, Reina's time gap with the pirates was approximately 4 hours, and given Chabs' speed, it was unlikely they would catch up within the day. As evening approached, Chabs, having expended too much energy, slowed down, and Reina knew he could not rush it. He had no choice but to allow Chabs to rest and provided it with some food. After partaking in the meal, Chabs resumed their journey, albeit at a reduced pace. Soon after, Chabs let out a roar and suddenly quickened its speed, causing Reina to perk up, aware that Chabs must have sensed something. Moments later, Chabs roared again, and this time Reina discerned a distant roar that he recognized as belonging to Olga's mount. Elizabeth. Go, Chabs. Let us meet up with Elizabeth, Reina encouraged, patting Chabs on the neck. Chabs nodded, accelerating towards the sound. Elizabeth, do you know where Olga is? Upon encountering Elizabeth, Reina felt a wave of relief wash over him. Her presence indicated that Olga could not be far away. Indeed, Elizabeth let out a call, nipped at Reina's clothing, urging him to mount her. Chabs, follow slowly. If you get lost, just return. Understood? After transferring to Elizabeth, Reina instructed Chabs. These two aquatic lizards were invaluable, especially after having spent so much time together. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Chabs was akin to family for both Reina and Dr. Asya. Losing Chabs here would leave Reina in a difficult position when explaining to Dr. Asya. Once mounted on Elizabeth, whose vigor surpassed that of Chabs, Reina sped forth, and as night fully descended, he finally spotted a pirate ship whose flag matched the description given by the young beggar. At last, I have found you. Let me see who possesses such audacity, Reina murmured, a glint of malice in his eyes. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the world of pirates, he had engaged in battle before, but typically refrained from lethal force, as his adversaries were seldom true life-and-death enemies, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, being a soul raised under the red flag. However, this time, he felt genuine anger. Not only had Olga once guided him out from the belly of a lanternfish, but their time together had led Reina to regard her and Dr. Asya as family. Approaching the pirate ship stealthily, Reina refrained from launching a direct assault. He first needed to ascertain Olga's condition, that a hasty attack could potentially lead to Olga being taken hostage, forcing him into a confrontation. Quietly boarding the pirate ship, he incapacitated several watchful pirates before commencing his search. Soon, he stumbled upon a chamber resembling a prison, but since he was outside, entering would require navigating through the pirate-filled cabin, which would inevitably expose him. At this moment, Reina felt quite frustrated. Despite having awakened his armament haki for some time, his observation haki showed no signs of awakening, leaving him oblivious to any sounds around him. If he possessed observation haki now, he could swiftly determine Olga's location without having to tread so cautiously. Captain, our haul this time is rather meager. If the next island yields no rewards, how shall we report to Lord Gavel Freitas? He overheard a conversation from within the cabin, causing Reina to feel a pang of annoyance. There's nothing we can do. The Navy seems to have received some intel and is cracking down hard. The individual referred to as Captain sighed in response. Didn't he, the little girl we captured, mention she had a brother? Why not lure him out and capture them both? Besides, she must have plenty of berries. Her family might be wealthy, and we might extort a significant sum. Fool. Didn't I just say? The situation is tense right now. We must not complicate matters. Wealthy individuals may not value family, and if they report us to the Navy, we might not even be able to set sail again. Yes, the captain is undoubtedly wise and thorough. Reina, hidden outside the cabin, listened intently to the conversation between the two. Just then, a pirate emerged to relieve himself and spotted Reina standing outside the captain's window, shouting loudly. Careless. Reina cursed himself for being so inattentive, having become so engrossed in eavesdropping that he neglected to observe his surroundings. However, at that moment, he could not afford to be distracted. He smashed the window with a punch and leaped directly into the captain's quarters, intending to capture the leader first. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Reina entered the captain's chamber, he was met with a hail of bullets. Yet, upon contact, the bullets merely fell to the ground, their force entirely absorbed by Reina. Speak. Where's the girl you captured? Reina demanded, kicking a pirate beside the captain out of the cabin and seizing the captain, his voice low and menacing. Please, don't kill me. The girl is in the lower cabin. She is unharmed. My boss is Lord Freitas of Demon Island. If you kill me, he will not take it lightly. The pirate captain quickly set down his weapon, cooperating readily. Freitas, Reina paused, recalling the name vaguely. Though he could not quite place it at my only goal is to take my sister. Reina's primary objective remained Olga. As for the esteemed Lord Freitas, he could not care less about someone he had never heard of before. Chapter 55. The Demon Blade Muramasa. Olga, are you all right? As Olga was brought in by the pirates, Reina felt a wave of relief wash over him. Stupid Reina, why did you take so long? These people are bullying me. Hurry up and teach them a lesson. Upon seeing Reina, Olga immediately broke free from the pirate's grasp and rushed to his side. Her words caused the pirate captain's expression to shift dramatically, prompting him to smile obsequiously at Reina. We truly haven't done anything to her. But the captain was unaware of Reina's true strength. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, realizing he could only bully a child like Olga. First, let the doctor know. He has been very worried about you, Reina said as he retrieved his phone and handed it to Olga. Olga understood that her presence had caused Reina and their father considerable concern, so she refrained from being mischievous at that moment. Now, could you please take us back? Reina inquired, turning to the pirate captain. Of course, no problem at all. The captain wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded eagerly. After ceding the captain's quarters to Reina and Olga, he led the remaining pirates outside. Captain, why should we fear them? If we all attack together, we could capture them, the confused pirates asked after leaving the captain's quarters. You fool, do you not know who that person is? The captain shot a glare at the speaking pirate, expressing his displeasure. Isn't he just a boy? A boy? If he were merely a boy. Do you think I would let him go so easily? Let me tell you, back when I was on Demon Island, I encountered him. The captain spoke with an air of mystery. You met him? The pirates exclaimed in astonishment. It is important to note that Demon Island is no ordinary place. Only the most notorious individuals would even know of its existence, and those who have been there are even more exceptional. Indeed, when the sea was under that man's dominion, he was the one who accompanied him to Demon Island. The pirate captain seemed to recall some terrifying entity, shuddering as he spoke. That man. The pirates were puzzled, unsure of who their captain was referring to. Captain, you don't mean? Fool, don't say it out loud. The captain interrupted a pirate's words, glancing around cautiously before whispering. The Navy seems to be working to erase that person's influence, so do not mention it. Understanding dawned on the pirates. If that man was indeed a crew member of that individual, he was certainly not someone they could contend with. They were shocked to realize they had crossed paths with such a figure. All right, let us end this conversation here. The most important thing now is to get them out of here quickly. Fulfill any requests they may have along the way. The captain seemed unwilling to discuss it further and concluded the conversation. That night, after Olga had fallen asleep, Reina quietly left the cabin and stepped onto the deck. Congratulations, you have logged in for 30 consecutive days. Your salary is being processed. You have earned a base salary, 300 points. Your overtime hours are insufficient for additional pay. After logging in for 30 consecutive days this month, you have received a perfect attendance gift, Muramasa, Demon Blade. Upon receiving his salary and the monthly perfect attendance gift, Reina's attention was immediately drawn to a black scabbard adorned with red patterns. The Demon Blade Muramasa. As he held it, Reina felt the weight of the blade. The handle was black, featuring a diamond-shaped white emblem in the center, giving it a striking appearance. But the black scabbard with red patterns imparted an unsettling aura. Slowly withdrawing the blade, he sensed something hidden within the undulating waves along the sharp edge. Its keen blade inciting an irresistible urge to strike something. Reina swung the blade lightly towards the ship's railing. To his astonishment, it was effortlessly severed. How sharp! Reina was genuinely taken aback, having never wielded a renowned blade before, leaving him uncertain if this was typical for such a weapon. With a swift motion, he swung Muramasa again, effortlessly slicing through another section of the railing. The exhilaration of easily cleaving through everything fueled an insatiable desire within him. What's going on? A drowsy pirate approached, drawn by the commotion. But upon seeing Reina wielding Muramasa, all sleepiness vanished, replaced by a primal fear. Reina cast a glance at the pirate, slowly sheathing the blade before turning back to the cabin. Damn, so this is the Demon Blade. Reina's expression darkened. When he saw the pirate, he had felt an impulsive urge to strike and see if he could cleave him in two. Muramasa's extraordinary sharpness incited an instinctual desire to test its edge on everything he saw, which was likely the reason behind its infamous reputation. Although Reina's swordsmanship was not particularly advanced, having only just reached the intermediate level, he was momentarily overwhelmed by the blade's influence. Nevertheless, he was not weak, and he soon regained his composure. Returning to the cabin, Reina placed Muramasa back into his inventory. Such a weapon was unsuitable for him. While it could enhance his offensive capabilities, losing his composure and becoming reckless in a battle against a strong opponent would lead him to ruin. The following day, before the sun had risen, Reina and the drowsy Olga returned to Sky Island. Shortly after the pirate ship had delivered them to the small island, it departed into the night. Once the pirate ship was far away, Reina contacted Dr. Axie to return to Sky Island. As a punishment, you need to behave for now and refrain from going out, considering the timeline, if Hansen had not encountered any unforeseen issues. Big Brother Newgate and his crew should be arriving soon. Upon returning to Sky Island, Reina instructed the doctor to elevate the island and ensure Olga remained there. Meanwhile, Hansen, whom Reina had high hopes for, had just arrived on the Whitebeard pirate ship. So, you want to see our old man? Marco, with drooping eyelids and an unkempt appearance, regarded Hansen, who looked like a vagabond. That's right. I'm here to find the great pirate Whitebeard. Hansen nodded in affirmation. Our old man is not someone just anyone can meet. Marco replied lethargically. He was already giving Hansen a considerable amount of respect simply by allowing him to approach. I am here to deliver a message from a man named Reina. I promised him I would personally deliver it to Whitebeard, Hansen stated. Who did you say sent you? Marco's demeanor shifted instantaneously upon hearing an unexpected name. His previous lethargy dissipating. Reina, where is the letter? Let me see it. Marco urged excitedly. No, I promised him I would deliver it directly to Whitebeard. Hansen shook his head in refusal. Really? Come with me. After a moment's thought, Marco relented and led Hansen onto the pirate ship. Few knew of Reina's connection to them, and since Hansen could mention Reina's name, it indicated he had at least met him before. Additionally, given Whitebeard's strength, Marco had no fear of any potential schemes. Galalala, that little rascal finally remembered me. Newgate, seated on the deck and enjoying a drink, burst into laughter upon hearing that Reina had sent someone to deliver a message. This is our old man. You can present the letter now. Marco introduced Hansen to Newgate. Hansen took a moment to observe Whitebeard, recognizing him instantly. His unparalleled presence was not something an ordinary person could imitate. This is a letter from my friend Reina, Hansen said, producing the letter from his belongings and presenting it to Whitebeard. Joseph stepped forward to take the letter from Hansen before passing it to Newgate. Why didn't that rascal come himself? Instead, he sent you to deliver the letter, Newgate inquired as he received the correspondence, setting down his gourd of liquor. Upon hearing the news, his first thought was that Reina must have run into trouble. So he had sent someone for help, particularly after seeing Hansen's disheveled state. His suspicions were confirmed. I'm not sure. He mentioned he was with his sister and asked me to help deliver the message. Hansen replied, shaking his head. Sister? Marco, Jozu, and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Since when did Reina have a sister? Galalala. It seems that little rascal still has a conscience. Newgate chuckled after reading the letter, finally understanding the situation. Old man, what trouble has Reina gotten himself into? Marco, bewildered, inquired. Newgate handed the letter to Marco and said, Take this lad to rest. Marco, instruct everyone. We are preparing to set sail. Marco swiftly perused the letter and grasped the situation. On the way to the cabin with Hansen, he asked, When did you depart? How did things end up like this? Hansen replied with a wry smile. I set off quite some time ago, and the journey has been nothing short of arduous. Originally, the bounty Reina provided him was sufficient for a comfortable life until he found Whitebeard. Furthermore, Reina had arranged for Hansen to board a merchant ship that was closest to the Ladra Sea, ensuring a smooth journey to locate the Whitebeard pirates. First, everything went exceedingly well, but after disembarking from the merchant vessel, misfortune struck Hansen, or rather, he began to court disaster, as he inquired about the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates. He caught the attention of the Navy. After narrowly escaping their pursuit, he then encountered a thief who relieved him of all his bounty. Left with no other choice, Hansen returned to his old ways, becoming a vagrant in his quest to track down the Whitebeard pirates. Had the crew not been waiting for Reina, he might never have found them. Chapter 56. Convergence. Hey Hansen, come on over. Let's drink. In just a few days, the easygoing Hansen had become quite familiar with the crew aboard the Whitebeard ship. If Newgate were to invite him aboard right now, he would undoubtedly accept. However, Newgate was unaware of Hansen's connection to Reina, and thus did not broach the subject. Marco and the others intended to inquire further once they encountered Reina, ideally hoping that Reina himself would extend the invitation for Hansen to join the crew. During this time, Hansen had frequently sparred with Vista, his prowess having earned him the respect of the crew. as a swordsman is not easily dismissed. He had also come to realize that Reina was the notorious pirate with an 8 million bounty. Known as Red-Eyed Reina, and the vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates that in the letter he entrusted to Newgate, Reina detailed his experiences and informed Newgate that there was a wine gourd in his quarters containing a considerable amount of white liquor. A tribute to Newgate during his absence. Little did Reina know, Newgate had long since consumed all the white liquor on board, including that from the gourd. There it is. I first met Reina on that little island. My homeland. I mistook him for a villain and intended to teach him a lesson, only to end up on the receiving end of a thorough beating. Hansen exclaimed, pointing at the distant island, laughing heartily to Vista. However, before they could draw closer, alarms blared from the island, and soon 3 naval ships approached. Why has that scoundrel Whitebeard suddenly come here? Rear Admiral Ageludo Meade stood at the bow of the warship, his face grim as he gazed at the Whitebeard pirate ship in the distance. What should we do now, Admiral? A trembling Navy soldier beside him asked. The reputation of the Whitebeard pirates was intimidating, causing trepidation among the ranks. I have contacted the nearby divisions and sent information to headquarters. Hold your ground. We shall await reinforcements, Rear Admiral Meade commanded solemnly. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, aboard the Whitebeard ship, Marco had quickly spotted the naval vessels and immediately alerted Newgate. Father, it's the Navy. What shall we do? Should we crush them? Marco asked, nonchalantly eyeing the approaching ships. Clearly, he did not regard the 3 warships as a significant threat. What in the world is that rascal Reina up to? Newgate queried, frowning as he approached the ship's bow. He's not here to attack the Navy. Why would they come out like this? Hansen, who had been overjoyed to return to his homeland, suddenly found himself bewildered and rushed to Newgate's side. Ha ha ha, you fool. I am the great pirate Whitebeard. Is it not normal for the Navy to mobilize when we arrive? Newgate chuckled at Hansen, who was oblivious to the fact that he was aboard the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Does that mean I've led the pirates to attack my homeland? Hansen plopped down on the ground, muttering to himself. Hey, you haven't forgotten why we came here, have you? Marco, unable to watch any longer, interjected. Right, Reina, that scoundrel deceived me. Hansen grit his teeth in frustration. All of this was part of Reina's scheme to lead the Whitebeard pirates to attack his hometown. The crew around them looked on in disbelief, thinking to themselves that while Hansen might be somewhat foolish, he couldn't possibly be this naive. Fool, we are here to find Reina, not to assault your homeland. What are you so anxious about? Marco sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Yes, we are not here to attack the island. But wait, why is the Navy coming out? Hansen was caught in his own thoughts and found it difficult to extricate himself from the confusion. Marco had completely given up, no longer wanting to converse with him. Just then, a small dark figure appeared on the distant sea, heading straight for the Whitebeard pirates. Brother, ha ha ha, I've finally been waiting for you. Reina, riding on Chavez, laughed jubilantly as he approached the Moby Dick. Hey father, it's Reina, Marco exclaimed, pointing at the approaching figure. Ha ha ha, you rascal, looks like you've been doing well. Newgate's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned to Jose, the helmsman, and commanded, Jose, steer towards him. Jose immediately turned the wheel, guiding the ship toward Reina. The Navy, bracing for their encounter, found it perplexing that the Whitebeard pirates would suddenly change course and leave after making an appearance. Did they have some special intention? Ha ha ha, brother, I missed you so much. Upon leaping from Chavez directly onto the Moby Dick, Reina first embraced Marco and then warmly hugged Newgate. Are you all right, rascal? Newgate laughed as he patted Reina's shoulder. I'm fine, just missed you, big brother. Reina plopped down on the deck, pulling out 2 bottles of white liquor from behind and tossing them to Newgate, saying, I bet you missed this more than me. Right? He had noticed the empty gourd on Newgate's waist, knowing full well that the latter had finished all the white liquor. Newgate caught the bottles Reina threw, opening one, but instead of drinking, he poured the liquor into his gourd, saying, This is good stuff, you little rascal. You were quite devious. You never offered me any back then. Now it's right back in your hands, big brother, Reina retorted, tossing several bottles of white liquor toward Marco, saying, Hey Marco, can you drink now? Ah, this liquor is delightful, Marco exclaimed after catching a bottle and taking a sip, his face lighting up with satisfaction. Thank you. You've truly been a great help this time. Reina clapped Hansen on the shoulder, glad to be of service. Hansen had come to realize that wherever the Whitebeard pirates went, the local Navy would certainly be on high alert. However, he had yet to fully embrace his identity as a member of the Whitebeard pirates, leaving him momentarily disoriented. So, How have you been getting along with Marco and the others? Have you sparred with Vista? How's life on the ship? Reina asked with a cheerful smile. Yes, everyone is very kind. It's been wonderful here. Hansen nodded, responding shyly, that's great. I was worried you might not adjust well. In the future. What do you mean? Haven't you boarded the ship? Reina asked in surprise, but upon seeing the expressions of Marco and the others, he quickly understood and smiled at Whitebeard. Big brother, this guy has both strength and character. How about we let him stay on the ship and become your son? Ha ha ha. A fool like him going out to sea alone would truly be worrying. What do you say? Become my son. Newgate laughed heartily, extending his hand to Hansen. This was a formal invitation for him to board the ship. From this moment on, he would be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Yes, father, Hansen replied excitedly. Although he had long referred to Whitebeard as old dad, it was only now that they truly became a family. The crew erupted in joyous exclamations, with Marco clamoring for a feast, only to be restrained by Reina, who insisted he introduce the other members. While he could recognize some, like one of the future captains, Lockhew, it was still their first encounter, so Reina had to feign ignorance to avoid appearing strange. All right, we can reminisce later. Tell me about that Sky Island. The letter was rather vague. As he watched Marco introduce the crew members boarding the ship, Newgate discreetly sipped his white wine before inquiring. We'll see it soon. Just follow my lead. Reina pointed ahead and replied. Before long, as they moved away from the small island, they discovered another tiny island ahead, which could hardly be considered an island due to its minuscule size. Approximately 4 to 5 football fields in area. Steering the Moby Dick into the bay that Reina had prepared, he used a snail phone to summon Dr. Axie to ascend. With a slight tremor, the Sky Island began to rise slowly. Oh, it's really flying. Wow, this little island can actually fly. How incredible. The crew, having just disembarked from the Moby Dick, were utterly astonished as the Sky Island began its ascent. That's why the residents of the island didn't know where you and Olga lived. You reside in the sky. Hansen exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing the island take flight. All right, this is my savior. Olga, these are my family members. Please show them around. Reina called out to Olga, who was hurrying over from the control room. Smiling, Marco understood that Reina had matters to discuss with old dad, so he led the members away with Olga to explore the Sky Island. Olga, brimming with enthusiasm upon seeing so many people, was elated, and knowing her connection with Reina, the boys endeavored to charm her, leading to a harmonious interaction. So, this Sky Island is likely a legacy left by the Moon People? Whitebeard pondered after hearing Reina's explanation. It is quite possible, as we were initially launched onto the Sky Island from the remnants of the Moon People's civilization, Reina replied, gesturing towards Dr. Axie, who stood waiting at the door of the control room. This is Dr. Axie, Olga's father, and the benefactor I encountered after being swallowed by a giant lanternfish. Thank you. This rascal just loves to stir up trouble. Whitebeard greeted Dr. Axie warmly. Dr. Axie quickly waved his hands, stating, not at all. Reina has always looked after Olga and me. Whitebeard smiled knowingly, as he had spent the most time with Reina and was well aware of his meticulous nature. Wait, don't go in yet. Doctor, is that covered? Reina pulled Whitebeard back just as he was about to enter the control room and asked Dr. Axie. Rest assured, it's already concealed. Dr. Axie nodded with a smile. Whitebeard looked at Reina with confusion, unsure of what he had concocted this time. That is something I plan to introduce to old dad later, an artifact refined by Dr. Axie over 170 years ago. However, it may not be worth the risk for us now. So it's best not to let it shine upon us, Reina explained with a grin. Over 170 years ago, Whitebeard blinked in surprise and began to scrutinize the man Reina referred to as Doctor. Chapter 57, A Small Objective at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Zephyr studied the documents in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly as he murmured, it seems Whitebeard went after him. Unfortunately, they failed to apprehend him before their reunion. Who could it be to warrant such attention from Whitebeard? Karp, munching on senbei, inquired incredulously. Having been pursuing Roger, Karp had recently returned and was unaware of Reina's situation, but it must be Akihito Reina, during the previous encounter with Whitebeard. That little brat managed to escape by puncturing the Admiral's ship. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, speaking gravely. He had crossed swords with Whitebeard several times and had some knowledge of Reina. Indeed, a remarkably promising individual. After I knocked him into the sea, he scattered from Whitebeard's crew. I initially intended to capture him before he reunited with Whitebeard, but he evaded me time and again, eventually disappearing without a trace. Zephyr nodded. Following his failed pursuit of Reina, he returned to headquarters to attend to his wife during her pregnancy, allowing him to spend more time with family. Though he managed to escape from you multiple times? You didn't let him slip away, did you? Karp asked, continuing to snack. Both he and Sengoku were aware of Zephyr's character. Despite his brutal experiences in war, he held a deep respect for life, rarely harming anyone, whether pirate or otherwise. That I assure you, it was not intentional. Sengoku, Karp, should you encounter him, do not underestimate him. He is a member of that man's crew, Zephyr stated earnestly. Sengoku and Karp exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious as Karp set down his snack and asked, "Is he one of Rock's crew? I didn't expect him to end up with Whitebeard. He must be taken seriously. Indeed, once my wife recovers, I will personally set sail to capture him. At that time, I will take charge of Whitebeard's pirate crew," Zephyr affirmed. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Unlike Karp, who was singularly focused on capturing Roger and often disregarded other matters, especially following the incident at God Valley, Karp had developed a blatant disdain for the celestial dragons, even rejecting promotions to Admiral as the Navy adjusted their strategies in light of Reina's alliance with Whitebeard. Reina was explaining the nature of pure gold to Whitebeard. Such a substance exists. Whitebeard expressed great curiosity after hearing Reina's account, eager to see what pure gold truly was. "Old Dad, you must believe me. Olga is already over 170 years old, thanks to the continuous exposure to pure gold while inside the lanternfish's belly. Moreover, you may not have noticed, but I have barely grown during this time. It is only after deliberately distancing myself from pure gold that I've experienced some growth." Reina understood that anyone familiar with pure gold would be intrigued to witness it. "Indeed, and I've discovered it does have some side effects. While pure gold can delay growth, once one departs from its influence, their body reverts to its normal growth rate, which can cause irreversible damage. That's why I've kept this piece of pure gold here. It essentially serves as my workshop," Dr. Axie cautioned Whitebeard. Unfamiliar with Whitebeard's character, he worried that Whitebeard might act irrationally in pursuit of pure gold. Ha! I can't believe I underestimated it. My curiosity is merely piqued. I do not seek immortality. Whitebeard laughed heartily. "All right, wait here. I'll step out. I don't want to remain at this height forever." Reina nodded to Dr. Axie and exited the control room. Before long, the door reopened, and Whitebeard emerged with a serious expression, stating, "Do not speak of this matter to anyone. It is indeed a captivating power, and even Marco and the others must be kept in the dark." Reina and Dr. Axie nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Whitebeard toured the Sky Island and extended an invitation for Misakina and her daughter to join the Whitebeard pirates. However, Misakina Axie was too old to be considered Whitebeard's son, so she joined as a specially invited chief scientist. As for Olga, she eagerly called Whitebeard "Old Dad," expressing her desire to leave the Sky Island and live aboard the Moby Dick, having had an immensely enjoyable time with Marco and the others. Dr. Axie felt reassured, knowing there was no safer place than aboard Whitebeard's ship. "What are your plans for this Sky Island?" On the open ground, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were joyfully celebrating a feast, while Newgate sat beside Reina and inquired, "Now that the energy issue of the Sky Island has been resolved, the island still requires development. That I intend to designate this place as our secret base, and henceforth, only the core members shall be privy to its existence. Therefore, I seek your support, brother," Reina stated directly. "What manner of support do you wish for me to provide?" Whitebeard asked after taking a swig of his drink. "The doctor requires certain research equipment, and the island's construction necessitates a substantial amount of berries. Furthermore, I plan to breed some animals on the island to supply food. Modifications are also necessary to enhance the island's offensive capabilities. I firmly believe that there will come a day when we shall find the island invaluable," Reina remarked with a light chuckle. Ha ha ha. "Are you planning to turn this place into a paradise or a weapon of war?" Whitebeard queried after downing several gulps of his beverage. "That I envision it as a retirement home equipped with defensive capabilities. Our aging and injured comrades from the pirate crew will reside here," Reina replied, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, Whitebeard erupted into laughter, rising to his feet. "In that case, go forth and pursue your vision. I shall support you wholeheartedly." "Thank you, brother." Reina also stood, raising his cup in a toast to Newgate. "There is no need for formality among family." Newgate then asked, "Have you discovered your true purpose?" This question harked back to when Reina had, during their time aboard the Rock's ship, posed a similar query to Newgate. At that time, Whitebeard had expressed his desire for a family, and now Reina was undertaking that very endeavor. However, Reina had yet to find his own life's goal, which is why Newgate posed the question at this moment. No, this hardly qualifies as a life goal. It is merely a small ambition, Reina replied with a slight smile. Hey, Reina, come drink with us. At that moment, Marco, who was dancing and singing around the fire, called out to Reina. Hee, brother, my violin is still around, right? Reina suddenly recalled that the Whitebeard pirates had acquired a new ship, and perhaps his beloved violin had been preserved out of course. It's in the room we prepared for you. But it now belongs to me, Newgate replied, raising his wine gourd. Reina shrugged and found his violin in the cabin of the Moby Dick. As the melody of Bink's sake flowed through the air. The atmosphere became a jubilant sea of joy. Olga was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. This was the life she had longed for. Meanwhile, Dr. Oxy wore a broad smile as he drank with the crew. Having been officially welcomed into the pirate crew by Whitebeard, the festivities stretched from afternoon until midnight, and the inebriated members eventually fell asleep on the open grass. Reina did not partake in the entire celebration. He departed in the evening to catch up on some work that he had fallen behind on during the day. Fortunately, his role as a musician allowed him to perform at the feast, which counted as work time, albeit only for a brief hour. The following morning, as the sun rose, all members were roused by the bright sunlight. What an unimaginable beauty! The first-time observers of the sunrise on the Sky Island were captivated by the magnificent sight. Even Newgate was not surprised. Once you witness such scenes daily, they will lose their novelty. Olga remarked with a pout. Oh, Olga, you haven't finished your story from yesterday. What happened with the adventure inside the giant lanternfish? Who claimed the ultimate treasure? Was it the formidable one-eyed pirate or the beautiful female pirate? Yes, indeed. I bet it was the formidable one-eyed pirate, for in the vast sea, strength is paramount. Olga had received Reina's warning the previous day, advising her to refrain from discussing the matter of the pure gold, even with comrades, as it could pose a danger to the crew. Thus, she had altered the tale, transforming Reina into the formidable one-eyed pirate, while she became the beautiful female pirate, and her father morphed into the villainous big boss. The trio, in pursuit of a legendary treasure, met their unfortunate fate by being swallowed by the massive lanternfish. Given that the tale was rooted in reality, her narration proved particularly captivating, prompting several members to urge her to continue her story, as she had been interrupted the previous night by the raucous revelry of her comrades. Chapter 58. A duel of swordsmanship indeed. Life aboard the ship is rather leisurely. Reina reclined on a deck chair, having just concluded his physical training. Given the numerous responsibilities he now bore, his workload had significantly increased, liberating him from the need to engage in menial tasks as he had aboard the rock ship. With the Whitebeard pirates now sufficiently manned, there was no longer a necessity for him to undertake any specific duties. After touring the Sky Island the previous day, Whitebeard had left a few members behind to assist Dr. Oxy, while the remainder returned to the ship. Reina should have stayed on the Sky Island, but due to the absence of materials and equipment, the island's transformation had yet to commence, leading him to depart. Bista, it seems you have opted for the rapier, Reina remarked, observing Bista practicing basic sword techniques. Indeed, Bista nodded. Previously, Reina had suggested that he focus on speed, prompting Bista to consider replacing his standard longsword with a more agile rapier. However, after some contemplation, he chose not to make the change, after Reina and the crew had become separated. For reasons unknown, Bista experimented with the rapier and discovered it truly suited him better, leading him to adopt it. Consequently, the switch in weapon necessitated a re-evaluation of many techniques and habits, compelling Bista to devote time to practicing basic swordsmanship with the rapier. Wait a moment. I shall fetch something. Reina sprang from the deck chair with a sudden burst of energy and dashed back to the cabin. Bista, though familiar with Reina, still found his mannerisms perplexing. Shortly thereafter, Reina re-emerged with the demon blade Muramasa. Having extracted it from his inventory, he wished to avoid revealing the extraordinary nature of his inventory unless absolutely necessary. Wow. Upon noticing the Muramasa at Reina's waist, both Bista and Hansen looked on in astonishment. As swordsmen, they were instinctively drawn to the aura of the demon blade. Did you notice? Reina asked with a slight smile. Vice Captain, what weapon is that in your possession? Bista inquired curiously. It is the demon blade Muramasa, a remarkably sharp weapon. Would you care to give it a try? Reina offered, extending the Muramasa towards Bista. Bista hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. No. I'd rather not. I am still adapting to my new weapon, and frequently switching weapons may lead to confusion. Reina raised his thumb in approval. Well said. Now, let us both employ only basic sword techniques, and I shall spar with you. Reina, using that weapon is quite unfair. Why not use mine instead? Hansen interjected, eager to please Reina. Reina, fully aware of Hansen's intentions, tossed the Muramasa to him. Be cautious. This blade is exceedingly sharp, Hansen, unfazed by Reina's warning, drew the Muramasa from its sheath after a brief examination. Such a fine blade, exclaimed the nearby crew members in admiration. I yearn to try this weapon, Hansen murmured, captivated by the Muramasa. That is precisely why it is called a demon blade. Reina chuckled. Upon hearing this, Hansen snapped back to reality, prompting Reina to reflect on Hansen's prowess as a swordsman. He had nearly succumbed to the blade's allure himself. Truly a demon blade. Its power can sway a swordsman's thoughts. Hansen caressed the blade's surface as if tenderly stroking a beloved. Could you refrain from being so corny? Go amuse yourself elsewhere. Reina jestingly mocked and dismissed Hansen, then commenced his duel with Bista. Both wielded only basic sword techniques, yet their exchange was remarkably splendid. Although Reina was not a swordsman specialized in swordsmanship, he had completed his foundational training. Thus his comprehension of basic swordplay was by no means inferior to that of Bista. To his surprise, the first mate swordsmanship was profoundly adept, exclaimed Lackey, witnessing Reina's prowess for the first time. It seems that this rascal, Chi, has not neglected his training during this period. Marco, seated upon the ship's railing, remarked with a smirk. Initially, he believed his own progress to be significant, thinking that even if Reina returned, he could no longer overpower him as before. Yet now, Reina had become formidable even in swordplay. Bista, I shall exert myself to the fullest. Without pressure, you shall find no benefit. After exchanging blows, Reina retracted his smile and stated ta. Bista understood that Reina was not proficient in swordsmanship. Their apparent parity was due to his own restraint. Activate the Sharingan. Reina's eyes transformed a vivid crimson, with two tomo appearing within his irises. Bista, wielding two Western swords, also adopted a serious demeanor, knowing that once Reina activated the Sharingan, his vision would become somewhat abnormal, essentially allowing him to perceive all of his opponent's moves. Thus, even before the duel commenced, he found himself at a disadvantage in this battle limited to basic swordsmanship. Nevertheless, this was precisely what he desired, as the pressure would enable him to master the Western sword techniques more adeptly. Clash, clash, clash. The two engaged once more, and Reina's offensive became increasingly fierce. If Reina's earlier swordplay had been akin to a textbook rendition of basic techniques, now it had morphed into a rather cunning application of those fundamentals, leaving the surrounding crew members in a W.T. This juncture, beads of sweat began to form on Bista's forehead. He was not only contending with Reina's assaults, but also restraining himself from employing any techniques beyond the basic swordplay, which demanded an unprecedented level of concentration. This the reason the first mate is referred to as the Crimson-Eyed. Such enchanting eyes, Chef Sachi exclaimed, having appeared beside Marco unbeknownst to him. This is not even his full power. He possesses too many enigmatic attributes. Even those stronger than him could inadvertently be countered, Marco replied earnestly. Yet having such a formidable companion is indeed reassuring. Sachi chuckled, preferring culinary arts over combat. He was nonetheless no slouch in strength. Perhaps you should challenge him to a cooking duel. Before you boarded, he was the ship's chef. I support your endeavor, Marco quipped with a grin. Sachi merely smiled noncommittally, offering no response. Meanwhile, Reina and Bista's battle reached its zenith. Despite Bista's every effort, he could not escape Reina's gaze, and ultimately, his twin swords were disarmed, concluding the skirmish. Did you sense it? Reina inquired with a smile as the sparring came to an end. Bista, with a face alight with joy, nodded fervently. Thank you, first mate. I understand now. In truth, even before their duel concluded, Bista had perceived that his swordplay was overly rigid, failing to exploit his advantages and inadvertently obscuring the greatest strength of his Western techniques. Truly, the genius of swordsmanship. Reina, he chuckled, shaking his head. Such innate talent is unreasonable, merely through a single spar. The opponent discerned everything. Observing the jubilant Bista depart, Reina slowly approached Hansen, who clung to Muramasa with an iron grip. Stay away from me. Hansen, initially engrossed in the spectacle, retreated in terror as Reina approached. Your antics nearly made me spit blood. Reina exclaimed, his frustration palpable, particularly as Hansen behaved like a wronged maiden, leading onlookers to misconstrue Reina's intentions. Can you please not take it away? Just lend it to me for a few days. Just a few days, Hansen pleaded, clutching Reina's leg as he gazed longingly at the forcibly reclaimed Muramasa, akin to bidding farewell to a beloved. Get lost. Do you think it belongs to you? I currently lack a suitable weapon. I will address this once I procure a better one. Reina coldly kicked Hansen away, resembling a heartless man fastening his trousers, departing without a backward glance. No. Hansen cried in despair from the ground. The crew, witnessing Hansen's performance, erupted in laughter. Bulu bulu bulu. Just as Reina entered the ship's cabin, his din-din mushi began to ring. Hello. What is it? Doctor. Reina answered the call. His din-din mushi could only communicate with Dr. Ase's device on Sky Island, being the simplest yet far-reaching model available. To the left, at the 10 o'clock position, 3 warships have been spotted, escorting a rather luxurious vessel. The voice of Dr. Ase resounded from the din-din mushi. I understand. Keep an eye on them. I will inform the captain. Reina nodded before ending the call and heading towards Whitebeard's cabin. Recently, Dr. Ase had installed numerous telescopes on Sky Island for reconnaissance, achieving remarkable results and even being able to detect adverse weather in advance. Brother, news from Sky Island indicates 3 warships to the left appear to be escorting something. Shall we proceed? Reina knocked on the door of the Newgate's cabin. Inquiring from outside. Itsu, Reina, come in. Newgate replied, sitting up from his bed, rubbing his head. He had drunk too much the previous day and was still groggy. Necessary decorum must be maintained aboard this ship. The elder brother is the captain, and the requisite authority must be upheld, Reina remarked, finally entering and smiling. Gu la la la. Authority isn't upheld through such trivial gestures. Have we spotted the Navy? Let us go take a look. You still in need of artillery. Newgate laughed heartily. Chapter 59. The Navy, hurry. Hurry, fire. We must not let them approach. Damn it. Why must we encounter the Whitebeard pirates here? Remain calm. Everyone, prepare for battle. Fire continuously. All cannons target the Whitebeard pirate ship. Have we sent a distress signal to the nearby division? Have them dispatch reinforcements immediately to assist in capturing the Whitebeard pirates. Bang, 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 whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom. As the Navy spotted the Whitebeard pirates drawing near, they sprang into action. Protecting the luxurious vessel in the center while launching cannon fire, they aimed to sink the Moby Dick. At this point, the Moby Dick was not yet the colossal behemoth of the future. Merely comparable in size to an ordinary Navy warship. Boom. How could such a thing possibly be of use? Reina disdainfully remarked, kicking away a cannonball aimed at the ship's hull, since it's ineffective. Why attempt to seize it? Marco scoffed beside him. That's different. Even if it doesn't hit, it can still intimidate. Just imagine, I install 100 cannons on Sky Island, and with a single barrage, even if they don't die, they'll certainly be frightened. Reina chuckled. Marco found himself speechless. 100 cannons. He would need to rob the entire Navy headquarters to amass such artillery, else it would be exceedingly difficult to gather them. The Navy warships were quite swift, primarily hindered by the luxurious vessel they were escorting. I suspect it harbors valuable cargo. Lackey, clad in a dark yellow overcoat with a green shirt underneath, his waist adorned with a red pirate belt, spoke up, embodying the seasoned pirate. Approach, lads. Do not damage the valuable goods. Seize all their treasures. Whitebeard commanded loudly. Under normal circumstances, pirates rarely initiated attacks on the Navy. Even Whitebeard would refrain from provoking them unless absolutely necessary. For if he truly angered the Navy, summoning formidable figures, no pirate crew could withstand them alone. However, this occasion was different, primarily because Reina had set his sights on the Navy's artillery and the luxurious vessel, prompting Whitebeard to launch an offensive against them. Marco, take me over there first. As the distance to the opposing warship diminished, Reina, with the village's renowned blade, Muramasa, strapped at his waist, could hardly contain his impatience. He turned directly to his companion, Marco, who wasted no time in transforming into his phoenix form. With both claws firmly grasping Reina, he soared towards the naval vessel. It's suitable for your feet? Did you watch them last night? Reina inquired disdainfully, pinching his nose while suspended in midair. This remark nearly caused Marco to drop him from the sky. Upon reaching the naval ship, Marco hastily released Reina, growling, Don't ever expect my assistance again. Couldn't you let me ride on your back? That would look rather cool, wouldn't it? Reina retorted, kicking aside a naval officer with a hearty laugh. Marco chose to ignore him. With an increasing number of naval soldiers surrounding them, the situation was becoming precarious for the two of them. However, Neither Marco nor Reina could be easily subdued by the ordinary soldiers, though Marco's phoenix form didn't possess the elemental intangibility of natural types. The azure flames enveloping him enabled rapid regeneration of his injuries, rendering him unafraid of mundane harm. As for Reina, his Black Emperor abilities made him impervious to all damage except mental attacks. Provided his stamina remained intact, with a flurry of kicks, Reina sent the surrounding naval soldiers sprawling. Supporting himself with Muramasa, he proclaimed with a swagger, "Everyone, drop your weapons, crouch down with your hands on your heads. Men to the left, women to the right, and those who are neither in the center." Marco nearly choked on his own saliva at Reina's audacity. What on earth was this? Even the usually reserved Marco felt an urge to curse under his breath. The surrounding naval personnel exchanged bewildered glances before charging at Reina en masse. "Why can't you heed the advice against futile resistance?" Reina sighed, his eyes glowing crimson as he looked up. Crimson eyes. "Reina, the pirate with an 80 million bounty. Why is he aboard Whitebeard's ship?" A naval officer gasped in disbelief upon recognizing Reina. "What's that? You didn't know? I am the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates." Reina vanished from his spot, reappearing behind a throng of naval soldiers. With a swift motion, he sheathed his blade, and all the soldiers collapsed as if cut down like wheat. "Damn it, did I strike too hard? No wonder it's a cursed blade. It's far too sharp." Reina observed the fallen soldiers, his expression turning somber. He had not intended to kill them, merely to incapacitate them, but he had underestimated the lethality of Muramasa. The soldiers were gravely injured, and without prompt medical attention, their chances of survival were slim. "How dare you lay a hand on our navy?" Crimson eyes. "Reina, meet your demise," a naval officer, draped in a justice cloak, roared, launching a punch towards Reina. Reina nimbly leapt back, evading the attack, and replied, "You are the navy, and I am a pirate. We are enemies by nature, are we not?" Although injuring the naval soldiers was not Reina's intent, he felt no remorse or guilt. In the world of One Piece, weakness was a sin. Seeking death, the naval officer pressed forward recklessly, continuing his assault on Reina. Just as Reina prepared to counterattack, he noticed the officer discreetly signaling his subordinates behind him to evacuate the injured soldiers. Deciding against retaliation, Reina began to evade the attacks instead. Only after the injured soldiers had been safely relocated did Reina engage the officer with a punch. "Armed hockey, is it? State your name." "Navy." Reina inquired seriously after absorbing the officer's attack. "Marine Headquarters, Major Jamil." Jamil responded formally, swinging his arm. The previous punch had felt peculiar. Despite employing hockey, it seemed as though he had not struck Reina at all. "The vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates." Crimson eyes. "Reina." Reina replied, reattaching Muramasa to his waist. "Thank you for your earlier restraint. A token of gratitude. I shall personally escort you to Impel Down," Jamil declared as he resumed his assault on Reina. He had observed Reina's deliberate choice to refrain from retaliating, allowing his subordinates to rescue the injured. "I told you, we pirates are only interested in treasure. Now surrender all your valuables, and you might just escape with your lives." Reina replied with a subtle smile, clashing with Jamil as he spoke. "What a strange ability. Why does it feel like I haven't hit you, even though I used hockey?" After another failed attack absorbed by Reina, Jamil retreated from the fray, regarding Reina with newfound seriousness. "Would you like to know?" asked Zephyr. "He might have a clearer understanding." Reina replied with an enigmatic smile. "Impossible." Jamil's eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had witnessed the impossible. "Ugh." Jamil felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. He glanced down at his midsection, where he had employed hockey for defense, yet was now overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Realizing he had sustained a serious injury, with a snap, Reina secured Jamil in sea prismstone handcuffs. "What are you staring at? This is a gift from that Zephyr fellow. Now it's yours. As for the key, you can ask Zephyr for it," Reina teased, relishing Jamil's frustrated expression. "This ship has been taken." Marco descended from the sky, having defeated the remaining naval soldiers aboard while Reina engaged Jamil. "Look at us. We're quite formidable now." Reina grinned as he observed the battles on the other two warships nearing their conclusion. "Indeed, just look at who we are. The Whitebeard pirates are not to be trifled with," Marco declared with pride. Ignoring the dejected Jamil, Reina began directing the ordinary crew members who had boarded their ship to transfer all of the Navy's cannons and ammunition to their vessel. While he strode towards the most opulent ship, that it appears he caught quite the big fish. Reina's eyes gleamed with delight at the merchants being dragged from the hold by the crew. I inquired earlier. They are members of a merchant association, aiding the celestial dragons and capturing slaves to sell to them. Vista approached with a serious demeanor. Celestial dragons. Slave trading? How intriguing. Reina mused as he approached the group of merchants with a predatory gaze. Let me have a look at what the celestial dragons' lackeys look like. Whitebeard, Newgate, approached slowly with a smile that belied a chilling undertone. He had just single-handedly annihilated a naval ship, not merely defeating its crew, but completely obliterating both the vessel and its soldiers. Please, don't kill me. I have money, lots of it. If you spare me, I can offer you a fortune. A wealthy merchant begged, kneeling in desperation. Yes, yes, we all have money, plenty of it. You cannot kill us. We serve Lord Gavalfreitas. Another merchant chimed in hastily. Gavalfreitas? That name seems familiar. Reina paused, pondering, yet found no clear recollection. Foolish Reina, didn't the pirates who captured me mention the same name? Olga, following Newgate, stepped forward though. Right? Gavalfreitas. Who exactly is he? Is he involved in the slave trade? Reina's memory sparked at Olga's words. Gavalfreitas did not claim to be his associates. Even if he were here, I would cleave his head from his shoulders. Whitebeard scoffed coldly. Brother, do you know who this Gavalfreitas is? Reina inquired with curiosity. Do you recall our visit to Devil's Island? Gavalfreitas is one of the three main figures there, responsible for information trafficking. I never expected he would also be involved in human trafficking and collaborating with the celestial dragons. Whitebeard revealed. So it is him. I thought I had heard that name before. The tavern on Devil's Island was also associated with him. Wasn't it? It's no surprise they have ties to the celestial dragons. Otherwise, Captain Rox wouldn't have procured information about them from them. Upon recalling, Reina found the situation less surprising. Chapter 60. A new objective. The treasure map. Do you know who you are escorting? Observing the downcast Jeremy, Reina let out a light chuckle and inquired, is it reasonable for a self-righteous navy to escort a group of true fiends of the mortal realm? I wonder if any sense of justice still lingers in their hearts. Having completely lost any admiration for Jeremy's earlier act of protecting his subordinates, Reina turned to Whitebeard and suggested, Brother, shall I take charge of this situation? Whitebeard nodded, leading his crew back to the pirate ship. They separated the two factions, leaving the navy with a military vessel, but insisted, remove the ship's helm for me. Additionally, only leave them with enough food for 3 days. As for their survival, that shall be left to fate. The merchants were instructed to strip the ship of all valuables, including what they carried on their persons. Reina contemplated briefly before addressing the ordinary crew members nearby. After ensuring that everything was in order, he returned to the pirate ship. Sink that vessel to the depths. Let the sea cleanse them of their sins, Reina commanded coldly, pointing at the luxurious ship occupied by the merchants, with a series of resounding cannon fire. The opulent ship was transformed into a fiery inferno before slowly succumbing to the ocean's embrace, all witnessed by the assembled navy. After departing the area, Reina communicated with Dr. Ashe, instructing him to lower the Sky Island and dock the plundered navy ship. Equipped with cannons and ammunition, in the harbor of the Sky Island. I entrust this matter to you, Doctor, he declared before returning to the pirate ship. The treasures would be exchanged for berries or materials for constructing the Sky Island once they encountered land, while the cannons would be installed on the island to bestow it with some measure of offensive capability. Brother, after completing all tasks, Reina approached Whitebeard, holding a bottle of sake. What's the matter? Still troubled by the events of the day? Newgate inquired with a grin upon seeing Reina's demeanor. There's nothing to be overly concerned about. It's beyond my control. My focus is solely on caring for myself, my comrades, and my family. Reina replied with a broad smile that ha. It's splendid that you can think this way. The Navy does not embody absolute justice, yet among them are individuals who genuinely uphold it. As for us pirates, all we seek is freedom. Whitebeard laughed heartily, patting Reina on the shoulder. Brother, take it easy. You're going to dislocate my shoulder. Reina grimaced as he handed the sake to Whitebeard. Spill it. What brings you to me? Whitebeard glanced at Reina, curious. Why do you ask, brother? Can't I come to talk about the events of the day? Reina feigned surprised if it were truly about that. You wouldn't be bringing me this sake. Whitebeard pointed to the bottle, a triumphant grin on his face. Ha. As expected of you, brother. Right on the mark. Indeed, I came to seek your counsel on a particular matter. Reina chuckled, masking his embarrassment at being called stingy. Whitebeard, uninterested in Reina's discomfort, decided to keep the conversation light, for he didn't want to offend Reina too deeply. He might still wish to enjoy sake in the future. Brother, do you think I lack the talent for observation hockey? Why is it that while I have mastered armament hockey, I still cannot awaken observation hockey? Reina asked directly, recognizing that Whitebeard was straightforward and not one to engage in frivolous conversation. Ha ha ha. Have you not realized? Your so-called Sharingan bears some resemblance to the ability of observation hockey. Whitebeard exclaimed with laughter. There are similarities, yet they are entirely different abilities. One pertains to sight. The other to sensation. Reina nodded, puzzled. Do you know what the first step in training observation hockey is? Whitebeard asked, looking at Reina with a smile. The first step, cultivating sensation, Reina ventured. That is not incorrect. But how do you cultivate it? Most people are accustomed to trusting what their eyes perceive, let alone someone like you who possesses the Sharingan. Thus, how can you, who frequently relies on your Sharingan, develop this sensation? Whitebeard's words struck Reina with clarity. Indeed, while he hadn't consciously depended on the Sharingan, he would instinctively activate it whenever battles reached a stalemate. However, those were precisely the moments that were ideal for cultivating the sense of observation hockey, which he had wholly missed. In his case, his eyes had completely supplanted his sense of feeling, which explained why his observation hockey had yet to awaken. Thank you, brother. I now understand what I must do. Reina beamed as he departed. Yet, after taking a few steps, he turned back and snatched the half-full bottle of sake that Whitebeard had yet to finish. What a cheeky little rascal. Whitebeard chuckled, watching Reina stride toward Marco's quarters. As Whitebeard had surmised, Reina used the remaining sake to negotiate with Marco, who agreed to assist Reina unconditionally in his training of observation hockey. Initially, Marco had been reluctant. He had suffered greatly at Reina's hands upon joining the crew and had developed a psychological aversion. Therefore, despite the allure of the half-bottle of sake, Marco was hesitant to accept. He was no perverse individual like Jozu. However, upon hearing that Reina wished to train observation hockey, Marco felt compelled to agree. Especially with the prospect of the free sake, this presented an excellent opportunity for revenge. The thought of sipping sake while unleashing attacks upon Reina, who could only dodge and not retaliate, seemed utterly delightful. Yet, the following day, Marco began to reconsider. His attacks were of no consequence to Reina. They were either evaded or absorbed. After absorbing, Reina would pause, allowing Marco to digest his defeat before resuming. It had devolved into a grueling ordeal. But having already consumed the sake, Marco knew that withdrawing at this point would lead to an inevitable grim fate, so he could only pray for Reina to awaken observation hockey swiftly. 3 days later, whether due to Reina's innate talent or a stroke of divine fortune, Marco's dreams came true. Reina finally awakened observation hockey. At that moment, Marco seized the opportunity to declare he had fulfilled his end of the bargain and promptly fled, leaving Reina, who wished to continue training, feeling somewhat miffed. However, as his gaze swept across the crew, even the most guileless Jozu averted his eyes, pretending not to see. Come on, everyone. It's not necessary to be like this. You can hit me, you know. Reina lamented with a hint of frustration. That vice captain, I believe you're already quite formidable. No further training is required. The affable Jozu could not help but chime in, eliciting sympathetic glances from those nearby. Formidable? I hardly think so. Wait, what is this? Reina was about to eloquently express to Jozu his misconceptions, hoping to persuade him to train willingly alongside him, when he was captivated by a treasure map lying beside him. A treasure map. We discovered it while plundering that merchant vessel. Everyone believes this map is authentic, so father has decided we should go investigate. Jozu explained earnestly. Oh, we have any more of these on board? Reina restrained his excitement. Noticing the unmistakable joy on the first mate's face, Jozu found it puzzling. While Reina was typically not generous, it was usually only with those odd items he possessed, like sake or fish bait that attracted numerous fish. Concerning berries, Reina was usually quite liberal. Even now, as they sought treasure, it was rumored to be for constructing the Sky Island, not for his sheer love of riches. Yet, Reina's reaction to the treasure map was far more exaggerated than Jozu's own when he encountered the cursed sword Muramasa, leaving Jozu in a state of bewilderment. Fortunately, he had the wisdom to know his own limitations. He refrained from asking questions he couldn't understand and simply followed along with the clever ones. The treasure maps are kept in the navigator's quarters. He usually verifies them first, selecting only the genuine ones before we embark on our search. But it seems father isn't particularly keen on treasure hunting. So we Haven T sought out many treasures, Jozu replied earnestly. Thanks a lot, Reina exclaimed joyously as he headed toward the cabin, waving goodbye without looking back. His elation stemmed from a recent development. Upon catching sight of the treasure map, The previously dormant system had unexpectedly issued him a prompt. Treasure map discovered, D rank. Would you like to activate treasure-seeking mode? With a sense of bewilderment, Reina inquired of the system what the treasure hunting mode entailed. After the system's elucidation, he learned that it referred to a mode that could be activated upon discovering a treasure map confirmed by the system. In this mode, as he journeyed daily in pursuit of treasure, the system would automatically recognize this time as work hours. However, the duration was limited to merely 4 hours each day. Although it was only 4 hours, it felt like a generous gift. With these 4 hours, he could devote additional time to his training or engage in activities of his choosing. Most importantly, upon successfully locating the treasure, he would not only receive the riches within, but the system would also bestow upon him a treasure map package of the same rank as the one he had found. Thus, Reina was elated, neglecting even his training with Jaws to hone his observation haki. What was this? It was akin to a windfall. Bang! The door to the cabin swung open, and the navigator, engrossed in charting the sea, was taken aback by Reina's exuberant entrance. Where's the treasure map? Where is it? Reina immediately pressed the navigator upon his arrival. Treasure map? What treasure map? The navigator replied, utterly perplexed. The treasure map, the one aboard our ship. Jaws mentioned that all the treasure maps are with you. Reina asked anxiously. Chapter 61. The food hunting competition. Though the navigator was uncertain of Reina's intentions, he still handed over all the treasure maps to him. Reina eagerly sifted through the maps, a smile involuntarily stretching across his face. Out of an entire treasure chest of maps, nearly 1/3 bore the system's markings, indicating that he could activate the treasure hunting mode while searching for those specifically marked maps. All right, I'll take these. If any new treasure maps come in, make sure to show them to me first, Reina declared cheerfully as he departed with the marked maps, leaving the navigator in a state of confusion. Reina's unusual behavior did not stir much concern. After all, they were merely treasure maps. Whitebeard was indifferent, and thus, the crew members were not particularly invested in the matter. However, in the days that followed, Reina devoted more time to training, even practicing swordsmanship, which puzzled the crew members who were familiar with him. What has come over the first mate? Sachi, who had only met Reina after his return but had formed a good rapport, wondered, well aware of Reina's dedication to his duties aboard the pirate ship. Who knows? Marco shrugged in response, equally perplexed by Reina's odd behavior. Could it be that he was upset because you didn't accompany him for training that day? Bista suggested with a hint of jest. I doubt it. It's likely related to the treasure maps. Jaws interjected, his tone contemplative. The treasure maps? The others exclaimed in astonishment, questioning how this matter could possibly connect to treasure maps. Consequently, Jaws recounted the events of that day, noting Reina's apparent significance placed on those maps that well, it's not a pressing issue. Let him be. Marco scoffed, dismissing the need for further concern. A few days later, they arrived at the uninhabited island marked on the treasure map. The process of retrieving the treasure proved far less arduous than Reina had anticipated. Upon locating the spot, they easily unearthed a trove of gold and jewels. While undeniably valuable, these treasures held little significance for them. They relished more the thrill of the hunt and the joy of discovery. Let us lower the floating island and store the treasure there. Newgate proposed, intending to host a feast on the island that evening. Sachi, do we have enough food for dinner? Reina asked cheerfully as he approached Sachi, who was preparing the banquet. There should be no issue. Our food supplies are sufficient, Sachi replied with a smile. Shall we venture out to catch some additional provisions? Reina suggested, raising an eyebrow with a playful grin. His primary aim was to buy some time for Sachi, thus affording him a legitimate reason to assist in the food preparations, as his current position still bore the title of chef. This way, he could partake in the feast while fulfilling his work hours, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh, is the first mate up for a food hunting competition with me? Sachi responded enthusiastically. Competition? What competition? I want to join. Hansen, who happened to pass by, overheard Sachi's words and immediately approached. All right, we plan to take advantage of the remaining time to gather food from the sea, and we shall compete to see who can catch the largest edible portion, Reina declared, initially not intending to create a competition, but now that it had been broached, he could not back down. Just to be clear, no using those peculiar items of yours, otherwise it would be pointless, Hansen remarked, aware of Reina's extraordinary fishing bait that guaranteed a catch. Of course, Reina nodded in agreement, stating, such an entertaining competition should include all of us. Wouldn't you say? Bista, along with Marco, Jaws, and others, had gathered around without Reina noticing. Since that is settled, let us see who else wishes to participate. Let us make it grand. I have 2 pounds of fine liquor as a prize for the victor, Reina suggested after a moment's thought. Thus, what began as a mere ploy to delay Sachi transformed into a full-fledged food hunting competition involving the entire crew, even piquing Whitebeard's interest. Brother, your participation would be pointless. You should act as the judge, Reina proposed, aware that Whitebeard was merely enticed by the prospect of the 2 pounds of liquor. Fear not, old man. Watch how I aid you in acquiring that liquor from Reina, Jaws declared with fervor. How dare you, mere ability user, boast so? Can you truly capture fish from the sea, or even catch a sea king? Reina scoffed. Wait, since we are participating, the rules shouldn't be limited to just food from the ocean. This island has plenty of wildlife that should count as well, Marco interjected, expressing his discontent. Whitebeard nodded, laughing heartily. Indeed, from now until sunset, let the largest catch win, whether from the sea, the island, or even the skies. As long as it can be captured and brought back. Seeing that Whitebeard had spoken, Reina did not object, nodding in agreement. That sounds fair. After all, there aren't any large animals on the island. So prepare to concede. All right, children, begin. Show me what you're made of. Do not let Reina take back the fine liquor. Whitebeard boomed, announcing the start of the competition. To be honest, the waters surrounding the island were devoid of any large sea kings. And even sizable fish seemed scarce. Thus, to catch anything substantial, one would need to venture further from the island. Shabé, Reina called out, and the water lizard Shabé promptly stood up beside Dr. Assier and ran towards Reina. Everyone, I shall take my leave. With that, Reina mounted Shabé, skimming across the surface of the water. Hey, the first mate is quite cunning. Indeed, how can he enlist Shabé as help? Doctor, quickly call Shabé back. Many crew members shouted. But Reina disregarded them entirely. He was neither capable of moonwalking nor possessed powers akin to Akiji, thus lacking the means to traverse the sea, although Dr. Asia primarily resided on the floating island. His presence was well known among the crew, and whenever the island descended, they would often visit. Hence, Dr. Asia was not a stranger to them. Moreover, Shabé and Elizabeth's abilities had earned the admiration of the entire crew, particularly among ability users like Marco and Jaws, who envied them greatly. Hey, shall we collaborate? Olga called out to Marco, who was pondering how to capture prey. What did you have in mind? Marco asked, intrigued. While Olga's strength was not formidable, she was full of clever ideas, but the crew regarded her as merely a child, thus treating her with kindness. Elizabeth and I will head out to lure the prey, and then you can follow us from the air. We'll split the catch evenly. How does that sound? Olga proposed with a bright smile. Split? But wouldn't that mean we both lose the competition? Marco shook his head, suggesting, instead, how about this? We follow your plan. Catch 2 creatures, and the first one you can keep however you wish, while I'll take command of the second one, and it will belong to me. What do you say? Olga nodded enthusiastically, extending her hand to high-five Marco. Sounds good. Now let us set sail and find a spot to discuss further. The things on the mountain will be mine. Jiaozi found himself unable to venture out to sea. Thus he reluctantly opted for a small hill on the island, which was home to numerous ferocious beasts. However, they had not previously encountered any gigantic creatures. After exchanging glances, Bista, Sachi, and Lakio each prepared a lifeboat and set sail. The remaining ordinary crew members either chose to hunt the island's beasts like Jiaozi or plunge directly into the sea to see if they could catch something. Meanwhile, after reaching a distant part of the ocean, Olga and Marco cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Olga then produced a small jar from her bosom. Are you trying to cheat? Marco, who could only transform his arms into wings, was taken aback and immediately recognized that the jar contained Reina's special bait. Guaranteed to catch fish. Cheat? I am not cheating. I merely dropped a little by accident. Olga replied with a sly smile. Marco felt a bit speechless. What was initially a game of luck would lose its charm if they won in such a manner. Don't worry, given Reina's character, he will likely use it too, Olga declared confidently. After contemplating, Marco nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning quite sound, and even noted that her justification bore a striking resemblance to Reina's tone. On the other side, Reina, who had already distanced himself from the island, indeed pulled out a small jar, opened it, and accidentally dropped some bait into the ocean, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how unfortunate, I dropped it." Simultaneously, apart from Bista, the other members who had set sail also began to produce leftover bait and cast it into the water. After a short while, Whitebeard, sitting on the beach and sipping a drink, furrowed his brow as he gazed toward the ocean. Sensing something amiss, These youngsters are causing quite a ruckus. Oh, what's the matter? Dr. Axie inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Let them have their fun. Gula la la la. Let us enjoy our drinks, Whitebeard replied, shaking his head and raising his cup with a smile. Here it comes. At that moment, from various directions on the ocean's surface, Reina, Marco, and others simultaneously opened their eyes and exclaimed in unison. Chapter 62. The treasure bundle, those fellows truly did use it. Bistan remarked, feeling the powerful life energy emanating from several nearby locations. And he couldn't help but smile wryly. He too possessed Reina's special bait, but thinking it was merely a competition for food. He had assumed everyone would honor their pre-race agreement not to use such bait. To his surprise, everyone except him had chosen to employ it. Don't know. I can't sense their sizes. Meanwhile, Reina, mounted on Chavez, with the best mobility, intended to intercept the others upon discovering that they were using bait. However, as his observation haki had only recently awakened, he could sense life energy but not specific sizes. So he headed toward the strongest presence. You, Reina, not only are you using your bait, but you also want to steal my catch. Lakio jested as he saw Reina approaching, then swiftly began to wield his meteor hammer. Noticing Reina and Lakio engaging first, the others were reluctant to fall behind and began to strike at the sea kings emerging from the ocean. Only Marco, being a supernatural being, remained airborne, keeping a vigilant eye on Olga's movements. Damn it, those guys are doing it on purpose, provoking the sea kings. Olga, be careful. The sea kings may attack. Marco suddenly changed expression and called down to Olga to, don't worry, while I may lack your abilities. Elizabeth won't be attacked by the sea kings, Olga reassured, patting Elizabeth's neck with a grin. Just as she finished her sentence, Elizabeth began to act restlessly and suddenly let out a strange cry, darting off in another direction. Upon witnessing this, Marco did not dare to be complacent, for he had already spotted a massive shadow beneath the sea. Boom, boom, boom. No fewer than 10 sea kings abruptly surfaced from various points in the ocean, fixating their gaze on the humans before them. Galoo, Hansen gulped as he beheld a sea king whose eye was larger than his own, muttering, "This is a problem. Have we gone too far?" The crew members near the island naturally noticed the commotion and hurriedly emerged from the water, racing toward the beach. Then I shall not hold back. Lakio, eager to act even more than Reina, swung his meteor hammer directly at the nearest sea king. Gugwa. Before him stood a colossal sea king with a frog-like head. As Lakio's hammer struck, the frog let out a croak and opened its mouth, attempting to swallow the hammer. My meteor hammer is not so easily digested. Lakio chuckled mischievously as he coated the entire hammer with haki. The frog's tongue eventually made contact with the hammer, but it seemed evenly matched, as the tongue was repelled while Lakio's hammer gained no advantage. Rose dance. Vista was next to strike, wielding a sword in each hand. As he unleashed his attack, rose petals seemed to drift around him. Facing him was a gigantic eel-like sea king, which countered Bista's slash with a sweeping tail. With a loud cry, the tail of the enormous eel was completely severed by Bista, instantly staining the ocean with blood. The massive eel sea king immediately attempted to dive back into the depths to escape, but Bista would not allow it to flee. As he descended, he stepped on the severed tail and delivered 2 intersecting slashes at the gigantic eel. As Bista engaged, the others followed suit. Reina stepped onto Chavez's head and leaped toward the sea king he had selected. This creature resembled a brachiosaurus, and upon seeing the diminutive Reina approaching, it made no extra moves, simply opening its mouth to attempt to swallow him whole. Swish, Reina took a deep breath, drew his blade Muramesa, and just as the brachiosaurus sea king was about to devour him, he struck at its snout with a swift slice. Muramesa tore through the creature's skin and muscle as if encountering nothing, and the brachiosaurus sea king's nose was sliced open. In pain, the brachiosaurus sea king snapped its mouth shut and charged at Reina with its head. However, Reina utilized the creature's head as leverage, disregarding the impact, and delivered a decisive blow to its neck. Thud. With a resounding impact, the massive brachiosaurus head was severed, and Reina was caught mid-descent by the rushing Chavez, who returned him to his back. Who would have thought this fellow possessed such formidable force? The previous collision with the brachiosaurus sea king had not been in vain. Reina absorbed the impact energy, and as he struck the neck, he released the accumulated force, allowing him to effortlessly sever it. Otherwise, with Reina's swordsmanship, even wielding Muramesa, he would not possess the strength to cleave the creature's neck in one strike. The battle unfolded swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Aside from Marco, who was still pursuing a second sea king, the others had already dispatched their respective foes. When they returned to the island, the crew members were diligently salvaging the Sea Kings they had defeated. Although there were many of them, they certainly could not consume all of the Sea Kings. That day's competition yielded no clear victor, as it was somewhat difficult to compare results. Thus, Reina produced 2 gin of white wine and shared it with everyone at the banquet. "Father, this is the prey I have captured." As the cacophony of laughter echoed, Olga stood triumphantly on the carcass of a colossal Sea King, exclaiming with delight. This was the culmination of her deal with Marco, who had specifically hunted 2 Sea Kings for this occasion. The surplus meat from the Sea Kings was stored in the underground freezer on Sky Island, and thus, the grand feast commenced, surrounding the bonfire. The pirates sang joyfully, indulging in drinks while dancing a whimsical dance unknown to Reina, their spirits soaring high. Surprisingly, the evening's highlight was not the Sea King meat captured by Reina and his crew, but rather the 8 tigers brought back by JOZ.AS pirates. While the meat of Sea Kings was a rare delicacy, the flesh of tigers, terrestrial creatures, was an extraordinary treat that in fact, the entire tiger carcass was consumed, leaving only 8 skeletons behind. The tiger skins, expertly stripped by Reina, were fashioned into 8 regal tiger skin chairs, adorning the conference room aboard the Moby Dick. This creation was met with admiration, even eliciting a commendation from Whitebeard upon witnessing Reina's handiwork. "Haha, but unless we encounter a tiger of royal stature, these chairs hardly befit the dignity of our captain," Reina chuckled. Although Whitebeard was indeed tall, he had yet to reach his towering future height, making the ordinary tiger skin chairs suitable for him. However, they were still too humble for his esteemed position. "Fear not, old man. I shall hunt a tiger king for you in the future, and then we can ask the first mate for assistance in crafting something truly magnificent," Jaws declared, thumping his chest. "It's merely a few chairs. There's no need for such fuss. If you and the crew fancy it, we can hunt a few more tomorrow." Vista chimed in with a laugh and a shake of his head. Reina nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, and the meat of that creature tasted exquisite. We should preserve some. It would be perfect to replace all the chairs in the conference room with tiger skin ones." Originally, he intended for these tiger skin chairs to symbolize status, reserved solely for the ship's officers. However, recognizing that the Whitebeard pirates had yet to reach their pinnacle, he abandoned this notion. The festivities continued, with the pirates reveling in the celebration, their enthusiasm rivaling even their passion for treasure. During his time in this world, Reina had yet to encounter a pirate who did not relish a feast. On the 13th day of continuous attendance, Reina received his wage settlement, a base salary of 130 points, overtime pay of 300 million berries, and a treasure gift package containing a set of amber wine utensils. Though the exquisite amber set was a beautiful addition to his belongings, it did little to enhance his strength. His accumulated points now approached 30,000, with a mere 20,000 remaining to purchase a bloodline evolution scroll. However, he noted that with the passage of time, his proficiency in physical techniques had surpassed the halfway mark. Perhaps when he amassed 50,000 points, it would coincide with the need for an intermediate skill evolution scroll. A glance at the marketplace revealed that while the initial evolution scroll cost merely 1,000 points, the intermediate scroll skyrocketed to 10,000 points, a tenfold increase that left Reina feeling profoundly disheartened. As so far, his exchanges from the marketplace had yielded primarily mundane items, with few benefiting his prowess. He had initially hoped that the treasure gift package would provide something to enhance his abilities, but most offerings seemed to consist of precious everyday items, utterly unhelpful in augmenting his strength. Nevertheless, since this was merely the first attempt, Reina resolved to experiment further. Should every attempt yield similar results, the treasure mode would prove to be more of a time-consuming endeavor than a boon to his growth. "Reina, we are setting out to hunt tigers. Will you join us?" The following day, upon awakening, Jaws eagerly invited Reina to accompany him and a group of others in their tiger hunting expedition. Yet, Reina was not inclined to join. And after declining Jaws' invitation, he began sifting through the system-verified treasure maps, selecting the one with the highest rank. Chapter 63. The peculiar monkeys. With a resounding crash, the tavern door swung open, and a band of pirates swaggered in with audacity. Yet Reina, seated in the corner, paid them no mind. Ever since unearthing treasure on the deserted island, Reina had selected the highest-ranked treasure map to present to Whitebeard, hoping the crew would continue their quest for fortune. While Whitebeard held little interest in treasure, he understood that Reina required funds for the development of Sky Island. Otherwise, he would not have embarked on such an expedition. Thus, he did not refuse. After 3 days of sailing towards the treasure-esque location, they arrived at a small island. where the crew disembarked to rest for a day and procure some nautical supplies. "I apologize, but we have run out of drinks at our tavern," the slender innkeeper nervously informed the newly arrived pirates. "Out of drinks? Then what are they consuming?" At that moment, aside from Reina's table, several others were occupied by members of the Whitebeard pirates, who had indeed exhausted the tavern stock. "The drinks are all ours. What of it? Are you dissatisfied?" Hansen was the first to rise, addressing the pirate captain. "How dare you? Who do you think you are to speak to our captain in such a manner?" Before the pirate could finish his retort, Reina swiftly kicked him out of the tavern. "What is the point of conversing with such trash? Check if they have any bounties. If they do, package them up and present them to the innkeeper as our apology. Those without bounties shall be cast into the sea." Reina clapped his hands dismissively. He had little patience for those who hesitated to engage in conflict, deeming it a waste of time. True to his words, the pirates appeared taken aback. They had never encountered such boldness, where a disagreement led directly to violence without the customary exchange of threats or bounties. What was this? Were they being disregarded, just as the pirate captain prepared to draw his weapon in retaliation? All the patrons in the tavern stood up in unison. "Reina, aren't you being a bit of a spoilsport?" Marco remarked, narrowing his eyes in displeasure. "Spoilsport? There are greater spoils to be had. This matter is yours to handle. I am heading back to the ship. I have no desire to engage with these pathetic fools." With that, Reina strode out of the tavern, genuinely disinterested in the unfolding events. However, upon exiting the tavern, Reina did not return to the ship. Instead, he followed the winding road of the town to the mayor's residence. "Gulalala, the old man speaks truth. I shall take these children with me." The booming laughter of Whitebeard echoed from within, causing Reina to feel a headache coming on. The ranks of the Whitebeard pirates had swelled considerably, and it was evident that Whitebeard had no intention of forming an elite crew. Rather, he sought to bring aboard all unfortunate children, treating them as family at every port. He would take any orphans willing to join him onto the ship, welcoming them as his sons at this rate. "Big brother, we'll have to replace our ship," Reina remarked with a wry smile. The current Moby Dick was not the colossal vessel it would one day become. Its size was comparable to that of a standard Navy warship, with the crew's numbers already reaching double digits. It seemed only a matter of time before they exceeded 100. Gulalala. "Worry not, I will keep it in check," Whitebeard chuckled, patting Reina on the shoulder. After departing from the small island, following several days of sailing, they finally arrived at the location marked on the treasure map. However, this time, it was different. Upon reaching the burial site indicated on the map, they found not a single trace of treasure. Could this be a false treasure map? Jaws wiped the sweat from his brow, perplexed. Such laborious tasks are not easily forgotten. Reina mused, contemplating the treasure map in his hands, that it should not be false. He concluded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The treasure map was sanctioned by the system, indicating its authenticity. Yet, he speculated that some unforeseen circumstance had arisen. Either they had misplaced the location, or the treasure had been relocated. Just then, as they stood in confusion, a troop of monkeys suddenly surrounded them, chattering incessantly. "What are these monkeys surrounding us for?" Marco cast a disgruntled glance at the monkeys that had suddenly appeared around him and remarked, "I wonder if these monkeys are even edible." Hansen observed the monkeys, hesitating to take action, as they did not seem particularly appetizing. "Can't you stop thinking about food all the time?" Rainer said, exasperated. This fellow was nothing short of a glutton, always eager to eat whatever he saw. Could it be that this place is actually home to that group of monkeys? Bista pondered aloud. That is impossible. While there are some trees here, they hardly meet the monkeys' requirements for habitation. So this cannot be their home. Rainer shook his head, asserting, "Then why are they surrounding us? Surely they don't intend to attack," Hansen remarked, chuckling at the sight of the snarling monkeys. As soon as he finished speaking, the monkeys began to hurl stones at Rainer and the others. "Damn it, you jinx. Don't follow me next time, or you'll end up getting us killed," Rainer exclaimed, dodging the stones while carrying Olga. After deflecting the stones with his weapon, Hansen sheepishly smiled at Rainer, surprised by the turn of events. With a thundering sound, Jaws transformed into his diamond form and charged at the group of monkeys, the stones clanging harmlessly off him as he advanced. With a resounding crash, as Jaws toppled several large trees, the monkeys began to scatter in all directions. "Marco, follow that group of monkeys and see where they go. I suspect the treasure may have been taken by them," Rainer instructed Marco, who possessed the ability to fly. "Them?" Marco questioned, dubious of the idea that monkeys would have any use for treasure. Nevertheless, he did not object, spreading his arms to transform them into wings and soaring into the sky to observe the monkeys from above. "Let us go. Follow Marco," Rainer commanded, and the crew promptly moved in the direction Marco had taken. This treasure-seeking expedition included only Reina, Olga, Marco, Jaws, Bista, Hansen, and a dozen ordinary crew members. The rest chose to remain aboard the ship, uninterested in the treasure hunt. Is this a ruin? Reina said, following Marco into the clearing where the trees had vanished. Revealing an entrance to a structure, I saw the monkey troop enter from there. Marco pointed towards the entrance of the building. Interesting. Let us go in and eliminate any dangers inside that we can then have the doctor take a look. Perhaps he will make some discoveries, Reina declared with a smile. Thus, the group followed Reina into the entrance of the structure resembling a ruin. TSK. This place must have been quite impressive, Marco commented as he walked, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, judging by the architectural style and materials, the inhabitants of this place must have been quite affluent. Reina nodded in agreement. Marco's expression darkened. That was not the implication he intended. Just as Hansen was about to speak, Reina swiftly covered his mouth and said sternly, I told you to be quiet. Hansen pointed urgently behind Reina, seemingly wanting to convey something. When Reina turned around, he was met with the sight of countless monkeys emerging from all directions, surrounding them once more. This time, however, the monkeys were armed with sharp spears and bows instead of stones. Damn it. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Reina exclaimed, startled by the sudden ambush. It was utterly humiliating. Hansen cast a forlorn glance at Reina, wishing he had spoken up earlier. But could he have done so? It seems we cannot proceed without defeating this horde of monkeys, Reina said, cracking his knuckles with a mischievous grin. As the monkeys parted, an elderly white-haired monkey dressed in garments woven from branches and leaves approached, dancing and screeching in a peculiar manner. What is it doing? Is it provoking us? Reina asked, bewildered. It doesn't seem to be provoking us. Rather, it appears to be trying to intimidate us into leaving, Vista suggested after some contemplation. What does it think this is? Pirates do not leave a treasure trove empty-handed, Reina scoffed, preparing to take action. In the spirit of the adage, capture the leader before the followers, Reina charged directly at the elderly white monkey, who clearly appeared to be the leader of the troop. To Reina's surprise, the white-haired monkey did not evade his approach. It continued its dance, while the surrounding monkeys became agitated but were silenced by the elder's presence, refraining from attacking Reina. Could it be that it has some other intention? Noticing the lack of aggression, Reina halted before the white-haired monkey. Should we go back and fetch the doctor? He is a clever man and might know something, Marco suggested. That makes sense. Let us return and have the doctor come over, Reina agreed. Soon, a regular crew member retraced their steps to seek out Dr. Asai. Oddly enough, despite the many pathways, the monkeys obstructed their way, allowing only the path they had taken to remain unblocked. With no other choice, Reina and his companions settled down to await the arrival of Dr. Asai. Before long, Dr. Asai arrived, accompanied by Reikyo and Sachi. Evidently curious after hearing the reports from the returning crew member, Doctor, can you try to communicate with them? Reina approached Dr. Asai eagerly. Upon seeing Dr. Asai, the white-haired monkey resumed its dance, emitting a series of incomprehensible sounds. Are you saying we cannot proceed? Dr. Asai listened intently, and then tentatively asked the white-haired monkey. To everyone's astonishment, the monkey nodded affirmatively, indicating that was indeed the case. This revelation startled Reina and the others. What did this imply? It meant the monkey understood their words. Doctor, can you comprehend its speech? Reina asked, surprised that Dr. Asai had grasped the monkey's intent so quickly. No, I cannot understand it at all. Dr. Asai shook his head in response. Then how did you know it was telling us not to proceed? Reina queried, puzzled. I guessed. Dr. Asai calmly pointed at the monkeys blocking the passage. Everyone's expression darkened upon hearing Dr. Asai's response. Did this mean the white-haired monkey had been speaking in vain? What should we do now? Reina asked, his face contorted in frustration. What do you mean? What should we do? Dr. Asai looked at Reina, bewildered. If they're preventing us from entering. Reina pointed helplessly at the monkeys. Curiously, Dr. Asai regarded Reina and slowly asked, do you genuinely wish to enter? Reina nodded. After all, why would he be here if not to explore? If you want to go in, just go ahead. These monkeys shouldn't be able to stop you. Right? Ah, that's right. I can just go in. They can't stop us, Reina exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Nearby, the crew members fell to the ground, realizing that the entire time, Reina had been oblivious to the situation. The white-haired monkey seemed increasingly anxious, gesturing wildly. Are you saying there's danger inside, that we shouldn't go in? Dr. Asai continued to speculate. The white-haired monkey shook its head in denial. That I asked it because that's your home, which is why you won't let us in. Reina attempted to guess. The monkey shook its head again. Then you must give me a reason for not allowing us entry. Reina began to grow impatient. I'm sorry, I can't understand. Reina's lips twitched involuntarily. The monkey had indeed provided a reason, but alas, he could not comprehend it. What do we do now? Marco asked, appearing as if he had just woken up. Should we just force our way in? Let us not waste time here. You all stay back. I will go in and take a look first. After contemplating for a moment, Reina spoke. Upon hearing his words, the white-haired monkey realized that it was futile to prevent Reina any longer. The doctor let out a peculiar cry, and all the monkeys raised their weapons towards Reina, as if ready to strike should he attempt to force his way through. However, at that moment, strange sounds echoed from the passage. The rumbling grew louder, and the monkey horde began to screech restlessly, displaying signs of agitation. What is that sound? Reina pondered, taken aback. It seems something is rolling our way. Marco leaned in to listen for a moment and remarked. Just then, the white-haired monkey appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, bellowing a few commands to the monkey group, which immediately scattered in all directions, disappearing in an instant. What on earth? Reina and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the monkey's actions. Look! What is that? At that moment, the noise from the passage intensified, and soon, several massive spherical stones rolled into view. Roar! As the stone spheres emerged from the passage, they gradually unfolded, transforming into colossal stone figures that let out a series of roars directed at Reina and his companions. Stone figures? Reina gazed in astonishment at the unexpected scene before him, upon witnessing the emergence of the stone figures. The white-haired monkey, which had not fled, let out a few loud cries before leaping behind Reina, incessantly chattering while pointing towards a passage. You want me to take this passage? This time, Reina began to grasp the white-haired monkey's intentions and inquired. The monkey nodded vigorously, urging Reina forward, seemingly eager for him to proceed without delay. However, Reina remained composed, turning to Dr. Axie and saying, Doctor, something feels amiss here. Please escort Olga back outside the ruins while we investigate further. Dr. Axie nodded, and despite Olga's reluctance, she retreated outside with several ordinary crew members for protection. Boom! As they conversed, the stone figures charged forward, but were met with a powerful punch from George, shattering one of the stone beings into rubble. Yet, remarkably, the fragments began to coalesce once more, reforming into a new stone figure. George, you handle this, Reina commanded, instructing him to keep the stone figures occupied while he and Marco pressed forward towards the passage indicated by the white-haired monkey. Upon entering the passage, guided by the monkey, they advanced swiftly, diligently following its directions at each junction. Nevertheless, Reina discreetly marked their path, ensuring they would not lose their way within the ruins should any misfortune arise. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally emerged from the labyrinthine corridor into a resplendent hall. The entire chamber was illuminated by torches lining the walls, revealing not only murals but also peculiar carvings adorning the surrounding pillars. In the center stood a mound of gold, surrounded by numerous white bones, most likely belonging to pirates, as indicated by the remnants of clothing and equipment scattered about. Wow, so this is where the treasure lies. The gold here must be worth at least 100 or 200 million berries, exclaimed Lackey, gazing in astonishment at the mountainous pile of riches. What did you bring us here for? Reina inquired. Puzzled, could it be that the white-haired monkey merely intended to lead them to treasure? Surely it could not be so simple. Indeed, as Reina's words fell, the monkey bared its teeth at the pile of treasures, as if something significant lay within. Haha, you still haven't given up. A shadow emerged atop the treasure, its tone dripping with disdain. The white-haired monkey seemed to regard the shadow with trepidation, baring its teeth while retreating a few paces in palpable fear. Who are you? Reina asked, curiosity piqued. Ignorant fools, it appears you are merely another batch of unfortunate souls lured by the treasure. I am the king of this domain, Cyril Willis. Silly mortals, become my slaves. The shadow materialized from the gloom atop the treasure and revealed itself as a well-dressed monkey wielding a scepter. Pfft, a monkey? How audacious. The ordinary crew members who had followed Reina burst into laughter at the self-proclaimed king, Cyril Willis. Humph, insolence, Cyril Willis declared, slamming his scepter against the ground, summoning the very stone figures they had encountered earlier. This development heightened Reina and his companion's vigilance. Initially, he had thought the adversary was akin to Chopper, merely a talking monkey due to having consumed a human fruit. However, it became evident that this foe could command the stone figures, suggesting a peculiar power. Marco, go ahead and test him. Reina signaled to Marco, urging him to strike first. Marco rolled his eyes but nevertheless charged towards the opponent. Yet, it seemed Ciro Willis was well prepared as Marco advanced. He waved his scepter, causing a stone figure to immediately block Marco's path, thwarting his attack. These stone figures are sturdier than the previous ones, Marco thought, surprised that his kick had failed to shatter the obstruction. Regardless, if they desired the treasure, they needed to subdue their adversary first, Reina declared resolutely. Thus, everyone launched their attacks, but these stone figures proved significantly more formidable. Even Reina found himself unable to shatter them with a single punch. Haha, seize them all. These individuals possess considerable strength. Transforming them into new stone figures will enhance their power. Ciro Willis laughed heartily, retreating to the pinnacle of the treasure mound while commanding the stone figures to assault Reina and his companions. What a troublesome foe, Reina observed, noting that several ordinary crew members had already fallen to the stone figures. Consequently, he enveloped his arms in haki and launched another strike against the stone beings. Reina, these stone figures must be under that guy's control. We'll handle this. You go subdue him. Bista, having cleaved a stone figure into pieces, created an opening and shouted to Reina. All right, leave it to me. Reina kicked a stone figure in the head, utilizing the rebound to propel himself towards the monkey atop the treasure. Seeing this, Ciro Willis showed no intention of fleeing. Instead, he raised his scepter and bellowed at Reina. Become stone. A beam of light shot towards Reina, who, in shock, executed a spin to evade the beam, landing safely on the ground. The beam, originally aimed at Reina, struck an ordinary crew member who began to petrify before their very eyes, ultimately transforming into a stone figure. The surrounding debris began to coalesce around the now stone crew member, completing its transformation. Damn it! Reina felt a chill run down his spine. Had that beam struck him, he would have surely been petrified. Although the power of the Black King allowed him to absorb any form of energy, it could only absorb direct damage. He could not absorb petrification abilities. Activate Sharingan. To be safe, Reina activated the Sharingan. Unwilling to become a stone figure in this place, Marco and the others, witnessing the recent events, grew increasingly cautious. Oh ho ho ho. How does it feel? Are you overwhelmed by my might? But wait, there's more fun in store for you. Come forth, my most loyal servant. Ciro Willis began to rapidly wave his scepter. As he did so, the gold beneath him began to tremble violently. Before long, all the gold seemed to liquefy and then reassemble into a colossal golden figure. With Ciro Willis standing atop its head, looking down at Reina and the others with contempt. Chapter 65, The Power of Unity. What the hell is this? After being repelled by the golden giant once more, Reina muttered in frustration, feeling humiliated to be chased by a monkey. Oh ho ho ho. Give up, humans. Become my slaves. Ciro Willis, standing atop the golden giant, laughed mockingly at Reina. It seemed that unless he demonstrated some true power, he would indeed be underestimated. Reina ceased his flight, turning to deliver a punch towards the golden giant, who regarded Reina's assault with utter disdain. Although Reina's previous attacks had been formidable, the golden giant was not a true biological entity, thus remaining impervious to Reina's strikes. However, following their clash, the golden giant appeared unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. This was because Reina had absorbed the impact of the golden giant's punch, seizing the opportunity to leap onto the giant's arm. Racing towards the head of Ciro Willis. Had I not warned you? It is futile. Observing the situation, Ciro Willis waved his staff, causing the golden giant's head to seemingly melt, enveloping him inside. Reina had once attempted to utilize this method to incapacitate Ciro Willis. But once he hid within the golden giant, he found himself at a loss. Is that so? This time, however, things were different. With a powerful leap, Reina positioned himself atop the golden giant's shoulder, delivering a kick to its head. This time, in addition to his own strength, he unleashed the energy he had previously absorbed. With a resounding crunch, Reina's kick deformed the golden giant's cheek, and with the release of his energy, the giant's head felt as though it might explode. That fellow has significantly augmented his strength, Marco remarked, observing Reina's assault. Previously, they had all attempted to attack the golden giant, yet even Bista was only able to inflict minor injuries, unable to reach Ciro Willis, who remained ensconced within the giant's head. Crack. Die. Reina roared in fury, feeling the surge of energy within him, concentrating it in his legs before releasing it in a devastating blow. Boom. The golden giant's half-face was obliterated by Reina's kick, revealing a shocked Ciro Willis within. Ciro Willis gazed at Reina in disbelief, shaken by the recent attack. I must express my gratitude. After so long in development, I have finally discovered my own technique. Reina gasped, a smile illuminating his face. His previous battles had relied on the powers of the Black Emperor and the Sharingan, and while he now possessed the abilities of observation and armament haki, he felt an absence of explosive techniques, not the crude method of the Black Emperor, which recklessly released energy, but rather a controlled technique that belonged solely to him. Thus, while training his physical skills in the Black Emperor's abilities, Reina endeavored to master the energy within him and release it according to his own design. Yet, despite his efforts, he always felt he was just short of achieving his goal, although he could sense and manipulate the energy within him. When it came to battle, the energy released according to his intentions never met his expectations. Just now, however, he experienced a profound sense of clarity, allowing the energy within him to flow along a specific path to his foot, gathering and then releasing it simultaneously, resulting in an explosive force that rivaled the intensity of his maximum energy release. But it is noteworthy that he had only absorbed the impact of a single punch from the Golden Giant, which theoretically should not have yielded such power. If he were to utilize the same release method upon reaching his limits, the power of his attacks would multiply, causing even greater destruction. This was the energy explosion method he had long sought to develop. Differing from his previous approach of merely releasing as much energy as he absorbed, to illustrate, if he absorbed 100 units of energy and released it all at once, the resultant destruction might only amount to 90 or 80 units due to inherent wastage. Furthermore, this energy was not truly his, it merely resided temporarily within him, making it challenging to wield. However, the situation had changed. By employing the release method he had just discovered, he absorbed only 30 units of energy. Yet the resulting destruction reached 80 or even 90 units, comparable to the power of his full energy release. Thus, if he were to absorb 100 units of energy, theoretically, he could unleash over 290 units of destructive power, signifying a remarkable enhancement. With this newfound ability, especially one he had developed himself, Reina was elated. Since he had succeeded with his feet, surely he could replicate the feat with his fists, mimicking his earlier approach. Reina concentrated energy in his hands, not releasing it immediately, but instead gathering a significant amount before striking the Golden Giant's shoulder below. Boom! Crash! Indeed, this time Reina's punch unleashed an extraordinary force, creating a dent in the Golden Giant's shoulder. As this technique was a product of gathered energy, he aptly named it Concentrated Strike. Reina beamed at the fleeing Zero Willis, still attempting to escape. Meet your demise. With a swift motion, Reina charged towards Zero Willis. Startled, Zero Willis instinctively raised his staff to block the incoming attack. Crack! Reina's fist collided with the staff, shattering it into fragments. The moment Zero Willis's staff shattered, all the stone figures and the Golden Giant ceased their movements. Clatter! The stone figures crumbled into debris, while the crew members previously transformed by Zero Willis's staff reverted to their human forms, lying on the ground in a state of uncertainty. Among the fallen stone figures were several pirates, and surprisingly, some appeared to be monkeys. The towering Golden Giant melted, transforming into a puddle of golden liquid before rapidly cooling into an irregular mass of gold. Suddenly, the white-haired monkey that had vanished at the beginning of the battle reappeared, darting forward to scoop up a robust white-haired monkey that had fallen from the stone figures. You scoundrel! You dared to shatter my staff! Zero Willis seethed with hatred, glaring at Reina as he collapsed beside him. Reina was taken aback. He had assumed such power belonged to Zero Willis himself, only to realize it was the staff's ability. Was that the power of the staff? Reina slowly turned to face the furious Zero Willis, inquiring. Indeed, this place was once a kingdom of humans, ruled by a sorcerer who possessed the ability to turn living beings into slaves. He dominated this realm with that power until he was betrayed, having his staff stolen and suffering severe injuries. In his dying moments, he unleashed his formidable magic to obliterate this place. Zero Willis slowly rose from the ground, explaining. How do you know this? Reina asked, intrigued. You need not concern yourself with such matters, for today you will all perish here. Zero Willis bellowed, his form beginning to shift into that of a colossal ape. Ew! The transformed Zero Willis roared, pounding his chest with his massive arms. He is indeed a devil fruit user? A Zoan type? Or was he originally an ape that consumed a human fruit, with the stone figures no longer restraining him? Marco swiftly descended beside Reina. Regardless of what he is, I must eliminate him for destroying such a vital artifact. Reina focused intently on Zero Willis, activating his Sharingan. That staff possessed immense power, akin to a magical artifact. And yet, what was the outcome? It was destroyed due to Ciro Willis's failure to provide clarity. Had Reina known, he would have never shattered that staff. That wasn't it you who destroyed it. Hansen, appearing puzzled, approached Reina. Oblivious to the danger. Boom! Reina kicked Hansen away, charging into battle against the now colossal Ciro Willis. Moments later, a battered Ciro Willis lay on the ground, unable to move. You insolent wretch! You dared to ruin my magical artifact. Reina spat disdainfully at the incapacitated Ciro Willis. Ciro Willis's lips twitched before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Kill me. Upon awakening, Ciro Willis calmly addressed the elder white-haired monkey. The white-haired monkey chattered animatedly at Ciro Willis, but he turned his head away, ignoring it. What is happening? At last, the tardy Jaws discovered Reina and others encircled by a troop of monkeys, bewildered by the scene before him. I was once a member of that monkey troop. By chance, I came across a peculiar fruit, only to later learn it was what you refer to as the devil fruit. Not only could it transform me into a humanoid form, but it also granted me the ability to become a colossal ape. To my astonishment, the fallen Ciro Willis began to recount his past. You didn't consume the ape fruit, did you? Or perhaps you actually ingested the human fruit? Reina queried, astonished by Ciro Willis's words. Does it truly matter? Ciro Willis replied with a bitter smile. Eventually, I uncovered this ruin, and from the murals within, I learned the truth behind the destruction of this human kingdom. Following various clues, I indeed discovered the scepter buried among the treasures. So, you began to use the scepter to enslave your kin. Reina interjected. Ciro Willis cast a sidelong glance at Reina and stated, that scepter possesses the power to manipulate hearts. It magnifies even the slightest malevolence within you, ultimately leading to your own demise. Now, as my life draws to a close, and the scepter lies shattered by your hand, I beseech you to spare my brethren. Rest assured, our intentions are solely to procure treasure, not to harm the monkeys. Reina scoffed. Following Ciro Willis's final words, he closed his eyes. The monkey troop, accompanied by the robust white-haired monkey rescued by the elder, departed. Before leaving, the elder monkey bowed in gratitude to Reina and the others. Reina, however, gazed at the massive lump of gold with concern, pondering how to transport it. Chapter 66. Evading the Navy. So it was true. The murals indeed chronicled the existence of that bygone kingdom. Once assured of the absence of danger within the ruin, Dr. Axie commenced his research. Yet, being a scientist rather than a historian, he yielded little of value. The only assistance he offered Reina was the suggestion to melt the gold at high temperatures and divide it into smaller portions for transport. However, this considerably diminished its original worth. After all, the distinction between antique golden ornaments and gold bars is substantial. Frustrated, Reina briefly contemplated abandoning the idea of selling it altogether, considering instead crafting something for the Sky Island. But he ultimately deemed that too extravagant and relinquished the notion. Nevertheless, as the night wore on, the system acknowledged Reina's completion of the treasure hunting task, rewarding him with a treasure package upon settling his wages for the day. Congratulations on reaching the 21st day of consecutive check-ins. Today's wage settlement. You have received a base salary, 210 points overtime pay, Navy 6-style random scroll exchange voucher treasure package, Golden Triad. The Golden Triad, compared to the Navy 6-style scroll exchange voucher, Reina was evidently more intrigued by the treasure package. However, when he beheld the items in his inventory, golden earrings, a golden bracelet, and a golden necklace, he was utterly disheartened. What the hell? I'm not getting married. What use do I have for these? Upon confirming that the so-called Golden Triad consisted merely of ordinary gold products, Reina nearly lost his temper. Congratulations, you have obtained the Navy 6-style Moonwalk Scroll too. Utilizing the Navy 6-style random scroll exchange voucher finally brought Reina a sliver of comfort, as it was the Moonwalk Scroll he had long desired. Moreover, he discovered that the previous Moonwalk Scroll, in his inventory had transformed into Moonwalk Scroll 23, indicating he was merely one scroll away from mastering this skill. The following morning, after hearing of the monkey's extraordinary abilities within the ruins, Newgate made a point to visit the site. However, upon his arrival, he found that Ciro Willis had already passed, and thus could only observe the murals within the ruins. After a day of recuperation on the island, the pirate crew set sail once more. This time, Reina refrained from suggesting further treasure hunting, as he felt a sense of disappointment regarding the treasure package, which seemed unlikely to yield items that could enhance their strength, merely mundane supplies. Conversely, Whitebeard and the others expressed newfound interest in treasure hunting, particularly Whitebeard himself, who was somewhat displeased at having missed the previous day's adventure. Our ship already possesses considerable riches. We should seek a larger location to exchange our treasures. Purchasing materials for constructing the Sky Island, along with the instruments and research materials required by the doctor. When Hansen approached Reina to request a treasure map, Reina promptly declined, although the navigator still had a treasure map. The crew believed Reina had already taken the best portion, making it preferable to acquire a map from him if they were to hunt for treasure. Just as Hansen was about to speak further, Reina's transponder snail began to ring. "Hello, this is Reina. First mate, this is the Sky Island lookout that we have spotted a Navy warship at 1 o'clock. Understood. Is it the flag of the Navy headquarters or a division?" Reina yawned, inquiring, "It appears to be a ship from the Navy headquarters. There are no division numbers on the sails. All right, I will inform the helmsman and navigator to steer clear." Reina hung up the call and made his way to the deck. Where the navigator and Jaws were present, he relayed the message from the Sky Island, cautioning them to avoid the Navy's direction. "With the Sky Island at our disposal, we hold all the advantages. It's truly convenient. Now we are the ones who can launch ambushes. No one can catch us off guard." Lockheed chuckled at Reina's words. "Let us not grow complacent. There are still times when they may remain unaware." Reina cautioned, shaking his head. Lockheed nodded. The world was still rife with inexplicable tactics, and even with the Sky Island's surveillance capabilities, absolute safety was not guaranteed. As Reina and the others altered course to evade the Navy. Aboard the Navy warship, Zifa gazed curiously at the distant island, questioning, "Is the information accurate? Was it not stated that we would encounter them before reaching this island?" Theoretically, that should be the case, according to the intel from headquarters. "They should indeed be traversing this route," Caledon replied, equally perplexed. "Confirm with headquarters to ascertain their whereabouts. We shall dock and rest." Zifa frowned. Shaking his head, he had set out to intercept the Whitebeard pirate crew after headquarters confirmed their route, only to find that he had failed to encounter them. Shortly thereafter, Caledon approached Zifa, saying, "Sir, I have confirmed with headquarters that the Whitebeard pirate crew has already arrived at Rose Island. We have missed them." "What? We actually missed them?" Zifa exclaimed, taken aback. It was known that this was the latter half of the Grand Line, where routes were largely fixed, and everyone relied on record pointers for navigation, unless unforeseen circumstances arose, such as storms or other natural disasters. Deviations from the course were rare. The Whitebeard pirate crew, being highly active in the latter half of the Grand Line, should not have made such an error. Why did both parties miss each other? This question left Zifa in a state of confusion. In that case, relay the order to set sail immediately for Rose Island. Zifa downed the rum before him in one gulp and rose to his feet. "Understood." Caledon bowed before promptly notifying the subordinate Navy to prepare for departure. Meanwhile, having evaded the Navy, the Whitebeard pirate crew arrived at the next island, Rose Island, where they were procuring navigational supplies. "Brother, do you know Roger?" Reina inquired, sitting beside Whitebeard in a tavern, sharing a drink. "Roger? I have encountered him a few times." "Why do you ask?" Newgate replied, turning to Reina. "Just curious. What are your thoughts on him?" Reina asked with a grin. "Roger is a monster." Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the tavern, disrupting Whitebeard's reminiscence. "What is happening?" Reina and Newgate simultaneously glanced outside. "I'll go take a look." Hansen, ever eager for excitement, immediately stood up and headed for the tavern's entrance. "Wait for me. I want to join you," Olga exclaimed, leaping from her seat to follow Hansen. "Such a child," Reina chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "They are still children at heart." Newgate appeared to be struck by a humorous remark from Reiner, erupting into loud laughter. After a short while, Hansen and Olga returned to the tavern, looking rather disheartened. Upon seeing their demeanor, Reiner inferred that the situation must not have been particularly thrilling. That it turned out to be a lost merman who had been mistaken for a monster by the villagers, and had since fled in fright. Before anyone could inquire, Hansen shrugged and spoke. "A merman? How could they possibly show up here? Those fellows are not to be trifled with. Can it be that they fear mere villagers?" The crew began to murmur among themselves, yet both Reiner and Newgate remained silent, simply savoring their drinks. Mermen. When it comes to mermen, Reiner's mind immediately conjured the image of one of the future 7 warlords, Jinbei. Furthermore, it seemed that he had a commendable relationship with the Whitebeard pirates, as Whitebeard also appeared to maintain a favorable rapport with Fishman Island. However, when Reiner glanced at Newgate, he noticed an extraordinary calmness. As if the appearance of the merman had not stirred any emotions within him. "Brother, shall we go rescue that merman?" Reina tentatively inquired. Why would we go out of our way to do that?" Newgate responded with a look of surprise directed at Reina. Realization struck Reina. At this point in time, Whitebeard had yet to forge a friendship with Neptune of Fishman Island, and thus held no particular concern for the mermen. Isn't that just a merman? They can serve as laborers under normal circumstances and, in dire times, could even be utilized as emergency food. Isn't that rather clever? Reina chuckled. Wow, Reina, are you some kind of devil? Mermen are sentient beings too. You actually consider eating one? Olga interjected, her expression shifting to one of horror as she pointed accusingly at Reina. Yes, first mate. Are you perhaps being too heartless? What if it turns out to be a mermaid? Would you still consume her? Laughter erupted among the crew, who recognized the teasing undertone in Reina's words, while Olga seemed somewhat perplexed, having missed the jest. Hey Reina, you can't be serious, right? Olga tilted her head, contemplating before asking. Gulalala, this guy doesn't even easily resort to lethal force against the Marines. Do you really think you would harm an innocent merman? Newgate, unable to contain his amusement at Olga's naivety, burst into laughter. Reina merely shook his head with a chuckle, not taking Whitebeard's words to heart. He simply preferred not to kill indiscriminately, but he would never show mercy to those who truly deserved it. Ordinary Marines were merely adversaries. There was no compelling reason to kill them, especially since Zephyr had spared him several times in the past. However, just as they were enjoying their banter, the tavern doors swung open once more, and a group of pirates entered. The foremost pirate, impressively tall and adorned with a horned helmet, had a diminutive companion perched atop his left shoulder. Reina furrowed his brow. This individual seemed vaguely familiar. Whitebeard. The newly arrived pirate's eyes widened in astonishment upon spotting Whitebeard. Newgate also seemed taken aback, surprised to encounter an acquaintance in this place. Ha! What a twist of fate to run into you on such a small island. The burly man referred to as Ward laughed heartily. What? Brother? Do you know him? Reina, now at ease upon recognizing a friend of Whitebeard, casually remarked. Bondi Ward, captain of the Ward pirates. A mere lunatic, Whitebeard scoffed, casting a glance at Bondi Ward. Ha! Whitebeard, as a formidable foe, isn't it only natural to eliminate anything that stands in my way? Bondi Ward proclaimed with a booming laugh. Is that so? If you can indeed manage it, then by all means. Give it a try, Whitebeard retorted with an air of dominance. For reasons unknown, perhaps out of respect for Whitebeard's might, Bondi Ward exhibited no intent to engage in battle, instead opting to find a seat and order food and drink. Let us go. Everything is prepared, and it's time for us to set sail, Whitebeard declared, downing the contents of his cup in one gulp. It seemed that Ward's presence had dampened his spirits. Reina nodded and beckoned his companions to rise and depart. Once outside the tavern, Reina curiously inquired, Brother, who was that person? Is he strong? Quite capable. He wields the power of the Momo fruit. We've crossed paths a few times. And he's a fellow who fights indiscriminately. Whitebeard replied with a hint of disdain. The Momo fruit. You mean the fruit that can enlarge the size and speed of any object it touches? Reina pondered aloud. Oh, you actually know about it? Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Reina was familiar with the Momo fruit. Yes, I heard about it previously. Reina stroked his chin, recalling the individual in question. It appeared he was a character from a movie, possessing considerable strength. Yet, it seemed Ward was wary of Whitebeard's power and had chosen not to act against them, since no conflict had arisen. Reina felt no need to dwell on it. Before long, preparations were complete, and just as they were about to set sail, a Navy warship approached rapidly. Although the Sky Island had not descended, the pirate ship had docked for a rest, leaving the crew on the Sky Island unaware of the impending naval vessel's approach. Old man, it's the warship of Navy hero Karp, Marco informed Whitebeard with a serious expression. That guy Karp, there's no avoiding it. Since we've encountered him, we must prepare for battle, Whitebeard shouted, seizing his naginata. All crew members, return to your stations and prepare for combat. Reina also used a transponder snail to alert the Sky Island to be ready. Waha! Newgate, I didn't expect to run into you here, Karp bellowed from the bow of his ship, his gaze fixed on Whitebeard. Karp, you rascal, why are you here instead of pursuing Roger? Whitebeard responded, a smile gracing his face. Ha! I merely encountered a villain, so I thought I'd capture him before going after Roger. Garp replied nonchalantly to At that moment. Reina realized that the earlier encounter with Bondi Ward made sense. No wonder the latter had not attacked them. He was evidently being pursued by Garp. It was likely that Garp had spotted their pirate ship along the coast and had come specifically for them. We've been deceived, Reiner muttered in annoyance. Gulalala, is that so? Then does Garp intend to fight us? Whitebeard inquired, maintaining his gaze on Garp. Of course. I'm a Navy man, and you are a pirate. Newgate, it would be quite the achievement to capture you and take you back to Impel Down. Garp nodded earnestly. Hey, Navy over there. The target you're seeking is on the small island. If you hurry, you might still catch him. Reiner suddenly interjected, standing beside Whitebeard. Garp looked puzzled, glancing at Reiner before realization dawned upon him. Red-eyed Reiner, Zephyr often speaks of you. So, you have indeed returned to the Whitebeard pirates. Last time it was Zephyr and Sengoku who acted unfairly. Garp, this time you are alone, although you are hailed as a hero of the Navy. Facing us, the Whitebeard pirates, you stand no chance. Now, if we leave, you can continue your pursuit. How does that sound? Reiner asked with a smile. Newgate, are you considering backing down? Garp disregarded Reiner's words, instead calling out to Whitebeard. You bastard! Reiner recognized that this matter could not simply be brushed aside. Otherwise, how could the Whitebeard pirates maintain their reputation on the seas? Sure enough, Whitebeard's expression hardened as he shouted at Garp. If you seek battle, then I shall oblige. Then you best be cautious. Garp beckoned to a soldier behind him, who brought forth a cannonball. Swoosh. Garp hurled the cannonball directly at Whitebeard. Seeing this, Reiner stepped forward, positioning himself to intercept the projectile. What? Are you considering joining the Whitebeard pirates? We'll gladly accept this cannonball. As Reiner made contact with the cannonball, it fell effortlessly into his grasp, appearing as if Garp had intentionally delivered it to him. Is this your ability, little fellow? Let me see how many you can catch. Bring me more cannonballs. Garp grinned, his lips curling upward. Soon, a naval soldier wheeled out a cart laden with cannonballs behind him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless cannonballs were tossed one by Garp. Is this guy a lunatic? To think one could hurl cannonballs with bare hands consecutively. A change washed over Lena's countenance as he gritted his teeth and spoke. Although he was aware of Karp's formidable abilities, witnessing it firsthand was a stark contrast to merely viewing in anime. Moreover, the Karp of the present was undoubtedly at the zenith of his prowess. The distance between their two vessels, though not extensive, was akin to the effective range of conventional artillery. Yet, the cannonballs Karp tossed with his bare hands traveled swifter than those discharged from cannons, exhibiting a remarkable precision. Ha ha ha! Whitebeard bellowed with laughter, thrusting his naginata into the ground. A transparent energy ring materialized above his left hand, and he unleashed a powerful punch toward the Navy ship. The space before them shattered like glass, and the cannonballs still suspended in the air erupted as if struck by an unseen force. Such trivial antics from Karp should be kept at bay. Let us get serious, Whitebeard declared earnestly. He had witnessed Karp unleash his full might back at God Valley, where even the formidable Captain Rocks had fallen to Karp's strength. As the two ships inched closer, Lena could distinctly make out Karp's features. The youthful Karp radiated an even more intense aura than his future self, his muscular frame exuding an overwhelming explosive power. Men, crush them, Whitebeard commanded from the bow of the ship. Waving his naginata, all crew members followed Lena as they leaped toward the Navy vessel. Ha ha ha! Newgate, die here today. Karp's gaze sharpened, and he launched a punch toward Whitebeard. With a thunderous impact, Whitebeard's naginata met Karp's fist, and the resulting shockwave fractured the sturdy hull of the Navy ship. This is dire. Everyone, distance yourselves from the clash between my brother and Karp. Marco, take your men to the rear and disable the ship's helm. Vista, return to assist Jozu in guarding our vessel. Reikio, Sachi, Hansen, follow me as we charge forward. Lena commanded while engaging in battle. Understood. Marco nodded, leaping into the air, his arms transforming into the wings of a phoenix as he soared toward the rear of the Navy ship. Vista also nodded, jumping back to the pirate ship. Where do you think you're going? Marco was intercepted mid-air by a swordsman clad in Navy attire. Your opponent is here. Do not stray. Lena intercepted the swordsman's attack aimed at Marco, absorbing the force of the strike. Troublesome indeed. Karp's lieutenant, Picado, adjusted his hat and remarked softly as he observed Lena. He had just felt the shock of his attack fail to connect, leaving him astonished by the sensation of striking yet achieving no impact. Ha ha! I am more than just a nuisance. Sharingan. Activate. Reina smiled faintly as he unleashed his Sharingan. Such peculiar abilities continue to emerge, Picado noted, his demeanor shifting to one of caution upon seeing Reina's eyes turn crimson. He was already aware of some of Reina's powers from the headquarters. Aside from the damage-absorbing ability, the activation of Reina's red eyes seemed to grant him a formidable insight, allowing him to perceive his opponent's every move. Picado vanished from sight, reappearing before Reina in an instant, his sword aimed at Reina's chest. The Navy had long studied the capabilities of Reina's eyes, if one could move swiftly enough to outpace Reina's response. Then even if he saw the attack, it would be inconsequential. Clang. Picado's armed arm, now enveloped in haki, blocked Reina's chest. Earlier, Reina had absorbed some of the kinetic energy from the cannonballs Karp had hurled. And the earlier defense against Marco's attack had also been absorbed. Thus, to be prudent, he had activated his haki. Your speed is impressive, yet it cannot deceive my Sharingan. Experience my concentrated attack, whip kick. Reina executed a kick aimed at Picado, who found it challenging to evade due to the proximity, forcing him to block Reina's kick with his sword. Boom. Upon impact, an immense force propelled Picado away, sending him crashing into the ship's cabin. Come forth. Such an attack should not be lethal, Reina remarked coolly, observing the shattered cabin. Cough, cough. Indeed, Picado gradually emerged from the wreckage, his hat missing, his gray suit tattered, and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although Reina had not absorbed energy to its limits, he had utilized over half of it, deploying his newly developed concentrated technique, resulting in considerable destructive power. To think he is an 8 million bounty pirate. It seems I underestimated you. Picado, discarding his justice cloak, squinted as he spoke. Heh, give it your best shot, Reina replied with a light chuckle, as long as his opponent did not unleash energy exceeding his absorption threshold. He would remain in an advantageous position. Without further ado, Picado responded to Reina's taunt with a sudden assault. Too swift, Reina perceived the trajectory of Picado's attack through his Sharingan, yet his body failed to react in time, resulting in a glancing blow that inflicted minimal damage. No. Reina's expression shifted as he realized Picado's intent. Swoosh, a slash tore through Reina's garment, leaving a crimson mark upon his shoulder. Chapter 68. Self-recognition having exited the battle zone. Reina grimaced at the panting Picado. The latter's strategy against him was straightforward. Employ rapid slashes at close range to inflict damage until reaching Reina's absorption limit. Prior to that, he avoided any direct contact, ensuring Reina could not release the energy even upon realizing he had reached his limit. Think you possess such a tactic? I have underestimated this world. Reina observed the wound on his shoulder, speaking softly. However, since you did not sever my neck then, you have lost your opportunity. Is that so? Picado vanished once more, seemingly intent on employing the same method again. I told you, you will not have another chance. Reina struck the ship's deck with a fist, releasing all the energy he had absorbed. Boom! The ship's deck shattered beneath Reina's blow, scattering debris that obstructed Picado's line of sight and hindered his attack. I found you, Picado gasped, startled to discover Reina had inexplicably appeared beside him, clad only in shorts. Concentrated attack. Elbow strike. Thud. Reina's elbow struck Picado's chest, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing forth as he crashed into the ship's cabin. This time, Reina did not linger outside. He took a decisive step and charged into the cabin. Bang! Bang! Picado had barely risen from the debris when Reina's attacks commenced. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, shattering the surrounding wooden walls. While attacking, Reina absorbed energy and seized opportunities to release it, delivering heavy blows to Picado. However, he discovered that his concentrated attack could not be executed amidst the rapid pace of battle. Because the energy required specific pathways to be gathered, Reina found it impossible to concentrate while engaged in such swift combat. Realizing his mastery of the technique was still inadequate and requiring further practice. Picado, on the other hand, suffered considerably. While Reina could absorb energy during combat, he had to endure the damage directly. Despite being superior in both physical and swordsmanship skills, he remained suppressed by Reina in the fray. Boom! The two figures soared from the cabin, quickly separating. Clad only in shorts, Reina wore a smile as he regarded Picado, though his arms trembled slightly, the previous battle having drained his stamina. Meanwhile, Picado was covered in wounds, panting heavily as he fixed his gaze on Reina. Cough, cough. It seems the headquarters underestimated your bounty. I have truly misjudged you. Picado coughed blood and nonchalantly wiped it away. Reina, are you unharmed? The helm has been destroyed. Marco descended from above, observing Reina's scant attire. "Rest assured, I am fine. Let us retreat." Reina chuckled softly, then turned and leaped toward the pirate ship without hesitation. Bakado watched Reina depart, feeling utterly powerless to pursue him. If the other party was determined to kill him, he might very well meet his demise today. Upon returning to the pirate ship, Reina discovered that the Navy had already been dispatched by Jaws and Bista, prompting him to don his weighted suit once more from his inventory. "Captain, they truly have engaged in battle on the island," the vice-captain of the Ward pirate crew, Binjak, remarked with a smile to Bondywald. "We should set sail as well." Bondywald glanced at the fierce clash between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates before turning away. Meanwhile, back on the ship, Reina quickly assessed the state of the pirate vessel before hastening to the bow. "Vice Admiral Cap, if your aide does not receive treatment soon, he may not be able to hold on any longer," Reina shouted toward the ongoing battle involving Whitebeard and Cap. Boom! After a clash between their glaive and fists, the two combatants separated. "Humph, Newgate, it seems fortune is on your side this time," Cap remarked, casting a glance at Bakado, who was being supported by soldiers, before addressing Whitebeard. "Gura, Cap, should you wish to capture me, I shall be ready at any moment." Whitebeard bellowed with laughter as he returned to his pirate ship. Once the dust settled, Reina realized that not only was the pirate ship damaged, but nearly all the crew members, aside from himself and Marco, bore injuries. Cap's ship was not solely manned by him and his aide. It also boasted several formidable officers whose prowess could rival Marco and the others. Thus, Reina found himself exceedingly busy, not only assisting Marco in treating the injured crew, but also directing them in the repair of the Moby Dick. Unbeknownst to them, while they were embroiled in battle with the Navy, the Ward pirate crew had quietly retreated from the opposite side of the island. Shortly after setting sail, they encountered Zifa, who was pursuing the Whitebeard pirates, resulting in a fierce confrontation that ultimately ended in a stalemate. "Cap, I hear you crossed paths with Whitebeard on Rose Island." Zifa met Cap, who was also taking a breather there. Indeed, Bakado was injured by the red-eyed Reina, and his bounty has decreased. Cap nodded in response. "Oh, has he reached a level capable of defeating Bakado?" Zifa inquired solemnly. "His strength should still be slightly inferior to mine, yet his abilities are quite peculiar. In a true fight, I would likely not be his match. Were it not for my concerns for you, Admiral Cap, he might have the capacity to kill me." Bakado, entirely bandaged, nodded in agreement. Zifa and his aide, Karadan, exchanged glances. This intelligence was crucial, for in terms of strength, Karadan was even weaker than Bakado, necessitating caution when facing Reina in the future. By the way, your warship remarkably sustained no damage this time." Zifa chuckled as he spoke to Cap. Cap, who typically lost his warship after each confrontation with Roger, was met with Zifa's curiosity as the ship remained docked. "Waha, I was particularly cautious in my fighting this time," Cap declared with pride. "That is because our ship's rudder was damaged by Reina, allowing the Whitebeard pirates to escape with ease before you could unleash your might." Bakado interjected, his expression unchanging. "Huh, I see. It seems Reina was unaware of your fighting style. Consider it a stroke of luck that he afforded us the chance to retain a warship." Zifa laughed heartily, adding, "Yet that lad still delights in playing tricks. That fellow is no ordinary character. I can sense he possesses a lack of fervor for combat, merely seeking a means to escape." Cap shook his head, stating, "Hee, you all stay here and repair the ship. We shall not accompany you. After I capture Whitebeard and his crew and deliver them to Impel Down, then you may seek him out for a chat." Zifa laughed as he stood, his warship sustaining little damage and ready to set sail after a brief repair, determined not to lose track of his target. Meanwhile, Reina and his crew remained oblivious to the fact that Zifa had begun trailing them. Following his battle with Cap's aide Bakado, Reina identified several of his shortcomings. He concluded that his most fundamental issue lay in his physical condition. Despite his rigorous training in martial arts, which had significantly enhanced his physique, it still paled in comparison to those formidable beings from the anime realm. Beyond physical prowess, his mastery over his own abilities was also insufficient. While the power of the Black Emperor was formidable, it felt somewhat diminished in his possession. However, through diligent development and training, he had made considerable progress. Yet, the increase in his capabilities had also diminished his control over them. During the recent skirmish, Bakado had exploited his rapid slashes to breach his Black Emperor abilities, had his opponent been any stronger. Reina could have very well faced defeat. Thus, his primary focus for training would now encompass martial arts, swordsmanship, and refining the capabilities of the Black Emperor. The inclusion of swordsmanship in his curriculum was due to its beneficial impact on his physical condition. Akin to the Navy's 6 styles, one could not succeed without sufficient physical prowess. Now, thanks to the system, Reina found that mastering swordsmanship was considerably easier than for an ordinary individual. The key was to enhance his physical condition through consistent training, ensuring that as his physique improved, so too would his swordsmanship. Jaws, just a bit more, give me one more punch. After concluding his day's training in martial arts and swordsmanship, Reina sought out Jaws once more, hoping to absorb some shock energy. Without delay, Jaws transformed his fist into diamond and struck at Reina. Bang! Reina managed to block Jaws' punch with one hand, but the force sent him stumbling back a few steps, as he had reached his energy absorption limit, resulting in excess impact pushing him away. With his eyes closed, Reina began to concentrate. Suddenly, Reina opened his eyes, drew his sword Muramasa, and swung it toward the ocean. A massive wave of sword energy surged forth, parting the sea. Such a powerful strike was seldom witnessed, even among sword masters. Bista marveled at Reina's display. This is not my true strength, and the time it takes to gather energy is far too lengthy. I could never accomplish this in the midst of battle. Reina shook his head. He had realized during his fight with Picado that gathering energy for a single strike required time, and as he absorbed more energy, the duration increased. His lack of proficiency with this technique made it impossible for him to simultaneously fight and gather energy. He had just tested the destructive power of using a concentrated strike after reaching his limit, and the results were indeed impressive. Even Whitebeard acknowledged the potency of his recent attack. However, this was not a technique he could employ in combat, hence it did not truly represent his capabilities. The day he could effortlessly release such an attack after absorbing energy in battle would mark a turning point, granting him the potential to injure those formidable foes. For just moments ago, Newgate had remarked that had he not defended himself, Reina's strike would have sufficed to harm him. Bang! Again. Bang! Wait, let me catch my breath. Reina covered his nose, raising a hand to stop Jaws and waving him off. Currently, he was primarily focusing on training the concentrated strike of the Black Emperor, aiming to quickly gather energy during combat and release it. Tell me, Reina, have you had enough rest? Is it my turn now? Hansen asked eagerly from the side. Marco, Bista, and the others were all lined up, eager to spar with Reina. Previously, they had all been on the receiving end of his prowess, which had made them reluctant to engage. However, the situation had shifted. Now, they relished the opportunity to deliver some payback, eagerly awaiting their turns to spar with Reina. Thanks to their enthusiasm, Reina's mastery of the concentrated strike was rapidly advancing. Chapter 69. Frozen for 1,000 miles. Isn't the Navy a bit unhinged? Why do they keep trailing us? Hansen inquired, seated at the ship's edge with a fishing rod in hand, addressing Lackey beside him. Who knows? Haven't we fought 4 or 5 skirmishes already? Lackey replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Speaking of which, it seems only Marco and Jaws are left training with Reina now. Hansen glanced at the 3 engaged in battle on the deck, speaking in hushed tones. Lackey nodded in agreement, responding, I think I understand why Marco and the others were so reluctant to spar with Reina. That guy is an absolute monster. Hansen bore an expression of lingering trepidation. Merely a few days had passed, and Reina had transformed from a target of relentless assaults to a formidable adversary capable of occasional counterattacks. And now, he had even assumed the role of the aggressor. Bang! Just as their words dissipated into the air, a thunderous sound erupted from the ongoing skirmish between Jaws and Reina, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone plunging into the water. Quick! It appears that Reina has sent Jaws tumbling into the ocean. We must rescue him. Surely this cannot be happening again. How many times has it been now? The crew raced toward the ship's edge, shouting in unison. Hansen and Lakio exchanged a knowing glance before sprinting over, aware that they lacked the abilities required to save Jaws. Splash! Before they could reach him, Reina leaped from the ship, and moments later, he emerged from the depths, dragging the unconscious Jaws back aboard. My apologies. I lost control there for a moment. Reina chuckled sheepishly. After several days of intense training, Reina had significantly enhanced his mastery of the Black Emperor abilities, to the point where he could now adeptly employ the focus strike in combat. Though he had to limit his energy expenditure to no more than half, exceeding this threshold would lead to the kind of mishap they had just witnessed, as he struggled to maintain precision and control over his strikes, without the luxury of time to gather energy. Presently, his most potent technique in battle was the ability to unleash a focus strike utilizing half of his maximum energy. Don't look at me. If even Jaws cannot withstand such an assault, how can you expect me to? Marco quickly shook his head upon meeting Reina's gaze. That weren't you all quite pleased when you were striking me just a few days ago? Reina inquired with a grin. Marco's lips twitched as he replied, I knew it was a trap. I just couldn't resist. Indeed, at the outset, Reina had not displayed such vulnerability. He had merely feigned weakness to avoid giving these individuals an excuse to evade sparring with him. Reina, at that moment, Whitebeard beckoned him over. What is it, big brother? Reina casually wiped the water from his clothes as he approached Whitebeard. I've observed your attack techniques, and it seems you concentrate all your energy before releasing it. Whitebeard scrutinized Reina and inquired. Precisely. This is a method I've developed myself that IT is far more destructive than merely unleashing all my energy at once. Reina affirmed with a nod. Have you considered that as your abilities grow stronger, the energy you need to gather will increase as well? Will your body be able to endure it? Whitebeard asked softly. Reina paused, realizing he had not contemplated this aspect, as his current physical condition did not necessitate such concerns. His inability to execute a full-powered focus strike stemmed from the time required for gathering energy and mastering his abilities. As to why Whitebeard was so well informed about Reina's powers, it was because Reina had previously sought his counsel. In this world, there are many formidable individuals, and plenty of those with robust physiques. Do you believe you can rival them? What do you mean, big brother? Reina asked, intrigued. Watch closely, Whitebeard commanded with a light-hearted tone, revealing a transparent energy sphere forming around his right fist. Though he had yet to unleash it, Reina could sense its formidable power. This is the energy produced by my devil fruit abilities. Gathered and concentrated. After dispersing the energy from his fist, Whitebeard turned his attention to Reina. Are you suggesting that instead of concentrating internal energy, one could also condense it at the surface of the body? Reina pondered, raising his gaze after a moment of thought. Indeed, the energy of my tremor fruit is extremely volatile. If I were to concentrate all my energy within my body as you do, before I could strike anyone else, my own body would be the first to suffer damage. Whitebeard nodded in affirmation. However, Reina attempted to replicate this technique and found it nearly impossible. He was still not adept at gathering energy internally, let alone condensing it at the surface. How do you manage to cover your body with armament hockey? Reina asked, bewildered. When I use it, it simply envelopes me. Whitebeard chuckled. Yes, once your ability to gather energy at your body's surface becomes instinctive, it signifies your ascent to becoming a true powerhouse. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, big brother. Reina bowed deeply in gratitude. Indeed, what he required now was a direction for his training rather than endless sparring. The purpose of sparring is to pinpoint one's objectives and test one's theories. Now that he had formulated a plan, he merely needed to pursue it diligently. If his goal was simply to absorb energy, he need not engage in deliberate practice with Marco and the others. A few laps with Jaws would suffice. What he truly needed to hone was his control over the Black Emperor energy, his method of releasing abilities, and the speed of energy accumulation, tasks he could accomplish independently without the need for sparring partners. Thus, in the days that followed, Reina dedicated himself to refining his energy-gathering speed and methods of release, setting aside time each day to practice his physical and sword techniques for an hour, while devoting the remainder of his time to these pursuits. On the 30th day of his continuous sign-in, he received his salary, which included a base salary of 300 points and overtime pay, a fragment of the Conqueror's Haki, too. Having signed in for 30 consecutive days this month, he received a perfect attendance gift, a special sword technique. Icebound 1,000 miles. After completing his final sign-in for the month, Reina was surprised to discover that the system had granted him an additional gift pack, that a continuous 3-month sign-in gift. Reina mused, perplexed. He had not been aware of such a gift pack, and had always thought that a month's sign-in was the longest possible duration. As each month's sign-in would reset, he had not anticipated that the system possessed such a hidden feature, which only heightened his determination to maintain his daily sign-in routine. If a 3-month reward existed, surely there were more to be uncovered, and if he persevered, he would undoubtedly acquire further gifts. Opening his inventory, he found that the previously held fragment of the Conqueror's Haki, had transformed into Conqueror's Haki 25. This indicated that he was just 3 fragments short of obtaining the ability itself. Acquiring these fragments proved to be quite challenging, as they were not available for purchase in the shop. Additionally, there was a blue scroll that Reina recognized as the special sword technique, Icebound 1,000 miles. The requirements for utilizing this technique: the host's swordsmanship must reach an intermediate level. After a moment of contemplation, Reina decided to use the sword technique scroll, and instantly, a figure appeared in his mind, demonstrating the technique. Reina promptly seated himself, focusing intently on the intricacies of the sword technique being revealed to him. Upon reopening his eyes, a glimmer of blue seemed to flash within their depths. Icebound 1,000 miles, Reina drew Muramasa from his waist and executed the technique as he had just learned in his mind. A streak of blue sword energy sliced through the air, carving a path across the ocean's surface. Reina noted that while this strike did not match the full power of his focused strike, it possessed a chilling aura, causing the splashed seawater to freeze into shards of ice. Moreover, this was his first attempt at the technique. Although he managed to produce it, his mastery was still lacking. And it was far from the fluidity exhibited by the figure in his mind. But if he could refine this technique further and combine it with his focused strike, the resulting destruction would surely be substantial. From that day onward, the crew observed that Reina seemed to be consumed by an insatiable fervor. Aside from his routine duties, he immersed himself in training, often retreating to the Sky Island to practice alone when interrupted. Under Reina's unwavering support, Dr. Axie's construction efforts on the Sky Island had flourished. The aging equipment and wiring had all been replaced, and the housing on the island had been entirely rebuilt. Even the farming facility that Reina and Olga had previously contemplated had come to fruition. Though the number of animals presently housed there was minimal, thus Dr. Axie had prohibited the crew from consuming them. Inspired by Reina, he had also devised a contraption akin to a hot air balloon to facilitate travel to and from the Sky Island, ensuring that it would not need to descend sporadically. The Navy is coming again. Interrupted during his cultivation, Reina was approached by a member who had long been stationed on the Sky Island. They had gradually grown accustomed to life on the island, especially thanks to Dr. Axie's inventions, which made traveling between the island and the mainland much more convenient. I asked it, that Zephyr guy again. Is he really fixated on me? Reina sheathed his sword and inquired with a frown. Observing the naval vessel's design, he noted that it did not appear to belong to Admiral Zephyr. Oh, never mind. I'll head down now. Whoever it is, it's a perfect opportunity to test the results of my training these past few days. Reina's spirits lifted at the thought that it wasn't Zephyr. Why are you coming down? Just as Reina descended onto the pirate ship, he found Marco at the helm. Is at the Navy again. Reina shrugged in response. Where's the captain? Dad is taking a nap. Is it that Zephyr guy again? Marco asked, rolling his eyes in annoyance. He was beginning to find Zephyr's relentless pursuit irritating, akin to a pesky fly buzzing around them. Not sure, but judging by the ship's design, it doesn't seem to belong to Zephyr. Reina shook his head. Then we won't bother with it. No, slow down. I'd like to try out some insights I've gained from my recent training. Reina insisted, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Marco reduced the speed of the pirate ship, and sure enough, a naval vessel soon appeared on the surface of the sea behind them. The pirate ship ahead halted immediately, as it was the ship of Rear Admiral Klaus from the Navy, which ordered them to surrender at once. Before they could even draw near, the opposing side had already begun shouting at them. Hey, a Rear Admiral of the Navy? Bad luck for you. Soon, there won't be anyone left of that rank. Reina chuckled wickedly from the stern of the ship. Jaws, lend me some strength. Beside him, Marco rolled his eyes and remarked, Can you not act so foolishly? And can you refrain from mimicking my words? Reina shot back, irritated. Jaws, appearing simple-minded, walked over without a word, his right arm instantly transforming into diamond, and he swung a punch at Reina. Another punch? Are you not full or something? How about we head to the Sky Island tonight? There are plenty of beasts in the breeding grounds. Reina effortlessly blocked Jaws' fist with one hand, chuckling as he spoke. I knew it was you. Last time, the doctor nearly got angry. It took a lot of effort to increase the numbers, and you went and ate them. Marco rolled his eyes. As if you haven't ever snacked on them. Besides, I always bring Olga along. You never do. Who said that? I just didn't invite you. What? All right, Marco, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Jaws' punch landed on Reina's face, but he showed no reaction, too busy bickering with Marco. Need another? Jaws asked gruffly. No need. Reina waved his hand dismissively. Any excess energy would be a waste. Just watch. I'll demonstrate my new training results. With that, Reina stood at the ship's stern and began to gather energy. Energy gathering. Icebound miles. A strike imbued with a blue glow shot straight toward the nearby naval vessel, transforming the surrounding seawater into ice shards that sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. Marco and Jaws gaped in astonishment as they witnessed Reina's attack, their mouths agape. The warship has been split in two. Chapter 70. The hot spring house with a splash. The warship sliced by Reina sank into the ocean. Not with an explosion, but rather like two frozen iron blocks. Although the ship had not truly been frozen, its division left Marco and Jaws with that impression that is this the result of your training? Have you transitioned from a martial artist to a swordsman? Marco asked, astonished. No, I still primarily focus on martial arts. Swordsmanship is merely a supplementary pursuit. Reina replied with a smile. He possessed an advantage others lacked. The system. While others had to invest an immense amount of time and effort to master swordsmanship, Reina could excel in both martial and sword arts, provided he had ample time, as he could utilize upgrade scrolls to enhance his skills. Unlike ordinary individuals, upon hearing Reina's response, Marco and Jaws exchanged glances, incredulous that such a sword attack was merely supplementary. How formidable must his martial arts be? Above on the ship's deck, Whitebeard, holding a gourd of liquor, took a hearty swig before returning to the cabin with a smile. He had already sensed that as Reina unleashed his technique, a faint layer of energy gathered around Muramasa, indicating that Reina had begun to grasp how to concentrate energy on his body and even on his weapons. A few days later, the Whitebeard pirates arrived at a large island where they exchanged their previously acquired treasures for berries. Reina sold his golden trinkets, while the set of amber wine vessels he had brought was now quietly resting in his room after Whitebeard had seen it. After purchasing an array of supplies, Whitebeard decided to rest for a day on this vast and prosperous island, allowing them to recuperate. All right, done. This way, we can store more food. Reina clapped his hands together. Grinning, he had just installed a freezer in the Sky Island's basement to preserve perishable food, something he had long wished to do. Reina, are you heading to the island or staying here? Dr. Axie asked from the side. Is there something you need, Doctor? No, I was hoping you could help me buy a few things. Dr. Axie shook his head. I think it would be better for you to go yourself. You've been on the Sky Island doing research. You should get out and explore a bit. Olga is also on the island. Wouldn't it be better to spend time with her? After pondering for a moment, Reina suggested. All right. Dr. Axie was taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Departing the Sky Island with the guards assigned by Whitebeard. Now, to finish today's work, Reina stretched and began training. He still had an hour of martial arts training left to complete, and with the workday still an hour short, he planned to visit the hot springs on the small island afterward, having heard they were quite nice. Hey Reina, you finally made it. I told you the hot springs here are great. As Reina entered the hot spring house, Hansen immediately waved at him. What is wrong with Marco and Jaws? Noticing the two looking rather listless, Reina inquired, don't you know? Apparently, the hot springs here are made from seawater, so it's not very friendly for those with abilities. Lakio chimed in with a mischievous grin. Are you all foolish? Hot springs are meant for relaxation. If you find it so exhausting, why bother coming? Reina felt a bit exasperated. You don't understand. The combination of helplessness and hot springs is simply perfect. Marco replied with half-closed, droopy eyes, looking utterly content that you're insane. Reina found a spot and comfortably settled into the hot springs, choosing to ignore the antics of the two. Gradually, as he soaked, he fell asleep, enjoying the comfort. Had it not been for the sound of the shower nearby, he felt he could have continued sleeping. Who is it? Can't you see someone is sleeping here? Reina squinted and turned his head to look. Ah, a female voice startled him awake. Who are you? Why are you here? The woman quickly covered herself with a towel, sitting down in shock. Me. I've been sleeping here. All right. By the way, what time is it? I feel quite hungry. Reina surveyed the area, noticing that the crew members had all left, yet he remained in place, undisturbed. Oh, is that so? I'm so sorry. My eyesight isn't very good, so I might not have seen you earlier. It's dinner time now, so I thought I'd come to the public bath since the boss offers free entry for women. The girl's face flushed, embarrassment evident as she spoke. Ah, it's the boss's strategy. Only when women come here will the public bath do better business. Reina nodded in agreement, impressed by the boss's business acumen. Well, if you don't mind, I have some food here that I can share with you. Trying to make amends for her earlier fright, the girl placed a small plate of food beside Reina, wrapped in her towel. Reina glanced at it. It was just ordinary food, but beautifully presented. So he didn't hesitate to start eating. This tastes great. Thank you for your hospitality. Reina paused after consuming 2 servings, reflecting on the fact that the other person had chosen to visit the hot spring at this hour, which suggested that she likely had limited financial means. Otherwise, she would not have opted for a complimentary public bath. I apologize. They were simply too delicious, and I inadvertently overindulged, Reina remarked, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. No worries. If you like them, feel free to have more. I have plenty here. The woman chuckled, covering her mouth, upon seeing her produce another packet. Reina resumed his eating with renewed enthusiasm. As the two enjoyed their meal, they engaged in casual conversation. After a few smacking sounds from his lips, Reina felt something was missing. A bottle of wine would have made it perfect. What's the matter? The woman inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. I'm just going to ask the owner for a bottle of wine. It feels incomplete to soak in a hot spring without wine, Reina stated, rising from the hot spring and heading toward the exit. Moments later, he returned with 2 bottles of red wine and some food, as the establishment also sold refreshments. Having just tasted your offerings, I thought I would sample what this hot spring has to offer. Reina opened a bottle of red wine and poured himself a glass, placing the food beside the woman with a smile. Oh, that's unnecessary. I'm fine with just this. She hesitated, shaking her head. Don't be shy. I didn't refuse your food earlier, did I? How about some wine? Reina cheerfully gestured to his glass and asked, by the way, may I know your name? I am Reina. My apologies. I'm Emilia. She replied, slightly embarrassed. Oh, feel free. I intend to catch a bit more sleep. After satisfying his hunger and sipping some wine, Reina felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, prompting him to find a comfortable spot to continue his slumber. Leah, sneaking a glance at Reina, noticed he had indeed fallen asleep, so she cautiously began to freshen up. Once she finished, seeing that Reina showed no signs of waking, she decided to stay put that moment. Her stomach growled, and she nibbled on some of the food Reina had offered. After finishing her meal, she felt a bit parched and took a sip of the red wine. Gradually, her eyes grew heavy, and she settled down to sleep not far from Reina. Hey, what's going on here? I have no idea. It looked like this when I walked in. As Reina stirred groggily, he heard a number of voices and furrowed his brow. Opening his eyes, before he could see who was speaking, he felt something heavy pressing down on his chest. Glancing down, he discovered Leah fast asleep on him. What on earth is happening? Reina jolted awake and lifted his head toward the doorway. Sure enough, several of the most gossipy crew members, including Hansen and LaCroix, were peeking in, watching intently. Leah, wake up. Leah? Reina gently shook her shoulder in an attempt to rouse her. I just want a little more sleep. My head hurts. Leah pouted, looking every bit the reluctant young girl, which made Reina chuckle softly. Glancing at the food and wine he had brought, he noticed it had all vanished. This girl can't be new to drinking. Can she? Reina mused, feeling a headache approaching. However, given her age, which seemed slightly younger than his, it was plausible that she had been raised in a strict household, perhaps never having had the opportunity to drink before. Moreover, Reina speculated that her family might not be well off, indicating that food would take precedence over alcohol. She likely wasn't the type to waste money on wine. Wrapping Leah in a towel once more, Reina stood up and walked toward the door. Upon seeing him approach, the gossiping crew members scattered. Reina knew that once he returned to the ship, they would have plenty to say. After arranging a room for Leah at the hot spring, he instructed the female staff to take her there and settled all accounts before leaving the establishment. Not long after, Leah woke in a place she did not recognize, far from the hot spring, and immediately began to panic. What is going on? What is happening? The owner knocked on the door, inquiring about her distress. Reina had instructed the owner to take good care of Leah, and considering the favor owed to him, the owner was keen to comply. Thank you for your assistance. Leah blushed as she apologized after learning the details from the owner. It's no trouble at all. That gentleman was quite generous, leaving behind a considerable sum of berries, saying it was a token of gratitude for your food. The owner replied, smiling broadly, I'm hardly a lady. Please, I'll take my leave. Now dressed, Leah waved her hand apologetically and hurriedly exited the hot spring. Chapter 71. A chance encounter with Zifa. Hey, Reina, I heard you were sleeping with a young lady at the hot spring. Is that true? Indeed. Upon returning to the ship, Reina found that the crew had already caught wind of the incident. He chose not to respond, knowing that the more he cared, the more they would revel in it. By ignoring them, they would quickly lose interest. As expected, by the following morning, no one mentioned the matter again. Marco, where's the captain? Didn't we agree to set sail today? After giving orders for preparations, Reina noticed Whitebeard was nowhere to be found. I don't know. I didn't see him last night either. Marco replied, shaking his head. Well, you all stay on board. I'll go look for him, Reina declared, jumping off the ship and activating his observation hockey to locate Whitebeard. However, his range was limited, forcing him to move while searching. Fortunately, he was quite familiar with Whitebeard's life energy, making it easier to detect. After wandering the city for a while without finding Whitebeard, He unexpectedly encountered someone he wished to avoid. Admiral Zifa, I never expected to see you here. Reina said with a scowl. Ha ha ha. Reina, as you said, where in life do we not meet? This time, there is nowhere for you to run, Zifa announced, gesturing for his subordinates to surround Reina. This is such a headache. Admiral Zifa, we are in the city center. Is it really wise to fight here? Reina glanced around at the panicked residents. Karadan, contact the station division and evacuate the surrounding residents. Leave this to me. Zifa removed his sunglasses, grinning at Reina. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Icebound for 1,000 miles. Reina unsheathed his sword, Muramesa, and swung it toward Zifa. Boom! Zifa, enveloped in haki, effortlessly dispersed Reina's attack with a punch. Indeed, it was your division's ship that you destroyed, wasn't it? You've acquired new abilities, you clever boy, Zifa remarked, sensing the icy energy within the attack. You have no idea. There's much more. Reina vanished from his position and reappeared behind Zifa. Hey, when did your speed increase? Aren't you wearing that peculiar outfit today? Zifa chuckled, evading Reina without engaging. Having clashed with the Whitebeard pirates numerous times, the Navy was quite familiar with Reina's abilities. Quickly, over here. Everyone, immediately evacuate the residents. We are dealing with a ruthless pirate. Just as Reina focused on battling Zifa, he heard a familiar voice. Is that her? Turning his head, he spotted Leah, now donned in a naval officer's uniform, commanding soldiers to evacuate the civilians. The confident demeanor she exhibited was a stark contrast to the timid girl he had met the previous day. Hey, are you actually looking around while fighting me? Aren't you a bit too arrogant? Zifa suddenly appeared beside Reina. Oh no. Reina attempted to dodge, but it was too late. Zifa's fist struck him squarely in the face, sending him flying. Crash! Reina shattered nearby structures as he was propelled away. All right, you little brat. I know you're not easily defeated. Come out, Zifa called out, remaining stationary and addressing the direction Reina had flown. At this point, the Navy had already cordoned off the area, with only a few soldiers still working to evacuate the crowd. You really can't sit still, can you? When you first married, I bestowed upon you a grand gift, yet you showed no mercy whatsoever. Reina slowly emerged from the shattered ruins of the building. At this moment, his attire had transformed into a sleek, all-black combat suit, with the demon blade Muramesa slung across his back, and his face bore no marks from the recent assault. Just moments ago, Reina had utilized the force of Zifa's punch to propel himself away. For if the latter had continued his onslaught, the outcome would have been dire. The black combat suit was something he had specifically exchanged for at the marketplace. Ordinarily, he donned a weighted suit, which he could stow away in his inventory during battle for ease of movement. This was procured after he fought in oversized shorts last time. After all, no one wishes to engage in combat while clad in such attire. Ha ha, young one. Quite impressive. Your abilities have indeed increased, to the extent that you can absorb the force of my strike. Zifa remarked, his eyes narrowing as he laughed heartily at Reina's transformation. He could sense that his previous attack had not harmed Reina. Recalling their first encounter when Reina could barely withstand a single punch from him. Is that you? As Reina emerged, surrounded by Leah, she recognized him. However, Reina paid her no heed. This was not the moment for nostalgic exchanges. For a careless misstep could lead to Zifa's victory over him today. Sharingan, activate, Reina invoked, rushing towards Zifa. When facing an adversary of Zifa's caliber, he knew he had to give it his all. Red eyes? The bounty of 100 million berries. The crimson-eyed Reina, Leah observed with concern as she watched Reina engage Zifa. Reina's bounty had surged to 100 million berries following his confrontation with Captain Karp's vice admiral. Bucket. How could someone so gentle yesterday be a pirate today? Leah murmured, biting her lip as she gazed at Reina, after returning from the hot springs to the naval base the previous night. She had reflected on the evening's events, sensing the warmth within Reina's heart, and had hoped to chance upon him again at the hot springs today, never expecting to meet him under such circumstances. Boom, concentrated force, elbow strike. With one hand blocking Zifa's attack and absorbing the impact, Reina unleashed a significant portion of the energy he had gathered through a concentrated strike. It wasn't that he wished to hold back, but releasing all of it would require time, and he wasn't yet fully adept at it, making this partial release the optimal choice. Bang! Zifa's arm, coated with haki, collided with Reina's elbow, sending shockwaves that blew away the surrounding dust, creating an explosive shockwave. Ha ha ha, young one, you progress swiftly. Come at me again, Zifa bellowed, laughing heartily as he launched another punch. Concentrated force, Slash. This time, it was the Muramasa in Reina's hand that met Zifa's fist. He released all the energy he had previously absorbed, but true to Zifa's reputation, even against the demon blade, his fist remained unscathed. Young one, do you not realize your abilities flaw? As they clashed, Zifa suddenly chuckled. Each time you attack, your energy absorption ability becomes unusable. Thus, every time you strike is the best moment for me to defeat you. Reina's expression shifted as he contemplated this, but Zifa was quicker. Driving his knee into Reina's abdomen. Boom. Whoosh. Reina, propelled by Zifa, crashed through a building. How does it feel, young one? Zifa laughed, glancing at the blood on the ground. Truly, he was an admiral of the Navy, his strength far surpassing that of mere fodder. Reina emerged once more from the debris, blood now trickling from the corner of his mouth. This ends now, crimson-eyed Reina. Zifa charged at him once again. Vura, what sort of skill is it to bully my little brother? Suddenly, Whitebeard's voice resonated, and his figure appeared before Reina. Hey, must you be so disheveled? On a nearby rooftop, Marco, with arms transformed into wings, looked on with concern, addressing Reina. The surrounding crew members, including Vista, Jozu, Hansen, Sachi, and Lacquer, began to appear. Big brother, you all arrived too early. If you had come a little later, you would have seen how I would obliterate that guy over there, Reina exclaimed with a playful demeanor, clearly delighted by the timely arrival of his comrades. Is that so? Then I shall wait for next time. For now, allow me to test my new weapon, Whitebeard declared, brandishing his naginata with undeniable confidence. That moment, Reina noticed that Whitebeard's naginata was different from before. Resembling the legendary blade Kanjiunki, one of the 12 supreme great blades from the future. Oh, big brother, have you acquired a new weapon? Reina asked, his surprise evident. This blade is named Kanjiunki, one of the 12 supreme great blades, Whitebeard proclaimed, addressing both Reina and Zifa. Indeed, upon hearing the name Kanjiunki, the surrounding Navy personnel turned pale, for it was one of the most formidable weapons in the world. Reina's eyes sparkled with recognition. Realizing this was the weapon that had accompanied Whitebeard throughout his life. Come forth, Zifa. Whitebeard brandished his new weapon, appearing more invigorated than usual. As you wish, today, you shall all accompany me to impel down. Zifa narrowed his eyes, his aura shifting dramatically from before. No one shall let a single member of the Whitebeard pirates escape. Carried commanded, and the Navy soldiers began to advance toward them. Although he wasn't the highest-ranking officer aside from Zifa. As Zifa's lieutenant, his words carried significant weight. Let the Navy witness the might of pirates. Marco soared into the sky, then rapidly descended, disrupting the Navy's formation with his landing. Reina and Leah, witnessing Reina battling against a rear admiral in the crowd, steeled themselves and charged forward. Under ordinary circumstances, such a level of combat was beyond their purview as officers, but Leah had pressing questions she wished to clarify with Reina, which compelled her to rush in. Chapter 72. 3 years later. Boom. After kicking a Navy soldier away, Reina halted his punch just before Leah. Leah gritted her teeth, staring at the man before her, whose eyes glowed with a strange crimson hue. They were mesmerizingly uncanny, a stark contrast to the gentle gentleman she had encountered just yesterday. Though I did not expect our reunion to unfold in this manner, if you intend to apprehend me, you will need to put forth greater effort. Reina smiled faintly, making no move against Leah, but instead taking a slight step back. Why? Why are you a pirate? Why would you choose this path? Leah shouted, her anger palpable. And why do you choose to be a Navy officer? Reina tilted his head, smiling as he inquired. Because the Navy can capture all pirates. It can protect ordinary people from the threat of pirates. Leah replied without hesitation. Reina nodded, acknowledging her response. But before he could speak further, Marco approached him, saying, We must go. The Navy is increasing in numbers. Reina nodded, turning to leave, but then glanced back at Leah, saying, Since you possess a sense of justice, do not forget your original intentions. Strive to be a just Navy officer. Farewell. With that, Reina departed alongside his comrades. Meanwhile, the battle between Whitebeard and Zifa raged fiercely, yet being at the center of the city restricted Zifa's movements. Upon witnessing the Whitebeard pirates' retreat, he halted the Navy soldiers who were preparing to pursue, instructing them to tend to their injured comrades and check on any affected civilians. Reina, I will personally capture you. Then I shall reveal to you what justice truly means to me. Leah vowed silently as she watched Reina's retreating figure. Once all were aboard the pirate ship, Reina turned to Whitebeard and inquired, Big brother, where did you acquire this weapon? It is one of the 12 supreme great blades. Gurara, just good fortune. Now let us set sail. Many adventures await us. With a hearty laugh, Whitebeard proclaimed, "Ah!" All the crew members simultaneously raised their weapons and responded loudly. The more formidable the captain, the more exhilarated they became, for it signified the strength of their pirate crew. Thus, Reina remained within the Whitebeard pirates, embarking on adventures at sea, seeking treasures, evading the pursuit of the navy, and occasionally clashing with other pirate crews, leading to fierce battles. His prowess gradually intensified, and his reputation soared, as the Whitebeard pirates gained renown across the world. Reina, Marco, Jozu, and Vista, the formidable members aboard, slowly became known to all. 3 years later, on an uninhabited island in the New World, "Captain Marco, please take a look. There's trouble over by the first mate," shouted a crew member, adorned with tattoos of the Whitebeard pirates, to Marco, who was resting beneath a large tree. What mischief is that fellow up to now? Can't he remain quiet for 2 days?" Marco replied, digging at his ear as he rose leisurely, heading in the direction indicated by his companion. Before Marco could reach the scene, a loud explosion resounded from that vicinity. Startled, Marco quickened his pace towards the commotion. "Old man? Reina? What are you two doing?" Upon arrival, Marco found Reina confronting Whitebeard. "I told you it's not allowed. And I mean it." Whitebeard disregarded Marco, directing his words solely at Reina. "Please, big brother, this matter is of utmost importance to me. I beg you." Reina suddenly bowed deeply in front of Whitebeard. "Brad, do you even know what you're getting into?" Despite feeling some irritation at Reina's insistence, Whitebeard showed no intention of striking. Reina lifted his head, smiling as he declared, "Of course I do. I intend to demonstrate to everyone that the way of the Whitebeard pirates is one of absolute freedom. You little brat, flattery 1T work. You must understand. Even I risk not returning should I undertake this task. Do you expect me to bring the entire crew to rescue you if things go awry?" Whitebeard chuckled lightly before adopting a serious tone. "I understand, big brother, but do you know the fury that ignited within me upon seeing that news? How could they act in such a manner? We've had our fair share of dealings with him over the years, and you know what kind of person he is, brother. Thus, I must avenge this slight." Reina narrowed his eyes, speaking earnestly to AT that moment. Having just witnessed the standoff between Whitebeard and Reina, many gathered nearby, much like Marco, bewildered and unable to comprehend the exchange between Reina and Whitebeard. After a prolonged silence, Whitebeard finally turned away and said, "If you wish to pursue this, then do so, but let me forewarn you, I will not be sending anyone to assist you. Ensure you do not perish there. Of course, I am the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates." Reina grinned widely upon receiving Whitebeard's consent. "When the time comes, you need not come to my aid. I shall simply deliver a token and vanish. However, those rats have hidden away, so I must leverage our crew's influence to locate them." Whitebeard nodded and departed. Once he had left, Marco and the others stepped forward, inquiring about what had transpired. "It's nothing. Just take a look. And please, assist me in tracking down those damned rats." Reina picked up a newspaper from the ground and handed it to Marco and the others. "The family of Admiral Zephyr was killed by a band of pirates." Marco gasped upon reading the headline. Being one of the Navy's 3 great powers, they were quite familiar with Zephyr, particularly as he seemed fixated on their pirate crew. Whenever they made an appearance, Zephyr would arrive with remarkable speed. Had it not been for their observation device in the Sky Island, they would have been subjected to his relentless pursuit. "Reina, what are you planning?" Although Marco had seen the news, he still did not grasp its connection to Reina. "I wish to find those rats, eliminate them, and deliver their remains to the Navy headquarters." Reina smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. "Deliver them where? To the Navy headquarters? Are you mad?" Marco and the others mirrored Whitebeard's earlier perplexity, completely bewildered. "I attended his wedding. He spared me once, despite countless skirmishes over the years. When have you ever seen him slay one of our comrades?" Reina's smile faded as he surveyed his companions, his voice growing somber. All fell silent, refraining from reply. Zephyr had earned the moniker the Admiral who does not kill. This title was practically a badge of honor among them. Having pursued the Whitebeard pirates for years without a single member falling to his hand, the crew only grew in number, leading many to privately mock Zephyr, a sentiment they had heard echoed many times. If another pirate had slain his family, it could be overlooked. But do you comprehend who those rats are? They are pirates he once released, claiming they had families to care for, and were forced into piracy. That fool genuinely believed them, and set them free. Huh, how absurd is that? Reina pointed at the newspaper, a sinister grin forming as he spoke of the pirates now wanted by the Navy. At this juncture, Reina recalled the upcoming event, Known as the War of the Best, the Whitebeard pirates would mount a rescue for the 2nd Division commander, Ace. Yet, in that battle, both Whitebeard and Ace would perish, leaving Marco to retreat with the remaining crew in disgrace. All who witnessed that war beheld the Navy's might, the overwhelming presence of red-haired Shanks, and the cunning of Blackbeard. However, no one saw the resentment and regret burning in Marco's eyes. What kind of emotion was that? The beloved old man had fallen. Cherished family members lay slain at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, and they were forced to accept mediation from red-haired Shanks. When Reina watched the anime, he felt Marco's unyielding spirit. Had he been alone, even in death, he likely would not have chosen to retreat, for his faith resided in Marineford, where that indomitable man, even in death, stood as his everything. Yet behind him lay countless family members. He dared not, and could not, stake their lives on a battle destined for failure. At that time, should he have continued to fight, his foes would not merely have been the Navy, but the combined forces of the Navy, the Blackbeard pirates, and the red-haired pirates. Thus, he chose to retreat, subsequently launching an attack against the true culprit, Blackbeard Teach. Alas, his efforts were in vain. The entire Whitebeard pirates fell in that encounter, with the commanders going missing, and the crew faded into history. Each time Reina recalled the look in Marco's eyes from that war, he vowed that such a scenario would never again transpire. This was also why he kept the pure gold. When Whitebeard's body began to decline, he would not hesitate to have Dr. Isai craft a ring from that pure gold for Whitebeard. So, you seek vengeance against Zephyr? Vista inquired after a moment of silence. No, not vengeance, but gratitude, and a little payback to the Navy, to spare us their incessant troubles. Reina snapped back to the present, smiling as he continued, if all goes well. There may even be unexpected gains. I will accompany you, Vista said softly. You should sit this one out. It's best if I go alone. After all, I possess the ability to fly, making escape easier. A larger group complicates matters, Marco interjected. No, none of you should come. I will go alone. When the time comes, I will leave. They won't be able to hold me. If you accompany me, I will have to look after you. Reina shook his head, disdain evident in his expression as he insisted. All I need from you is to help me gather information on the whereabouts of those rats. Days later, Reina set sail aboard a small boat flying the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Equipped with provisions and water, he had already learned the location of the pirates and was now determined to find them. Chapter 73. Navy Headquarters clank. The tavern door swung open, and a weary young man strode in. Making his way directly to the bar, he plopped down onto a stool and produced a bounty notice from his pocket, asking the bartender, "Have you seen this person?" The bartender glanced at the bounty notice, then at the young man, and replied, "No." "Very well. Pour me the finest rum you have, and the rest will be your reward. Now, have you seen this person?" The youth withdrew a stack of berries from his person, slapping them down directly onto the bar counter, and cheerfully inquired. The tavern keeper collected the berries and, after handing the young man a generous mug of rum, proceeded to scrutinize the bounty notice with great care. "The person you seek is indeed here, just behind the town. However, I advise you against provoking them, for they are not to be trifled with." As the tavern owner returned the bounty notice to the young man, he leaned in discreetly and whispered, "Thanks." The youth gulped down the rum in one swift motion, expressed his gratitude to the proprietor, and then rose to depart. In a corner of the tavern, a table of patrons exchanged glances before slowly rising. Intending to follow the youth, the tavern keeper sighed. From the way the young man had presented the berries, it was evident he was not short on funds, making him a likely target for those ruffians. "Hey, kid, stop right there. Hand over your valuables." Sure enough, in an empty alleyway, the young man was confronted by the group of ruffians. Robbery. The youth slowly lifted his gaze, revealing his countenance as Reina, who had recently departed from his pirate crew. Compared to 3 years prior, he had grown considerably taller, yet still only reached the typical height of a 20-year-old human, and his appearance suggested he was merely a 17 or 18-year-old lad. "If you wish to rob me, at least bring a few warships," Reina remarked, observing the ruffians now sprawled on the ground, shaking his head. This was merely a minor diversion. His true objective was to confront the pirates who had ambushed and slain the Zephyr family. While it was challenging for the Navy to track them down, for Reina, a pirate himself, it would prove to be far simpler. Indeed, behind the town, an isolated villa came into view. After using his observation hockey to gauge the surroundings, Reina smiled and strode directly inside. Bang! The villa's door was forcefully kicked open, and the raucous pirates inside fell silent, turning their attention toward Reina. "Who is this brat?" Bang! just as one pirate approached Reina. His words were cut short as Reina delivered a kick, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. "Foxwolf Jax?" Reina asked softly, gazing at the man seated in the main chair, knowing my name, yet daring to intrude. "It seems you have come for me." Jax reclined in his chair, a smile playing on his lips, seemingly unperturbed by Reina's presence. "Boss, your bounty has skyrocketed to 100 million. You must be on the radar of some reckless bounty hunters. Yet they fail to recognize their own limitations. Such a bounty is not easily claimed." A pirate beside Jax stepped forward, attempting to curry favor. "Indeed, let us handle this brat. You can just sit back and watch." "Boss," the pirates rose, shouting at Reina. Ignoring the encircling pirates, Reina retrieved a bounty notice from his pocket, prominently displaying the 100 million berry bounty for Foxwolf Jax. "You are the one who assassinated Admiral Zephyr's family. Am I mistaken?" Reina casually tossed the bounty notice, which drifted before Jax. "That's right. It's me. Are you Navy?" Jack's expression shifted as he questioned, if Reina were not a bounty hunter, but rather Navy. It would spell trouble, for the Navy would not come alone, and if they learned of his movements, Admiral Zephyr himself could arrive, leaving Jax no chance of escape. The Navy Admiral was no laughing matter, at least ostensibly representing the pinnacle of power on the seas. Thus, if Reina was indeed Navy, Jax would have to consider fleeing. "No, I am a pirate." Reina shook his head, replying, "A pirate? Ha ha, kid. Being a pirate is no child's play." The surrounding pirates erupted into laughter. "Ha, let me show you what a true pirate is. Take him down." Upon hearing Reina's declaration, Jax relaxed, waving his hand for his crew to dispose of Reina. Bang, bang, bang. The pirates beside Jax fired their guns, casually blowing on the barrels. Clink. The bullet struck Reina but did not draw blood. Instead, they fell harmlessly to the ground. Devil fruit user. Jack's gaze sharpened as he realized the bullets had no effect on Reina. "Dead men need not know so much," Reina declared, and with a swift movement, the surrounding pirates were sent flying. "Quick, shoot. Eliminate him." Bang, bang, bang. The pirates retaliated, but to Reina, they were nothing more than trash. He held nothing back. And soon the hall was left with just 3 individuals. "Grace, take him down," Jax shouted furiously, pointing at Reina. "Of course, boss." The burly man who had stood beside Jax discarded his gun and bellowed, his form beginning to swell. "Oh, a Zoan-type user." Reina did not interrupt, waiting for the transformation to complete. "Indeed, I am the user of the bull fruit, bison form. Prepare to die, kid." Grace snorted, exhaling hot air from his nostrils as he glared at Reina. "Heh." Reina chuckled lightly, dismissing him entirely. "Bison charge." Grace, infuriated by Reina's contempt, charged at him. "How is this possible?" Grace's disbelief was palpable as Reina simply halted him with a single finger. "Even you are pirates from the New World. Yet you remain so naive." Reina gently tapped Grace's forehead, sending him hurtling backward as though struck by a mighty force. Who are you?" Jack stammered, glancing at the sprawled Grace, fear creeping into his voice. "Don't worry, I won't harm you. I merely wish to borrow something." Reina replied with a smile. "What is it?" Jax inquired, retreating cautiously. "Your head." "No." In a flash of crimson, Reina seized what he required and departed the scene. At Navy headquarters, Marineford. "What is the situation with Zephyr?" Karp, usually nonchalant, displayed a rare seriousness. "His spirit has been shattered, nearly on the brink of collapse. However, physically, he remains intact." Sighing, Sengoku shook his head. "Let us go see him." Karp rose. "Perhaps it is better to let him be for now. Solitude might serve him well." A woman clad in a vice admiral's uniform hesitated before speaking. "Shirahoshi is correct, Karp. It would be prudent to allow him time to gather himself." Sengoku nodded in agreement. How could such an event befall a Navy admiral? What does Fleet Admiral Kong have to say? Karp seemed dissatisfied with the situation but felt powerless to effect change. Leaving him perturbed, the Fleet Admiral has raised his bounty and issued orders. Should his whereabouts be discovered, immediate action must be taken. Humph. Is that all that can be done in the face of such a monumental event? Karp expressed his disappointment. The trio lapsed into silence, and ultimately, Karp, discontent with the prevailing atmosphere, stood and exited. Meanwhile, the internal atmosphere of Marineford was far from pleasant. AS and Admiral Zephyr's family had been slaughtered by pirates. A blatant affront to the Navy. However, neither the upper echelons of headquarters nor the world government had taken any decisive measures in response. Days later, having regained some composure, Zephyr approached Fleet Admiral Kong. "Zephyr, I urge you to reconsider, Kong stated calmly from his office. Fleet Admiral, I have given it considerable thought that I have dedicated these years to the Navy, often neglecting my family, now that they are gone. I hope you can understand my position. Zephyr's face bore profound sorrow. Very well. I shall not say much more. Retain your admiral rank, and stay at headquarters as an instructor. Guide the next generation well. Fleet Admiral Kong decided decisively. Zephyr opened his mouth, wishing to protest, but Kong interrupted him. Zephyr, it is impossible to let you step away completely. This path is the best for both you and the Navy. Like me, you have devoted your life to the Navy. Do not allow the justice we hold dear to be shattered. Yes, Fleet Admiral, I understand. Although he had not achieved his initial objectives, assuming the role of instructor might prove to be a commendable decision. Thus, Zephyr refrained from further comment. In the ensuing days, Zephyr took on the position of chief instructor for the Navy's new recruits, embarking on the recruitment of exceptionally talented cadets and commencing their formal training, all while deeply concealing his own sorrow. Half a month later, upon the waters not far from the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Reina, mounted atop Chavez, gazed towards a distant isle emblazoned with the words Navy. Murmuring to himself, "At last, we have arrived at Navy headquarters, Marineford." Chapter 74, Reina versus Sengoku. What is happening? Who is that person? When did he appear? Quickly, someone apprehend him. At the bay of Navy headquarters, Reina carried a box in one hand, a weapon slung over his shoulder, steadily making his way inside, with numerous Navy soldiers sprawled on the ground around him, evidently all felled by Reina himself. It's the pirate, red-eyed Reina. Sound the alarm. How dare this mere pirate invade Navy headquarters? He shows us no respect. Attack him. The surrounding Navy soldiers were not cowed. Instead, they were filled with indignation. As members of the Navy, to be breached by a pirate into Marineford was an utter disgrace. Bam, bam, bam. With swift precision, Reina dispatched the nearby Navy soldiers, who were merely ordinary troops, lacking formidable opponents, which allowed him to prevail effortlessly. However, he could not afford to be careless now, for he had spotted several figures cloaked in justice capes rushing towards him. Unmistakably the insignia of Navy officers. Zephyr, come out, come out, come out. Reina leaped onto the bay's wall, inhaling deeply, and shouted loudly towards the interior of Marineford. Admiral Zephyr, what is this guy up to? Is he here to find Admiral Zephyr? What does Red-Eyed intend to do? The arriving Navy officers did not engage immediately but instead observed Reina, curious about his intentions. Meanwhile, from the towering headquarters, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong was observing Reina at the bay, accompanied by Karp, Sengoku, and Tsuru. This lad has come to Marineford. Could it be he seeks to defend Zephyr? Karp chuckled heartily upon seeing Reina, who was alone. Regardless of his motives, he is trampling on the dignity of our Navy. Admiral, permit me to deal with him. Sengoku turned to Steelbone Kong, requesting permission. Kong nodded slightly, indicating for Sengoku to proceed. Zephyr, years ago I presented you with a gift for your wedding, yet I failed to bestow one upon the birth of your son. Now, I have come to deliver my gift. As Reina noticed the increasing number of Navy personnel converging, but still no sign of Zephyr, he shouted again to red-eyed Reina. You possess great audacity. Do you think this is just any place? This is Navy headquarters. A Navy colonel could no longer contain himself and charged at Reina. Navy headquarters, and what of it? Reina placed the box on the ground, raising a hand to deflect the incoming attack. Bang! Reina countered with a swift kick, sending the assailant staggering back, but did not pursue, standing his ground and awaiting Zephyr's appearance. That moment, Zephyr, who was training his disciples, had sensed the commotion ahead. However, he had not heard Reina's voice and was unaware of the unfolding events until a Navy soldier rushed over, gasping, Admiral Zephyr, it's bad. The pirate red-eyed Reina is attacking Marineford, claiming to have come to deliver a gift to you. Red-eyed Reina, attacking Marineford. This is no jest. Zephyr was taken aback, then shook his head, stating, if it were the entire Whitebeard pirates, I might believe it. But Reina alone, what could he possibly want? Surrender. Admiral Zephyr, it's true. He is currently at the bay, confronting our men, the soldier insisted urgently. Reina glanced at the Navy soldier and perceived that he was not jesting, prompting him to inquire once more. Really? Indeed. You will see for yourself. The soldier nodded earnestly. After pondering for a moment, Zephyr turned to all the trainees and said, continue your practice. I must attend to a matter. With that, he followed the Navy soldier away. Among the trainees, a young man clad in a red shirt, adorned with a flower-like tattoo on his chest, glanced at his somewhat sleazy companion and remarked, "Borsellino, are you interested in taking a look? Pirates are far too terrifying." "Sakazuki, it would be prudent for us to maintain our distance," replied the youth referred to as Borsellino nonchalantly. "Humph, no matter the pirate. They are the vilest of beings and should be utterly eradicated," Sakazuki retorted coldly. Nonetheless, Borsellino paid little heed, and the surrounding trainees seemed to understand Sakazuki's temperament, refraining from rebuttal. However, like Sakazuki, they too were eager to witness the unfolding events. Among this group of trainees, the strongest were Sakazuki and Borsellino, both labeled as monstrous newcomers and prioritized for Navy training. Thus, while the trainees wished to approach, they would await their choices. Fortunately, neither of the two disappointed their peers. Conversing as they made their way towards the location Zephyr had previously departed. At the Marineford port, Reina was now engaged in combat with the Navy officers, who did not rush in all at once. Mindful that this was their territory and retaining some semblance of dignity. Rather, they approached Reina one by one to engage him in battle. "Reina, while I am unaware of your intentions in seeking Zephyr, today you shall not leave." Soon, Vice Admiral Sengoku arrived at the port. Upon his arrival, aside from the colonel currently battling Reina, the others stepped back slightly, allowing Sengoku space. "Ha ha ha. Sengoku the Buddha, finally. A formidable opponent. Where is Zephyr? Is he still too embarrassed to show his face?" Reina exclaimed as he sidestepped the colonel's attack and laughed heartily at Sengoku. "I will not allow you to trample upon the dignity of the Navy," Sengoku declared, tearing off his cloak, evidently prepared to engage directly. Reina took a deep breath, realizing that he must get serious, for he feared that if he did not confront Zephyr before long, he would meet his demise. "I give you an opportunity. State your purpose for coming here." Sengoku fixed his gaze on Reina, speaking solemnly. "Have I not made myself clear? I simply came to deliver a gift." Reina retrieved a weapon from behind his back. "A gift?" Sengoku glanced at the box not far from Reina but remained skeptical that Reina's purpose was merely to present a gift to Zephyr. "It appears that unless I defeat you, Zephyr shall not show himself. Then allow me to test the fruits of my training over these past 3 years." Reina unsheathed his sword. The blade shimmered with a blue glow, exuding a subtle chill. Its hilt fashioned in the shape of a 4-pointed star. This was the reward from the system for 3 consecutive years of sign-in. A blade known as the strongest ice and snow type Zanpakuto. Hayarimaru, from the anime Bleach. However, he had only recently acquired it, so his mastery over Hayarimaru was still developing. Yet its contribution to his combat prowess had already surpassed Muramasa. "No matter what, you will not leave here unscathed." Sengoku began to grow in size, radiating a golden light. Reina understood this was Sengoku's ability, as he was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, specifically the mythical Zoan, Buddha form. Sharingan, activate. Reina's eyes shifted to a red hue. 3 black tomos swirling within. Indeed, his Sharingan had evolved once more, costing him 100,000 points and utilizing 2 bloodline ability evolution scrolls to achieve. To further enhance his abilities, Reina began to gather energy. The previous combat had not been in vain. Although he had expended much energy, he had also stored a considerable amount in preparation for the emergence of a formidable opponent. Icebound miles. A strike infused with an icy chill surged towards Sengoku, creating a massive fissure in the ground wherever it passed, the entire crack seemingly encased in frost, as if frozen solid in his colossal Buddha form. Sengoku's gaze sharpened, and with a forceful push of his palms, a shockwave erupted from his hands, colliding with Reiner's strike. The ensuing explosion from the clash reverberated violently, sending many nearby soldiers tumbling, with only the officer class remaining steadfast in their positions. As the dust settled, Sengoku, radiating golden light, stood unscathed, while Reiner maintained his stance, appearing equally unharmed. With a swift motion, Reiner, wielding the ice wheel, vanished from sight, reappearing behind Sengoku. The latter, not lacking in reflexes, countered with a swift backhand, clashing once more with Reiner's ice wheel. However, Sengoku sensed that his palm had seemingly struck nothing. A smirk crept onto Reiner's lips. His Sharingan had evolved once again, as had the powers of the Black Emperor, enhancing both the total energy absorbed and the speed of its digestion significantly. After absorbing Sengoku's palm strike, Reiner executed a series of rapid footfalls, halting mid-air, moonwalk. The surrounding Navy personnel recognized Reiner's maneuver as one of the 6 forms of the Navy, and noted its similarity to his previous swift movements. "I've long known of your ability to absorb damage. Let me see just how much you can take." Facing the airborne Reiner, Sengoku positioned one hand forward and the other back, seemingly preparing a more forceful shockwave. Before Sengoku could unleash his attack, Reiner, with his Sharingan, had already discerned his intentions, remaining in position as behind him lay Marineford. Should Sengoku unleash his full power, a simple sidestep would direct the shockwave straight towards the Navy headquarters. Let me test just how powerful the Buddha Sengoku, praised by my elder brother, truly is. Reiner gripped the ice wheel, ready for a fierce confrontation, albeit gradually descending from the air. Buddha, shockwave, a colossal, transparent energy wave emanated from Sengoku's hands. Bearing down on Reiner, discovered. Reiner chuckled wryly, shaking his head. With retreat no longer an option, he resolved to confront it head-on. Initially, he intended to utilize Sengoku's shockwave to wreak havoc on Marineford, but it appeared Sengoku had anticipated his plan. Consequently, the shockwave did not target Reiner directly, but rather descended upon him, effectively severing any potential escape routes while sparing Marineford from destruction. As the shockwave approached with increasing proximity, Reiner thrust his dual blades forward in a piercing strike. At the moment of contact between his blade and the shockwave, he activated the full extent of his Black Emperor abilities, instantly absorbing every ounce of energy to its limit, visibly diminishing the shockwave by more than half. Break for me. The blade of the ice will transform from a thrust to a sweeping slash, releasing the amassed energy in a single surge, though time was insufficient for a concentrated strike. The sheer volume of energy unleashed was adequate to shatter Sengoku's shockwave. Humph! Sengoku waved his hand, dispersing Reiner's strike into the ether, as expected of one of the Navy's top 3 powers. Truly formidable. Reiner inhaled deeply, recalibrating himself. Despite the might of his abilities, the exertion was considerable, necessitating that he complete his tasks before his stamina waned. Chapter 75. Zifa's Justice. Sengoku. Halt. Just as Sengoku prepared for another onslaught, Zifa arrived, interposing himself between Sengoku and Reiner. He then turned to Reiner and inquired, "Did you come to the Navy headquarters to mock me?" Seeing Zifa finally appear, Reiner discreetly exhaled in relief. Had Zifa delayed further, he would have contemplated fleeing. "Mock you? Am I some sort of fool to come to the Navy headquarters for that?" Reiner shot Zifa a sidelong glance before strolling toward the box he had previously retrieved. Tossing it toward Zifa as he declared, "As I stated, I am here to present a gift." Zifa caught the box with steady hands, his expression tinged with curiosity as he opened it. He was not concerned about Reiner tampering with the contents, for this was the Navy headquarters after all. However, upon unveiling the box, Zifa was left utterly speechless. After a moment, he sealed it shut without uttering a word. "I have received your gift," Zifa stated, his visage expressionless. "Ha ha, as expected of Admiral Zifa. Aren't you going to showcase the gift to everyone?" Reiner, observing Zifa's demeanor, discerned his intentions. Displaying its contents would undoubtedly shake the morale of the Navy, especially considering the discontent brewing within its ranks. If it were revealed that his arch-nemesis had been delivered by a pirate, the Navy's reputation would be utterly tarnished, hence Zifa's choice to keep it concealed, having retracted his devil fruit abilities. Sengoku stood beside Zifa, fully aware of the contents within the box and understanding that it must not be revealed at this juncture. "Zifa, you should leave. I will handle things here," Sengoku murmured to Zifa. Zifa, casting a complex glance at Reiner, nodded in agreement with Sengoku. The priority was to swiftly dispose of the contents in the alley, lest they trigger significant complications. Watching Zifa prepare to depart, Reiner's lips curled into a slight smile. Events were unfolding precisely as he had scripted. "Having completed my business, I shall take my leave." Reiner leaped backward, ascending onto the defensive wall of the harbor, grinning as he spoke. "Do you think this is a casual gathering? A mere pirate cannot simply come and go as he pleases." A burly Navy rear admiral stepped forward, his countenance darkened. Reiner did not recognize him, though he appeared older than Sengoku and Zifa. "Likely a seasoned Navy rear admiral. You want to allow my departure?" "Admiral Zifa, I am merely here to present a gift. Will you truly deny me passage?" Reiner regarded Zifa and Sengoku with a grin. Both were acutely aware of the box's contents, and should Reiner choose to disclose them publicly, the Navy's reputation would inevitably suffer. However, they found themselves at an impasse, unable to directly command Reiner to leave. Though Zifa longed to exit, he could not disregard Reiner's mention. "Admiral Zifa, we absolutely cannot let him depart unchallenged. Otherwise, the Navy's reputation will be irreparably damaged." Another Navy major chimed in. He noted the expressions on Zifa and Sengoku's faces. sensing that there was a crucial reason behind their hesitation. Reiner, allow me to personally adjudicate this matter. Zifa, after a moment of silence, entrusted the box to Sengoku and spoke resolutely. Is that so? Ha! Are you truly certain you wish to prevent my departure? Reiner erupted in laughter upon hearing Zifa's words. Whoosh! Zifa vanished from his position, responding to Reiner with action. Bang! The two exchanged a punch, but upon realizing his attack had not landed, Zifa immediately held back. Delivering a swift kick aimed at Reiner's head, Reiner raised his arm to block Zifa's assault, yet the latter did not grant him respite, launching a relentless barrage of strikes that flowed seamlessly. While Reiner absorbed the energy from Zifa's attacks, he found himself in a defensive posture, appearing to be on the receiving end of Zifa's onslaught. What is happening? Karp and Tsuru, having approached Sengoku from behind, inquired about their indecision. Sengoku sighed, speaking softly, "Do not ask. We must subdue that lad swiftly before he speaks, for if he reveals the contents of that box, we will be in dire trouble." Karp and Tsuru exchanged perplexed glances, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the box contained something so significant that it prompted Sengoku to voice such concerns. What is his true intention? Is he here to provoke the Navy? Or is he genuinely just delivering a gift? Tsuru queried calmly. Sengoku shook his head that I cannot discern his motives. If he merely wished to provoke the Navy, he would not need to go to such lengths. Conversely, if he simply intended to deliver a gift, sending it via someone else would have been far simpler than appearing in person. In a moment of uncertainty, I found myself unable to discern his intentions. Regardless, the priority is to subdue him. Although Zephyr's mental and physical state has deteriorated significantly due to that incident, he should have no trouble dealing with Reiner. Karp observed the two combatants in the arena and remarked, "Do not underestimate your opponent. That fellow has grown considerably stronger than before." Sengoku, having battled Reiner, understood that he could no longer be taken lightly. As Sengoku noted, despite Zephyr appearing to have the upper hand over Reiner, he was unable to inflict any substantial damage. Thus, Sengoku and Karp exchanged a glance, and both advanced towards Reiner simultaneously. "Kid, stay put inside, impel down," Karp shouted as he launched his attack, serving as a warning to Reiner. However, by the time they struck, Reiner had already perceived their approach with his Sharingan, and after a brief exchange of blows with Zephyr, he swiftly retreated from the force of their strikes. Regrettably, neither Karp nor Sengoku were ordinary foes, and they quickly adjusted their angles of attack. Bang! Reiner's hands blocked Karp and Sengoku, but even with all his accumulated energy unleashed to fend them off, he was still sent flying in an instant. Cough, cough. It's no surprise that the three great powers of the Navy are truly formidable. Reiner wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose from the ground, with just one strike. Reiner was injured, invigorating the surrounding Navy personnel. "Kid, I may not know your purpose, but as a member of the Navy, my sole